After crossing, I found. Mandarin is the nihilistic taboo of this world's god. I just said to the sky, it's dark and dark. The sky that was originally blazing with sunlight suddenly became dark. Pitch dark. Then I said the word rain. The desolate desert was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning. The next moment, a heavy downpour of rain washed down. I accidentally traveled to another world and suddenly found Mandarin in the past life. It turned out to be the forbidden spell of nothingness in this world. Just give reasonable instructions in Mandarin. You can say whatever you want in this world. In my previous life, I happened to be a Chinese language major in college. Also studied broadcasting and hosting. That Mandarin. You are confident in this world. No one is more standard than you. And you who just came back to your senses. Discover yourself. At a test site called Yongheng Sect. The content of the examination is: recite the forbidden spell on the Chongqing bell. Ring the eternal life bell. And the pronunciation should be as standard as possible. The more times you ring, in the future, your status in the sect will be higher. But when it was my turn, I just took a look at the forbidden spell on the longevity bell. I was immediately stunned by the shock. Isn't this standard Chinese character? Afterwards, I read out those Chinese characters with doubt. The next moment, a sound of a bell resounded through the heavens and earth. The sound was several times louder than the bell sounds emitted by other examiners before. Next, a new string of divine text appeared again on the surface of the Chongqing bell. I didn't hesitate. He read it out directly in a fluent broadcasting tone. Suddenly a loud bell sounded. The examiner Qi Shan looked up suddenly. The Chongqing bell rang twice in succession. And the movement is so big. You know, even within the sect. Those extremely talented disciples. The first time I wanted to recite these sacred texts. Need to get stuck. Hesitate for a moment. But this kid in front of me. There was no pause. I read it fluently. And the pronunciation is also clear and round. Unparalleled precision. However, before Qi Shan could recover, two loud bells rang in succession. Seeing this, Qi Shan's blood boiled. He looked at the three elders beside him excitedly. This boy actually read out 4 divine sentences in one breath. This is the first 4-ring disciple this year. And it also caused the Chongqing bell to make such a big noise. This kid is really extraordinary. However, the old man known as the third elder. But there is no indication. Apparently 4 shots weren't enough to get his attention. Just as Qi Shan was about to announce the final result. Dang dang dang. The longevity bell vibrates again. Then 2 more bells rang. After 6 rings, the Chongqing bell emits bursts of golden light. The golden light instantly illuminated the entire Eternal Mountain Valley. The disciples who had already passed the test in the square were suddenly in an uproar, and everyone was stunned. Qi Shan's mind went blank. The third elder suddenly stood up from his chair, trembling all over, and looked at Qianqiu in disbelief. 6 bangs, exactly 6 bangs. No one had passed the assessments for the past 50 years, including Lu Xiang's son, but this ordinary boy in front of him had done it. Immediately afterwards, a powerful divine thought from the Eternal Mountain Valley came to spy on the assessment square. This was a spy from the Eternal Sect's leader. The 6 consecutive bell rings had already attracted the attention of the Yongheng Sect's leader. The disciples and the third elder present were so shocked that they could no longer describe their feelings. This is shocking. At this time, at the foot of the Eternal Mountain, all the people who came to take the test heard 6 consecutive bell rings and witnessed the golden light emanating from the sect. They were all stunned for a moment, and then said something collectively. Everyone was shocked. Who didn't know what 6 rings meant? 6 rings, you can worship the Supreme Venerable as your teacher. Everyone rushed up the mountain, wanting to see who could make the longevity bell ring 6 times. Could it be some noble young master? The third elder retracted his inappropriate gaze, but his tone was still full of disbelief as he asked Chinchou, can you understand the divine text? You can recite the divine text on the Chongqing bell without thinking, so you must have known them for a long time, right? Since the founding of Yongheng sect, there have been only dozens of candidates who have read more than 5 rings. Even the disciple who read the most, 8 rings, took dozens of minutes to read out the first 6 rings of the divine text. But now Chinchou only took 10 seconds. At this moment, the third elder's heart was filled with shock beyond words. This was horror, utter horror. The sacred text cannot be repeated simply by hearing it. If one has not learned the sacred text, even if someone who knows the sacred text teaches it according to homophones, one will never be able to repeat it. This is also the reason why the divine text is supreme. Seeing that Chinchou did not answer, the third elder asked again, have you ever studied divine writing before? At this moment, Chinchou finally recovered from his shock. Divine text? Isn't this Chinese? The first 2 tones are the most common regular script, and the next few tones become traditional Chinese characters. Is this also considered a divine text? Of course, the fact that I traveled through time cannot be exposed. Chinchou immediately replied, no. Then how could you? Never mind, you are a gifted child. I will tell you a few sacred texts, and you try to repeat them to me. Chinchou shook his head, please wait a moment, I haven't finished the assessment yet. The third elder was puzzled. What assessment had not been completed yet? Could this boy still ring the 7th time? Clang! 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 Chinchou read out the 7th, 8th and 9th sacred texts in one breath. In his eyes, these were just Chinese characters in a different font. The bell rang 3 times in succession again, adding up to the previous 6 rings, making a total of 9. Since the founding of Yongheng sect, no one has ever been able to make the Chongqing bell ring 9 times. 9 sounds, and the Son of God appears. Deep in the valley of Eternal Mountain, 3 huge bronze coffins were suspended in the air. The coffin lids suddenly rose up, and phantoms flew out of them, exuding a shocking aura, like a ferocious beast awakening. Who is disturbing this old man? Old Bodhi, old Shukuan, are you two awake too? The longevity bell rang 9 times. This must be the appearance of the Son of God during the assessment. This child must be accepted as a disciple of my Bodhi. At this moment, the entire Eternal Mountain began to tremble. In the originally cloudless sky, a group of thunderclouds suddenly gathered. Several pairs of eyes that were spying on everything appeared in the clouds and stood above the sky. Examiner Qi Shan's whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The third elder was also dumbfounded, his mouth wide open, muttering, "Monster! This boy is a monster." The peeping in the sky is the divine thoughts of the 3 ancestors. I didn't expect that these 3 ancestors woke up and cast their divine thoughts here. At the same time, because of the 9 rings of the longevity bell, the elders and supreme masters in the sect were also alarmed. However, unlike the 3 ancestors, their cultivation was not enough to cast divine thoughts, and they could only fly to the assessment square quickly on their swords. Examiner Qishan, third elder, why does the longevity bell ring 9 times? The great elder Ling Feng immediately went to the assessment square when the bell rang for the 5th time. As a result, within just a few seconds he heard the 6th and 7th sounds, and he almost fell down while flying the sword. By the time the 8th and 9th shots were heard by the great elder Ling Feng, he was already numb with shock. Is this still a human being? He also felt that the 3 old ancestors who had been sleeping in the valley of Yongheng Mountain for many years had awakened. When the Yongheng sect was almost breached, the ancestors were not awakened to help. But now they were awakened only because of a new reference. The 5 supreme masters in the sect could not leave their posts at the same time, so they could only send the most prestigious master Bai to the examination square to see who this person with 9 rings was. The disciple who can make the longevity bell ring 9 times will be established as the sect son of God, and the elder's pavilion and the supreme being will all obey him. The 3rd elder pointed to Qianqiu standing in front of the longevity bell and said to the 1st elder Ling Feng in a trembling voice, "First elder, it's him, it's him. This guy rang the longevity bell 9 times in 1 minute. I'm afraid that the old guy in the sect must have been alarmed." Ling Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Qianqiu, and found that there was nothing special about him. Did he really ring the longevity bell 9 times by himself? "What's your name? Are you the son of some noble family, or a disciple of some gang?" "My name is Qianqiu. I am not a noble, nor am I from a certain gang. I am just a commoner." Ling Feng felt a little ashamed, and thought to himself, if it was you who really knocked these 9 bells, you really can't call yourself a disciple in front of me. The 3 ancestors will destroy me, right? Ling Feng still had some doubts about Qianqiu. He said, "Since you can make the longevity bell ring 9 times, you must have studied the divine texts. You should know that in the eternal continent, the most powerful immortal arts are activated by divine texts. The more divine texts you master, the stronger your strength will be. Next, I will say a few words of the divine texts, and you try to repeat them." Pearl Lotus. Ling Feng spoke Chinese again, and then a pink lotus appeared in his hand, surrounded by flames. Qianqiu thought, as expected, the sacred language of this world is Chinese. If that's the case, won't I be invincible when I come to this world to cultivate immortality? Qianqiu repeated, "Pearl Lotus." Afterwards, a lotus identical to the one in Ling Feng's hand appeared in Qianqiu's hand. The disciples and other elders present were shocked again. "That's impossible. That's the great elder's unique skill, how could that kid know it?" Ling Feng was stunned for a moment and was horrified. Could this boy really be a rare genius in 1,000 years? Ling Feng was unwilling to give up, and said the divine words again, "Hurricane." A wind ball appeared in Ling Feng's other hand, which grew bigger and bigger, and then was thrown into the sky. A strong wind blew in the whole square, and many unprepared disciples were blown to the ground. However, this was still just a simple sentence in Chinese. This time Qianqiu did not choose to repeat it, but had his own ideas. Qianqiu raised his hands above his head and shouted, "Super Hurricane." "Wrong, wrong, this kid is wrong, the divine text he said is completely different from the one the great elder said." "Humph, it turns out that this kid just happened to be lucky. Does he really think he is so great just because he can recite a few divine texts?" Several disciples were surprised. People like them wished Qianqiu would look bad. They were also taking the test, so why did Qianqiu have such talent? However, the next second, Qianqiu gathered a ball of wind in his hand that was even bigger than the one Ling Feng had thrown before, and threw it into the sky. Many objects on the assessment square were blown away, and even the Chongqing bell was shaken by the wind. Many disciples were also blown away, and several elders quickly used their magic to protect them. After waiting for the strong wind to calm down, the great elder Ling Feng and many elders also calmed down. "Oh my God, I originally thought that Qianqiu had repeated the great elder's sacred text incorrectly, but I didn't expect that he was even more ferocious than the sacred text spoken by the great elder. Who on earth is this monster? You, what did you do? Why did you say that the magic technique you used was the same as mine? Why is the power different when the divine text is different? Qianqiu was stunned. I improved it a bit, I can actually use a more powerful one. What? This is impossible. Elder Ling, please leave now. Don't embarrass yourself here. The only Supreme Venerable who came was Venerable Bai. Venerable Bai spoke to Ling Feng rudely, and Ling Feng retreated into the group of elders with an ugly look on his face. At this time, Qianqiu already understood in his mind that the sacred language of this world was his original Chinese language. As long as he spoke the corresponding words, he could make his words come true. Qianqiu was overjoyed. Wouldn't I be invincible? Venerable Bai had already witnessed Ling Feng's ability and was also shocked. He could only ring the longevity bell 9 times. This boy's cultivation didn't seem to be very high, but he could make the longevity bell ring 9 times. His future was limitless. If his cultivation reaches a certain level and he makes the longevity bell ring 9 times in a row, he can even be blessed with longevity. Your name is Qianqiu, right? Qianqiu, you have an extraordinary talent, causing the longevity bell to ring 9 times. According to the Yongheng sect's rules, you should be taught by the sect master himself and be called the sect son of God. But the sect master has not arrived yet, so you need to pass the tests of the Elders' Council and the Supreme Being before you can fully establish this identity. Reverend Bai paused, then continued, what level of cultivation have you reached now? Qianqiu was confused and asked, realm? What is that? As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples burst into laughter. He doesn't even know what his cultivation realm is, how on earth did he read the divine text, ha ha ha. He who doesn't understand the realm of cultivation can read the divine text. Could it be that he is from the demon palace? Venerable Bai frowned, obviously not expecting Qianqiu to not understand what the realm of cultivation was, but he did make the longevity bell ring 9 times in a row, so he patiently explained to Qianqiu what the realm of cultivation was. The realm of cultivation is divided into levels. There are 10 realms in total: still water realm, heaven realm, eternal life realm, unbreakable realm, samsara realm, void realm, sky realm, saint realm, emperor realm. So, which realm are you in? The elders in the elders' pavilion are basically at the unbreakable realm, and the Supreme Venerable is only at the samsara realm. Venerable Bai guessed that Qianqiu should be just around the unbreakable realm. After all, he is very young and looks like he has never practiced cultivation. Qianqiu shook his head and honestly replied to Reverend Bai, I don't know what realm I am in. How can I know my realm? This requires you to understand a divine text, which should not be difficult for you. Gathering Qi. A shadow that looked just like Bai suddenly appeared behind him. It then grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned purple. The shadow was 10 meters tall. Then the light and shadow disappeared, and the surrounding disciples could not help but be shocked. This is the immortal figure of the samsara realm, so handsome. When can I reach that realm? Qianqiu nodded and immediately said in Chinese, gather Qi. Soon, there was light and shadow behind Qianqiu, but it was just a white light and shadow 2 meters high. Immediately, the surrounding disciples burst into laughter. What? I thought you were so powerful. What's the point of knowing the divine text? You are only at the still water realm. Even if you can ring the longevity bell 9 times, what's the use? Jishui realm? My dog is already in Tianren realm, I am dying of laughter. When Venerable Bai saw Qianqiu's immortal figure, he was immediately disappointed. Although this boy was gifted, his cultivation was too low. This might be what is meant by, when God opens a window, he will definitely close a door for you. When Qianqiu saw the reactions of the people around him and Venerable Bai, he immediately realized that his cultivation level might be pitifully low, and he couldn't help feeling disappointed. I thought I was going to be invincible, but I didn't expect that I could only read Chinese and had no cultivation. Wait, since Chinese can be used in this world, does that mean Thinking of this, Qianqiu suddenly said in Chinese, "Upgrade your cultivation, upgrade your cultivation." Even Venerable Bai, who was standing by, didn't understand what Qianqiu meant by the divine text this time, but his face turned pale in the next second. The fairy shadow behind Qianqiu grew higher and higher, changing from white to blue, and then from blue to yellow. Soon, the fairy shadow had grown to a height of 10 meters, and its color turned into purple. However, it didn't stop yet. The fairy shadow behind Qianqiu grew higher again, rushing to a height of 15 meters, and the purple turned into red. Above the sky, there was no longer just one person peeking out from the thunderclouds, but 3 figures nearly 100 meters tall appeared, leaning over the sky and watching everything. The 3 ancestors were completely shocked by Qianqiu's actions, and they all appeared above the sky of the assessment square. Is this the color of the fairy shadow in the void realm? This, to advance to a higher realm on the spot, and to advance 5 times in a row? Look up at the sky, those are the 3 ancestors of the Yongheng sect, my God. The huge shadows of the 3 eternal sects' original ancestors, Patriarch Bodhi, Patriarch Shukuan and Patriarch Wuji, stood with their hands behind their backs in the sky, looking down at Qianqiu. The disciples and elders in the assessment square were already extremely shocked. Today's assessment had completely alarmed the 3 great ancestors. It is not just that they have sent their spiritual thoughts from their dormant places, the spirits of the 3 great ancestors have all come here, which is equivalent to them coming here in person. The leading Wuji patriarch spoke first. "Young man, you made the longevity bell ring 9 times and were made the son of God of the Yongheng sect. Are you willing to take me, the Wuji sword saint, as your master?" Everyone was shocked. Who was Wuji patriarch? He was a cultivator who had already entered the saint realm, and was only 1 step away from reaching the emperor realm. In the eternal continent, as long as the cultivator has entered the holy realm, he can give himself a holy title, and the holy title of this Wuji ancestor is the Wuji sword saint. Promise Juggernaut? Qianqiu was filled with black lines on his forehead. Wasn't this a hero from a very popular game in his original world? Without waiting for Qianqiu to answer, the 2 ancestors next to the Wuji patriarch also spoke. "Don't listen to that old man Wuji. He's just better at swordplay. You should take me, Dharma Saint Bodhi, as your master. I can teach you to practice the longevity art. After you have mastered it, you can rely on your soul to survive after your physical body dies. Besides that, I can also teach you many lost secret techniques. Bodhi, you are too shameless. Who among the 3 of us doesn't know the eternal life skill? Do we need you to teach us? Young man, your name is Qianqiu, right? I am the dragon saint of Shukuan. If you take me as your master, you only need to practice for 2.5 years to learn the art of controlling dragons. It will be no problem for you to take back the star dragons in the void star realm as your mount. Shukuan? 2.5 years of training? Damn, what are you doing? Haizi. The 7 elders who were still standing in the assessment square were already dumbfounded. Venerable Bai was also stunned. The 3 great ancestors were actually vying with each other to accept Qianqiu as their disciple. This is how the Son of God of the Eternal Sect is treated. After the 3 great ancestors quarreled for a while, Wuji took the lead in breaking the deadlock and said to the other 2 ancestors, "Let's stop arguing and ask the Son of God who he wants to be his master." Afterwards, the 3 great ancestors turned their gazes to Qianqiu, who was standing on the assessment square. Qianqiu suddenly felt a pressure on his body. This was the pressure from a high-level cultivator. Qianqiu was weighing the pros and cons in his mind. These 3 great ancestors were the ceiling of the Yongheng sect, and he would not suffer any loss by taking any of them as his master. But if Qianqiu takes one of the ancestors as his master, the other 2 ancestors will definitely be disappointed, which is something Qianqiu does not want to see. Immediately, Qianqiu said, "Disciple Qianqiu, I don't know how to choose. Why don't the three ancestors let the disciples join you at the same time?" As soon as Qianqiu said this, the disciples who had run out from the cabinet to watch the fun had already been feeling unhappy and immediately started to mock and ridicule. "He will be brilliant if you give him some color. He even wants to worship all three ancestors as his masters." Since the founding of Yongheng sect, there has never been an example of a disciple worshipping multiple masters. Arrogant, too arrogant. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Everyone knows that the three ancestors have always been at odds with each other. He actually said such a ridiculous thing. I'm afraid this kid will be disqualified from being the son of God. Just as the disciples were discussing and thinking that Qianqiu's status as the son of God should be revoked, the three ancestors looked at each other and said in unison, "Just as you said." What? Everyone had no idea how many times they had been shocked and their hearts were a little numb. What kind of magical power did this kid have that could make three ancestors willing to teach him at the same time? When Qianqiu heard this, he immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Qianqiu, I pay my respects to the three masters." Patriarch Wuji said with a smile in the sky, "You have just joined the sect, so first go through the necessary procedures for joining the sect with the people in the Elders' Pavilion. Tomorrow morning, come to the Holy Land in the back mountain to find us three old guys." Disciple obeys your order. The three ancestors' spirits left here, and peace returned to the sky. In the assessment square, Qianqiu had just recovered from the previous upgrade of his cultivation. After he had repeatedly shouted "Upgrade cultivation," he felt that his whole body was full of strength. Qianqiu was not clear about what level of cultivation he had reached, but judging from the reactions of the people around him, it was obviously not low. "I am really invincible, right? I can upgrade just by saying something. Don't worry, with my strength from reading so many novels, I will definitely thrive in this world of immortal cultivation." Qianqiu was overjoyed, and then looked at Reverend Bai. "Reverend Bai, may I ask what procedures I need to go through to truly join the sect?" Reverend Bai had not yet recovered from his shock. Only when Qianqiu spoke to him did Reverend Bai regain his composure. He smiled bitterly and said, "Son of God, the process of your joining the sect is no longer something I can decide. I need to consult the sect master." Metropolitan? Yes, you are now the son of God of the eternal sect. In addition to the three great ancestors and the sect master, the Elders' Pavilion and our supreme honored ones must pay respect to you. The process of entering the sect naturally needs to be decided by the sect master. Where is the sect master? Our sect is here. As soon as Qianqiu said this, a hollow voice came from the direction of Yongheng Mountain. Qianqiu immediately looked in that direction and saw a huge figure appear in the sky. She came in the air, and the next second, Qi Xiaoya, the leader of Yongheng sect, appeared in front of Qianqiu. Qianqiu was greatly shocked by the way he appeared from the air. He thought it was so cool. After today, he must learn this magic and use it to show off next time. But what surprised Qianqiu even more was that the leader was actually a woman. She was very pretty and had a good figure, but her expression was very cold. "My name is Qi Xiaoya, and I'm the current leader of the Yongheng sect," Qi Xiaoya said. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Disciple Qianqiu, I pay my respects to the sect master." Qi Xiaoya looked Qianqiu up and down, her eyes full of confusion. The reason why she could become the youngest leader of the Yongheng sect was that she had a pair of very magical eyes, the eyes of Sicily. The eye of Sicily is a special eye that can clearly see a cultivator's level of cultivation and talent. But when Qianqiu rang the sixth tone of the longevity bell, Qi Xiaoya sent her divine sense over. She discovered that this person's cultivation level was the lowest level of Zhishui realm, but afterwards, relying only on one sentence of divine text, his cultivation level was instantly promoted to the void realm. You know, even for a cultivator with good talent, it would take decades to go from the still water realm to the void realm, but Qianqiu achieved it within a minute with just one sentence of divine text. Qi Xiaoya was shocked. Qianqiu's research on the divine texts had reached perfection. She must have seen the divine texts in ancient books. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? Qianqiu, right. The process of joining the sect is very simple. Just tell me the divine text that you just used to instantly advance, and you can join the Yongheng sect. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, and 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Is this the process of joining the sect? This is robbery. Qianqiu was extremely depressed. He hadn't learned anything yet, but others were asking him for martial arts skills. This sect master, don't you know this divine text? Qi Xiaoya said seriously, to be honest, there are indeed such divine texts in the sect, but there is no divine text that can help you advance to the next level 5 times in a row like you did. Qianqiu now understood that the people in this world only used Chinese as a method of cultivation and did not understand its meaning. Otherwise, they would not have known such a simple word as upgrade cultivation that he just mentioned. Thinking of this, Qianqiu was relieved. Anyway, my words are my bond. These 4 words exchanged for my chance to join the sect. This is a sure win. Okay. The divine text I just mentioned is upgrade your cultivation, can you repeat it? Cultivation? Qi Xiaoya, the leader of Yongheng sect, could barely repeat the word cultivation, but she could not repeat the word upgrade at all. The divine text is not something you can repeat just by hearing it. It requires the practitioner's cultivation level and soul power talent to reach a certain standard before being able to repeat it. Obviously, even the sect leader Qi Xiaoya could not reach the standard of repeating this sacred text. Qi Xiaoya was unwilling to give up. She tried several more times, but all ended in failure. Qi Xiaoya couldn't understand why the young man in front of her could speak such a high-level divine text and his cultivation level was not as high as hers and his soul power was obviously not higher than hers. Well, this is the real reason why the 3 old ancestors were willing to accept him as a disciple at the same time. I guess those 3 old monsters have already discovered the extraordinariness of this boy. Qi Xiaoya finally gave up and said, "Come with me into the sect and write down this divine text later. You have now become a disciple of the eternal sect, and have been named the son of eternal God." Qianqiu knelt on one knee and said, "Disciple Qianqiu, I obey your command." Afterwards, Qi Xiaoya announced loudly, "When the bell rings 9, the Son of God will be enthroned." Except for the 3 ancestors and the sect master, all the venerables, elders, and disciples in the sect must half kneel and salute when they see the Son of God. Many elders present and venerable by shouted in unison, "Follow the orders of the sect master." The disciples present also knelt down and said, "Disciple obeys your command." Qi Xiaoya brought Qianqiu to the main hall of Yongheng sect. Only the Supreme Lord and the sect master were allowed to enter here. Even the great elder Ling Feng needed the sect master's approval to enter the main hall. However, as the Son of God, Qianqiu's status is only second to the 3 ancestors and the sect master, and he can enter and exit the main hall at will. Inside the hall, except for Venerable Bai who remained in the examination square, the remaining 4 supreme venerables were sitting in the venerable seats. They were all surprised to see Qianqiu. They didn't expect that the Son of God was actually an ordinary-looking boy without any special physique. Of course, Qianqiu had just traveled to this world and didn't know much about it. How could he know that his ordinary body caused the longevity bell to ring 9 times, shocking everyone in the sect? Qianqiu said to the serious Qi Xiaoya, "Master, where do my 3 ancestors, oh no, my 3 masters live? Where can I find them?" "No hurry. As the Son of God, you need to first understand too many rules and responsibilities of the eternal sect." "Master, please speak." Qi Xiaoya sat on the highest throne in the main hall and said to Qianqiu, "The three ancestors are your masters. They only teach you the way of cultivation and immortal arts. As for the history of the sect and the social life outside the sect, I will teach you." Qianqiu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after having three ancestors as his teachers, this beautiful sect leader would also be his teacher. Isn't this too cool? Qianqiu did not show his inner thoughts on his face, pretending to be calm and said, "May I ask what level of cultivation the sect master is at?" Qi Xiaoya said calmly, "Saint Realm." "Holy Realm? Sect master, you are also in the Holy Realm?" "But my master and the others are only in the Holy Realm." "If you are also in the Holy Realm, wouldn't you be on par with the three ancestors?" Qianqiu was extremely shocked. Qi Xiaoya sighed. It seemed that the young man in front of her knew nothing about the cultivators. Although the three ancestors are in the Saint Realm, they have entered the Saint Realm for decades and have already entered the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Moreover, the strength of a cultivator is not only determined by the realm of cultivation, but also by the soul power. Soul power is divided into white soul, moon soul, fierce soul, kuei soul, evil soul, and immortal soul. Soul power is more difficult to cultivate than the realm of cultivation. The soul power of ordinary cultivators will not improve after reaching the moon soul. The soul power of many Saint Realm masters may be just an ordinary moon soul. The soul power of the three ancestors has reached the level of Kuei soul. Qianqiu was shocked. He didn't expect that in addition to the realm of cultivation, there were also levels of soul power. It seems that he has to find a time when no one is around and try to say, "Upgrade soul power," in Chinese. Qi Xiaoya seemed to see through Qianqiu's thoughts. She frowned slightly and said, "You'd better not rely on high-level divine texts to directly improve your soul power like you did when you advanced to a higher level of cultivation. If you want to improve your soul power, you must have a strong physique. You have not practiced your body at all, so you can't withstand the strong soul power. It's easy for you to explode and die." Qianqiu was confused again. Body training? "Well, these three ancestors will teach you, there is no need for me to say more." "Well, you can leave now, have a good rest today, and you will start learning from the three ancestors from tomorrow." Qi Xiaoya waved her hand, and a strange force pushed Qianqiu out of the main hall. Qianqiu was extremely surprised. Is this the magic of a high-level cultivator? Outside the main hall, Reverend Bai just came back from the examination square. He took Qianqiu to the residence arranged for the Son of God. After Qianqiu left, Qi Xiaoya looked worried in the main hall of Yongheng sect, and said to herself, "I don't know if this child can help our sect survive this once-in-a-millennium natural disaster." Other major sects started preparing decades ago, but Yongheng sect has not received any talented disciples in recent years. I hope this Son of God can represent Yongheng sect in the war. After Qianqiu settled down in the room arranged for him by Venerable Bai, he sat cross-legged on the bed. There were many books about practitioners in this room. In order to integrate into this world as quickly as possible, Qianqiu picked up these books and planned to learn all the knowledge about practitioners. I saw Qianqiu pick up the book and said, "Read 10 times." Qianqiu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light instantly, and he flipped through the books at an extremely fast speed. In a few moments, he had memorized all the knowledge about practitioners in this world in his mind. He has basically understood the general layout of this world, but what he wants to do most right now is to enter a place he saw in the book, the Void Star Realm. Earlier in the assessment square, the Void Dragon Saint, also known as the Void Ancestor, said that there are star dragons in the Void Star Realm. If you learn from him, you can capture a star dragon as a mount in the future. But Qianqiu didn't want to wait until later, he wanted to enter the Void Star Realm now. To enter the Void Star Realm, one must recite the divine text that opens the Void Star Realm, but the divine text that opens the Void Star Realm is very long, and practitioners without sufficient cultivation realm and soul power cannot recite it at all. Therefore, even though the divine text for entering the void star realm is known to everyone, only a handful of people at a high level can enter. But for Qianqiu, whose mother tongue is Chinese, no matter how long the sacred text is, it is just a simple sentence. Qianqiu recited the divine text from the book about entering the void star realm. In an instant, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the house where he lived. A void crack was torn in the sky, and the surrounding space became distorted. Deep in the valley of Yongheng Mountain, the lids of 3 huge bronze coffins suspended in the air suddenly rose again. The 3 ancestors' souls left their bodies at the same time. The face of the Wuji ancestor was extremely pale. Who opened the void gate to the void star realm in the sect? Patriarch Bodhi's face was equally grim. Impossible. In the sect, apart from the 3 of us old guys who can open the void star realm, even Qi Yadu can't open it. Could it be that a saint realm expert from another sect has invaded? The 3 ancestors immediately covered the entire eternal mountain with their divine consciousness and discovered that the void gate of the void star realm was actually opened above the sky where Qianqiu lived. Inside the main hall of Yongheng sect, Qi Xiaoya also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. She sent out her divine sense and saw the void gate in the sky above Qianqiu's residence. What? Who opened the void gate? At this time Qianqiu didn't know that by opening the entrance to the void star world, he made the 3 ancestors and the sect leader Qi Xiaoya feel dangerous. Qianqiu walked out of the room, looked at the void door that had been torn in the sky, and said, "Fly." The next second, Qianqiu flew directly into the void star realm. After Qianqiu entered, the void gate closed instantly, and the sky returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. In the void star realm, what caught Qianqiu's eyes was nothingness, with strange scenes and fog everywhere. He floated above this nothingness of war fog. Is this the void star realm? Qianqiu murmured, and as his mind moved, his body floated forward by itself. Qianqiu didn't know that the void star realm was the divine domain space left behind by the ancient gods, and that this divine domain had already undergone mutations and was constantly devouring the antimatter of this world. Ordinary practitioners simply don't dare to roam in this void star realm. Practitioners who dare to enter the void star realm must at least reach the holy realm, otherwise they will be torn to pieces at will by the creatures here. In the fog of war in the void star realm, there are many void creatures hidden that cannot survive in the normal world. Any one of these creatures has reached the level of a saint cultivator, and there are even void lords who have reached the level of an emperor. Outside the Eternal Sect Master's Hall, the 3 ancestors and Qi Xiaoya all rushed here. They found that the void gate of the void star realm had disappeared. Ancestor Wuji looked gloomy and said, "It's bad. It must be that the Son of God had rung the longevity bell 9 times before, which made the void saints in the void star realm notice him. They opened the void gate here and kidnapped the Son of God." Patriarch Bodhi was filled with regret. "It's our fault for being careless. We knew that the longevity bell was a divine weapon left by the ancient gods. The 9 rings of the longevity bell were equivalent to triggering the divine weapon, so it would definitely be noticed by those void saints. We didn't set up a barrier here in time, so the Son of God was captured." Qi Xiaoya's face didn't look good either. After all, the finally appearing Son of God gave the Yongheng sect the ability to fight against natural disasters. Who would have thought that the Son of God was captured before he even spent a night in the Yongheng sect? "No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Qi girl, you go find the Supreme Beings now and work with them to open the sect protection formation. The 3 of us must enter the void star realm, and the Son of God must not die like this." After Patriarch Wuji said this, he prepared to open the void gate of the void star realm. Qi Xiaoya hesitated. Over the years, Yongheng sect had been caught in the vortex of fighting among several major sects, so it had no choice but to open the sect and accept disciples once every 5 years. If it weren't for the 3 ancestors who had been guarding the sect, Yongheng sect would have been swallowed up long ago. Patriarch Bodhi saw Qi Xiaoya's worry and comforted her. "Qi girl, don't worry. Those people from the outer sect won't know that we have entered the Void Star Realm. We must find the Son of God. This is the only hope to save the Eternal Sect before the natural disaster." Qianqiu was traveling in the Void Star Realm and came to a huge bronze door. There was a very strange pattern on the bronze door, like a huge eye. Qianqiu stretched out his hand to go out, but a roar suddenly came from inside the door. The sound was like thunder. "Who disturbed my rest?" A low voice was heard from inside the stone gate. Qianqiu was stunned, thinking that this person called himself an emperor. Could it be that he was already a cultivator at the quasi-emperor level? Or even had he reached the emperor level? This means that this person's cultivation level is 1 level higher than his 3 masters. "Qianqiu, I am here to find the Star Realm Dragon. May I ask, where can I find the Star Realm Dragon in this Void Star Realm?" In an instant, a strong light flashed out from the bronze door and enveloped Qianqiu. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and could be seen by everyone inside the bronze door. In just a few seconds, the bright light disappeared, and a surprised voice came from the door. "It's weird. Your cultivation realm is only the Void Realm. How did you enter the Void Star Realm, inside?" "I read the divine text about entering the Void Star Realm, otherwise, how else could I enter?" Qianqiu was a little confused. The strong man inside the door was silent, and after a few seconds he spoke. "You shouldn't come in this place. Why are you looking for the astral dragon? Be my mount." "Ha ha 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 ha." The person inside the door seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed very loudly. Qianqiu didn't understand why he felt so laughing. "Mortal, do you know what you are talking about? How can a cultivator of your level control a star dragon? You are so ignorant. Get out of here quickly while I am in a good mood today." Before Qianqiu could react, the bronze door suddenly opened, and a pair of huge hands stretched out from it and directly tore a crack in the air, and then Qianqiu was pushed out. Qianqiu instantly returned to the main hall of Yongheng sect and happened to see his 3 masters. Patriarch Bodhi and the other 3 were just about to open the gate to the Void Star Realm, but unexpectedly Qianqiu appeared here again. The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. "Disciple, how did you get out?" Qianqiu hadn't figured out what was going on from the time he entered the Void Star Realm to the time he was driven out by the expert in the bronze door. He hadn't figured it out yet, and he said in a daze, "My disciple had just opened the door to the Void Star Realm, and not long after he entered, he was driven out by an expert who looked like an emperor." The 3 ancestors' faces changed drastically. Patriarch Bodhi said, "What? You mean to say that you opened the Void Gate?" "Yes, there is a divine text in the book in the room that records the opening of the Void Star Realm." Hiss. The 3 ancestors gasped at the same time and looked at each other. They originally thought that Qianqiu was captured by the Void Saint in the Void Star Realm, but they never thought that Qianqiu not only came out of the Void Star Realm intact, but also said that he was the one who opened the Void Gate. How is this possible? Patriarch Wuji took a step forward, looked Qianqiu up and down, and asked again, "Disciple, can you understand the divine text?" Qianqiu nodded, and the Wuji Patriarch's face was immediately filled with joy, his eyes even reddened as he said excitedly, "Old Shukuan, old Wuji. Our Yongheng sect has produced a genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Yongheng sect is saved." The 3 ancestors were all delighted. It would have been fine if Qianqiu didn't know the secret, but the 3 of them knew it. How could a cultivator who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm be able to read the divine text that could open the door to the Void Star Realm? At this moment, in a hidden river in Yongheng Mountain, a scattered skeleton suddenly rushed out of the river. The surrounding immortal energy quickly gathered and formed a transparent body for the skeleton. He opened his eyes, which were filled with a faint blue light, and the huge black fairy shadow behind him symbolized his status as an emperor. While in hibernation, he felt the Void Star realm being opened, and the breath of the Void Emperor was revealed from it. Emperor Void, how could his aura appear in Eternal Mountain? The White Bones murmured. What Qianqiu and the three ancestors didn't know was that the aura revealed from the opening of the gate to the Void Star realm had already attracted the attention of many Emperor-level powerhouses in the Eternal Continent. Ever since the three ancestors learned that Qianqiu had opened the Void Gate on his own, they no longer had the mind to let Qianqiu wait until the next day to practice. That night, Qianqiu was brought by the three ancestors to a forest in Yongheng Mountain, where there were waterfalls and lakes in the forest. It was the most fairy-like place in the entire Yongheng Mountain. Patriarch Bodhi said, "My disciple, I have discussed with your other two masters, and each of them will teach you for 3 days." Disciple follows Master Bodhi's arrangement. Your talent for understanding divine texts has exceeded our expectations. However, among cultivators, being familiar with divine texts is far from enough. After all, divine texts are only used to activate immortal arts. Your hard power still lies in your cultivation realm, soul power, and physique. Only when these three are combined can you become a truly powerful person. Qianqiu listened carefully to Patriarch Bodhi's words. Although you are proficient in divine writing, your physique is too ordinary. As the son of God of the Yongheng sect, you need at least an immortal body. This is worthy of your status and will also facilitate your future cultivation. Qianqiu asked, "Master, how should I cultivate this immortal body?" Bodhi laughed and replied, "This immortal body not only needs cultivation, but also needs the body of a cultivator who has reached the sky realm. Only by absorbing his cultivation can it become an immortal body." Sky realm? Qianqiu was shocked. He was only at the Void realm now. Where could he find a body of a cultivator at the Sky realm? Besides, apart from Sect Master Qi Xiaoya and the three old ancestors, are there any other cultivators above the Void realm in the Yongheng sect? Qianqiu's worries were seen through by Patriarch Bodhi, who stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry. As the Son of God, your body as a cultivator in the Sky realm will naturally be hunted by people from the sect. Just focus on your cultivation." After that, Patriarch Bodhi began to teach Qianqiu how to cultivate his physique. Many parts of the method required the assistance of divine texts, which was a piece of cake for Qianqiu. After Bodhi Patriarch finished teaching the method of cultivation, he said to Qianqiu, "Okay, you practice for the next 3 days. I will come back to check your physical condition after 3 days." It takes a normal cultivator 5 or 6 years to fully comprehend. But with your comprehension, you must practice to more than 30% in 3 days, and you must fully comprehend this book in half a year, so that you will be worthy of your status as the Son of God. Patriarch Bodhi left the forest in mid-air, leaving Qianqiu alone in the forest. Qianqiu had been silently reciting the technique that Patriarch Bodhi had just taught him, thinking to himself that this wasn't that difficult, so why did Master think that it would take me 3 days to cultivate to 30% of it? Feeling depressed, Qianqiu suddenly thought that he could now say whatever he wanted, so he might as well have a drink to relax. "Cola," Qianqiu said in Chinese, with his hands ready for a cup of Coke. However, dozens of seconds passed, and his hands were still empty, nothing. Qianqiu was a little confused and repeated it again, but it was still the same. Qianqiu refused to give up and said, "Sprite, iced black tea, instant noodles, chocolate, ice cream, potato chips, spicy strips." He named all the snacks and drinks in the original world in one breath, but strangely, nothing appeared. Qianqiu couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't it true that what you say can be fulfilled? Where are the things? Is it malfunctioning? Thinking of this, Qianqiu hurriedly said, "Fly the sword." The next second, a flying sword suddenly appeared under Qianqiu's feet, and then it carried Qianqiu into the air. That's not right, it's not malfunctioning. Qianqiu stared at the flying sword under his feet, thoughtfully. Soon, Qianqiu reacted immediately. It was not that the divine text failed to work, but that the things he was talking about did not exist in this world, while the divine texts he had mentioned before and the flying sword he just mentioned all existed in this world. In other words, only things that exist in this world will appear when spoken in divine language. Qianqiu sighed. He thought he could call the wind and rain in this world and get whatever he wanted. But now it seems that there are still limitations. However, compared to other ordinary practitioners, Qianqiu felt that he was almost invincible. After all, the divine texts that were as difficult as climbing to the sky for ordinary practitioners were extremely easy for him. But, how can I go back to the original world? Qianqiu looked at the starry sky, missing everything in the original world. Qianqiu sat on the huge rock under the waterfall, with the huge impact force on his head, and began to silently recite the skills taught to him by Patriarch Bodhi. This technique is composed half of the language of this world and half of Chinese. Qianqiu only took 10 minutes to comprehend 10%, and then 20%. During the process, Qianqiu could not penetrate, so he used Chinese to say, understanding, penetration, enlightenment. If Bodhi Patriarch saw this scene, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. In less than an hour, Qianqiu had understood 90% of it, only the last 10% was left. Qianqiu also completely entered the state of enlightenment. He didn't notice at all that the huge fairy shadow behind him had appeared along with his enlightenment. The red fairy shadow overlapped with the water flow of the waterfall, and bursts of golden light emanated from his body. Patriarch Bodhi could never have imagined that the technique that took him a whole year to comprehend was mastered by Qianqiu in just 1 hour. Patriarch Bodhi, who had just returned to the bronze coffin to rest, could no longer hold back when he saw the golden light emanating from the eternal forest. What? He has understood it all? Monster, what a monster! Patriarch Bodhi was shocked, but he was also excited. His disciple not only had a better understanding of divine texts than ordinary people, but also had a terrifying talent for cultivation. Given time, he is very likely to become the first emperor-level powerhouse in the Yongheng sect besides him. After practicing the skills, Qianqiu felt more relaxed than ever before. However, he was very tired after the practice, so he went back to his residence and fell asleep directly. At night, Qianqiu was sleeping soundly in bed. He had a bad habit of talking in his sleep. Before Qianqiu traveled to this world, he had just finished watching an anime from an island country and was still immersed in the plot. Qianqiu drooled and muttered in Chinese, earth-shattering star. In an instant, a purple-red night pearl appeared in the night sky above the eternal sect. It began to gather the surrounding fairy energy, and then a large number of stones began to gather towards the night pearl, gradually changing from the size of an apple to a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The night pearl was still growing larger, and this terrifying gathering of energy had already alarmed the 5 supreme masters in the main hall. Reverend Bai suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep, sensing the terrifying immortal energy outside, and shouted, "Enemy attack, enemy attack! All venerables, activate the sect protection formation." In just a moment, Venerable Bai disappeared from his room and instantly appeared on the square of the main hall. The other 4 supreme venerables also arrived one after another. The second-ranked Wan Zun said in surprise, "What's going on? What on earth is that huge rock in the night sky? Don't think about that for now. Quickly notify the sect master. We must activate the sect protection formation immediately. That huge rock looks like the magic of a powerful person at a high level. Its terrifying energy is stronger than the 5 of us combined." As she was talking, Qi Xiaoya also appeared in the square of the main hall. She frowned and looked at the huge rock in the night sky. "No, this should not be an enemy attack. The qi gathering is stronger, but the soul power of the person who gathers qi is obviously very weak. I think it is only at the level of white soul. Reverend Bai showed a worried look on his face. Master, if this is not an enemy attack, who would dare to release magic so arrogantly above the main hall? At this time, Qianqiu in the room murmured again, Wanxiang Tianin. In the dark night sky, a starry night crack appeared, and a large number of meteorites flew out from it, flying towards the eternal sect at a very fast speed. Qi Xiaoya's face changed when she saw this scene. She instantly had a bold guess in her mind, and then said, 5 venerables, you should quickly activate the defense barrier. Although this magic is strange, it is not very powerful. You can withstand it. I will be back soon. The 5 venerables looked at each other. Venerable Bai smiled bitterly and said to the other venerables, since the sect master said that we can block it, then we don't have to belittle ourselves. All venerables, listen to my orders and activate the 5-pointed defense formation. The 5 venerables said, gather qi, at the same time, and then the immortal shadows of the 5 people instantly appeared. The purple immortal shadows that were 10 meters high were particularly conspicuous in the night. All 5 of them were practitioners in the samsara realm, and the purple immortal shadow of Wan Zun among them was faintly tinged with red, which was a sign that he was about to break through the samsara realm and ascend to the void realm. The 5-pointed defense formation is the most powerful multi-person magic combination of the 5 supreme masters of the Eternal Sect. Even against practitioners in the sky realm, it is no problem. Sure enough, the 5-pointed defense formation blocked dozens of meteorites falling from the night sky, but the boulder was still gathering energy and growing larger. At this time, it has turned into a super-large sphere with a diameter of nearly 30 meters. Because they had become Qianqiu's masters, the 3 ancestors did not return to the bronze coffin to hibernate, but only meditated in the immortal cave where the bronze coffin was placed. The 3 ancestors simultaneously sensed that someone was gathering qi in the sect. Patriarch Bodhi frowned and said, who is gathering qi in the sect in the middle of the night? How does Qi Yada discipline her disciples? Something is wrong. I feel that the Supreme Lord has activated the 5-pointed defense formation. Is there someone from the outside sect coming to invade? Patriarch Wuji stood up and replied, even if people from outside the sect come to harass us, Saint Realm practitioners like us shouldn't take action. But our disciple is still in the sect, and we can't let him be disturbed. Let's go, let's see which blind guy dares to attack Yongheng sect at night. Do you really think Yongheng sect is a soft persimmon? The 3 ancestors' true bodies instantly appeared in the main hall as their minds moved. Outside Qianqiu's room, Qi Xiaoya was already standing in front of the door. When she saw the obviously powerful magic but the ridiculously weak soul power in it, she immediately wondered if this was done by Qianqiu. Before Qi Xiaoya pushed the door open, the 3 ancestors had already appeared behind her. Qi girl, which blind sect launched the night attack? Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard. Qi Xiaoya was also surprised when she saw the 3 ancestors, and quickly replied, it's not an attack from outside the sect, I suspect it was done by the Son of God. Oh? What do you mean? Qi Xiaoya did not answer Patriarch Bodhi. She pushed open the door of Qianqiu's room and found that he was only wearing a pair of shorts and lying on the bed with his upper body naked. His sleeping posture was extremely indecent. At this time, Qianqiu was still mumbling earth-shattering stars, and heavenly attraction of all things, and from time to time he would interject a few words about the skills taught to him by Patriarch Bodhi in the evening. The 3 ancestors and Qi Xiaoya froze in their tracks. Qi Xiaoya especially said in disbelief, this is the divine text. He was still reciting the divine text while he was sleeping. The strange phenomenon outside was really caused by him. The divine text is the prerequisite for activating the most advanced magic in this world. It takes a lot of effort for ordinary practitioners to read the divine text even when they are awake. However, Qianqiu treated the divine text as just a dream when he was sleeping. Abnormal. This is the only word Qi Xiaoya can think of to describe Qianqiu at this moment. The three ancestors were unable to react for a while, because apart from being able to understand the sacred texts in the skills taught to him by Patriarch Bodhi, they could not understand the sacred texts he spoke at all. Patriarch Su Kuan exclaimed, "I have never seen a cultivator who can easily treat divine texts as sleep talk." If Qianqiu did not have a special physique, would really think he was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor. May God not destroy my Yongheng sect. How could I, the ultimate sword saint, have the ability to accept such a genius as my disciple? Patriarch Bodhi was not as surprised as the other two ancestors, because he had just taught Qianqiu the technique in the evening, and Qianqiu only took 1 hour to fully understand it. Even the gifted Bodhi Patriarch himself took a year. Therefore, no matter what amazing performances Qianqiu performs, it is no longer surprising. Patriarch Wuji woke up Qianqiu from his sleep. Qianqiu opened his eyes sleepily and found that his three masters and the sect leader were standing in front of him. "Three masters, and the sect master, why are you here?" Qianqiu looked at the still dark sky outside the window and said, "It's not even dawn yet." Patriarch Wuji smiled bitterly and said, "My good disciple, if you don't wake up, this Yongheng sect will be torn down by you." "What? I want to tear down the Yongheng sect?" Qianqiu looked at the Wuji Patriarch in confusion. He was clearly sleeping, so how come the Yongheng sect was demolished? "My disciple, you are always talking restlessly when you sleep, reciting divine texts that even we teachers don't recognize. If it weren't for your current low level of cultivation and soul power, this Yongheng sect would have been torn down by you." Qianqiu got out of bed and walked out, and found that the 5 supreme masters gathered together in the square of the main hall to set up a formation as if facing a great enemy, and there were meteorites of all sizes scattered everywhere in the sect. In addition to this, there is an extremely huge sphere hanging in the night sky. All of this looks too familiar. Isn't this the skill of the boss in an anime in my original world? Did I say it subconsciously while sleeping? Qianqiu said tentatively, "Collect." Sure enough, the giant sphere disintegrated instantly and broke into pieces. The Supreme Venerable heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sphere in the night sky disappear. Then he was ordered by Qi Xiaoya to clear the scattered meteorites in the sect to prevent them from causing unrest among other disciples. After the 5 supreme masters left, Patriarch Bodhi stood up and said to Qianqiu, "Disciple, you must keep your mouth shut when you sleep in the future, so as not to cause a misunderstanding like tonight again." "I understand, Master." Qianqiu felt depressed. He didn't expect that he would still mutter to himself even when he fell asleep. "We don't understand the divine language you are talking about in your sleep." "Disciple, where did you learn this divine language you are talking about?" Qianqiu didn't know how to reply to Wuji Patriarch. He couldn't tell him that he had traveled through time. This sentence must have come from an anime. In desperation, Qianqiu could only say that these were his own creations and not learned from anywhere else. The 3 ancestors and Qi Xiaoya gasped at the same time. "Self-created? You must know that the divine script is the language left by the ancient gods. It is the language of the true immortal emperors. How can an ordinary cultivator create the divine script by himself?" No matter how the 3 ancestors questioned him, Qianqiu said that he created it himself. Seeing that his 3 masters didn't believe him, Qianqiu simply said, "3 masters, if you don't believe me, I can create a few more divine words that you masters can't understand." Wuji Patriarch felt that as a master, it was not appropriate for them to offend their apprentice, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need, disciple. If this was really created by you, you might really be the reincarnation of an ancient god. But remember, this magic must not be used lightly. If your soul power is not temporarily weak, this powerful magic will definitely lead to disaster. Wait until your soul power is stronger in the future, then use this magic. Disciple will remember Master Wuji's words. Patriarch Wuji nodded, prepared to leave, and said to Qinxiu, "Okay, you should rest for a while and then get up to practice. You should practice the skills that your Master Bodhi taught you quickly and cultivate an immortal body as soon as possible." Before Qinxiu could speak, Patriarch Bodhi spoke for Qinxiu, "Old Wuji, I'm afraid you will have to teach our disciple today." "Oh? Why is that? Didn't the three of us agree that Qinxiu would be taught by the three of us in turn, with each of us teaching him for 3 days?" Patriarch Bodhi looked at Qinxiu and motioned for him to speak for himself. Qinxiu was slightly surprised. He did not expect that Patriarch Bodhi had seen through him and had already fully understood the technique. He stepped forward and said to Patriarch Wuji, Wuji, Master Bodhi taught me the technique to cultivate my physique. I have completely understood it yesterday and have mastered it." It was unknown how many times Qinxiu had shocked Qi Xiaoya and the ancestors tonight. In their eyes, Qinxiu was now like a monster. Patriarch Wuji was so surprised that even the immortal energy on his body began to fluctuate. He sighed repeatedly, "You are indeed a genius. As the Son of God, your talent is too terrifying. Even in the history of cultivators, there is no one who cultivates as fast as you." Originally, the three ancestors only thought that Qinxiu was gifted, but now they really began to believe that Qinxiu might be the reincarnation of an ancient god. The three ancestors returned to their fairy cave, leaving only Qi Xiaoya and Qinxiu in front of the main hall. "Master, do you have anything else to ask me?" Qinxiu scratched his head. He was only wearing a pair of underwear. Standing almost naked in front of the beautiful sect leader, he would be lying if he didn't feel embarrassed. Qi Xiaoya actually felt awkward, but as the sect master, she was of course aloof. She pretended to be indifferent and said, "I forgot to tell you before that I also have 2 disciples. They will return to the sect tomorrow after their training. You should communicate with them more in the days to come. The lifespans of the 3 ancestors are approaching the limit. Except when they are teaching you the skills, they have to hibernate in the immortal cave. So if you have any questions, you can ask my 2 disciples." "Understood, Master." Qi Xiaoya glanced at Qinxiu's lower body and said, "You know it but you still don't go back. As the son of the sect, how can you be so decent as to only wear a piece of cloth to cover your body?" Qinxiu's face turned red and he quickly ran back to his room. After returning to the room, Qinxiu was no longer sleepy after all the trouble just now. He sat cross-legged on the bed in meditation, and then began to circulate his energy using the technique taught to him by Patriarch Bodhi. Qinxiu soon discovered his own problems. His cultivation level was very vague and he was at risk of regressing. He realized that this might be because when he was in the assessment square, he relied on the divine text to advance from the still water realm to the samsara realm in one breath, which resulted in an unstable foundation. He did not have the accumulation along the way like other practitioners, so he showed this trend of regressing in realm. Alas, it seems that relying on cheats to upgrade is not a good idea. I still have to practice diligently and work hard to advance in the future. After a sigh, Qinxiu continued, "Consolidate the realm of cultivation, consolidate the realm of cultivation." After dawn, Qinxiu came to the eternal forest. Ancestor Wuji had already arrived here early. "Master Wuji, good morning." Patriarch Wuji nodded slightly, then he moved his mind and summoned a long sword. The sword emitted golden light. The moment the Wuji Patriarch grasped the sword, a burst of sword energy instantly burst out, which pushed Qinxiu back a long distance. Practitioners who have reached the holy realm can give themselves a holy title, and the holy title of the Wuji Patriarch is Wuji Sword Saint, and the sword in his hand is also of great origin. "Qinxiu, I will teach you what I have learned throughout my life. The highest level of sword use is to hide the sword in your heart. Of course, if you want to practice swordsmanship well, you must also have a good sword. After saying that, Patriarch Wuji took out another obsidian gold sword and handed it to Qianqiu. This sword is called Black Howl, and it was made by the sword sect's #1 swordsmith. Back then, we were on good terms with the sword sect, and the sword sect gave me this Black Howl. Today, I give it to you. When you leave the Yongheng sect in the future, if you have the opportunity to find the legendary artifact as your sword, you will become a new swordsman in no time. The Wuji Patriarch passed on the art of ascending to control thunder to Qianqiu. Qianqiu studied the sword techniques and the insights taught by the Wuji Patriarch carefully. This flying thunder control art is almost impossible for practitioners below the Saint realm to practice. However, as for you, my disciple, you are gifted and will definitely be able to comprehend some of its mysteries in the Samsara realm. When you practice to the Sky realm, you will be able to practice this thunder control art to at least 50%. As for swords, even if Qianqiu knew many divine texts, they would not be of much use. He could only use the divine texts to create all kinds of strange and bizarre magic. Practice harder. While Patriarch Wuji was not paying attention, Qianqiu quietly recited a sentence in Chinese. Immediately, his whole body was filled with a strange feeling. His mental power became more concentrated, and he practiced the sword manual much faster. Qianqiu knew very well that he was only of average aptitude among practitioners, but he had a plug-in that allowed him to master divine texts, which made up for almost all of his shortcomings in practice. In this world, grasping the divine text is equivalent to finding the way to becoming a god. If I can cultivate to the Emperor realm, maybe there will be a way to return to the original world. Thinking of this, Qianqiu practiced even harder. Qianqiu practiced until the afternoon and felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. The Wuji Patriarch stood aside with his hands behind his back and said to Qianqiu, "Practicing swordsmanship requires strong soul power. Your soul power is your weakness. Without strong soul power, the thunder control technique cannot exert its full power. Master Wuji, how should I cultivate my soul power?" Qianqiu actually also felt that he was not up to his expectations in his practice. Even if he used double the practice, it was of no avail. He always felt that there was a wall in his body that prevented him from continuing to climb. He wanted to rely on the divine text, soul power promotion, to increase the level of his soul power, but this time the divine text did not work. There are 6 levels of soul power: white soul, moon soul, fiery soul, kuei soul, evil soul, and immortal soul. Your soul power is at the lowest level, white soul. It is naturally not advisable to practice this advanced sword technique. If you want to cultivate soul power, there are 2 ways. First, it depends on a large number of battles. Soul power will increase rapidly during battles. Second, every sect has a soul tower for cultivating soul power. Entering a soul tower to cultivate soul power is just much slower than actual combat. Qianqiu gained a new understanding: there is such a thing as soul tower. Patriarch Wuji waved his hand and said to Qianqiu, "Forget it. Let's put this flying ascension and thunder control art aside for now. Go and improve your soul power first." "Master, may I ask what level your soul power is now?" Patriarch Wuji chuckled and disappeared in the next second, but Qianqiu could still hear the voice he left behind in his ears. "Qihun." Qianqiu was shocked. He didn't expect that the soul power level of a strong man like the Wuji Patriarch was just Qihun. To achieve the evil soul and immortal soul, doesn't it mean one has to reach the top level like the Emperor realm? It seems that this world is more complicated than the immortal cultivation novels I have read before. Not only do I have to cultivate my own cultivation realm, but I also have to cultivate my physique and soul power. To become a truly powerful person, I have to cultivate all 3. After leaving the Eternal Forest, Qianqiu went to the main hall to look for the sect leader Qi Xiaoya. Qianqiu's top priority is to go to the Soul Tower to cultivate his soul power level, but since he joined the sect, he has been staying in the main hall and the Eternal Forest and has never set foot in the outside world. Therefore, I can only go to find Qi Xiaoya for this Soul Tower. At this time, a man and a woman were standing in the main hall. The boy's face was smooth, white, and angular, and he was very good-looking. The girl next to him was also very slender, with a pair of crescent eyes, dimples at the corners of her mouth, and canine teeth, which made her look very cute. These two people are none other than the disciples of Qi Xiaoya, the leader of Yongheng sect, Zhuo Nan and Mu Yu. Brother, I heard that Patriarch Bodhi and his companions have awakened from hibernation, and the three ancestors have jointly accepted a disciple. Zhuo Nan raised his eyebrows, looking very surprised. How is this possible? 3 ancestors accepted one person as a disciple at the same time. What is the identity of this person? I heard from the disciples in the cabinet that when the sect was established 2 days ago to recruit disciples, this person rang the longevity bell 9 times and was established as the Son of God by the Master and ancestors. Zhuo Nan frowned instantly and clenched his fists. Although his face was expressionless, the anger and unwillingness in his heart had killed the Son of God, whom he had never met, 10,000 times. Zhuo Nan entered Yongheng sect at the age of 15. Because of his family and his natural soul power of the fiery soul, he was noticed by sect master Qi Xiaoya at first sight and was accepted as a disciple. After 3 years of training, Zhuo Nan finally qualified to be elected as the Son of God, but he didn't expect that he was beaten to the post by someone who had just passed the test. Really, where is he now? Zhuo Nan said, almost gritting his teeth. Just at this moment, Zhuo Nan discovered a young man whistling leisurely walking in from outside the main hall. He had a bohemian look on his face and did not seem to follow the rules of a disciple of the Eternal Sect. Except for the sect leader and the Supreme Being, no one else can enter the main hall. However, as disciples of sect leader Qi Xiaoya, Zhuo Nan and Mu Yu have the privilege of entering the main hall. And now this unruly young man appeared in the main hall. Zhuo Nan was furious. Who was he to dare to trespass into the main hall of Yongheng sect? Zhuo Nan stood in front of Qianqiu and said coldly, "Whose disciple are you? How dare you enter the main hall without permission?" Qianqiu looked at the man and woman in front of him and was suddenly confused. Didn't the sect master say that only the supreme beings can enter the main hall? Who are these two people? Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and said, "I am the disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, Patriarch Wuji, and Patriarch Shukuan. In addition to the Supreme Venerable and the sect master, I am also given the privilege of entering the main hall." Mu Yu covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Oh my God, you are the Son of God?" Qianqiu had an innate liking for the cute girl in front of him. He smiled and nodded at her. "It's me, my name is Qianqiu." Mu Yu immediately replied, "My name is Mu Yu, I am the disciple of the sect master, and the one next to me is my master." Without waiting for Mu Yu to finish his words, Zhuo Nan interrupted their conversation. He looked at Qianqiu with a cold expression, and the next moment he gathered his energy, and a huge blue fairy shadow instantly appeared behind him. Qianqiu was also shocked. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually in the Zhangqiong realm, which was 1 level higher than the cultivation realm of the 5 supreme lords. Mu Yu hurriedly asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "I have just scanned him with my mind. He is just a cultivator with a mortal body and a white soul. It's just that his cultivation level is a little higher, the void realm. With his qualifications, he can never be the Son of God." "Who are you? You broke into the main hall without permission and pretended to be the Son of God. This is a capital crime." After saying that, Zhuo Nan activated his magic and ran directly towards Qianqiu. Qianqiu hadn't realized what was going on yet, but he wasn't going to stand there stupidly and let the young man in front of him attack him. Qianqiu also gathered his energy instantly, and a red fairy shadow immediately appeared behind him. He activated his fairy technique and chanted, "Pearl Lotus." A pink lotus instantly appeared in Qianqiu's hand, and he raised his palm and slapped it towards Xuanan. A mere trifle. Are you so arrogant just because you know a few words of divine text? Xuanan snorted coldly and disappeared in front of Qianqiu the next second. Xuanan's sudden disappearance left Qianqiu with nothing to catch. His hair stood on end as he realized that Xuanan had appeared behind him. Qianqiu was also very fast. He immediately made a quick move and distanced himself from Xuanan. At the same time, he also realized that the young man in front of him was more skilled in the use of magic and had higher soul power than himself, and that he could never be his opponent if he relied on normal magic and soul power to fight. Qianqiu thought that at most he would be scolded, but he couldn't just stand there and get beaten, right? With this thought in mind, he rushed out of the main hall, and Xuanan chased after him and shouted, "Want to run? This main hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Xuanan immediately chased after him, but unexpectedly Qianqiu stood still. He then gathered his energy again and used the immortal technique that was temporarily banned by the three ancestors, Tian of the myriad things. In an instant, a starry night crack was torn in the sky, and dozens of burning meteorites instantly appeared from it, falling towards Xuanan at an extremely terrifying speed. When Xuanan saw this scene, his face changed instantly. What? Is this the opening of a magical technique from another world? With his cultivation level and soul power, how is this possible? Xuanan's face gradually turned pale. With his current strength, he was unable to block such magic. Mu Yu, who was standing by, also panicked when he saw the meteorite falling from the sky, and shouted to Qianqiu, "Son of God, put away your magic quickly." Qianqiu thought to himself, he was the one who started it first, and now he is asking me to stop, am I a fool? Xuanan looked at the meteorite in horror. He could already feel the high temperature it was generating. At this critical moment, a woman appeared in front of Xuanan. She instantly gathered her energy and used magic to block the attack for Xuanan. Xuanan was sweating profusely. Ever since he entered the Eternal Sect to practice, he had never felt so close to death. The person who dealt him the fatal blow was none other than the leader of the Yongheng sect, who was also his and Mu Yu's master, Qi Xiaoya. Qianqiu was very surprised to see his attack was blocked. He looked closely and found that it was Qi Xiaoya. He immediately clasped his fists and knelt on one knee. "Son of God Qianqiu, I pay my respects to the sect master." Xuanan and Mu Yu were both stunned. Qianqiu claimed to be the son of God in front of the sect leader. This could not be an impostor. Could it be that this ordinary person was really the newly appointed son of God? Mu Yu was not particularly surprised. Ever since Qianqiu activated the divine text and immortal technique that could open up another world, she had concluded that although Qianqiu's cultivation realm and soul power level were not high, he was proficient in the powerful divine text and immortal technique. "Son of God, why did you use the magic that the three ancestors had forbidden you to use to hurt my disciple?" Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu with a cold face. Her apprentice? Qianqiu was a little confused. The person who wanted to kill him just now turned out to be Qi Xiaoya's apprentice? No wonder he was so powerful. After being stunned for a second, Qianqiu said, reporting to the sect master, "He said that I was pretending to be the son of God and trespassed into the temple. He used magic on me directly after a disagreement." Qi Xiaoya's expression became even colder. She turned her head instantly and looked at Xuanan, who was sitting on the ground coldly. "Xuanan, is what the Son of God said true?" Xuanan had never seen such a cold look in his master's eyes, and he was immediately frightened and at a loss. Seeing that Xuanan didn't say anything, Qi Xiaoya turned her gaze to her second disciple Mu Yu. Mu Yu looked at Xuanan in embarrassment. She didn't want to lie to her master, but she also didn't want to make her senior brother feel disappointed, so she fell silent. Seeing her two disciples remain silent, Qi Xiaoya knew that what Qianqiu said was true. She revealed an angry look. Zhuo Nan, I told you on the first day you joined me, don't be arrogant. You probably saw that the Son of God's cultivation level and soul power were low, so you deliberately fought with him, right? I think it is impossible for someone with such qualifications to be made the Son of God, so I think he is pretending to be the Son of God, that's why You just used magic on him in the main hall, didn't you? Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. How can you question the Son of God appointed by the three ancestors? Zhuo Nan felt like crying. He had just returned to the sect after training with his junior sister. He had no idea that the Son of God was such an inconspicuous young man. He also never thought that Qianqiu, a cultivator in the Void Realm, could use magical powers to open up other worlds. Qi Xiaoya took a deep breath and looked at Qianqiu. Son of God, it is up to you to decide how to deal with Zhuo Nan. Except for the three ancestors in the sect, no disciple can use magic against you. He has violated the sect rules. Qianqiu was stunned, and quickly said, forget it, he doesn't know that I am the Son of God, so I can't blame him. Fortunately, you, the sect master, took action in time, otherwise my magic would have seriously injured him. Qi Xiaoya didn't expect Qianqiu would choose to give up dealing with Zhuo Nan. She knew that although Qianqiu was the Son of God, his strength was not as good as that of her apprentice Zhuo Nan. The reason why Qianqiu was able to suppress Zhuo Nan just now was because Zhuo Nan was careless and did not expect Qianqiu to have such a powerful magic. So even though Zhuo Nan made things difficult for him, Qianqiu took the initiative to give up punishing him, which made Qi Xiaoya have a new understanding of Qianqiu. You don't show your anger or dissatisfaction, so you don't reveal it. Very good, you are worthy of being the Son of God. Qi Xiaoya praised. More praise from the suzerain. Mu Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that fortunately Qianqiu didn't care, otherwise senior brother Zhuo Nan would be in trouble. At the same time, she took a closer look at Qianqiu and found that he had a sturdy figure, a pair of eyes that shot cold stars, a broad chest and looked very righteous. Unconsciously, Qianqiu had left a very good impression on Mu Yu. However, Zhuo Nan, who was frightened out of a cold sweat by Qianqiu just now, did not feel grateful to Qianqiu for letting him go. Instead, he felt an extremely strong resentment. Zhuo Nan felt that Qianqiu was really hypocritical. He had clearly been trying to kill him just now. If his master had not arrived in time, he would have been seriously injured or died. Now he acts so sanctimonious again, isn't this hypocrisy? Furthermore, Qianqiu had taken the throne of the Son of God which he had just occupied, which made Zhuo Nan hate him even more. After the farce ended, Qi Xiaoya asked Qianqiu what he was doing in the main hall. Shouldn't it be his time to practice now? Master Wuji said that my soul power is too weak and it is not suitable for me to practice the exercises for the time being. He asked me to go to the Soul Tower to improve my soul power first. I originally planned to come to the main hall to look for you, the sect master, but I ran into. Qi Xiaoya nodded, and then said to Mu Yu and Zhuo Nan who were standing next to her, Zonan, you have just come back from training, and you just need to test your soul power. You too should take the Son of God to the Soul Tower. Mu Yu and Zhuo Nan took Qianqiu to the Soul Tower together. Along the way, Zhuo Nan had a gloomy face and said nothing, while Mu Yu and Qianqiu chatted passionately. Son of God, are you really just in the realm of reincarnation and a white soul? How on earth did you understand the divine inscriptions on the eternal life bell and make the eternal life bell ring 9 times? Well, maybe it's talent, huh? Qianqiu looked at the girl next to him. She should be about the same age as him, but she had an indescribable temperament. Zhuo Nan, who had been silent until now, snorted coldly and said with a mocking tone, talent? Are you talking about talent with Xiaoyu? She had already entered the unbreakable state when she was 13 years old, and it took her 5 years to he has cultivated to the current level of the sky. Qianqiu was surprised that Muyu had entered the sky realm at the age of only 18. You have to know that the 5 supreme masters in the sect are only at the samsara realm, and they are all in their early 30s. Seeing Qianqiu's surprised expression, Zhuo Nan was even more proud. Looking at the entire Henggu continent, there are very few 18-year-old sky realm practitioners. How dare you talk about talent in front of Xiaoyu? Zhuanan's radical words made Qianqiu finally understand that the man named Zhuanan in front of him had strong hostility towards him. Qianqiu looked calm and said to Zhuanan, yes, her talent is indeed terrifying, but this is her talent. How can you say it as if this 18-year-old sky realm cultivator is you? After that, Qianqiu looked at Zhuanan again and spoke again, although you are also a cultivator in the sky realm, if I guess correctly, you are already 25 years old? Zhuanan's face turned red instantly, and he retorted, 25 years old, so what? What about you, a mere void realm, what are you clamoring about? Although it is also considered a mid to high level realm, your soul power is only white soul, which is not as good as most practitioners who have not broken through the realm. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Muyu quickly stepped out to smooth things over. She pulled Zhuanan and said, brother, don't be like this. Master knows that you spoke disrespectfully to the Son of God and will punish you. Seeing his beloved junior sister, Zhuanan stopped provoking Qianqiu with words, snorted lightly, quickened his pace and walked ahead. Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and didn't bother to argue with Zhuanan. Qianqiu thought to himself, you loser, it only took me 1 minute to advance from the still water realm to the sky realm, but you spent 25 years working so hard to reach the sky realm. Isn't that just a clown? However, to Qianqiu's surprise, Muyu, as Zhuanan's junior sister, did not follow Zhuanan immediately, but stayed with Qianqiu. Muyu blinked her big watery eyes at Qianqiu and whispered, Son of God, don't be angry with my senior brother. He is just that kind of person. He is always unforgiving in words, but actually he is very kind in heart. It's okay, I'm not mad at him. You don't have to call me Son of God all the time, it's weird. We are the same age, just call me by my name. Yeah, then you can just call me Xiaoyu, Qianqiu. He didn't know why, but his heart beat faster when Muyu called him like that, and he couldn't help but blush. In the original world, Qianqiu was just an otaku who liked to read novels and watch anime, and had hardly communicated with the opposite sex in 18 years. Now that a sweet and gentle girl like Muyu was talking to him, he still felt a little shy. Seeing Qianqiu blushing, Muyu didn't know if it was intentional, so she moved closer to Qianqiu and asked, Qianqiu, senior brother has never been involved in the affairs of the sect, but I am different. I heard that you were still in the still water realm during the assessment, but you only used one divine text and immediately advanced to the void realm. Qianqiu hummed. He was not used to being so close to the opposite sex, so he subconsciously took a step back. So, my talent is nothing in front of you. After Muyu finished speaking, he gave Qianqiu a faint smile and walked forward with his hands behind his back. Qianqiu followed Muyu and Zhuanan to the Yongheng sect's cabinet. Unlike the deserted main hall, the cabinet was filled with many disciples and mentors. The tallest building in the cabinet is the Soul Tower. When Qianqiu saw the Soul Tower for the first time, he was shocked by its domineering appearance. The Soul Tower is exactly 100 meters high. The entire tower body is dark red in color. There is a halo surrounding it every 20 meters. There are 5 halos in total, and the larger the halo is, the higher it goes. Before getting close to the Soul Tower, Qianqiu could already feel the powerful soul power it was emanating. This is the Soul Tower. When Zhuanan saw that Qianqiu looked like he had never seen the world, he wondered where did this country bumpkin come from? How could he become the son of God? Thinking of this, Zhou Nan became even angrier. I haven't even seen the Soul Tower, Zhou Nan said disdainfully. Mu Yu stood beside Qian Qiu and explained to him, Soul Towers are also divided into 3 levels, namely 10-meter towers, 100-meter towers, and 1,000-meter towers. Generally, the Soul Towers of small sects are 10-meter towers, and only powerful large sects have 100-meter towers, and the only 1,000-meter tower on the Eternal Continent is in the Temple of the Gods. Qianqiu thought to himself, Temple of the Gods, what kind of organization is this? All the disciples of Yongheng sect knew Zhou Nan and Mu Yu. After all, as disciples of the sect master, they were the strongest practitioners in Yongheng sect besides the 3 ancestors and the sect master. Mu Yu, in particular, was regarded as a goddess by many male disciples in the sect and had a huge number of admirers. Look, isn't that senior sister Mu Yu and senior brothers Wenan? They are back from their training. Senior sister Mu Yu has become more beautiful again. I heard that senior sister Mu Yu and senior brothers Wenan are not going to advance their cultivation realm for the time being. They are now trying to reach the fiery soul from the late stage of the moon soul. The many disciples around saw the 2 of them and started talking about them. However, they soon discovered something surprising. There was another person following Mu Yu and Zhou Nan, and Mu Yu was talking and laughing with this person. The disciples of the cabinet were not allowed to step out of the cabinet during their training, so on the day when the sect was founded and disciples were recruited, they only heard the 9 rings of the longevity bell, and learned that someone had been accepted as a disciple by the 3 ancestors and was established as the sect's divine son. But no one has ever seen what the Son of God looks like. Therefore, these disciples did not know who Qianqiu was, but how could he talk and laugh with senior sister Mu Yu? Who is that boy next to senior sister Mu Yu? He doesn't even have the inner cabinet uniform. Is he just an outer cabinet disciple? Nonsense, he's not even wearing the outer sect uniform, he must be a disciple from another sect. Humph, this kid seems to be at a very low level of cultivation. He is just a low-level cultivator. How can he be so worthy of chatting and laughing with my senior sister Mu Yu? Qianqiu had no idea that before he even stepped into the Soul Tower, he had already been hated by a large number of cabinet disciples. Mu Yu, Qianqiu and Zhou Nan arrived at the foot of the towering Soul Tower. Mu Yu said to Qianqiu, Qianqiu, since you have never entered the Soul Tower before, you must first go to the Soul Tower gate to test your soul power. Qianqiu nodded and walked towards the gate of the Soul Tower. In front of the gate of the Soul Tower was an ordinary elder. He had never seen the true face of the Son of God on the day of the assessment, so naturally he did not recognize Qianqiu. Hello, I need to take a soul power test. The elder guarding the tower was called Sita Ming. When Sita Ming saw Qianqiu not wearing any sect uniform, he was stunned for a second. What's your name? Why are you not wearing sect uniform? In Yongheng sect, except for the disciples of the sect master and the disciples of the ancestor, all other disciples must wear sect uniforms of the corresponding level. When Sita Ming saw that Qianqiu was not wearing clan uniform, his face immediately darkened. It is a big taboo not to wear sect robes while practicing, and it has violated the sect rules. Zongfu? I don't have Zongfu. Qianqiu answered Sita Ming truthfully. That's nonsense. All the disciples of the Eternal Sect have sect uniforms. To enter the Soul Tower, you must wear sect uniforms. You said you don't have sect uniforms. Could it be that you are not a disciple of the Eternal Sect? I am a disciple of the Yongheng Sect, but I see that Mu Yu and Zhou Nan are not wearing any sect uniforms, so why should I wear one? Sita Ming seemed to have heard a huge joke. He burst into laughter, attracting many disciples around to watch. Even the disciples who were preparing to enter the Soul Tower gathered around, wanting to see who had caused Elder Situ to behave so out of control in front of the Soul Tower gate. Who are Mu Yu and Zhou Nan? They are disciples of the sect master and the Yongheng sect. Only the disciples of the sect master and the three great ancestors do not need to wear the sect uniforms. All other disciples must wear them. Qianqiu said calmly, "Then please test your soul power for me." Sita Ming was stunned, thinking, wasn't what he said clear enough? This time even the disciples who were watching couldn't help themselves and started to curse Qianqiu, asking if there was something wrong with his ears. The leading man stood up. He said to Qianqiu, "You are a stubborn kid, aren't you? Don't you understand what Elder Situ said? Without the sect uniform, you are not allowed to step into the soul tower, let alone test your soul power." The people around exclaimed, because the person who spoke to Qianqiu was the disciple of Wan Zun's among the 5 supreme masters, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu is one of the top 10 practitioners in the Eternal Sect. All disciples know that Yi Xiu hates disciples who violate the sect rules the most. Qianqiu tilted his head, looked at Yi Xiu and asked, "Who are you?" All the disciples were stunned, thinking that not only did this idiot not wear sect uniform, but he didn't even recognize senior brother Yi Xiu. Could he be a new disciple who doesn't know any rules? Impossible. Even if they are new, they will be taught the sect's rules by the elders on the first day of joining the sect. They won't be so ignorant. Yi Xiu obviously didn't expect that with his fame, there would be people in the sect who didn't know him. Yi Xiu said, "It's none of your business who I am. Since you don't have a sect uniform, then leave here immediately and don't get in the way." Qianqiu narrowed his eyes. "What if I must test my soul power today, and enter this soul tower? Then I will let you know what it means that every family has its own rules and every clan has its own regulations." Mu Yu, who was standing behind the crowd, saw that something was wrong and wanted to help Qianqiu, but was stopped by Zhuan Nan beside him. "Senior brother, Qianqiu is the son of God. I can't just stand by and watch them embarrass him like this," Mu Yu said anxiously. Zhuan Nan shook his head and said calmly, "He is the son of God. If he can't even solve this little trouble, he doesn't deserve to sit in this position." But Xiaoyu, be obedient. You don't want the sect to establish a waste as the son of God, do you? In the end, Mu Yu was stopped by Zhuan Nan and could only watch Qianqiu being surrounded by the crowd. The atmosphere between Qianqiu and Yi Xiu became tense, but Qianqiu didn't want to conflict with Yi Xiu because he had just had a misunderstanding with Zhuan Nan in the main hall. If he fought with a disciple from the same sect again, he would inevitably be scolded by his 3 masters when he returned. Qianqiu took a deep breath and said to Sita Ming, "Elder Situ, is that right? I really don't have any sect uniforms. My master never mentioned this to me." Sita Ming frowned and asked, "Who is your master?" "Ancestor Wuji, Ancestor Bodhi, Ancestor Shukuan." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy crowd became silent, and after a few seconds everyone burst into laughter. Sita Ming's face turned dark, thinking that he was played by a junior. "According to what you said, you are the son of God?" Yi Xiu sneered. Qianqiu nodded. This time, Yi Xiu did not waste any more time talking to Qianqiu. He gathered his energy directly, and his immortal shadow instantly appeared behind him. The momentum he emitted made the disciples who were watching on the side take several steps back. However, Qianqiu, who was closest to Yi Xiu, did not move at all, and did not even blink. This surprised Yi Xiu slightly. "How dare you? You are not wearing sect uniforms, you are speaking nonsense, and you are pretending to be the son of God. You have violated 3 sect rules in a row. According to the sect's regulations, I can punish you right here." Qianqiu looked at the purple fairy figure behind Yi Xiu, grinned, and said to himself, "It's just the Samsara realm." When Yi Xiu heard this, he became even more furious. In this person's eyes, the Samsara realm was simply described as nothing. I want to see if the Samsara realm that you look down upon can make you kneel under this soul tower today." After Yi Xiu finished speaking, he immediately used his magic. It was too late for Situ Ming, who was standing by, to stop Yi Xiu. He cried out inwardly, "Not good." The disciples around were also shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xiu to attack Qianqiu directly here. They all anticipated that Qianqiu would be knocked away in the next second and pay the price for his ignorance. However, the next second, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. Qianqiu put his hands behind his back and chanted, "Gather Qi." A huge red fairy shadow instantly swelled up behind him. Then he said indifferently in divine script, "Hurricane." In an instant, an extremely huge hurricane rolled up around Qianqiu. It seemed that Yi Xiu's magic was about to hit Qianqiu, but unfortunately, this sudden magic was bounced away. Yi Xiu reacted quickly as well. He only took a few steps back to steady himself, but his disdainful expression had already turned into disbelief. How is this possible? The color of the immortal shadow behind him is that of the Void Realm, and that divine immortal technique is actually the immortal technique that Great Elder Ling Feng usually uses. Not only Yi Xiu was surprised, the other disciples were also completely dumbfounded when they saw the red immortal shadow of the reincarnation realm behind Qianqiu. Yi Xiu's expression of surprise disappeared in an instant, and he immediately drew out his sword and launched an attack on Qianqiu. Yi Xiu's master, Wan Zun's, was also a sword practitioner, and he passed on his sword skills to Yi Xiu. Small Thunder Control Technique. Qianqiu almost laughed out loud when he heard the magic that Yi Xiu used. Little Thunder Control Technique? Are you sure you're not here to make fun of me? Qianqiu thought, that's great, since someone has come to my door, I might as well try out the sword skills I just learned. Qianqiu no longer entangled with Yi Xiu, he immediately took out the black howl given to him by Wuji Patriarch. He put his two fingers together and slashed across the sword, and Black Howl instantly emitted a black sword energy, weird and domineering. Flying Ascension and Lightning Control Technique. As soon as he said it, the Black Howl in Qianqiu's hand emitted a cold light, and an enlarged version of the Black Howl appeared in the hand of the immortal figure behind Qianqiu. He raised his hand and the sword fell, and the sword energy slashed straight towards Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu's face turned pale when he saw this scene. Ascension and Lightning Control Technique. That was the Holy Realm immortal technique of Wuji Patriarch. Why could he use it? Yi Xiu finally realized that the man in front of him who was not wearing sect uniform was really the Son of God. The black roar in Qianqiu's hand burst out with extremely powerful force, and the black sword energy slashed towards Yi Xiu, instantly shattering his Small Thunder Control Technique, and Yi Xiu flew out. Yi Xiu's immortal shadow fell to the ground and shattered in an instant. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fainted instantly. In addition, there was a sword mark left on the ground, which was caused by the sword energy, and there was a faint black gas emanating from it. The disciples who had been mocking Qianqiu just now were already stunned, and no one spoke anymore. This is the art of controlling thunder for ascension, the real art of controlling thunder for ascension. A disciple came back to his senses, his tone extremely shocked. Senior brother Yi Xiu didn't even take a single blow. Oh my God, is he really the Son of God? These disciples who came to watch the fun started to make noise again. Everyone in the sect knew that the art of controlling thunder by flying ascension was the famous magic skill of the Wuji Patriarch. Another disciple recognized the black howl in Qianqiu's hand. He must be the newly appointed Son of God. The sword in his hand is the black howl of the Wuji Patriarch. The situation turned around in an instant, and everyone was convinced that the young man who defeated Yi Xiu with one blow was the Son of God. Qianqiu put away Black Howl and glanced at the unconscious Yi Xiu calmly without feeling too worried. He was holding back his strength. Otherwise, with such a powerful magic, Yi Xiu would have surely died without using any defensive magic. Elder Situ, can you test my soul power now? My 3 masters really didn't give me any sect robes. Qianqiu looked at Sita Ming. Sita Ming finally came back to his senses from his shock. When he heard Qianqiu's words, his eyes twitched. He thought to himself, how dare I not give you the test? You will kill this old man like me, right? Clan clothes? Of course the Son of God doesn't wear clan clothes. Yi Xiu was quickly carried away to the medical pavilion by several other disciples who followed him to seek treatment from the sect physician. And Zhuo Nan, who was at the back wanting to watch the fun, looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He originally wanted to see Qianqiu make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect Qianqiu to defeat Yi Xiu with just one blow. I didn't expect he was so capable. Zhuo Nan said angrily. Mu Yu glanced at Zhuo Nan with a strange look, thinking that his senior brother had become strange since he returned to the sect. Why was he targeting Qianqiu everywhere? At this time, Sita Ming began to test Qianqiu's soul power. All the disciples changed their attitudes immediately after learning that Qianqiu was really the Son of God. I knew he was the Son of God. Apart from senior sister Mu Yu and senior brothers Wenan, he must be the only Son of God who doesn't need to wear the sect uniform. I heard that the Son of God was only at the still water realm on the day of the assessment. He used only one divine text to instantly advance 5 realms from the still water realm to the void realm. That's 5 realms in one day. The Son of God's soul power level must be quite high, at least at the end of the moon soul stage. If you think more powerful, he may have already entered the fiery soul stage. These disciples who were watching were always like this. They changed their attitude according to the situation and would brag about whoever had a stronger status or strength. After Sita Ming learned that Qianqiu was truly the Son of God, he was looking forward to the results of the test. Because in recent years, except for some disciples who were born with strong soul power and had reached the middle stage of moon soul during the test, most of the disciples only had the soul power of the late white soul during the test. The amount of magic arts a cultivator can release depends on his soul power level. Only when the soul power level is higher can a large amount of magic arts be released in a short period of time. Son of God, please place your hand on this soul stone and gather your energy immediately. Qianqiu placed his hands on the watermelon-sized soul stone according to Sita Ming's instructions, and then gathered his energy again. Everyone has high expectations for Qianqiu, the Son of God. Perhaps he can break the record of the Yongheng sect's soul power test. The record of Yongheng sect's soul power test was set by the current sect leader Qi Xiaoya. When she first joined Yongheng sect and took the soul power test, she was directly measured to be at the early stage of fiery soul. You should know that for a normal cultivator, it is more difficult to reach the fiery soul level of soul power than to cultivate to the sky realm. However, Qi Xiaoya was born with a fierce soul, and this alone directly surpassed too many practitioners. This also allowed her to successfully become the new leader of the Yongheng sect many years later. The soul stone felt Qianqiu's gathering energy, and its originally black and gray surface began to change. A minute later, 4 words appeared crookedly on the soul stone. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Sita Ming to announce the test results. When Sita Ming saw the 4 words on the soul stone, he gasped. He once thought that the soul stone was broken. However, the soul stone did not show any abnormalities, which meant that there was no problem with the test results. Sita Ming announced the result with a hint of doubt. The result of Shunzi Qianqiu's soul power test is, the early stage of white soul. The test results surprised everyone. They couldn't believe that as the sect Son of God, who could make the longevity bell ring 9 times and reach the 5th level in one day, his soul power test result was only in the early stage of white soul. For any cultivator with some qualifications, the result of the soul power test is at least the middle stage of white soul. As the Son of God with extraordinary talents, is his soul power not as good as that of an ordinary cultivator? Hearing this result, Zhuo Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The breath he had been holding in his heart seemed to be released instantly. Mu Yu glanced at Zhuan with a look of disgust, muttering to himself, "Brother, how come you have become so ungraceful? But how come Qianqiu's soul power is only at the early stage of white soul?" Qianqiu also felt very embarrassed and her face turned red. "Damn it, what's going on? Is my soul power talent so poor?" Qianqiu wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Being seen by so many disciples is bad enough, the key is that Mu Yu is right next to them. I just got impressed by her, but before I could show off my power for long, I was slapped in the face by the results of the soul power test. Qianqiu shook his head and gave an awkward but impolite smile. "Ahem, Elder Situ, since the soul power test results are out, please let me enter the soul tower to practice quickly." Elder Situ was stunned. He was still a little confused and couldn't understand why the soul power of the Son of God was only at the early stage of white soul. If that was the case, how did he release such a powerful magic like the Ascension and Thunder Control art just now? Son of God, please go in quickly. By the way, I need to tell you about the rules of the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower has a total of 100 floors. The higher the soul power level, the higher the level you can go. On the contrary, if the soul power level is too low, even if you insist on going up, you will be restricted by the soul tower itself and cannot go to the upper floors. So once you can go to a higher level, it means that your soul power level has improved. Of course, you can't come to this soul tower to practice every day, which will cause trauma to the soul of the practitioner, and it will be difficult to improve your soul power at that time. Qianqiu nodded, thanked Sita Ming, and did not rush to enter the soul tower. He turned back to look at Mu Yu, smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, didn't the sect master ask you to test your soul power? Come and test it. This is my first time in the soul tower, and I am waiting for you to go in and teach me how to practice." Qianqiu's words to Mu Yu aroused the jealousy of countless disciples. Zhuan on the side also clenched his fists and stared at Qianqiu. Mu Yu nodded flattered, then walked in front of Sita Ming and smiled at him. "Elder Situ, thank you for your help. Hey, Xiaoyu, I haven't seen you since you went to practice outside the sect. Let me see the results of your practice this time." Sita Ming took out the soul stone, asked Mu Yu to put his hands on it, and then gathered his energy. Mu Yu placed his hands on the soul stone to gather his energy. The black and gray soul stone began to change again, and after a moment, 4 big words appeared on the soul stone. Sita Ming smiled with relief and said loudly, "Early stage of fiery soul." Everyone was in an uproar, shocked by the result announced by Sita Ming. Among all the disciples in Yongheng sect, except for the disciple named Soul Sun, Mu Yu now has the strongest soul power level. You should know that a month ago, when Mu Yu had not yet left the sect to train, his soul power level was only at the late stage of Moon Soul. In just 1 month, he has broken through to the early stage of Fiery Soul. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoyu, you are already in the early stage of Fiery Soul. With your talent and training speed, it will be no problem for you to reach the middle stage of Fiery Soul within a year. Mu Yu stuck out her tongue and said, "Hehe, Elder Situ, you are too kind. Senior brother Zhuan has been training with me this time, and his soul power improvement is not worse than mine." After saying this, Mu Yu took a step back and gave his seat to Zhuan. Zhuan calmly placed his hands on the soul stone, gathered his energy, and the soul stone began to change. The test results were soon presented. The result of the soul power test of the sect master's disciple Zhuan is the middle stage of the fiery soul. Zhuan showed a smug look. He raised his head slightly and cast his gaze towards Qianqiu. The expression on his face seemed to say, "See, you useless piece of shit, you are in the middle stage of the fiery soul. Are you, a useless piece of shit in the early stage of the white soul, worthy of being the Son of God?" Qianqiu ignored Zhuan's provocative look and said to Mu Yu beside him, "Let's go, Xiaoyu, quickly teach me how to cultivate soul power in the Soul Tower. You are in the early stage of Fiery Soul, you should teach me some experience, I am only in the early stage of White Soul. Zhuo Nan was a little stunned when he saw that Qianqiu ignored him, and thought to himself, does this kid really have no sense of shame? But Zhuo Nan didn't know that Qianqiu had reached the 5th level in one day, so would he be interested in him, who was in the middle stage of the Fiery Soul? As long as Qianqiu wants, it's just a matter of words. Entering the Soul Tower, Qianqiu was surprised to find that there were dozens of rooms on each floor for practitioners to cultivate their soul power. Qianqiu, I have to go to the 60th floor to practice, and can't stay here with you. By the way, the 3 ancestors should have taught you how to practice soul power in the Soul Tower, right? Mu Yu asked. Qianqiu smiled bitterly, my 3 masters never taught me how to practice in the Soul Tower. Every time after they taught me the skills, they went back to sleep. Ah! The 3 ancestors are not sleeping, they are hibernating. Hibernation? As far as I know, my 3 masters are the top of Yongheng Sect's combat power. They are all Saint Realm powerhouses. Why do they need to hibernate? Mu Yu didn't expect Qianqiu didn't even know this common sense. She recalled what happened before and felt that Qianqiu didn't seem like a cultivator, otherwise he would know almost nothing about cultivators. But he is the son of God, which is contradictory. Mu Yu thought, maybe this is what genius is. Well, after reaching the Saint Realm, the soul can leave the body and appear in reality with the help of one's own soul power, which is called soul transformation. If the body of an ordinary cultivator is seriously injured, it is very likely to die directly, while the cultivator who has reached the Saint Realm will use soul transformation to survive in the form of a soul body and let the body dormant. The cultivators divide the Saint Realm cultivators into 2 types, one is called the Dormant Saint Realm Strongman, and the other is called the Saint Realm Strongman on the way. The 3 ancestors were seriously injured in the Battle of 100 Sects 200 years ago, so they could only transform into souls and become dormant Saint Realm Strongmen. I see. Qianqiu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that his 3 masters could only come out for a short while each time and then go back to rest. It turned out that they appeared in front of him in the form of souls. I think this must consume a lot of soul power. Qianqiu thought that there were still too many rules in this world that he didn't know about, and he would definitely ask Mu Yu for more advice in the future. Anyway, she is the disciple of the sect leader Qi Xiaoya, so it wouldn't be considered lowering the Son of God's status by asking her questions, right? Please teach me how to cultivate soul power in the Soul Tower. I will try to go to the 60th floor to cultivate with you tomorrow. Mu Yu widened her eyes, covered her mouth and exclaimed, tomorrow, but you are only in the early stage of White Soul now. Zhuo Nan, who happened to be walking into the Soul Tower, heard Qianqiu's words and sneered, are you kidding me? Do you want to break through from the early stage of White Soul to Fiery Soul in one day? No one has ever done it in this world of immortal cultivation. Don't think you can speak nonsense just because you are the Son of God. Qianqiu glanced at Zhuo Nan and still ignored him. After being surprised, Mu Yu thought of the precedent of Qianqiu reaching the 5th level in one day. She felt that it was not impossible for Qianqiu to break through to the Fiery Soul in one day. Qianqiu randomly chose a training room. There was no other decoration in the room. There was a strange device in the middle of the room. Mu Yu introduced that it was called a soul collector. As long as you input your soul power into the soul collector, and use your mind to control the soul power to blend and refine it with the karma fire in the soul collector, your soul power will increase. After that, Mu Yu demonstrated it to Qianqiu, who immediately learned the method. He smiled and said, it's quite simple. I will definitely go to the 60th floor to find you tomorrow. Yes, I believe you can do it. You are the Son of God. Mu Yu made a cheering gesture, winked at Qianqiu, and then left. After Mu Yu left, Qianqiu's face returned to a serious expression. In fact, when the soul power test result was in the early stage of white soul, he was also very surprised and even a little bit unable to accept it. Damn it, the sect master was born with a fiery soul, but why was I born with a white soul and still in the early stage? This is not fair. Qianqiu Wuneng roared in rage, then injected his soul power into the soul-gathering device, starting to blend and refine it with the karma fire. After an hour, Qianqiu felt that his soul power had not increased much. He knew that if he continued to practice at this speed, his soul power would increase too slowly. Immediately, Qianqiu said in Chinese, which is also the divine language, "Practice double, super double." Qianqiu injected soul power again, and this time the speed of improvement was obviously several times faster, but Qianqiu was still not satisfied. After all, I just made a big promise that I would go to the 60th floor tomorrow to practice with Mu Yu. At this speed, I will reach the end of the white soul stage at most tomorrow. However, no matter how many times Qianqiu used the divine text to say, "Double your practice," it was of no avail, as it seemed that he had already reached his peak. After thinking for a moment, Qianqiu suddenly had a bold idea. He stood up from the ground, gathered his energy, took a deep breath, and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu." Qianqiu only said one sentence, and two people who looked exactly like him instantly appeared beside him. The man had a dull expression and looked very dazed. When Qianqiu saw him, he was shocked and exclaimed, "That's really amazing." Qianqiu waved to his clone, Qianqiu, and said, "Hey, buddy, can you speak?" The clone remained unmoved, his eyes were still empty and his expression was dull. Qianqiu tried to control the two clones and found that although they had no self-awareness, he could manipulate the clones to release magic, but the power was only half of his original magic. Qianqiu was extremely excited. If he could create a few more clones, they could cultivate their soul power at the same time. In this way, with the double cultivation, the cultivation speed would be more than 10 times faster than that of ordinary practitioners. He wanted to split himself again, but soon found that he was unable to do so and had no extra soul power to split himself. But Qianqiu also learned the principle of this shadow clone technique. The stronger the soul power, the more clones he can create. At that time, it is possible for him to speak and go to some dangerous places as his original body. Forget it, since you two can't talk, just follow my instructions. Each of you will have a training room and start practicing your soul power. After receiving the order, the two shadow clones entered a training room respectively. Qianqiu once again used the divine text to activate the double training, and then began to train his soul power at a speed that increased by nearly 10 times. What Qianqiu didn't know was that the art of clones was considered a divine skill in this world of immortal cultivation. It governed the entire eternal continent, and even many quasi-emperor level practitioners were unable to perform it. At the same time, a huge whirlpool appeared in a hidden river in Yongheng Mountain, and a skeleton jumped out of it. This set of bones was exactly the same set of emperor-level bones that Qianqiu noticed when he was driven out by the strong man behind the bronze door in the Void Star realm last time. Hiss. There is actually someone in the Yongheng sect who can perform such a magical skill as the clone technique. It can't be those three old guys. They have become dormant Saint Realm practitioners. There is no way they can perform such a magical skill. The Emperor Realm Whitebone murmured, "Who could that be? Could it be the person who opened the Void Star realm last time?" Thinking of this, he directed his mind towards the Eternal Sect's Soul Tower. As a cultivator at the Emperor Realm, his divine thoughts could not be detected by any cultivator below the Emperor Realm, so even the three ancestors did not sense it. Through the Soul Tower, the Emperor-level skeleton saw that Qianqiu was the one who used the clone technique, and he was shocked. His soul power fluctuated for a moment, which made the three dormant ancestors notice it. Bai Gu instantly withdrew his spiritual thoughts and dived back into the river. Patriarch Wuji stroked his beard, frowned, and said to the other two ancestors, "Why do I feel that someone is watching our Yongheng sect? Perhaps some powerful emperor passed by from the sky and happened to take a look at our Yongheng sect. This is not surprising. After all, the 100 Sects Conference is about to begin, and many practitioners are rushing to Beihan Island. Our Yongheng Mountain is not far from Beihan Island." Patriarch Bodhi replied disapprovingly. "That's true. Let Chi girl bring our good disciple with her to the 100 Sects Conference this time." The emperor-level skeleton that retreated into the river sealed off his breath for a long time before speaking again. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise those 3 old immortals would have sensed my presence and I would have to move to another place. But then again, the guy in the Soul Tower is only at the Void Realm and White Soul Realm. How did he manage to perform such a magical skill? This boy is extraordinary, quite interesting." Inside the Soul Tower, it only took Qianqiu 2 hours to break through to the late stage of White Soul and was now attacking the Moon Soul. Qianqiu withdrew his soul power, and then tried to use the shadow clone technique again. Sure enough, the result was just as he had guessed. After his soul power level increased, he can now create 4 clones. Oh, as expected, if I can upgrade to the Fiery Soul, I'm afraid I can create more than a dozen clones. With this magic, wouldn't the practice of other skills also be dozens of times faster? Qianqiu did not delay and let the 2 new clones join in the cultivation of soul power. Qianqiu practiced in the Soul Tower for a whole night, and he did not step out of the practice room. When Mu Yu and Zhuo Nan came to the Soul Tower again the next morning, Mu Yu asked Situ Ming, "Elder Situ, when did the Son of God come out after we left yesterday?" The Son of God didn't come out at all. He was in the Soul Tower all night. Mu Yu was stunned. She didn't expect Qianqiu to have been practicing in the Soul Tower for a whole night. Zhuo Nantian, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, he still has some self-awareness. He knows that his soul power level is not as good as others, and he doesn't even sleep." After a pause, Zhuo Nan said in a disdainful tone, "But what does it matter? He doesn't think he can reach the level of Fiery Soul in just one night, right? Brother, Qianqiu is the Son of God after all. What you said is somewhat disrespectful to the Son of God. The facts are here. It took me more than half a year to upgrade from Moon Soul to Fiery Soul. Even with your terrifying talent, it took you a full 3 months to upgrade from Moon Soul to Fiery Soul. He is only in the early stage of White Soul. No matter how hard he tries, he is only in the middle stage of White Soul at most." Mu Yu wanted to refute, but Situ Ming said, "Xiao Yu, Zhuo Nan is right. Even a natural soul cultivator like Han Zi can't upgrade from a White Soul to a Fierce Soul in one night." Mu Yu was speechless, but had no way to refute. Although Qianqiu is the Son of God, to be promoted from a White Soul to a Fiery Soul in just one night is unprecedented in the Eternal Continent. Just as the 3 were talking, a yawning young man walked out of the Soul Tower. He had dark circles under his eyes and his face was full of fatigue. He was Qianqiu, who had been practicing all night. "Hey, good morning, Elder Situ, good morning, Xiaoyu." Qianqiu greeted while yawning. When Mu Yu saw Qianqiu, an idea suddenly occurred to her mind. She asked tentatively, "Qianqiu, what level of soul power have you reached now?" "Soul power? I don't know. I've been practicing all night and I'm so sleepy. I have to go back and take a nap. I'll come to the Soul Tower to find you in the afternoon." Zhuo Nan sneered and said, "Tisk, are you using not sleeping all night as an excuse? Didn't you boast yesterday that you would come to the 60th floor to practice with us?" Qianqiu glanced at Zhuo Nan and said in an unusually calm tone, "I'm sorry, I just said I wanted to find Xiaoyu. When did I say I wanted to find you? You are only tough in your mouth. Do you dare to test your soul power again and let Xiaoyu see clearly whether you are the Son of God or a big talker?" Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and found that Muyu was looking at him expectantly. He nodded immediately. Okay, I didn't want to test it originally, because I was afraid that some people couldn't accept it. Since you insist on seeing it, then I will test it for you. As he spoke, Qianqiu asked Situ Ming to take out the soul stone, then placed his hand on the soul stone and gathered his energy. The test results came out quickly. When Situ Ming saw the results on the soul stone, his mouth opened wide, as if he had seen something incredible, and he didn't speak for a long time. Muyu leaned over to see the result and was stunned for a moment. When Zuanan saw the strange behavior of Situ Ming and his junior sister, he subconsciously leaned over. With just one glance, Zuanan felt that his worldview had collapsed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Everyone saw only 4 large characters on the soul stone. Early stage of fiery soul. Yes, Qianqiu really spent one night to cultivate from the early stage of white soul to the early stage of fiery soul in the soul tower. This is not only unprecedented in the Eternal Sect, it has never happened in the Eternal Continent. Once this news spreads to the outside world, it will surely cause a shock to the entire world of immortal cultivation. Son of God. This is the Son of God. Situ Ming's voice was trembling and his eyes were filled with tears. After Qianqiu, Muyu and others entered the Soul Tower yesterday, he also listened to the other disciples' complete account of what the Son of God did on the day of the assessment. First, he made the longevity bell ring 9 times, then he casually copied the divine text and magic of the great elder Ling Feng, and finally used a divine text that even the elders and supreme masters could not understand, and he was promoted to 5 realms in a row within 1 minute. After a few days, the Son of God once again created the terrifying achievement of breaking through from the early stage of white soul to the fiery soul overnight. But I, an old stubborn man, was actually questioning the Son of God just now. My eyes are really blurry. Seeing Muyu's surprised look, Qianqiu showed a tired smile. Xiaoyu, I will keep my word. I will go to the 60th floor of the Soul Tower to practice with you today. Muyu came back to his senses and looked at Qianqiu with eyes of great admiration. He felt that the man in front of him not only had an extraordinary talent for cultivation, but also had a calmness beyond his peers. This is impossible. You must have practiced some evil method or soul pills to increase your soul power so much overnight. After being slapped in the face, Zuanan became furious and was unwilling to believe that Qianqiu had really reached the early stage of fiery soul's soul power level. Brother, that's enough. Muyu could no longer bear to watch his brother's troubles and disrespectful words towards Qianqiu over the past 2 days. Qianqiu is the Son of God appointed by the 3 ancestors, and is also recognized by the longevity bell. You actually slandered him for practicing evil magic and soul pills. If Master and the 3 ancestors knew that you slandered the Son of God like this, they would definitely punish you by confining you for a month. Zuanan never expected that his junior sister, who had always obeyed him, would openly scold him for someone she had only known for a few days. Qianqiu glanced at Zuanan calmly, and said in a very calm tone, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. If you are not good at it, just practice more. Just practice more if you're not good at it. Qianqiu left after saying this, leaving Zuanan standing there in a daze, with Qianqiu's words echoing in his ears for a long time. Zuanan had been pampered since childhood, and his talent was higher than most practitioners. Not only did his parents regard him as the pride of the family, but the clan members also respected him very much. After joining Yongheng sect, he was accepted by Qi Xiaoya as the sect master's disciple, and became the eldest senior brother of Yongheng sect. I never thought that one day I would be told, if you're not good at it, practice more. Zuanan stared at Qianqiu's back. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually extremely angry inside. He had made up his mind to get rid of him. This boy must not be allowed to develop safely in the Yongheng sect. Qianqiu returned to his residence and fell asleep immediately. He was exhausted after a night of training. In fact, Qianqiu himself did not expect that he could really cultivate from the early stage of White Soul to the Fiery Soul overnight. This was all thanks to the effectiveness of the Shadow Clone technique. Before he broke through to the final stage of White Soul, even with the help of 4 clones and the divine text of double cultivation, one night would not be enough for him to reach the level of Fiery Soul. But after Qianqiu broke through the final stage of White Soul and entered Moon Soul, he discovered that the Shadow Clone technique could actually be divided into 8 clones. After that, with each level he advanced, the number of his clones doubled. When he reached the middle stage of Moon Soul, he was able to create 16 clones. At this time, Qianqiu, with the assistance of his 16 clones and the divine text, practiced at a speed equivalent to that of dozens of practitioners combined, infusing all the improvements into his original body. After waking up from a sleep, Qianqiu felt full of energy and went to the Eternal Forest. Master Wuji, I have followed your instructions and increased my soul power level. Qianqiu didn't know where to find his 3 elusive masters, so he could only shout in the Eternal Forest. In just a moment, Patriarch Wuji appeared beside Qianqiu with his hands behind his back, staring at Qianqiu with a smile. My disciple, it's only been 1 day, and I, your master, don't know how much your soul power can be improved. You must concentrate on cultivating your soul power and come back to learn the skills after a month. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little discouraged. It turned out that in the eyes of Master Wuji, Lai Hun was not qualified in the early stage and needed to be improved further. Master, I understand. I will go to the Soul Tower to practice in seclusion. The 3 ancestors had retired long ago and never cared about what happened in the Yongheng sect. They had handed everything over to the current sect master Qi Xiaoya for management. Therefore, Wuji Patriarch thought that Qianqiu had only practiced for 1 day, and even if he was gifted, he was only at the middle stage of White Soul at most. He didn't know that Qianqiu had already broken through to Fiery Soul last night. The Wuji Patriarch nodded with satisfaction, and said to Qianqiu, the 100 Sects Conference will be held in 5 days. I will ask Qi to take you with me. The 100 Sects Conference? Patriarch Wuji explained to Qianqiu that the 100 Sects Conference was a sect meeting jointly organized by the sects on all continents and islands in the entire world of immortal cultivation. All the major sects in the 4 places, namely, Eternal Continent, Beihan Island, Extreme Cold Land, and Void Star Realm, will go there. Of course, not every sect can participate. Only those sects that have cultivators at the Saint Realm or above can participate in the Conference of 100 Sects. The 100 Sects Conference is not only a place for the sects to exchange their magic skills, but also a stage for the sects to show their strength. If a sect has a cultivator with extraordinary talent, after 100 sects vote together, the elders of the 100 Sects Conference will reward the top 10 cultivators. Qianqiu asked, what kind of reward is it? Maybe it's a very powerful martial arts book, or maybe it's a weapon of your choice, or maybe it's a reward of a top-grade immortal body, which the Yongheng sect cannot provide you. Master, do you hope that your disciple can get this reward at the 100 Sects Conference? The Wuji Patriarch raised his head and laughed a few times, then shook his head gently, looking at Qianqiu with a doting look. My good disciple, although you are gifted and have been made the Son of God, the cultivators at the 100 Sects Conference come from all major sects in various places. This world of immortal cultivation is never short of geniuses. Your qualifications are ranked first in the Yongheng sect, but they are still a little dim at the 100 Sects Conference. After a pause, the Wuji Patriarch said, it's not that the masters don't have confidence in you. It's just that you have only been practicing for a short time. It's still a little early for you to surpass those old hands who have practiced for several years. This time, we just let you go out and see the world, so that you know that there are people who are better than you. You concentrate on practicing in the sect for a few years, and wait for the 100 Sects conference in a few years. I believe that you will definitely be among the top 10. Okay, I'm going to go back to sleep. You can't just focus on improving your soul power these days. You should review the Ascension and Dragon Controlling Art more. I will come to test you in a few days. After Patriarch Wuji left, Qianqiu silently chanted, "Conference of 100 Sects." Qianqiu licked his lips and said to himself, "There are people who are better than you, and there are heavens that are better than you. Master, I want to be this person who is better than you, and there is heaven beyond you." Qianqiu did not go to the Soul Tower to practice immediately. He wanted to try the power of his magic after breaking through to the early stage of the Fierce Soul. He recalled the art of ascension and thunder control in his mind, then took out his Black Roar sword and used the magic towards the waterfall flowing down from the valley. Ascension and Dragon Controlling Technique. A huge immortal figure appeared behind Qianqiu, and the immortal figure swung out the sword energy, splitting the waterfall with one sword. Even the mountain behind the waterfall was split into a gap several dozen meters long. Real or fake? Qianqiu found it hard to believe when he saw that he had cut a 100-meter-high mountain in half. Was he really able to do this? It turns out that after the soul power is improved, the immortal arts will become so powerful. No wonder Master Wuji wants me to concentrate on cultivating soul power. The Emperor's skeleton hidden deep in the Eternal Mountain quietly floated to the surface of the river, concealing all its breath, and drifted silently to where Qianqiu was. Rain Realm. The Emperor Realm White Bone launched magical arts at will. At this time, Qianqiu had no idea that the area he was in had been surrounded by a mysterious barrier. People outside the area could not perceive anything within the barrier. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and it began to rain. Strange, it was sunny just now, but it's raining now. Well, let's try using the Shadow Clone technique to activate the Ascension and Lightning Control technique. Will there be any miraculous effect? Qianqiu gathered his energy, and then chanted the Shadow Clone technique, using divine words. Bai Gu, the Emperor Realm who was hiding in the dark and observing Qianqiu, could not help but be shocked even though it was the second time he saw Qianqiu use this magical skill of clone technique. This boy is really interesting. He was just a white soul yesterday, but he broke through to the early stage of the Fierce Soul overnight. This is unprecedented in the entire cultivation world. Emperor Realm Bones muttered to himself, and suddenly discovered that Qianqiu had created 30 clones. Each of them had a dull expression, dead eyes, and no self-awareness at all. But the expression of the clone at the end of the team also changed slightly, and his eyes were not as dull as those of the other clones. It was obvious that he had self-awareness. Of course, Chiaki didn't notice. Hiss. In the early stage, Lai Hun was able to create 30 clones. It's a bit weird to see 30 people who look like me. Qianqiu suddenly didn't dare to let his 30 clones perform the Ascension and Thunder Control technique at the same time. Just now, he released it alone and it already shaved off half of the mountain wall. If 30 of him were to be released at the same time, wouldn't the Eternal Mountain be flattened? Thinking of this, Qianqiu immediately used his mind to take back his clone. However, the strange clone at the very end whispered "Flash" in the divine script and hid in the forest without Qianqiu noticing. The hidden Emperor Realm White Bone raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene, and subconsciously said, "Strange, really strange. It can actually produce a clone with self-awareness. This may be related to my Rain Realm, which allowed him to absorb the Emperor Qi and mutate." The Emperor did not take action to kill the clone, but let him hide in the forest. After Qianqiu took back his clone technique, he left the eternal forest because of the rain and went to the Soul Tower to practice. The Emperor Realm White Bone quietly lifted the Rain Realm, and Qianqiu left without stopping him. After Qianqiu left, the clone who had been hiding in the forest came out. He looked at Qianqiu who was leaving with a thoughtful look on his face, but he quickly used magic to hide himself and walked out of the Yongheng sect. Emperor-level Bai Gu watched this scene with great interest, and he let go of the mutated clone that was tainted with his imperial aura. Interesting. If we let him out, will it cause a stir in the outside world? Emperor Realm Bai Gu and Qianqiu had never expected that this mutated clone would, in a very short period of time, create a force comparable to the Temple of the Gods in the Eternal Continent. Of course, this is all later. Arriving at the Soul Tower, Qianqiu went straight to the 60th floor to look for Muyu. After Qianqiu reached the 60th floor, he clearly felt that the soul power emanating from the surroundings was much stronger than that at the lower levels. He thought that practicing here would help his soul power increase faster. But there are almost no other practitioners here. It seems that except for Zhua Nan and Muyu, the only practitioners in the Eternal Sect whose soul power has reached the fiery soul or above are probably all above the elder level. They rarely come to the Soul Tower to practice. Qianqiu saw Muyu cultivating his soul power with his eyes closed in a training room. He did not choose to go in and disturb him, but just stood outside the door and watched quietly for a while. Then Qianqiu was about to choose a training room near the corner, but unexpectedly saw a little boy who looked only 13 or 14 years old sitting in the training room. You've reached the fiery soul level at such a young age? Qianqiu said something to himself subconsciously, but unexpectedly the little boy suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Qianqiu. Are you the son of God that Grandpa Situ mentioned? The little boy spoke first, his voice a little childish. I am the son of God, and you are? The little boy walked up to Qianqiu. Although he was still young, the tenacity in his eyes did not look like that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. My name is Feng Yun, and the other brothers and sisters call me Hunzi. I heard that you only took one night to advance from the early stage of White Soul to the early stage of Fiery Soul. Soul? Qianqiu vaguely remembered that it seemed like he had heard Muyu or Situ Ming mention it. Judging from his nickname, Hunzi, it seems that he has made great achievements in soul power cultivation. Qianqiu nodded to Feng Yun, then asked, This is the 63rd floor of the Soul Tower. How old are you to have reached the fiery soul? What surprised Qianqiu was that the child in front of him did not show a smug smile, but stared at him with an eye that regarded him as an enemy. I am 13 years old, I am already in the late stage of Laihun, and I am striving for Qihun. Qihun. Qianqiu opened his mouth and looked at the 13-year-old boy with great surprise. He clearly remembered that his master Wuji was at the Qihun level. The little boy in front of him, Feng Yun, who was only 13 years old, was almost at the Qihun level. Without waiting for Qianqiu to speak, Feng Yun said again, You are the fastest cultivator I have ever seen, but before the Laihun, it was easy to increase the soul power level, and it was completely possible in the Soul Tower. But since the early stage of Laihun, cultivating in the Soul Tower has not been very useful, so there is no way you can surpass me. Then why do you continue to practice in the Soul Tower? According to what you said, you are already in the final stage of the fiery soul, which is almost useless. You don't even know this, it seems like you will never be able to surpass me. After saying that, Feng Yun turned around and went back to the practice room. Qianqiu didn't understand why Feng Yun had such an inexplicable hostility towards him. No, it's a bit far-fetched to call it hostility. It's just the competitive spirit of a young boy whose mind is not yet mature. Qianqiu entered the training room and immediately used his clone again, then used the divine text of double the practice to practice again. However, 2 hours later, Qianqiu was shocked to find that his soul power had hardly improved at all over such a long time, but he felt that the soul power in his body had become fuller. It seems that what the soul child said is right. After reaching the fiery soul, cultivating soul power in the Soul Tower does not increase much. What's more, I am still cultivating under the amplification of 100 times. Qianqiu stood up and walked towards Feng Yun's training room again. Little brat, I have something to ask you. Little brat. Qianqiu called out several times in a row, and Feng Yun finally became impatient with him. Who are you calling a brat? Qianqiu laughed, walked to Feng Yun and touched his head, saying, It's you, isn't it? I'm 6 years older than you, so why can't I call you a little brat? Feng Yun opened Qianqiu's hand and said, If you have something to say, please tell me now. I'm busy. You have a bad temper at such a young age. Well, let me ask you, why is it that my training in the Soul Tower has no effect after I reached the fiery soul? Why should I tell you? Qianqiu originally wanted to use his identity as the son of God to suppress Feng Yun, but given his previous attitude, it was obvious that he was not afraid of his identity as the son of God at all, so he gave up this plan immediately. He changed his mind and realized that Feng Yun was still a child after all, and to deal with children, one had to use children's methods, provocation. You didn't tell me because you were afraid that I would be better than you after I knew it. You keep saying that you are a soul child, but you are not that powerful. As expected, Feng Yun got anxious when he heard it, and immediately said, Nonsense. As a soul boy, would I be afraid that you will surpass my soul power level? Feng Yun seemed to weigh the pros and cons for a few seconds, and finally spoke, The 100-layer soul tower has an auxiliary effect on the cultivation of fiery soul and below. Once you reach fiery soul, the soul tower can only consolidate the soul power cultivation. If you want to have a greater improvement in soul power, you can only do it through actual combat, or go to the 1,000-layer tower. 1,000-layer tower? Qianqiu had heard Muyu mention this 1,000-layer pagoda. It was said that the only 1,000-layer pagoda in the entire Henggu continent was in a place called the Temple of the Gods. How can I go to the 1,000-layer pagoda to practice? Feng Yun was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Qianqiu frowned and asked, Why are you laughing? You want to go to the 1,000-layered tower to practice. Isn't that funny? The only 1,000-layered soul tower in the Eternal Continent is in the Heavenly God Temple. But can you go to the Heavenly God Temple whenever you want? How can I get to the Temple of the Gods? Are you really the Son of God? I think you are a fool. After leaving the Soul Tower, Qianqiu wondered what the Temple of Heavenly Gods was. Why were they filled with awe when Feng Yun and Mu Yu mentioned the name of the Temple of Heavenly Gods, and why did they think it was impossible for him to go to that place? The Eternal Sect's 100-story Soul Tower did not significantly improve Qianqiu's soul power, and he did not plan to continue practicing in the Soul Tower. He wanted to quickly improve his soul power through actual combat. From Mu Yu, Qianqiu learned that if he wanted to leave Yongheng Sect, he had to get his master's approval, and Qianqiu didn't want to disturb the 3 ancestors' hibernation for such a small matter. Arriving at the main hall, Qianqiu knelt on one knee in front of the sect master Qi Xiaoya. Sect master, I want to leave Yongheng Sect for a few days. Why is that? Qianqiu said, My soul power level has reached the early stage of the fiery soul. I can no longer make a big breakthrough in the Soul Tower. I want to go outside to find an opportunity. Qi Xiaoya was shocked. Early stage of fiery soul? She was very clear about Qianqiu's soul power level. He was just a white soul a few days ago, but in just a few days he had broken through to the early stage of the fierce soul. You should know that her 2 disciples, Zhua Nan and Mu Yu, have reached their current level of fiery soul after years of cultivation by her. Qianqiu actually only took a few days. Of course, Qi Xiaoya didn't know that Qianqiu only took 1 night. Without waiting for Qi Xiaoya to speak, Wan Zun, who was in the position of the Supreme Honored One, stood up and said, Son of God, as far as I know, you were only in the early stage of white soul a few days ago. Today you said that you have reached the early stage of fiery soul. I'm afraid you are deceiving the sect master. This venerable Wan was the master of Yi Xiu who was defeated by Qianqiu using the Ascension Lightning control art under the Soul Tower 2 days ago. Master Wan was originally unwilling to accept that a cultivator like Qianqiu, who was only an ordinary person, could become the son of God. When he learned that his beloved disciple was injured by Qianqiu that day, he was extremely furious. But due to his status as the son of God, he could only swallow his anger and wait for an opportunity to seek justice for his disciple. Now, Master Wan has found his opportunity. Early stage of fiery soul? What a joke! It is impossible to break through from white soul to the early stage of fiery soul in just 2 days. I didn't lie to the sect master. Qianqiu glanced at Master Wan and replied calmly. Humph, words are not enough. Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, not understanding why this Master Wan would target him so much, but he didn't waste any words on him. He immediately gathered his energy and revealed the immortal figure behind him. Except for Venerable Wan, the other 4 Supreme Venerables were moved when they saw the immortal figure of the Void Realm. They had practiced for many years but were only at the Samsara realm, but Qianqiu had reached the Void Realm when he was only in his teens. This is not the most terrifying thing. After all, Qi Xiaoya's disciple Mu Yu is only 18 years old, but he has already reached the Cancong realm. The most terrifying thing is that Venerable Bai was the only Supreme Venerable sent to the assessment square that day. After he came back, he told all the Venerables that he saw with his own eyes that Qianqiu was promoted from the Still Water realm to the Void realm with just one divine text. Upgrading to the 5th level in 1 minute, how terrifying is that? The reason why Venerable Wan disdained Qianqiu's Void Realm was because he was about to be promoted to the Sky Realm and become the Venerable with the highest realm among the Supreme Venerables. After Qianqiu revealed his immortal shadow, he immediately released his soul power. There is no way that such powerful soul power can be released by a white soul. When Wan Zun saw this scene, he was stunned. Has he really reached the early stage of fiery soul? Damn! How did those idiots find out the information? Didn't they say that he was only in the early stage of white soul when he tested his soul power with Sita Ming? In the blink of an eye, Master Wan was slapped in the face, and he felt his face burning hot. Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu with a complicated expression and was surprised that Qianqiu had really reached the early stage of fiery soul. At the same time, she also glanced at Master Wan. How could Qi Xiaoya, as the sect leader, not know what he was thinking? Wan Zun felt that he had lost face, and immediately said to Qianqiu, I didn't expect that the Son of God is so powerful. He broke through the early stage of the fiery soul in a few days. It can be said that a hero emerges from a young age. But, Son of God, why did you hurt my disciple a few days ago? If I hadn't used all kinds of top-grade medicinal herbs, my disciple would probably have. After saying that, he wiped away his tears in a hypocritical manner and said to Qi Xiaoya, Sect Master, you have to make the decision for my disciple Yi Xiu. Even if he is the Son of God, he cannot act tyrannically in the sect. Moreover, Yi Xiu and the Son of God are from the same sect. In the end, are you establishing a Son of God or a lunatic? Qi Xiaoya's face turned grim. She had already known about the conflict between Qianqiu and Yi Xiu at the bottom of the Soul Tower. Although Yi Xiu provoked Qianqiu first, he was indeed too ruthless and actually used the Ascension and Thunder Control art taught to him by the Wuji Patriarch. If Qianqiu had not been just a white soul at the time, with his current fierce soul activating the Ascension and Thunder Control art, Yi Xiu would probably have been turned into ashes. After Venerable Wan said that his disciple Yi Xiu was injured by Qianqiu, the remaining venerables began to talk about it. Wan Zun smiled triumphantly and took advantage of the victory to pursue, Sect Master, I suggest that the position of Qianqiu Divine Son be revoked. If the Divine Son is arrogant and domineering in the sect and bullies his fellow disciples, how will people from other sects view our Yongheng sect? Now that the conflict has risen to the level of abolishing the Son of God, Qi Xiaoya can no longer remain silent. Your Excellency Wan, please be careful with your words. After all, the Son of God was established by the three ancestors. To abolish the Son of God is to go against the three ancestors. Qi Xiaoya looked at Your Excellency Wan expressionlessly. After a pause, Qi Xiaoya continued, but the Son of God did make a mistake. He shouldn't punish his fellow disciples so harshly next time. The punishment is to take back the Son of God's residence in the main hall and live in the cabinet with the cabinet disciples. Qianqiu looked at Qi Xiaoya in surprise, wondering what kind of punishment this was. It would be better to consider it a reward rather than a punishment. After all, apart from Qi Xiaoya, the only people in the main hall were these 5 elderly supreme lords. It would be boring for him to live in the main hall. Venerable Wan also looked unhappy. He was obviously dissatisfied with Qi Xiaoya's light punishment, but he didn't want to refute it for the sake of the sect master's face. Humph. Qi Xiaoya, you are a woman who is not worthy of being the leader of the Yongheng sect. I will soon break through to the Sky Realm. With the help of that master's secret method, it won't be long before I can become a Saint Realm expert. By then, the position of the leader will be mine, Wan Zong. Wan Zun thought so in his heart, but he still knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Master, you are wise. After the punishment, Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu again. Son of God, your application to leave the sect has been approved, but as the Son of God, your safety must also be guaranteed. Let Suanan and Muyu go with you. Thank you, sect master. After Qianqiu left, Qi Xiaoya stared at his back thoughtfully. Through her Sicilian eyes, she discovered that Qianqiu's soul and immortal talent were missing a little, but it was not a big deal. What's going on? It wasn't like this the last time I saw it with the Eye of Sicily. At this time, Venerable Bai stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Qi Xiaoya, saying, reporting to the sect master, yesterday in a village in Yongheng Mountain, all the villagers were massacred, and no one survived. Venerable Wan frowned and said, who dares to do such a bold and inhumane thing under the nose of Yongheng sect? What about the disciples patrolling at the foot of the mountain? Didn't any of them try to stop it? Venerable Bai looked grim, and after a while he said, there is a team from our sect patrolling nearby. Then why was the village still massacred? This team consisted of a mentor at the Unbreakable Realm and 10 disciples at the Heavenly Realm. Their bodies were found near the village. The wounds on their bodies were very minor. According to the elder's judgment, they were killed instantly with a single strike. Several supreme masters gasped, and Qi Xiaoya also radiated anger instantly. She said in a cold voice, to attack the mentor and disciples of Yongheng sect is a provocation to Yongheng sect. Send 10 elders to investigate and see who is the one who did this under our noses. Yes. Reverend Bai disappeared into the main hall in an instant. Venerable Tang on the side said with some concern, to be able to kill a cultivator of the Unbreakable Realm in one strike, the other party must be at least a strong man of the Void Realm. Ancestor, why don't you send me to investigate with the elders? Qi Xiaoya thought about it and shook her head gently. No, I don't believe that person doesn't know the name of Yongheng sect. If he dares to attack the 10 elders, then you can take action. The 100 Sects Conference is coming soon. The affairs of the sect need you to manage them, so don't leave the sect easily. The corners of Venerable Wan's mouth curled up slightly. Qi Xiaoya was going to attend the 100 Sects Conference, so this was his chance. After leaving the main hall, Qianqiu returned to the Soul Tower to find Muyu, and told her the sect master's order for her to leave the sect with him. Okay, I just wanted to go out and buy some new clothes. By the way, should we ask our senior brother to go with us? Qianqiu glanced at Zuanan who had a sour face, and originally didn't want to take him, but thinking that it was the order from the sect leader after all, he nodded. Master allowed us to leave the sect just to protect a useless person like him. Zuanan thought about how he had insulted Qianqiu several times before and was scolded by his junior sister. In order not to disgust her, he swallowed the words. At the same time, he was a little excited. After descending Yongheng Mountain and entering the city, it was different from being in the sect. Because at that time, Qianqiu's identity as the son of God was completely useless. At most, in Ping's eyes, he was just a disciple of the Yongheng sect. But Zhuo Nan, who is at the foot of the mountain, is the eldest son of the Zhuo family. There are many cultivators in his family. He will look for a perfect opportunity to get rid of Qianqiu without anyone knowing. Oh, even if he is the son of God, so what? I don't believe he can withstand the attacks of dozens of practitioners at the same time. Qianqiu, Zhuonan and Muyu quickly left the Yongheng sect and walked towards the foot of Yongheng Mountain. They finally arrived at the city of Kovo before dark. The city is still bustling. Qianqiu closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, looking very enjoyable. Zhuonan looked at Qianqiu and cursed him in his heart, "You are a country bumpkin. It won't be long before I turn you into a dead turtle." "Xiaoyu, how did you improve your soul power when you went out to practice?" Qianqiu thought about it and found that he had forgotten to ask Feng Yun where to find someone to practice with. You can't just pick someone up on the street and say, "Come and fight me." Well, either go to some arenas, where there are many soul beasts of various levels. After defeating them, you can absorb their soul power to increase the cultivator's soul power level. Or go to the arena and fight with other cultivators to increase your soul power in actual combat. Qianqiu nodded and asked, "Which method do you usually choose to improve your soul power?" Muyu pouted and shook her head, "I don't like either of these two. Going to the Colosseum means hunting innocent soul beasts. Going to the Colosseum requires signing a life and death contract, and there are many practitioners who have been killed by accident. It's still best to practice in the Soul Tower." Qianqiu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the method of improving soul power would be so bloody. Zhuonan snorted coldly. In order to deliberately anger Qianqiu, he said, "For someone like him, at most he can go to the Colosseum to hunt some low-level soul beasts. If he goes to the arena, won't he be scared to pee his pants?" Compared to the Colosseum, the arena is of course much more dangerous. Zhuonan certainly hopes that Qianqiu will go to the arena. Who knows, he might meet an extremely powerful practitioner and Qianqiu might die accidentally on the stage. Even if his master holds him accountable, Zhuonan will have an excuse. Qianqiu wanted to participate in the arena on his own initiative. Qianqiu looked at Zhuonan. Zhuonan thought his provocation had worked, so he continued calmly, "What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong with what I said? You only dare to go to the Colosseum." "No problem. I really only dare to go to the Colosseum. I'm afraid of being beaten to death in the arena. After all, I'm the son of God of the eternal sect. I still have to cherish my life." Zhuonan was confused. Zhuonan had intended to provoke Qianqiu on purpose, but he never thought that he would be so shameless. Muyu was laughing secretly on the side, and Zhuonan felt like he had punched cotton. The three of them immediately went to the city of Kovo. As one of the 5 main cities in the Eternal Continent, Kovo has a large-scale arena. When Qianqiu saw the Colosseum, he was shocked by its scale. It was as big as a football field in the world he used to live in. Standing outside, he could already hear the roars of the soul beasts coming from inside. According to Muyu's introduction, the Colosseum is not open to anyone, because the authorities cannot provide a place for practitioners to hunt soul beasts for free. After all, these soul beasts were captured by official personnel of high level in the Colosseum, and a fee must be paid every time they enter. If you do not want to pay the fee but still want to hunt soul beasts, you must exchange them for an equal number of soul beasts. Hey, if I have my own soul beast, why would I have to go into the Colosseum to hunt it? Qianqiu didn't understand. Soul beasts are also divided into different realms. Each cultivator at a different soul power level needs a different amount of soul power. Soul beasts that are too low in level are useless even if they are hunted down. Only by hunting soul beasts that are 3 levels lower than oneself or higher in level can one's soul power be improved. Mu Yu pointed to the 10-meter-high gate on the other side and continued, so the practitioners who come to the Colosseum can capture a large number of low-level soul beasts and exchange them with the Colosseum. Once a certain number is reached, they can enter the Colosseum to hunt higher-level soul beasts. Qianqiu suddenly realized, and then asked, "Then where can I go to catch low-level soul beasts if I have no money?" Zhou Nan said coldly, "Soul beasts live in other worlds. If you don't have a high-level cultivator to lead you to capture soul beasts in other worlds, you will only die in vain." As for the other worlds, Qianqiu had heard from Patriarch Su Kun that there were 4 major other worlds in the world of cultivating immortals. The Void Star World, the Dark Forest, the Divine World, the Starry Night. The road leading to the Divine World was blocked. That was where the ancient gods lived. "Oh, then how about I go to the Void Star Realm and capture some low-level soul beasts to use as tickets to enter the Colosseum?" Mu Yuchuan thought Qianqiu was joking. To open the Void Gate to the Void Star Realm, one must at least reach the Saint Realm and also understand specific divine texts. Even if Qianqiu had a strong talent for cultivation, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of skipping levels and entering the Void Star Realm. She immediately said, "My brother and I both paid the fees to enter. If you don't have money, I can help you pay." Qianqiu knew that going to the Void Star Realm would definitely take a lot of time, so he said to Mu Yu, "Okay, then lend me some money first, and I'll pay you back when I have money later." Zhou Nan cursed, "Pretentious guy," under his breath and put his hands in his pockets. "You still want to enter the Void Star Realm? Do you really think you can brag about your talent?" How could Zhou Nan know that Qianqiu had already opened the Void Gate of the Void Star Realm and even went in to travel alone? When we got to the door, the cashier said expressionlessly, "Pay to enter or exchange with a soul beast?" "Pay the fees." "Oh, which realm of soul beast is it?" Mu Yu looked at Qianqiu and asked him what level of soul beast he wanted to hunt. The level classification of soul beasts is the same as that of practitioners, from the Still Water Realm to the Emperor Realm. Legend has it that soul beasts that have reached the Emperor Realm will have their own minds and can even transform into human form. Qianqiu was not quite sure about the strength of the soul beast. To be on the safe side, he did not choose a soul beast in the Void Realm of the same realm as him, but chose a soul beast in the Samsara Realm. Qianqiu, are you sure you want to choose the Samsara Realm? Soul beasts are usually stronger than cultivators. My senior brother and I usually choose soul beasts that are exactly 3 levels lower than ourselves to hunt. When we are in better condition, we will choose soul beasts that are 2 levels lower than ourselves. If it is 1 level lower than ourselves, the risk is still very high. It's okay, it's just the reincarnation realm, it can't do anything to me," Qianqiu said in a flat tone. Qianqiu's words made Zhou Nan on the side ecstatic. This kid is really good at showing off. Xiaoyu and I are both in the Sky Realm and would not easily choose a soul beast in the Samsara Realm. This kid, who is in the Void Realm, actually dares to challenge a soul beast in the Samsara Realm. It's just right. I don't need to do anything. He will die in the Colosseum. Despite Mu Yu's repeated dissuasion, Qianqiu still insisted on choosing a soul beast in the reincarnation realm, so Mu Yu had no choice but to pay the fee for him. "Qianqiu, if you insist on choosing a soul beast from the Samsara realm, you can apply for a group hunt. Although the soul power you get in the end will have to be divided equally among the 3 of us, there will be no danger at all." In order to improve his soul power level as soon as possible, Qianqiu asked the Wuji Patriarch to teach him martial arts and resolutely rejected Mu Yu. Only by absorbing soul power alone can your soul power increase rapidly. Of course, Qianqiu was not unprepared, since he understood the sacred texts. At worst, if he really can't win, he can immediately release the forbidden techniques, earth-shattering sky star, and heavenly attraction of all things, that the three ancestors forbade him to use. After paying the fee, Qianqiu, Muyu, and Zhuanan entered the arena. The strong smell of blood wafted into the air, and the roars of the soul beasts were like thunder in the ears. The auditorium was already full, and they were all wealthy people who paid to come in and watch the battle between the cultivators and the soul beasts. Qianqiu was assigned to the preparation area for the soul beasts in the Samsara realm, because the soul beasts in the Samsara realm were already considered very powerful. There was only one cultivator in front of him, who happened to be fighting on the stage. Mu Yu handed Qianqiu a white mask and said, "There are many people from famous families and outside sects sitting in the audience. Qianqiu, as the Son of God, it is best not to reveal your identity to the public. Put on this mask." Qianqiu did not refuse this time and obediently took the white mask handed to him by Mu Yu. It was also because of this mask that Qianqiu got a nickname that made everyone in the Colosseum tremble in fear, White Shura. While preparing for battle, Qianqiu carefully observed the cultivator who was fighting the Samsara realm soul beast on the stage. A purple immortal shadow appeared behind him, and he was obviously just a cultivator in the Samsara realm. Qianqiu asked in confusion, "That person is also in the Samsara realm, why did he dare to challenge a soul beast of the same realm as him?" Mu Yu's face was not looking good. There are not many people who challenge spirit beasts of the same level as themselves, but the Colosseum has announced that as long as you can successfully hunt down a spirit beast of the same level as yourself, the fee can be waived and a very high bonus will be awarded. After a pause, he continued, "Usually these practitioners are short of money, so they take risks for the high bonus, but there are very few practitioners who can hunt down soul beasts at the same level as themselves." Just as Mu Yu finished speaking, the Samsara realm cultivator on the stage was knocked away by the soul beast. The soul beast rushed forward at an extremely fast speed and swallowed him in one gulp. The host above the Colosseum shouted, "Challenger of the Samsara realm, die." The Samsara realm is already considered to be an upper middle level among practitioners. Except for some top sects, those in the Samsara realm can definitely become elders or even higher positions. When the host of the Colosseum announced the death of the challenger from the Samsara realm, there were loud cheers from the audience. Some were celebrating, some were sighing, but they were not surprised by it and were more excited. These people themselves are not practitioners of high levels, but they love to see practitioners of high levels fighting with soul beasts. If they encountered the death of a cultivator who was already at an upper middle level in this realm, they would be even more excited. After seeing the practitioner in the Samsara realm being killed, Mu Yu's face became even uglier and he admonished Qianqiu again. "Qianqiu, you should apply to the Colosseum for a joint challenge between the three of us. You see, that cultivator is only one realm lower than you, but it is easy for a soul beast in the Samsara realm to kill him. Even if you are in the void realm, you can only hold on for a little longer." In the end, before Qianqiu opened his mouth to respond to Mu Yu's suggestions and exhortations, Zhuanan spoke first. "Xiao Yu, you have to believe in the Son of God's ability. If he says someone can do it, then he can do it. Don't make trouble." Zhuanan would be happy to see Qianqiu die in the arena, but he couldn't let his beloved junior sister die with him. Qianqiu also smiled and echoed Zhuanan's words, "Yes, Xiao Yu, Zhuanan is right, I can do it alone, you just wait and see." After saying that, Qianqiu jumped onto the beast fighting stage, and the host in the air also announced, "A new round of hunting time has begun. The challenger is a cultivator in the void realm, and the realm of the soul beast he is challenging is the Samsara realm." The audience once again erupted in excited shouts. "TSK TSK TSK, it's rare for a void realm cultivator to challenge a Samsara realm soul beast. Just like that fool who challenged someone of the same level just now, he's too conceited. Huh, I just saw a Samsara realm cultivator die, and right after that I saw a Void Realm cultivator die. This is not common in the Colosseum. The tickets tonight are worth it. The Void Realm is already considered the top realm among the intermediate realms. I wonder which sect this masked elder is from. Qianqiu was fighting against a soul beast named Rhinoceros, which was a land-based beast. There are three major types of soul beasts, namely land type, flying type, and ocean type. There are the most land type soul beasts, and the least flying type soul beasts. The flying type soul beasts are basically all from the dragon clan. Roar. The rhinoceros horn let out a roar, but Qianqiu remained calm under the roar. The moment the sound of the rhinoceros horn came, Qianqiu instantly burst into an immortal form. A fairy shadow several dozen meters long stood behind Qianqiu. He took out the black roar and slashed at the rhinoceros beast, but the sword did not hurt it at all. The rhinoceros has a very strong defense. If you don't use a very explosive magic to attack it, other attacks will have almost no effect on it. Qianqiu is too reckless. Brother, why don't we apply to stop the challenge? Mu Yu looked at Qianqiu on the arena anxiously. Zhou Nan wanted Qianqiu to die, but he couldn't show it in front of Mu Yu. Xiao Yu, don't be so anxious. After all, he is also the son of God. You don't have to be so anxious for him. On the beast fighting arena, Qianqiu saw that ordinary sword attacks were ineffective, so he immediately released the auxiliary skills in the Feisheng Yulei Ju. Because Qianqiu's soul power has reached the early stage of the fiery soul, these skills are enough to cause damage to the rhinoceros beast, but at the same time they also angered it. The rhinoceros roared again, and the horn on its head began to turn slightly red. This is the high-temperature horn anger of the rhinoceros beast. The temperature of its horn can reach up to 1,000 degrees. I heard that the temperature of the horn of a rhinoceros beast that has reached the Void Realm can even reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even a cultivator in the Saint Realm would lose half his life if he was hit by it. A bald fat man in the audience said to the younger brother beside him. Qianqiu could already feel the temperature of the horn on the rhino-horned beast's forehead gradually rising from a distance, but he did not panic. Instead, he stuck Heixiao directly into the ground and looked at the rhino-horned beast indifferently. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Not only did Qianqiu not avoid the high-temperature horn wrath, he even put down the sword. Zhou Nan laughed wildly in his heart and wished he could jump up and celebrate immediately. The host in the air was also confused, and explained with a confused look on his face, "What is this Void Realm challenger doing? He actually put down his weapon. Is he giving up resistance?" The rhinoceros did not let Qianqiu go just because he put down his weapon. After the temperature on its horn reached a certain level, it instantly rushed towards Qianqiu. Qianqiu's eyes flashed with confusion, and he instantly slid towards the rhino-horned beast and directly launched the magic, flying ascension and thunder control technique. In an instant, Qianqiu's immortal shadow had an extremely huge black sword in his hand, and he chopped straight towards the rhinoceros beast. The huge sword energy stirred up the dust on the arena, and the dust covered the entire arena. When the dust gradually settled, a young man wearing a white mask was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, while the rhinoceros had collapsed to the ground and gradually turned into a ray of light. This brilliant light was exactly the soul power that was transformed after the soul beast died. It slowly flew towards Qianqiu and merged into his physical strength. The entire Colosseum was in complete silence, and no one reacted. Zhou Nan stared at the scene in a daze, his body stiff and straight, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. What? A rhinoceros beast from the Samsara realm was killed instantly with just one strike? Zhou Nan knew very well that even as a cultivator in the Sky Realm, he could not kill a rhinoceros horned beast in the Samsara realm in one blow, but Qianqiu, who was only in the Void Realm, did it. When the dust completely cleared, the host was the first to react and immediately announced excitedly, "This challenge was successful, and the reincarnation realm rhino-horned beast was killed." The audience immediately cheered wildly, and many people began to discuss which sect or big family the challenger wearing a white mask belonged to. You should know that in the Colosseum, few people can kill a soul beast in one blow. Even if there are, they can only kill a soul beast that is 3 levels lower than themselves. However, Qianqiu fought against a soul beast that was 1 realm lower than himself, and not only killed it instantly, but also did it in the coolest way. Qianqiu smiled in his heart, this is so comfortable for me to pretend. Mu Yu's heart, which had been in a knot just now, suddenly relaxed. He felt shocked and excited. This boy, who is about the same age as her, has done so many impossible things in the past 2 days. Mu Yu made up his mind to ask the elders of the family to investigate his background. Which family did he belong to have such a talent? Qianqiu did not leave the arena immediately, but said to the host in the sky, "Put 2 more soul beasts in the reincarnation realm up, 1 is not enough." Everyone had not yet recovered from the shock of Qianqiu killing the rhinoceros beast in 1 blow, but unexpectedly Qianqiu immediately asked to release 2 more soul beasts in the reincarnation realm. Arrogant. Arrogant. Ignorant of the height of heaven and earth. The people in the audience who were originally praising Qianqiu immediately changed their expressions. They had never seen such an arrogant and domineering person. I thought he was a big shot, but he turned out to be a fool. Even the Sky Realm cultivators don't dare to fight 2 Samsara Realm soul beasts easily, and he is so arrogant in the Void Realm. Humph, he will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly changed. Those who were originally looking forward to Qianqiu's identity now wanted to see him being torn to pieces by 2 soul beasts. The host in the sky did not expect Qianqiu to make such a request, and asked tentatively, "Are you sure you want to challenge 2 soul beasts at the same time? Don't you need to take a break?" Qianqiu said lightly, "No need," which once again shocked everyone in the Colosseum. The host nodded, and immediately asked the people backstage to send 2 soul beasts in the reincarnation realm into the arena. Mu Yu in the audience was so anxious that she stamped her feet and said angrily, "What on earth is Qianqiu thinking? Even if he killed the rhinoceros beast in seconds, he can't be so conceited. Isn't this courting death?" As he said that, Mu Yu was about to rush up to the arena to pull Qianqiu down, but was immediately stopped by Zhuo Nan. "Xiaoyu, don't go up there. It's too dangerous. The soul beast has been released from the cage." While Zhuo Nan was stopping Mu Yu, he felt secretly happy. Just now, Qianqiu killed the rhinoceros beast in seconds, which made him on the verge of collapse. Qianqiu could do something that he couldn't do, which was too terrifying. Before he could react, Qianqiu actually took the initiative to ask to fight 2 soul beasts in the reincarnation realm at the same time. Ha 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 ha. He was looking for death himself, it's no one else's fault. Zhuo Nan almost laughed out loud. At first, he thought Qianqiu was a capable and smart person, but he didn't expect that he only had capability but no brains. On the arena, the organizer of the Colosseum has released 2 new soul beasts of the reincarnation realm from the cage. One is a land-based 3-headed wolf and the other is a rhinoceros-horned beast. Qianqiu held the black howl in his hand and looked at them calmly, but in fact he was quite unsure. Previously, he had used up almost half of his soul power when killing the rhino-horned beast, but after absorbing the soul power of the rhino-horned beast after its death, he clearly felt a significant increase in his soul power. If he continued like this, Qianqiu knew that as long as he killed 10 more soul beasts in the reincarnation realm, he would be able to advance from the early stage of Fiery Soul to the middle stage of Fiery Soul. In order to improve his soul power level as soon as possible, Qianqiu took the risk to challenge the 2 soul beasts regardless of the fact that only half of his soul power reserves were left. Qianqiu said silently in his heart, "This ascension and lightning control art is, after all, the immortal art of the Saint Realm powerhouse. It is powerful, but it consumes too much soul power. I have to learn more immortal arts when I go back this time. This time Qianqiu did not arrogantly stick Heixiao into the ground, but looked at the two soul beasts very vigilantly. He planned to take the initiative to attack. Qianqiu planned to use the shadow clone technique directly so that he could equal the two soul beasts in terms of numbers, but a voice suddenly came from his mind. Don't release this magic, it will bring about a fatal disaster. Hearing this voice in his mind, Qianqiu's eyes widened instantly and his body froze slightly. He looked around. There was no one around him except the audience in the auditorium. Qianqiu immediately used his divine sense to observe, but did not find any suspicious people. He wondered if he had just heard the voice, or if the person who heard the voice was at a very high level, and he could not detect it with his strength. Shaking his head, Qianqiu planned to continue using the shadow clone technique, but the voice came to his mind again, "Don't look for me anymore, I am thousands of miles away from you. You will know who I am in the future. Before you reach the Saint Realm, don't use the clone technique again, otherwise not only you, but also the entire Yongheng sect will be destroyed." The voice stopped abruptly. At this time Qianqiu was already sweating coldly. No matter who the person who was speaking in his mind was, he must be a very powerful practitioner. He could actually transmit the sound into only one person's mind from thousands of miles away. Qianqiu hesitated. He was worried that what the mysterious man said was true. If he used the clone technique again, he would be killed, or even the Yongheng sect would be destroyed. But the reason why he dared to challenge two soul beasts in the reincarnation realm at the same time without fear was that he relied on his powerful magic of clone technique, but now he can no longer use it. Oh no, do I regret it again? Qianqiu gave a bitter smile and suddenly realized that he had been pretending too much. Just when Qianqiu was stunned, the three-headed wolf took the lead in attacking Qianqiu. Its body, which was originally only 3 meters tall, suddenly grew to a height of nearly 10 meters, and its huge body occupied most of the arena. This is the first skill of the three-headed wolf, which allows it to maintain this huge size for nearly 10 minutes. Humph. This kid will have to pay for his arrogance and ignorance with his life. I really want to see him being torn to pieces by 3 wolves. Mu Yu was almost crying when she heard those crazy words in the audience. If there weren't powerful saints guarding the Colosseum, she would have rushed up and slapped those low-level practitioners in the face. When Qianqiu saw the three-headed wolf grow bigger, he no longer held back and directly released the Pearl Lotus. Compared to before, Qianqiu's soul power has reached the early stage of Fierce Soul, and his magic art of releasing the Pearly Lotus has also made a qualitative leap. He can now hold the lotus in both hands at the same time. Holding the lotus, Qianqiu kicked his feet and flew into the air, attacking the 3 wolves. Unlike the rhinoceros just now, the three-headed wolf reacted quickly and dodged Qianqiu's attack, making his attack miss. Qianqiu also reacted quickly, immediately switching to Black Howl and releasing the sword energy while accumulating energy. There was a bloody cut on the three-headed wolf's abdomen. It roared and slapped Qianqiu. Qianqiu chanted, "Fly the sword," in the divine language, and then a flying sword immediately appeared under his feet, and he immediately flew away from the spot. He already had a plan in mind. He wanted to take advantage of the terrain and defeat the 2 soul beasts. Qianqiu raised Black Howl again and used sword skills to attack the rhinoceros beast beside him. The rhinoceros was soon angered and launched the high-temperature horn rage again. After accumulating power, it pounced straight towards Qianqiu. Qianqiu grinned and immediately launched Pearl Lotus at the three-headed wolf, and the three-headed wolf also came towards Qianqiu. The audience on the stage immediately burst into crazy laughter. This kid is dead, he's attacked from both sides. Zhua Nan finally couldn't hide his expression and revealed a look of triumph. Mu Yu's heart was in a knot and she covered her eyes, not daring to watch the next scene. However, no one expected that Qianqiu would rise into the air again and say in divine language, flying ascension and thunder controlling art. Yes, Qinqiu used the divine text to recite the sword technique of Feisheng Yulei Ju. Qinqiu had never tried to use the divine text to activate the ascension and thunder control technique, and Patriarch Wuji had never told him whether he could use the divine text to release the ascension and thunder control technique. But Qinqiu did it, and he was the first cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation to do so. In an instant, the sky above the entire Colosseum began to distort, and a large grey thundercloud appeared. The immortal figure behind Qinqiu once again held a black long sword in his hand. But the difference was that this time the sword was extremely huge, and lightning was emanating from it. Qinqiu held Heixiao in his hand and felt that he could hardly hold it down and it might slip out of his hand at any time. He used all his strength to clench the black howl and chopped at the 3 wolves and the rhino below him. As Qinqiu Heixiao struck down, the thundercloud in the sky also instantly struck down a bolt of lightning, which hit the 2 soul beasts directly. The 3-headed wolf let out a scream, and its white fur was burned to black. The smell of burning filled the entire arena. The rhinoceros beast was not killed directly by the thunder due to its amazing defense, but the huge fairy shadow behind Qinqiu left another sword mark on it, killing it. After doing all this, Qinqiu retreated back to the ground, breathing heavily, and looking at the Heixiao in his hand in some disbelief. 3 swords in 1 second. I didn't expect that using the divine text to activate the Ascension Lightning control technique would have such a miraculous effect, but it also used up all of my remaining soul power. Qinqiu muttered to himself, then absorbed the soul power of the 2 soul beasts after their death, and walked towards the bottom of the arena holding Heixiao in his hand. The audience was completely silent, stunned by Qinqiu's performance. Qinqiu had just traveled to the world of immortal cultivation and didn't know the power of the divine version of the Ascension Thunder Control art that he released, but these practitioners who had watched hundreds of performances knew it very well. The magic technique that Qinqiu just unleashed was in no way inferior to the high-level magic technique unleashed by a powerful saint. My God, who on earth is he? A Void Realm cultivator can actually unleash Saint Realm-level magic. Hurry up and inform the Master to come to the Colosseum in Kovo City as soon as possible. Zhuanan's expression on the stage had frozen, and the smile on his lips had not yet disappeared, but Qinqiu had already killed the 2 soul beasts in the reincarnation realm on the stage and returned. He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. How did Qinqiu do it? It would have been fine if he released a high-level immortal technique like a holy realm, but why did he use a divine scripture to release it? Who on earth is he? As soon as Qinqiu stepped down from the stage, Muyu came over quickly. Because she had covered her eyes, she didn't see how Qinqiu gathered strength to kill the 2 soul beasts. But after she heard the loud noise, she opened her eyes again and saw Qinqiu absorbing the soul power of the 2 soul beasts after their death. Qinqiu, you are so awesome, you are worthy of being the Son of God. My brother and I are both at the Sky Realm and we are not sure we can fight 2 Samsara Realm soul beasts at the same time, but you did it, and you just killed a Samsara Realm soul beast in seconds a few minutes ago. Qinqiu looked pale. He had used up all his spiritual power and now felt very weak. He forced a smile and waved his hand, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After saying that, his eyes suddenly rolled back and he fell forward. Mu Yu was quick to hug the unconscious Qinqiu. Ah! It's really too much of a stretch. Using up all my soul power is too damaging to my soul. Brother, come and help Qinqiu. Zhuanan was already terrified by Qinqiu's performance. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought about how he almost fought with Qinqiu in the main hall that day. Originally, he relied on the fact that he was at least 1 realm higher than Qinqiu, and his soul power level was also 1 level higher than his, so he would not lose to him no matter how hard the fight was. But now it seems that it is still uncertain who will win or lose. Qinqiu was taken out of the Colosseum by Muyu and Zhuanan, and they found a place to stay temporarily in the city of Corvo. Muyu took out a pill that could help restore soul power and gave it to Qianqiu to take, while Xuanan left his residence to look for members of their family in Corvo City. He planned to ask the elders in his family to mobilize all their connections to find out Qianqiu's background and identity. However, what the three of them didn't know was that after they left the Colosseum, the entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Among the audience there were many disciples from large clans or families, and they witnessed Qianqiu's earth-shattering battle. The most powerful among them is an old man named Nailan Songhai. He is the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, which is ranked 9th in the Eternal Continent. As Nailan Songhai, who had reached the Saint Realm, he went to the Colosseum differently from other spectators, not to watch the bloodthirsty scenes of fighting, but to discover a cultivation prodigy from the Colosseum and then recruit him into the Seven Stars Sect. The reason why the Seven Stars Sect is ranked 9th in the clan rankings of the Eternal Continent is precisely because the Seven Stars Sect often sends out several elders to tour around the continent. Whenever they come across someone who is gifted or displays extraordinary talent in cultivation, they will find ways to recruit these practitioners under their command. At this time, Nailan Songhai was already shocked by Qianqiu's actions. It would have been okay for him to be at a low level and not know the art of ascending to heaven and controlling thunder, but he was a powerful saint after all. He had already noticed when Qianqiu used the ascension and thunder control art for the first time that a void realm cultivator could actually use a magic technique that was only commonly used by saint realm cultivators, not to mention that he actually performed it again in the form of a divine text in the end. What a terrifying talent! Nailan Songhai quietly disappeared in the Colosseum, activated the secret technique of the Seven Stars Sect, and followed the traces of Qianqiu and the others, heading towards their residence. When Qianqiu woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He felt weak and powerless, as if he had masturbated several times in one night in his original world. Alas, if it weren't for the voice in my mind warning me not to use the clone technique, I wouldn't have been in such a mess and used up all my soul power. Qianqiu muttered to himself, then got off the bed and found himself in an inn. As soon as Qianqiu opened the door, he found Muyu who had just bought food. Muyu saw Qianqiu wake up and said excitedly, "You're awake. Well, after I fainted yesterday, it was you and Xuanan who carried me back." Muyu thought about how Qianqiu threw himself into her arms before he fainted yesterday, and her pretty face turned red. Her voice became much softer. "Senior brother Xuanan carried you back." Qianqiu didn't notice anything wrong with Muyu. After thanking Muyu, he asked, "Where is Xuanan?" "Brother has gone to the city to look for his family members. He will be back tomorrow. By the way, I went to the pharmacy and bought you some herbs to restore your soul power. I also bought you some soul power pills that my master gave me. You should take them quickly." After Qianqiu took the pill that Muyu gave him, he instantly felt that his body was no longer so weak. At the same time, he could also feel that the soul power in his body was fully recovered. Although the speed was very slow, it was enough to surprise Qianqiu. "Xiaoyu, what kind of elixir is this that you gave me? As far as I know, there is absolutely no such elixir on the market that can restore soul power, right?" Qianqiu had heard of the soul power pill from books. It was a pill that prevented the body from becoming weak after the soul power was exhausted. As Qi Xiaoya's apprentice, it was not surprising for Muyu to be given this kind of pill. But Qianqiu had never heard of such a pill that could speed up the recovery of soul power. "Oh, this is what my elders at home researched and gave me a few. I won't buy them outside." Muyu answered vaguely, then changed the subject and said, "Qianqiu, you have defeated and absorbed 3 soul beasts in the Samsara realm in a row. Your soul power must have increased a lot, right?" Qianqiu looked at Muyu meaningfully, realizing that the origin of her elixir must be extraordinary, but she was unwilling to say that it would be impolite to delve into it further. He simply replied, "Well, if I hunt 6 or 7 more soul beasts in the Samsara realm, I should be able to break through to the middle stage of the fiery soul. It took me a long time to cultivate to the early stage of fiery soul, and you were still in the early stage of white soul a few days ago. Now you are about to surpass me. You are worthy of being the Son of God. Mu Yu smiled sweetly at Qianqiu, her eyes like a little fangirl. Because Qianqiu's soul power had not yet fully recovered, he accompanied Mu Yu to go shopping in the city in the afternoon. During this afternoon, while accompanying Mu Yu shopping, I learned from her about the world of immortal cultivation. Qianqiu now is no different from a native resident of the world of immortal cultivation. Xiaoyu, do you really have to buy so many clothes? Why? Don't all girls like to look beautiful? Anyway, I am the disciple of the sect leader, so I don't have to wear the sect uniform. Of course, I have to buy more clothes, and I have to change the dirty ones after each training. Qianqiu was very upset. He followed Mu Yu and almost toured the entire city of Kovo. He helped Mu Yu carry countless newly bought clothes, and he felt that this was more tiring than practicing. When they returned to the downstairs of the inn, Qianqiu and Mu Yu met an old man in a white coat with white hair and beard. When Mu Yu saw the old man, her eyes narrowed instantly. She recognized him at a glance as the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nailan Songhai. Qianqiu had never seen Nailan Songhai before. He scratched his head and said, "Old man, is there anything I can do for you?" Young man, your performance in the Colosseum really shocked me. I wonder how old you are." Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, 19. Nailan Songhai was startled and looked at Qianqiu in disbelief. After a while, he asked in a questioning tone, "You are only 19 years old this year?" Qianqiu nodded, and then suddenly remembered that he was clearly wearing a mask in the Colosseum, so there was no way anyone could recognize him or remember his face. So how did this old man in front of him know that he was the one in the Colosseum? Seeing Qianqiu was wary of him, Nailan Songhai smiled and explained, "Young man, there is no need to be wary of me. I came to find you because I saw that you were extraordinary. I thought you were in your 20s, but I didn't expect you to be only 19. This really shocked me. You have reached the Void Realm at the age of 19, and your use of divine texts is also very novel to me. Which sect are you a disciple of?" Qianqiu did not rashly reveal his true identity to this old man of unknown origin and remained silent. Nailan Songhai was not angry and continued, "I am the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nailan Songhai. Can you communicate with me now without worry?" Qianqiu was shocked. Is the old man in front of him the elder of the Seven-Star Sect? He had just learned from Mu Yu in the afternoon about several well-known clans in the Eternal Continent, and the Seven Stars Sect was the 9th-ranked clan in the Eternal Continent. Just saying 9th place may not give much idea, but there are more than 200 clans, big and small, in the Eternal Continent. To be ranked 9th among these 200 clans is already very powerful. The Yongheng sect is only ranked 50th, so you can imagine how powerful the Seven-Star Sect is as the 9th-ranked clan. You said you are the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, then you are. Then I also said that I am the leader of the Seven-Star Sect. Qianqiu said with a smile. Unexpectedly, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from behind Nailan Songhai's hands, but no one else on the street noticed it at all. Only Qianqiu felt this powerful immortal power. He saw a huge red fairy shadow looming behind the smiling Nailan Songhai. Holy Land! Qianqiu was shocked again. This time he was really sure that the old man was the elder of the Seven-Star Sect. Qianqiu handed the things in his hand to Mu Yu and said to her, "Xiaoyu, go back to the inn first. I want to talk to this elder Nailan from the Seven-Star Sect." Mu Yu hesitated for a second, silently took the clothes from Qianqiu's hand, and left the sight of the two. Nailan Songhai also saw Mu Yu's face clearly, frowned slightly, and said to himself, "This girl looks very familiar, I think I have seen her somewhere before." After Mu Yu left, Qianqiu smiled at Nalan Songhai and said, "Elder Nalan, please." The two came to a tea house. Qianqiu poured a cup of tea for Nalan Songhai. Nalan Songhai looked at him admiringly and immediately said, "Young man, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you a disciple of any clan?" "Eternal sect." "Eternal sect?" "It's the sect that holds the ancient artifact, the longevity bell. It was quite powerful a few hundred years ago, but has declined in the past 100 years. A small sect like that really buries a genius like you. Come to my 7-star sect, where the resources are much better than those of the small sect you are in now." Qianqiu said without hesitation, "Thank you, Elder Nalan, but I will not leave my sect." "Why is that?" "No reason. I came here with you just because I hope you won't announce my identity to the public. I wore a mask in the Colosseum because I didn't want outsiders to know my identity. I didn't expect that it would be nothing but a joke in the eyes of a Saint Realm expert." Nalan Songhai was very surprised. Over the years, he had recruited many talented people into the 7-star sect, and he had never seen anyone who rejected him. The 7-star sect is a place that many practitioners try their best to enter. But Qianqiu refused without even thinking about it. Nalan Songhai did not show his emotions on his face. He just drank a sip of tea and said calmly, "What if I want to make your identity public?" The atmosphere at the tea table suddenly became subtle, but Nalan Songhai continued to sip his tea, not taking Qianqiu's words to heart at all. "Elder Nalan, are you threatening me?" Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, and his tone was no longer as respectful as before. "If you think this is a threat, I don't deny it. But you have to know that my original intention was just to recruit geniuses. Our sect doesn't want any genius to end up in other sections." Qianqiu smiled, took a sip of tea, and crossed his legs. "Then I won't be threatened by you. I won't go to the 7-star sect. What can you do?" Nalan Songhai also put away his smile. "Our purpose is to destroy what we can't get. If you don't want to join the 7-star sect with your talent, I will never let you drift to our hostile sect." As he spoke, Nalan Songhai released his immortal shadow once again. This time he no longer restrained himself and released his power wantonly. "Young man, let me ask you again, do you want to join the 7-star sect?" Qianqiu was not at all panicked when facing the terrifyingly powerful Nalan Songhai, which made Nalan Songhai hesitate for a moment, thinking that he was also a powerful saint. After all, people of lower realms will never remain calm in the face of pressure from people of higher realms. But the young man in front of me did it. Qianqiu said, "No one can force me, Qianqiu, to do something I don't want to do." After saying this, Qianqiu gathered his energy instantly and recited the divine text. In an instant, he opened the void gate leading to the void star realm. The gate of void instantly appeared above the sky of the tea house, and Nalan Songhai's face changed drastically. "Who on earth is this boy? He is only in the void realm, but he can actually open the void gate?" Qianqiu escaped directly into the void star realm and closed the door of the void in an instant. Nalan Songhai was still in shock, but the sky had returned to calm, and he immediately put away his immortal shadow. There were many cultivators among the many pedestrians on the street. They were all shocked to see the suddenly opened void star world and Nalan Songhai, a cultivator who had reached the saint realm. Nalan Songhai stood at the door of the tea house, looking at the place where Qianqiu had opened the door to the void before, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. "I thought this boy just had extraordinary talent in cultivation, but I didn't expect that he has already achieved such an exaggerated level. I have to go back and report to the sect master. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a powerful existence in the eternal continent in a few years." In the void star world, Qianqiu was gasping for breath. Even though he could speak and do whatever he wanted, after all, realm and soul power were rigid conditions, and there was no way he could defeat a saint realm expert. So he had no choice but to open the door of the void in the street and escape into the Void Star world. Qianqiu also silently memorized the names of the 7 Stars sect and Nayland Sanghai. One day, he will have to pay the price for his recklessness today. Qianqiu was not in a hurry to leave the Void Star realm. He thought that since he had already entered, he might as well get a few more soul beasts of lower realms to sell to the Colosseum and pay back the money that Muyu had paid for him in the Colosseum. The Void Star realm was filled with fog of war, exactly the same as the last time he came in. Where are all these soul beasts? I didn't see them the last time I came in. How strange. Qianqiu chanted, "Fly," in the divine text and searched around in the fog of war. Fortunately, his hard work paid off and he found 2 soul beasts walking slowly in the fog. Finally I met him. These are 2 black gold apes, which are almost the strongest soul beasts in the land system. Generally speaking, they will only hunt black gold apes when the elders of a large sect form a group and enter the Void Star realm together. Under normal circumstances, they would never provoke the black gold apes, because not only are they powerful in combat, they are also a species of soul beast with a strong sense of teamwork. Once a black gold ape in the race is attacked or hunted, as long as they have not left the Void Star realm, they will kill those practitioners at all costs. But Qianqiu didn't know this. He looked at the 2 black gold apes happily and said, "I'm lucky. These 2 soul beasts didn't break through. Isn't this little Karami?" Because they were within the Void Star realm, Qianqiu did not have too many concerns and freely released his magical arts that were forbidden by his ancestors in the outside world. Earth-shattering star. All things are attracted by the sky. The 2 black gold apes were beaten back by the sudden attack. In order to cover their companion's escape, one of them risked its life to block Qianqiu with its wounded body. Qianqiu fell from the sky, looked at the dying black gold ape, and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you too. If you die, I will have no money." Passing over the black gold ape that had lost its ability to move, Qianqiu once again extended his claws towards the one that was desperately escaping into the depths of the fog of war. Qianqiu took out Black Roar, but because he lacked soul power, he had to use the small thunder control technique just like Yi Xiu did that day. The black gold ape fell to the ground, looking at Qianqiu with horror in his eyes, and making a roar, roar sound from his mouth. Qianqiu didn't know that this was a signal for help among the black and gold apes. In the fog of war, a group of black gold apes heard the cry for help from the little black gold ape. The largest black gold ape among them suddenly stood up solemnly. It was 50 meters tall, like a small mountain. He is the patriarch of the black gold ape. The leader of the black gold ape tribe hammered his chest with his paw, let out a loud roar, and then led a group of black gold apes to run in the direction of the cry for help. Qianqiu tied the 2 black gold apes together, and then chanted in divine script, "Qiankuan bag." In an instant, an inconspicuous cloth bag appeared out of thin air in Qianqiu's hand. Qianqiu exclaimed, "I didn't expect that this thing really exists in this world." Qianqiu pointed at the 2 black gold apes and said, "Collect," and the 2 black gold apes were immediately put into the Qiankuan bag. "Hehe, from now on, when you go out, put all the things you bring with you in this Qiankuan bag, so you don't have to carry them all the time." After doing all this, Qianqiu once again recited the divine text to open the door to the void and jumped out. As soon as the void gate closed, the enormous black gold ape leader arrived here with a group of black gold apes. It looked around and did not find the 2 little black gold apes, and immediately let out a furious roar. The reason he was so angry was because it was his child. Qianqiu didn't know that he had angered the black gold ape clan in the Void Star realm after only being in the Void Star realm for an hour. At this moment, inside the ancestral hall of the Sword Sect, which is ranked 3rd in the Eternal Continent, Master Zhuo Protector, the leader of the Black Gold Ape tribe in the Void Star realm, suddenly became angry for some reason and injured many of our disciples who were sent in for training. The sword sect's left protector opened his eyes, a puzzled look on his face. Did one of the disciples not know the rules and anger it? No, that clan leader also injured several elders from other sections. It seems like he is angry at the entire human community. Inside the Yeshuan Pavilion, which ranks 5th in the Eternal Continent, the second elder covered his chest and stepped out of the Gate of Void in a very embarrassed manner, and fell at the entrance of Yeshuan Pavilion. The leader of Yeshuan Pavilion was furious and asked the second elder, "Who hurt you like this?" The second elder spat out a stream of blood, and said in a very weak voice, "It was the chieftain of the Black Gold Ape." He suddenly became furious and injured many practitioners in the Void Star realm. That guy has actually reached the realm of the Quasi-Emperor. I am no match for him. In the Eternal Continent, all the sects that sent cultivators to the Void Star realm were in chaos. After Qianqiu came out of the Gate of Void with the Qianquan bag, he did not return to the inn, but went straight to the Colosseum. Firstly, he wanted to sell the 2 black gold apes he had just captured to the Colosseum. Secondly, he was afraid that Nayland Songhai was waiting near the inn, waiting for him to fall into his trap. Returning to the entrance of the Colosseum again, Qianqiu put on the white mask that Muyu had given him before, and then found the people in the Colosseum and offered to sell the soul beast. The person who bought the soul beast yawned, and without even raising his head, he said to Qianqiu, "We will not take soul beasts below the heaven realm for the time being. If the soul beast you captured is not up to standard, leave quickly. What I want to sell are 2 soul beasts that have not broken through the realm." The buyer uttered an "oh," and then slowly looked up. When he looked up and saw Qianqiu wearing a white mask, his sleepiness instantly disappeared and he said in disbelief, White Shura." Qianqiu frowned and asked, "What White Shura? Are you the one who defeated 3 soul beasts of the reincarnation realm in a row in the Colosseum yesterday?" "It's me." "That's right, just say White Shura. You may not know that after you left yesterday, everyone in the Colosseum who watched your match called you White Shura." Qianqiu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I didn't expect that I would be given such a title just because I put on a white mask and hunted 3 soul beasts in the Colosseum." Qianqiu released the 2 soul beasts he had just captured from his Qianquan bag and said to the buyer, "These are the 2 soul beasts of the unbreakable realm that I want to sell. How much are they worth?" The buyer was stunned when he saw the completely black ape. His voice suddenly became stammering, This is a black ape? Please wait a moment, I will call our supervisor. I can't make a decision to purchase the black ape as a hunting target for the Colosseum." The buyer ran away in a hurry, leaving Qianqiu behind who had not yet reacted. "What do you mean? They are just 2 soul beasts that have not broken through the realm. Why don't you accept them?" Qianqiu muttered to himself, sitting in front of the door waiting for the man to call their supervisor. 5 minutes later, the buyer hurried over with a man in formal attire. The buyer pointed at Qianqiu and said, "Manager Li, that was the White Shura who defeated 3 samsara spirit beasts in a row in our Colosseum yesterday. He brought 2 black gold apes with him." When Li Si heard his men say that someone brought 2 black gold apes to sell, he thought he had made a mistake. "I followed him to the door half believing and half doubting, and unexpectedly I saw a man wearing a white mask, with 2 unconscious black gold apes lying behind him." As the director of the Colosseum, Li Si had of course heard about the White Shura who defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts in a row yesterday. He did not expect that he would come back again today and bring 2 black gold apes with him. The black gold ape is a soul beast that lives in groups in the Void Star realm. Their race is very powerful. Many large clans will show courtesy to the black gold ape when they see them and will hardly hunt them. In addition, some specialized hunter clans will organize a large number of powerful saints to enter the Void Star realm together to hunt the black gold ape. Moreover, the captured black gold apes will not be sold to the Colosseum. After all, it would be a waste of resources to ruthlessly hunt such a rare and hard-to-hunt soul beast in the Colosseum. The hunted black gold apes are usually taken by some alchemy practitioners to make elixirs. It is said that the elixirs made can make the practitioner's immortal shadow appear and evolve. Li Si looked at the white Shura in front of him, his brain working rapidly. He must have no idea about the reason why he was able to bring the black gold ape to the Colosseum to sell it. Then Li Si could take advantage of this opportunity to buy 2 black gold apes and then present them to his boss. If the boss is happy, wouldn't he reward him with some top-quality pills? Li Si looked at Qianqiu with a smile. "Hello sir, I heard from you that you want to sell these 2 soul beasts? Well, both of them are invincible." Li Si glanced at the 2 soul beasts behind Qianqiu and was sure that they were the black gold apes. He immediately became excited, but still said calmly, "Sir, do you know what species the 2 soul beasts you want to sell are?" Qianqiu took a look, shook his head blankly, and then said, "No matter what kind it is, just give me the price you can sell it for quickly, I'm busy." Li Si couldn't stop laughing in his heart. He didn't expect that this powerful white Shura was actually an idiot. He didn't even know the black gold ape. No wonder he foolishly brought 2 black gold apes to the Colosseum to sell them. "Oh, okay sir, 2 soul beasts that cannot break through the realm can be sold for 30,000 eternal ancient coins. I will have my men get them for you right away." Li Si winked at his younger brother behind him, and the younger brother immediately ran back and brought back 30,000 Henggu coins. "Sir, here are your 30,000 eternal coins, please keep them." Qianqiu got a large bag of eternal coins and immediately smiled. He put the money into his Qinquan bag and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Li Si suddenly remembered something and asked Qianqiu, "Sir, may I ask where these 2 soul beasts came from?" "Just caught from the Void Star realm." After saying that, Qianqiu disappeared from Li Si's sight. Li Si stood there in a daze, not reacting for a moment. After a long while, Li Si came back to his senses, spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm, and cursed, "What a pretentious guy. The boss just told me that there was a big commotion in the Void Star realm. The Black Gold Ape clan leader rioted, and even many Saint Realm powerhouses were injured. How can a Void Realm cultivator like him enter the Void Star realm at this time to capture 2 black gold apes? What a joke." Qianqiu hurried back to the inn with the money he got in exchange for the 2 black gold apes. Before entering the inn, he walked around several times but did not see Nayland Sanghai, so he returned to the inn with peace of mind. Mu Yu in the inn was relieved when she saw Qianqiu coming back. She said to Qianqiu quickly, "Qianqiu, you scared me to death. I just heard from the waiter downstairs that a Saint Realm expert released a fairy shadow on the street ahead, and someone opened the Void Star realm. I thought you were affected." Qianqiu smiled and did not tell Mu Yu that the person who opened the gate to the Void Star world was actually himself. "Xiaoyu, this is the money I'm paying you back. I don't know if it's enough." Qianqiu didn't know how much money Mu Yu had paid for him that day, so he simply gave all the eternal coins he had just exchanged to Mu Yu. When Mu Yu saw the large sack of eternal coins, he was stunned. "Oh my god, where did you suddenly get so much money?" Qianqiu was about to explain when the door was suddenly pushed open. Standing outside the door was Zuanan, who was wearing rough clothes. His face was very serious. He said to Qianqiu and Mu Yu, "An urgent secret order has been received from the sect, saying that a major incident has occurred in the sect. Now the son of God Qianqiu, the sect master's disciples Zuanan and Mu Yu are ordered to hurry back to the sect." Qianqiu and the other 2 immediately got up and rushed to Yongheng sect. On the way, Qianqiu asked Zuanan what happened in Yongheng sect. Zuanan said that he didn't know either. He only received a secret order from the sect. It didn't say what happened specifically, but just asked him to return quickly. Mu Yu glanced at Qianqiu. She had a hunch that the changes in the Yongheng sect might be related to him. The three of them finally arrived back at Yongheng sect in the early morning. What was different from the past was that Yongheng sect was brightly lit. According to the sect's rules, this should be curfew time, but Yongheng Mountain is exceptionally bright today. As soon as I entered the sect, I saw the great elder Ling Feng. Sons of God, you are finally back. Come with me to the main hall. The sect master has been waiting for you for a long time. Except for the great elder Ling Feng, other elders were not qualified to enter the main hall, but under such special circumstances, all the elders were called into the main hall. When Qianqiu and the other two entered the main hall, they saw dozens of elders standing in the middle of the hall and 5 supreme masters sitting on the seats of the masters. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces and the atmosphere in the whole hall was very silent. Son of God, meet the sect master. Zonan greets the master. Mu Yu greets the master. Qi Xiaoya nodded, motioning them to get up, and then said in a serious tone, "The reason why I'm in such a hurry to ask you to come back is because 5 elders of Yongheng sect died today, 4 elders were seriously injured, and 1 elder's immortal power was destroyed." Zhuo Nan's face changed drastically, and he asked, "Master, what's going on? Are there people from the outer sect attacking us?" Reverend Bai stepped forward to explain for Qi Xiaoya, "No. A few days ago, a village at the foot of Yongheng Mountain was massacred. A mentor and 10 disciples died. The sect master ordered me to send 10 elders to investigate the matter. As a result, these elders fought with the cultivator who massacred the village during the investigation. The elders were no match for that person." After a brief pause, Venerable Bai revealed an angry expression. 5 elders died on the spot, and the remaining 5 elders took the opportunity to escape, but they were also seriously injured. This person openly provoked the Yongheng sect, and he must be killed to avenge the dead elders and disciples. Qianqiu's face darkened. He didn't expect that such a big thing would happen when he was only away from the sect for 2 or 3 days. "Son of God, the reason I asked you to come back is to prepare to go to the 100 Sects conference with me. Zhuo Nan, Xiaoyu, that person is very powerful. The elders who escaped back can't tell what realm he is in. I order you to go with Venerable Tang and Venerable Wan, and capture this person alive and bring him back to Yongheng sect. I want to see him after I return from the 100 Sects conference." Zhuo Nan was shocked. He didn't expect that his master would actually take Qianqiu to the 100 Sects conference. You have to know that he and Mu Yu have been disciples of Qi Xiaoya for many years, and Qi Xiaoya has never brought them to the annual 100 Sects conference. Why can Qianqiu, who has just joined the sect, participate in the 100 Sects conference? Zhuo Nan could no longer bear it, and regardless of etiquette, he questioned Qi Xiaoya in public, "Master, I don't understand why Qian, son of God, has just joined Yongheng sect and can participate in the 100 Sects conference. In terms of realm, my disciple is higher than him, and in terms of soul power, my disciple is also stronger than him. Why can't I be brought to the 100 Sects conference? Brother, what are you doing?" Mu Yu lowered his head and tugged at Zhuo Nan's clothes. Zhuo Nan ignored it and looked at his master with a determined look. Qi Xiaoya was not too surprised, and said calmly, "Because he is the son of God, Master said he is qualified, so he is qualified." Zhuo Nan clenched his fists, and his hatred for Qianqiu increased. Son of God, what a great son of God! This position of son of God should have belonged to me, Zhuo Nan. Zhuo Nan didn't get angry in the end. He just knelt on one knee and said to Qi Xiaoya, "Disciple obeys the master's order." After saying that, Zhuo Nan left the main hall. Mu Yu wanted to say something on behalf of his senior brother, but Qi Xiaoya announced the end of the meeting and only allowed Qianqiu to stay. After everyone left, Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya were the only ones left in the main hall. "Master, do you have something to ask me?" Qi Xiaoya nodded and asked Qianqiu, "Leave the sect with me tomorrow morning and head to Beihan Island. By the way, son of God, what did you gain from this trip? Well, I went to the Colosseum with Xiaoyu and Zhuanan, and hunted 3 soul beasts in the Samsara realm. My soul power has increased a lot. Qi Xiaoya was surprised by Qianqiu again. 3 soul beasts in the Samsara realm were already a very terrifying existence for Qianqiu, a cultivator who was only in the void realm. But he hunted it down in just 2 days. By the way, Sect Master, I also entered the Void Star realm and captured 2 soul beasts that could not break through the realm and sold them to the Colosseum. Qi Xiaoya already knew that Qianqiu could open the Gate of Void, so she was not too surprised by this. However, today was already the 2nd time she had heard of the Void Star realm. During the day, she was called by the 3 ancestors once, who told her that there was chaos in the Void Star realm and that the Black Gold Ape Chief was furious and had injured many practitioners. The 3 ancestors told Qi Xiaoya not to enter the Void Star realm in the near future to avoid being hurt by the angry Black Gold Ape. Although it was unlikely, she always felt that the rage of the Black Gold Ape in the Void Star realm was related to Qianqiu. Finally, Qi Xiaoya asked Qianqiu to leave the main hall and wait for her here tomorrow morning. At the foot of Mount Eternal, a man in black stared at the corpses of the 5 elders of the Eternal Sect at his feet with a disdainful smile. Just a bunch of ants. Ha, he actually chose to practice in such a clan, what achievements can he make in the future? The man in black stepped on the head of one of the elders as if he were stepping on garbage. He left here and came to the Colosseum. Oh. He seems to have been here before, and was given the title of White Shura. Interesting. That night, in the Colosseum of Corvo, there appeared a new challenger wearing a black mask. He challenged 5 Void Realm soul beasts at the same time, completely shocking the entire city of Kovo. What does it mean to have 5 Void Realm spirit beasts? And we have to challenge them at the same time. Even if a Saint Realm expert comes, he may not be able to challenge 5 Void Realm soul beasts at the same time. But the man in black did it. He used divine texts and magic that dazzled all the practitioners. Even the several powerful saints present could not understand what the divine texts he was talking about meant. And he also got a nickname, Black Shura. The next day, early morning. Qianqiu rubbed his eyes and stood at the door waiting for the sect leader Qi Xiaoya, ready to go to Beihan Island with her. He had no idea what was happening in the city of Kovo at the foot of the mountain. And his 3 masters also made an exception today and did not sleep. They appeared in the sect during the time that Qianqiu was not practicing his skills. Disciple, we have obtained a body of the sky realm. We, the teachers, will wait for you to come back and help you become an immortal body. After leaving Yongheng sect, Qianqiu followed Qi Xiaoya and walked towards the foot of Yongheng mountain. On the way, Qi Xiaoya said nothing. Qianqiu felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, are we the only 2 going to attend the 100 Sects conference? After all, we are such a big sect. Qi Xiaoya glanced at Qianqiu and said, the Yongheng sect is not a big sect. It ranks outside the top 50 in the Henggu continent. There are only 3 places to attend the conference. In the past, the 3 ancestors participated. Today's situation is special, so I will replace the 3 ancestors. Isn't there still 1 spot left? Why don't you bring another person? He's already waiting for us on Beihan Island. There were only a few days left before the 100 Sects conference. Qianqiu had not yet reached the Saint Realm and could not walk in the air like Qi Xiaoya, so the 2 chose to fly swords to rush to Beihan Island. The 2 of them flew their swords above the clouds. Qianqiu saw many practitioners who were flying their swords like them, and occasionally he could see practitioners who were flying in the air at extremely fast speeds. Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya traveled for a whole day and finally arrived at Beihan Island. Beihan Island is, as its name suggests, the entire island is covered with snow and is extremely cold. Find a place to stay tonight and enter the venue of the 100 Sects Conference at 12 noon tomorrow. Qi Xiaoya and Qianqiu cancelled their sword riding trip and came to the main city of Beihan Island, Venus. Qianqiu looked around the street curiously and found that the people here were different from those in the Eternal Continent. The average height of the people on the street was taller than that of the people in the Eternal Continent. The two found an inn to stay in, but Qianqiu couldn't stand the boredom and left the inn. Venus was already filled with practitioners from various continents, and the streets were crowded. Qianqiu walked around for a few times and felt that there were too many people, so he finally decided to go to the arena in the main city of Venus. I went to the Colosseum last time, but I haven't seen what the arena is like. Qianqiu asked along the way and finally arrived at the arena in the main city of Venus. As soon as he arrived at the door, a staff member came over and asked Qianqiu, "Sir, do you want to buy a ticket to watch the game, or as a competitive player?" Competitive player. You are not a native of Beihan Island, right? Have you ever participated in an arena on other continents before? If so, just show us your ID card. The arena ID cards of each continent are universal. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head awkwardly. I have never participated in an arena before. This is my first time here. The staff member nodded and then took Qianqiu to apply for an ID card. Qianqiu hesitated when filling in his identity form. He was unwilling to reveal his true identity to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. He simply registered his identity information on his ID card as Prisoner Bird, did not join any sect, his realm was the Void Realm, and his soul power level was in the early stage of the Fiery Soul Realm. After entering the arena, Qianqiu discovered that there was actually not much difference between this place and the Colosseum. The only difference was that the arena was replaced by a competition arena. Qianqiu got the battle serial number, which was randomly assigned, and the matched opponent was also random. Therefore, in the arena, you may very likely see a cultivator at the Heavenly Man realm matched with an opponent at the Saint realm. At this time, cultivators at a lower level can choose to accept the challenge or refuse. Once the cultivator at a lower level wins in this cross-level battle, the number of wins can be increased according to the number of levels crossed. For example, suppose a practitioner in the Samsara realm is matched with a practitioner in the Void realm, and the practitioner in the Samsara realm wins in the end, then the number of his wins increases by 2. But if there are two practitioners of the same realm as opponents, no matter which side wins, the increase in wins will be 1. By analogy, when a practitioner in the Samsara realm defeats a practitioner in the Saint realm, this is a leap of 3 levels, and the increase in wins is 4. Of course, in the arenas of various continents, there has never been a successful competition that jumped 2 levels, let alone 3 levels. After Qianqiu learned the rules, he sat in the waiting room and waited for his serial number to be called. Inside the VIP viewing room of the Venus main city arena, the leader of the Sword Sect, which was ranked 3rd in the Eternal Continent, yawned as he watched the battle between 2 invincible realm practitioners on the stage. I won't attend tomorrow's conference. I haven't heard of any strange creatures appearing on any continent in recent years. There's no need to go and see. An old man beside the Sword Sect leader stepped forward and said, "Master, when I came to Beihan Island yesterday, I passed by Kao City. I heard that in the arena of Kao City, a cultivator killed 5 Void Realm soul beasts in one breath." Oh, what a joke. A Saint Realm cultivator would come to that small place in Kovo City to slaughter spirit beasts. Which sect is he from? The old man's face changed, and he said awkwardly, "Master, that cultivator is not in the Saint Realm." The Sword Sect leader's tone finally showed some emotion. He sat up straight on the recliner and said, "I didn't expect that a cultivator who has reached the Emperor realm would be so carefree." The old man looked even more embarrassed, and finally said everything in one breath, "Master, please forgive me, I shouldn't have spoken or breathed. That was neither a Saint Realm powerhouse nor an Emperor Realm Great Emperor, but a Void Realm cultivator." He was also challenging 5 Void Realm soul beasts at the same time. In an instant, the air in the entire VIP viewing room suddenly turned cold, and the old man was frightened by his master. The Sword Sect Master's eyes were sharp, and he said, "Uncle Mo, are you sure you are not kidding me? A cultivator in the Void Realm challenged 5 Void Realm spirit beasts at the same time. This is a challenge of the same level, which already has little chance of success. He actually challenged 5 at the same time. And he even killed them? How dare I lie to my master? This is absolutely true. I followed him afterwards, but he was only in the Void Realm, but he actually noticed that I was following him, so I couldn't find him." The Sword Sect leader narrowed his eyes and smiled. Interesting, really interesting. How could this boy achieve such success in the Void Realm? Uncle Mo, you have already reached the peak of the Saint Realm, but you were actually noticed by a Void Realm cultivator. I wonder if this boy has also come to the 100 Sects conference. If I can see him tomorrow, I will definitely let him join the Sword Sect. In the arena, Qianqiu waited for nearly an hour and finally heard his serial number being called. In the 97th sequence match, the information of the 2 players is as follows. The blue player is Prisoner Bird, no sect information, a Void Realm practitioner. The red player is Yao Fei, Taishan Sect, a Sky Realm practitioner. There was a sigh from the audience. Usually, those at a lower level would not accept this kind of cross-level competition. After all, once the competition began, a life and death contract had to be signed, and there were practitioners being beaten to death every day. Moreover, this is a battle between the Void Realm and the Sky Realm, which is already considered a high-level battle. Although the Void Realm and the Sky Realm are only 1 realm apart, they are no longer on the same level. A cultivator in the Sky Realm can completely crush a cultivator in the Void Realm. Even if he has reached the peak of the Void Realm, he will still be unable to fight back. Yao Fei, who was standing in the audience, was stunned and could not help but complain, "Alas, I finally got my serial number, but it seems that my chance to get in today will be ruined again." However, the next second, to the shock of everyone in the audience, the host announced the matching result. Void Realm contestants, accept this cross-level duel. The competition is about to begin. The entire audience was shocked. Even Yao Fei was unable to react for a moment. He was ready to leave, but he did not expect that his opponent would actually accept this cross-level battle. Qianqiu stretched his muscles while standing in the preparation area, then put on a white mask. "Let me experience the level of the Sky Realm," Qianqiu said to himself. At this time, people in the VIP viewing rooms were also attracted by this cross-level battle. In room 1 sat the people from the Demon Sect, which was ranked second among the clans in the Eternal Continent. A cross-level duel between the Void Realm and the Sky Realm is really rare. In room 2, people from the Sword Sect were sitting. Sect Master, this level of cross-level duel is rare in the arena. This is not like the cross-level duel between the lower realms like the Heavenly Man Realm and the Eternal Life Realm. As long as the soul power level is higher, there is still a great chance of defeating the cross-level opponent. This kind of high-level cross-level duel is almost suspenseful. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between the 2 realms. The Sword Sect leader smiled again and said, "One is a disciple of the Taishan Sect, and the other is a cultivator who has not joined the sect. It seems that it is necessary for our sect to participate in this year's 100 Sects conference." Room 3, Room 4, Room 5. On the competition stage, Yao Fei took a step forward and stood on the stage very easily. He thought that this battle would be easy to win, and it seemed that it would not help to improve his soul power. Qianqiu was not as flamboyant as Yao Fei, but walked up the stairs steadily and unpretentiously. The host shouted outside the ring, "Yao Fei, as a practitioner of the Sky Realm, you have accumulated a record of 56 wins and 39 losses in the arenas of various continents. In the recent battles, you have even achieved 5 consecutive wins. Will this cross-level challenge be Yao Fei's 6th victory? Prisoner Bird is a cultivator who just registered and joined this arena today. He has not fought yet, with 0 wins and 0 losses. He has not joined any sect either. It seems that he is a cultivator who does not want to be bound. His first battle is against a higher-level opponent. At their level, the difference in strength is already huge, but the prisoner bird resolutely accepted the higher-level battle. Could it be that he has extraordinary abilities? Will this battle be his first victory in his arena career? Let's wait and see. Because of the upcoming 100 Sects conference, the audience seats were filled with disciples from various sections. They were of course happy to watch a cross-level battle between the Void Realm and the Sky Realm on the eve of the conference. Although everyone knew the result, it did not hinder their excitement. I didn't expect you to dare to accept this cross-level duel. Don't you know that at the level of the Void Realm, the difference in strength is huge with each level up? Since you are a newcomer to the arena, I will give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, when the fight starts later, I will not stop and beat you to death. Qianqiu just smiled softly. You're welcome, just torture me as much as you want. There are specially treated instruments around the ring, and whatever the contestants say in the ring will be announced, so the conversation between Qianqiu and Yao Fei was heard by all the audience. This contestant called Prisoner Bird is the weaker party, but he is so arrogant. What do you mean by, torture him as much as you can? What cruel words before the game, what a miserable death after the game. You know nothing. Although the arena will announce the cultivation realm of both sides, the soul power level will not be announced. You should know that in the world of immortal cultivation, strength is not only determined by the cultivation realm, but also by the level of physical training and soul power. What if this prisoner bird's physical training and soul power levels are higher than Yao Fei's, then he really has the capital to be arrogant. I don't believe it. This prisoner bird is probably going to be beaten to death by Yao Fei. The host announced the official start of the competition, but Yao Fei was still in a daze over Qianqiu's words. Just torture him as much as you want. Yao Fei had never heard such brainless words before, so he decided to fulfill his wish today. Yao Fei was not polite and took the lead to take action. Anyway, there was no room for gain for him in this battle, so just kill him instantly. In an instant, Yao Fei gathered his energy, and a huge blue fairy shadow emerged behind him. It is indeed the Sky Realm. Qianqiu said something subconsciously, and then without any hesitation, he immediately gathered his energy and revealed his red fairy shadow in the Void Realm. The Void Realm Immortal Shadow is much shorter than the Sky Realm Immortal Shadow. One red and one blue standing on both sides of the ring, looking very funny. Earth-shattering. Yao Fei said a magical sentence, and several pieces of gravel instantly burst into the air and rushed straight towards Qianqiu. Qianqiu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a defensive posture and wrapped his body with fairy shadow. The rubble flew to Qianqiu and exploded immediately. Qianqiu barely resisted the blow and directly broke the attack. He can hardly withstand just one blow. I thought he had some hidden tricks. Yao Fei smiled and kicked out the next second. Qianqiu was also surprised by the power. It seemed that he had underestimated the Zhangqiong realm. Although there was only one realm difference, he did not expect the gap in strength to be so huge. This time Qianqiu was no longer careless and put all his heart and soul into the battle. It seems that I can't use defense anymore. He just made a tentative attack. Master hasn't taught me any powerful defense magic yet. I can only take the initiative to attack. Qianqiu thought about this and immediately lifted his defensive posture. Because he was on Beihan Island and was wearing a white mask, he was not afraid of being recognized by anyone. Besides, the person he was fighting was a cultivator in the Sky Realm. He would probably not be able to win without using all his strength. All things are attracted by the sky. As the Qianqiu divine text appeared, a starry night crack appeared in the sky above the arena, and countless meteorites flew out from it and smashed towards Yao Fei. Yao Fei was stunned by this scene. He quickly stopped his attack and quickly retreated. After dodging the attack, he looked at Qianqiu in shock. This is a magic from another world. How can a prisoner bird know magic from another world? Cultivators who have just entered the Saint Realm have to learn for a period of time before they can use the magic of other worlds. This prisoner bird is only in the Void Realm. How could it be possible? Countless exclamations erupted from the audience, and the major sects sitting in the VIP viewing room were also shocked. Qianqiu ignored the shocked voices on the field. He knew that if he wanted to succeed in the duel between opponents of higher levels, he could only rely on his ability to make his words come true and seize Yao Fei's mistakes to defeat him. Taking advantage of Yao Fei's distraction, Qianqiu took out Black Howl and slashed towards Yao Fei. Of course, as Qianqiu ran, he once again chanted the divine text, Earth-Shattering Star. A purple-red night-shining pearl appeared in the air above the ring. It began to gather the surrounding immortal energy, and a large number of stones began to gather towards it. It grew very quickly, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The whole audience exclaimed in amazement. Such a terrifying magic of gathering energy could only be seen in the battles between powerful saints. The old servant beside the sword sect leader saw the Black Howl in Qianqiu's hand and asked in surprise, "Is that Black Howl?" The old man vaguely remembered that the sword named Black Roar was forged with special materials by a very outstanding swordsmith in the sword sect many years ago. At first, the Black Howl sword was used by him, and later it was given to the ultimate sword saint of the Eternal Sect. How did He Shao end up in this person's hands? Yao Fei saw the terrifying boulder in the sky, and Qianqiu rushing towards him with Black Howl in his hand, and he quickly took a defensive stance. Qianqiu understood that he had to perform a set of magic in an instant to defeat Yao Fei, so when he rushed in front of Yao Fei, he moved his mind and the huge rocks in the air rolled towards Yao Fei. Flying Ascension and Lightning Control Technique. Qianqiu used his magic, and a black sword appeared in the hand of the immortal figure behind him. He swung the sword down, and the terrifying sword energy flew towards Yao Fei. Sword flowers flew up, and terrifying power exploded on the ring in an instant. After all, Yao Fei was a cultivator at the Sky Realm, so he was not too panicked when facing Qianqiu's attack. After blocking the first attack, he quickly jumped up and disappeared from Qianqiu's sight. "Heh, it seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect that a cultivator in the Void Realm could fight with me for 2 rounds. Yao Fei's face turned cold, and he no longer looked down on the Void Realm contestant in front of him named Prisoner Bird. He immediately used his divine magic. Soul-extinguishing fire cloud. A red fire cloud appeared above the ring, looking extremely scarlet. Yao Fei floated in the air above the ring, put his hands together, and a fireball appeared from the fire cloud and fell towards the center of the ring. In the eyes of the audience, there was an extremely huge boulder on the ring running towards Yao Fei, and the fireball was also flying towards Qianqiu. Both of them performed magical arts, which amazed the audience on the stage. It is rare to see a duel in the arena where both sides perform magical arts. The fireball and the boulder collided, and suddenly a wave of heat and dust exploded and headed towards the audience. Some audience members with high cultivation levels immediately gathered their energy and released their own immortal shadows, using the barrier of immortal shadows to block the dust that was affecting the audience seats. Those practitioners with lower cultivation levels had no time to react and ended up eating dirt. When the dust settled, everyone looked intently at the arena. Has the winner been decided? There was a figure on each side of the ring. Qianqiu, who was standing on the left, had messy hair, but still stood on the stage with his back straight, while Yao Fei, who was standing opposite him, had his clothes in tatters. Yao Fei was in a very embarrassed state. He didn't expect that although he was at the Sky Realm, he was defeated by the Void Realm. He immediately tore off his torn clothes, revealing his dark muscles, and roared, "You pissed me off." Qianqiu straightened her messy hair and chuckled, "I said it at the beginning, just torture me as much as you want." No one in the audience thought that Qianqiu was just being arrogant, because he really had the ability to be so arrogant. Qianqiu had almost tested Yao Fei's full strength. He knew that he had to use all his strength to knock Yao Fei down this time. As long as Yao Fei could withstand this attack, Qianqiu knew that he would have no chance of winning. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have pestered the three masters to teach me more magic skills before I came out. Now I only have those few magic skills to use. With the clone technique banned, it's really difficult to defeat Yao Fei. Qianqiu smiled bitterly, but after all, he was in the original world, and his mother tongue was the sacred language of this world. Why would he be afraid of the use of magic in his mother tongue? Qianqiu jumped up, imitating Yao Fei's movements just now, clasped his hands together, and whispered a sentence in divine script, immortal art copy. Soul extinguishing fire cloud, super soul extinguishing fire cloud, super soul extinguishing fire cloud doubled. What you say must be followed by what you do. As Qianqiu's divine text came out of his mouth, fire clouds appeared in the sky again. The difference was that the fire clouds he summoned were much larger than the one Yao Fei summoned. Yao Fei's face turned pale instantly, and he looked at Qianqiu with a look of looking at a monster, and said in disbelief, "Is this the soul-extinguishing fire cloud? Even Master can't cast such a large-scale fire cloud, how did he do it? He can also cast the soul-extinguishing fire cloud?" Before Yao Fei could react, 3 huge fireballs appeared from the fire cloud, which made Yao Fei's face turn pale with fright. Qianqiu chuckled, stood in the air above the arena, and said with a smile, "Your magic is very powerful, but I have learned it, hee." 3 enlarged fireballs flew towards Yao Fei. A loud explosion was heard and Yao Fei was knocked out of the ring. He fell to the ground, looked at Qianqiu in horror, and then fainted. The host immediately announced, "In this match, the Void Realm player, Prisoner Bird, wins. Because this is a cross-level match, the win will be counted as 2 points." The practitioners in the audience were stunned. They were already confused when Qianqiu summoned a fire cloud bigger than Yao Fei's. Why is it that the magic arts are only so powerful when used by Yao Fei, but so powerful when used by the Prisoner Bird? What happened? Yao Fei from Taishan sect lost to a cultivator in the Void Realm? I am dying of laughter. Taishan sect is at least the 7th-ranked sect in the Eternal Continent. How could their Sky Realm disciple be defeated by a cultivator who has not joined any sect? Qianqiu dusted himself off and walked down the steps of the ring calmly, just as he had arrived. Wait, I've seen that Prisoner Bird in the Colosseum in Kovo City. He has a nickname in the Colosseum there, called White Shura. He defeated 3 soul beasts in the reincarnation realm by himself. Someone in the arena recognized Qianqiu's identity in the Colosseum and exclaimed immediately. Soon, there was a lot of discussion in the audience, and they were all wondering who Qianqiu was. At this time in the VIP viewing room, several of the top 10 sect leaders were also shocked by Qianqiu's performance on the ring. No, it should be said that they were shocked and horrified. The people in the audience outside were all low-level practitioners, so they naturally didn't understand the magical arts released by Yao Fei. But these elders were at least saints, so they naturally understood the divine arts that Yao Fei displayed. Even if they had not learned them before, they would be able to perform them after witnessing them once. But what shocked these elders was that they found that they could not understand the divine text spoken by Qianqiu at all, and did not understand how he strengthened Yao Fei's soul-extinguishing fire cloud. Especially Elder Jiang from Taishan sect, it was he who taught the soul-extinguishing fire cloud to Yao Fei. Even though he was a powerful saint, he was unable to make the soul-extinguishing fire cloud release 3 fireballs at the same time. Quick, send someone to check on the cultivator called Prisoner Bird and find out who he is. Even this saint cannot understand the divine words spoken by a cultivator in the void realm. This sentence appeared in almost every VIP spectator. The elders of these major sects were so surprised by Qianqiu's performance that they were speechless. A cultivator in the void realm could say something that even a strong person in the divine script saint realm could not repeat? How amazing is this? After Qianqiu left the arena, he found that there were many pairs of eyes observing him in the dark. He could clearly feel that the owners of these eyes were stronger than him. Oh no, I'm still being watched. Qianqiu frowned, but did not immediately take off the white mask on his face. Instead, he pretended not to notice them and found a dark alley and walked in. The person who was secretly following Qianqiu realized that he had been discovered, so he stopped hiding and rushed into the alley. But as soon as they entered, they found that a void door had opened in the night sky, and Qianqiu had already escaped into it. What? He actually dared to enter the Void Star realm. Even the Guardians dared not go to the Void Star realm these days. He, a Void realm mortal, actually. By the way, how can he, a Void realm mortal, open the Void Gate? The elders from all the major sects looked at each other. They all knew the purpose of each other's coming here, but they were no longer surprised by it. What surprised them the most was that Qianqiu could actually detect their tracking and open the door to the void. What was even more terrifying was that he had the courage to go in. Elders, please go back, there is no cultivator among us who has reached the quasi-emperor level. Who dares to enter the Void Star realm during this period of time? The elder of the demon sect sneered. The old man called Uncle Mo by the sword sect's leader also came. He looked at the elders of the demon sect who had always been at odds with the other major sects and snorted coldly, "Don't you from the demon sect also dare not go in?" The demon sect elder shrugged and replied, "I don't want to fight with the chimpanzee inside. Everyone knows that he lost his son and now wants to kill everyone in the Void Star realm." Qianqiu, who escaped to the Void Star realm, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to feel his own soul power. After the battle with Yao Fei, he clearly felt that his soul power had improved. It seems that what Xiaoyu said is right. Compared with hunting soul beasts, it is indeed much faster to improve soul power in actual combat. Qianqiu felt very satisfied, but then he felt that the atmosphere in the Void Star realm was not right. He did not see the fog of war today. In just a moment, Qianqiu's scalp tingled and he sensed a terrifying danger. Without any hesitation, he performed the magic of instant flash. The next second after he dodged, a huge pit was smashed where he was originally. Qianqiu looked up and found a soul beast as big as a hill standing there. Qianqiu didn't know that this was the leader of the black gold ape. This one is so big, and it's the same species as the 2 soul beasts I captured last time. I'm afraid this must be their great-grandfather. Qianqiu vaguely saw the fairy figure behind the black gold ape. He didn't even have time to remember the color, and he used all his strength to escape. He performed more than a dozen flash attacks in succession, and recklessly used the invisible clone technique to distract the black gold ape's attention, allowing his real body to escape. After running a long distance, Qianqiu did not stop. He immediately opened the gate of the void and escaped from the Void Star realm in a very embarrassing manner. Qianqiu sat on the ground, gasping for breath, with a frightened expression. The reason why he ran away in such a panic was because he saw a fairy figure behind the black gold ape that was as big as Mount Tai. You must know that it is impossible for a soul beast to reveal its immortal shadow. Once you can see the immortal shadow on a soul beast, it has at least entered the realm of quasi-emperor. I was so scared, luckily I ran fast, if I was slower I would be dead. That was a quasi-emperor spirit beast, it could kill me with one slap. In the Void Star realm, the black gold ape chieftain was furious when he saw Qianqiu running away from him, and he slapped his chest several times with his ape paw. The first time he saw Qianqiu, he smelled the scent of his 2 sons on him. He was very sure that it was that human who kidnapped his 2 sons. Roar! The black gold ape chieftain roared. He had already remembered Qianqiu's breath. He tried his best to transform into a human form, but after trying several times, he changed back into the black gold ape form. At this time, a voice came from the abyss of the Void Star Realm. Your cultivation level has not yet reached the Emperor Realm. If you force yourself to transform into a human form, you will risk falling. Practice well for a few days, and then transform into a human form. The black gold ape was very respectful to the voice, nodded, and then disappeared from the area. And that voice came from the huge bronze door that Qianqiu saw when he first entered the Void Star Realm. Qianqiu returned to the inn he and Qi Xiaoya stayed in. Their rooms happened to be adjacent. When Qianqiu returned to the inn, he was noticed by Qi Xiaoya. She opened the door and looked at Qianqiu expressionlessly. Son of God, it's so late, where have you been just now? Qianqiu touched his nose awkwardly, not wanting Qi Xiaoya to know that he had almost gotten into trouble in the Void Star Realm, so he lied, it was a bit stuffy in the inn, so I went out for some fresh air. Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu for a long time before saying, I don't know what's going on outside. There are many elders from various sects on the street just now. Go back to your room and rest quickly. There is something uneasy on the street. Got it, master. You should go to bed early too. Good night. After saying this, Qianqiu quickly returned to his room. Qi Xiaoya had no idea that the person the elders outside were looking for was Qianqiu, who lived next door to her. Late at night, a dark shadow stood outside the inn where Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya stayed. The man was wearing a black cloak and looked at the inn with interest. The 100 Sects Conference. I haven't been here for many years. It's a good opportunity for me to go with this boy to take a look. I wonder if those little guys have broken through to the Saint Realm. The man in black was none other than the Emperor's skeleton hidden in the eternal mountains and rivers. After Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya left the sect, he followed Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya all the way to Beihan Island. The next morning, Qianqiu woke up early, went downstairs to have breakfast, and then returned to his room. Qianqiu began to activate his soul power. He had a premonition that he was about to break through to the middle stage of the fiery soul. I didn't expect my soul power to increase so quickly. Sigh. But my cultivation level is improving so slowly. How about using the divine text to give it a try? After Qianqiu thought about it, he immediately decided to use the divine text to improve his cultivation level. Upgrade your cultivation. However, after he said this, the immortal figure behind Qianqiu did not change at all. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Is there a bug? After Qianqiu said, upgrade your cultivation, he found that his cultivation level had not changed at all and was a little confused. He repeated it several times, but there was still no change. He realized that he seemed to have reached the Void Realm, and it was no longer possible to use the divine text to upgrade his cultivation. Alas, this cheat is not omnipotent, otherwise I could have been promoted directly to the Emperor Realm. I should practice diligently in the future. Although he was a little disappointed, Qianqiu discovered a new use for the divine text from the battle with Yao Fei. He is proficient in Chinese, and the divine text is just an ordinary language to him. Whenever he meets some practitioners of a high level, he can use his divine text magic to copy it at will. This means that he can master many magic arts invisibly without having to deliberately look for some advanced magic arts. Qianqiu didn't know that although using upgrading cultivation could not directly advance his cultivation level, it made his cultivation more solid. He just said upgrade cultivation more than 10 times in a row. As a cultivator in the Void Realm, he is already far superior to the normal level of cultivators in the Void Realm. At noon, Qianqiu arrived at Qi Xiaoya's door on time and waited for her to come out and go to the venue of the 100 Sects conference together. Qianqiu began to be curious about the person from the Yongheng sect who Qi Xiaoya mentioned was waiting for them on Beihan Island. The sect master didn't even choose to bring his own 2 disciples. Who else would be more qualified than them to come to the 100 Sects conference? After Qi Xiaoya came out, she handed Qianqiu a jade token with the 3 words, Eternal Sect, engraved on it. This is the badge for entering the venue. If you lose it, you won't be able to enter the venue. Qi Xiaoya explained. Qianqiu nodded, and then went to the venue of the 100 Sects conference with Qi Xiaoya. The venue of the 100 Sects conference was held in the palace of the main city of Venus. In addition to the major sects participating, the Night God royal family of the main city of Venus also participated. Qi Xiaoya brought Qianqiu into the palace of the Yishan family. As soon as they arrived at the palace gate, Qianqiu was stunned by the magnificent scene. This palace is made entirely of pure gold? Qianqiu's eyes were full of golden light and he didn't know how to describe the royal palace late at night after seeing so many dazzling things. In the palace, every pillar shone with golden light, and most of the items were made of pure gold. The huge palace was already crowded. Qianqiu felt the pressure of the powerful masters from them. This was not the first time Qi Xiaoya came here, so she was no longer surprised. She explained to Qianqiu in a calm tone, the Yishan family is the wealthiest family in all continents. In Beihan Island, there is no such thing as a sect. All practitioners belong to the Yishan family. Why are they so rich? This can be traced back to the ancient times. The Yishan family was founded by a god named Yishan. When he was traveling in the world of immortal cultivation, he discovered countless gold under the ground of Beihan Island, and then built this golden palace. The god left the remaining gold to his descendants, and they became the current Yishan royal family. Qianqiu was astonished. To build a palace of pure gold, perhaps only gods could do it. By the way, sect master, didn't you say that there was another person who would attend the conference with us? Why hasn't he come yet? Qi Xiaoya rarely smiled and pointed behind Qianqiu, he's here. Qianqiu followed Qi Xiaoya's gaze and found that the person standing behind him was the little boy named Feng Yun whom he met in the Soul Tower that day. He seemed to be called Soul Child. Son of God, long time no see. Feng Yun smiled at Qianqiu. Qianqiu was shocked. He didn't expect that besides him, the other person selected to attend the 100 Sects conference was Feng Yun. But on second thought, he felt relieved. After all, Feng Yun was called the Soul Son in the Yongheng sect. At the age of 13, he had already reached the soul power level of the late stage of the Fierce Soul, and was even preparing to impact the Kuei Soul. The 100 Sects Conference is a stage for showcasing the talents of the major sects, so it is well deserved that the Yongheng sect decided to send Feng Yun Lai. I didn't expect that the person the sect master was talking about was you. I wonder if your soul power level has broken through to the Qihun level? Feng Yun just smiled and didn't answer Qianqiu. He looked at Qi Xiaoya again. Sect master, the meeting is about to begin. Shall we go in quickly? Qi Xiaoya nodded, and then prepared to take Qianqiu and Feng Yun through the gate of the venue. However, Qianqiu suddenly felt a dull pain in his abdomen, and felt that a great force was about to burst out. He said to Qi Xiaoya with a painful look on his face, Master, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Where is the toilet? Qi Xiaoya was a little speechless, but she couldn't stop him, so she just pointed in the direction of the outside of the palace and said, the toilet in the palace is only for the royal family to use. We, the disciples of the sect who are here to attend the conference, are only allowed to use the toilet outside the palace. Thank you, sect master. You and Hunzi go in first. I'll be back soon. Qianqiu said, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After rushing out of the palace, Qianqiu searched for a long time before he found the toilet. The moment he squatted on the toilet, the great power that had been suppressed for a long time gushed out. People who didn't know might have thought that someone was releasing magic in there. It feels good. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the buns I ate this morning. After relieving himself, Qianqiu walked out of the toilet with a refreshed look on his face, only to find that there were very few people around. It looks like the conference is about to begin. All the practitioners have already entered. I have to hurry up. If I'm late, the sect master will kill me because of his cold personality. Qianqiu couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Qi Xiaoya's cold face. However, when passing by the wall next to the palace, he suddenly saw a young girl standing stealthily below. While no one was paying attention, she jumped onto the wall and attempted to climb over. Who are you? How dare you climb over the palace wall without permission? Suddenly, a stern voice came from a distance, which frightened the girl so much that she trembled all over and fell off the wall of the temple. Qianqiu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately flashed to the bottom of the city wall and caught the girl who fell from the wall. Ah! The girl was startled, but found that she did not fall to the ground. She opened her eyes and saw the profile of a boy with sharp edges. Princess Qianqiu hugged her and looked at the guards running towards them from a distance. She frowned and said to her, "Don't make a sound." After saying that, Qianqiu used the divine script to chant invisibility, and he disappeared under the palace wall holding the girl. After the two Yishan royal family guards ran here, they found that Qianqiu and the other person had disappeared. One of them immediately said, "You go look over there, I'll look over here." During the 100 Sects conference, any suspicious people caught will be killed immediately. This is a death order from the head of the family. No one can disrupt the 100 Sects conference. After the two guards left, Qianqiu lifted the invisibility magic. He then noticed that the posture he held the girl in his arms was a bit ambiguous. His face turned red and he quickly put her down. Ahem, I'm sorry. Those are the Night God family's royal guards. If they catch you climbing over the palace wall, you will be executed immediately. I saw you were about to fall from the palace wall, so I had no choice but to. The girl was stunned for a moment, and found that the boy in front of her was even more shy than her. Suddenly she became interested and deliberately teased, "What do you mean by having no choice? Hold you and hide." The girl smiled and said, "I forgive you for doing this for my own good." Qianqiu looked around and suddenly saw that the gate of the venue was about to close. His face changed instantly and he said to the girl, "The gate of the venue is about to close. I'm going to be late. You should also leave here quickly. If those guards find you again, it will be bad." After saying that, Qianqiu ran towards the gate of the venue at an extremely fast speed. The girl stared at Qianqiu's back and couldn't help laughing again. At this moment, a black shadow flashed from somewhere and appeared behind the girl. The shadow said, "Miss, you should stay in the palace during the meeting. You insisted on climbing over the wall to go out and play. You were almost caught by the guards just now. If the master of the family finds out, he will be angry with you again." The girl pursed her lips and said dissatisfiedly, "I didn't think that with you here, would be caught by those useless guards. Who knew you would be so slow this time? I almost fell to the ground. I saw that young man catch you, so I didn't make another move, fearing that the guards would see you." Humph. Slow reaction means slow reaction, what excuses are there? But that person actually knows such a powerful magic to become invisible. I wonder which sect he is from. The man in black looked in the direction where Qianqiu left and said, "Judging from his attire, he should be a cultivator from the Eternal Continent. He is indeed very fast, and he is most likely a disciple from a clan ranked in the top 10. Really? Take me back to the palace." I want to go to the conference today too. I wonder if I can run into him. No man has dared to approach me in all these years. I didn't expect to be hugged by a young boy today. Qianqiu entered the venue at the last moment before the door closed. The venue was open air, with seats on both sides, and each sect had its own seats. Sects are also divided into large and small sections. Some sects only have 2 or 3 seats to attend the conference. Therefore, their seats are connected to other seats of the same level, which looks very simple. The more powerful the clan, the more luxurious the seats they have. The people sitting at the top of the conference seats are members of the Night God royal family. Next to the pure gold throne of the Night God royal family, there are 2 seats made of silver. Sitting there were the leader of the Tianshan sect, which was ranked number 1 among the clans in the Eternal Continent, and the Ice Queen who came from the extremely cold land. Qianqiu took a long time to find Qi Xiaoya and Feng Yun, who were already seated among the many seats. Son of God, you should have some sense of time. After all, this is the 100 Sects Conference. People from all the sects are here. You represent not only yourself, but also the Eternal Sect. Qi Xiaoya frowned and scolded Qianqiu. Qianqiu smiled awkwardly. Ahem, master, you can't blame me for this. There are 3 urgent things for people to do, and the most urgent thing is to poop. As he was speaking, an old man walked out from the center of the venue. He gathered his energy and performed magic. In an instant, his body became very large, and he no longer looked small in the center of the venue. The huge immortal shadow behind him also highlights his identity as a powerful saint. Hello, elders and disciples of all sects, welcome to the 100 Sects Conference. I am Yishan Fenghua from the Yishan royal family. As the leader of the elders group of this conference, I declare the conference officially open. All the major sects can send their own disciples to the stage to show themselves. Our elders will record every cultivator who comes on stage, and then comprehensively judge and select the top 10 cultivators of this conference. After Yishan Fenghua finished his announcement, he cancelled the magic technique that made him grow bigger and then left the center of the venue. I wonder what kind of cultivation monsters will appear at this conference, said a man from the outer sect who was sitting next to Qianqiu. Qianqiu yawned and couldn't help but said to Feng Yun beside him, if you have already reached the Qihun level, why don't you go up and show it off later? Looking at the entire Henggu continent, can you find a Qihun practitioner younger than you? There is never a shortage of gifted practitioners in the world of cultivating immortals. With my qualifications, I may not be able to rank high in this conference of 100 sections. Feng Yun replied modestly. Qi Xiaoya's attitude towards Hunzi was very good. She smiled gently and said, Hunzi, you don't have to belittle yourself. Shenzi is right. Looking at the entire Henggu continent, is there any 13-year-old cultivator who has reached the Qihun level? Qianqiu curled his lips, feeling very unhappy. The sect leader's attitude towards him has always been cold, but he is even kind to the little brat Feng Yun and would smile at him at any time. Moreover, this is somewhat flattering to Feng Yun. You have to know that Qi Xiaoya was born with a fierce soul, and her starting point is higher than that of many practitioners. I'm afraid that after so many years of practice, she has reached the late stage of Qihun, right? The man from the outer sect nearby showed a disdainful look and said in a sarcastic tone, 13-year-old Qihun? What on earth are you kidding? This is the 100 Sects Conference, not a bragging conference. How could a 13-year-old cultivator who has just awakened his soul power already have reached Qihun? Qi Xiaoya glanced at the man without saying anything. Feng Yun just smiled faintly, but Qianqiu didn't have as good a temper as the other two, and couldn't help asking, why? You were 13 years old and playing in the mud at home, and you don't allow others to reach the Qihun level at the age of 13? The man was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, who do you say is 13 years old and playing in the mud at home? I am 20 years old this year and have already reached the realm of samsara. What is your realm of cultivation? Qianqiu couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing other disciples of the sect around him to roll their eyes. Qianqiu tried his best to hold back his laughter, and after a while he said, "So you are a strong man from the samsara realm. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Please forgive us for being a little loud." "Then what are you laughing at?" "I laugh at my stupidity. I actually dared to challenge a cultivator who reached the samsara realm at the age of 20. I can't recognize a great man." The man didn't hear the sarcasm in Qianqiu's words at all. Instead, he smiled proudly and continued, "Brother, judging from your appearance, you should have reached the unbreakable realm, right?" "You're right, I've just reached the invincible realm." Qianqiu suppressed his smile and replied. The man wanted to speak but was stopped by the old man beside him. The old man had a dark face and felt extremely ashamed for his disciple. "Shut up, you traitor. Among all the sects that can come to the 100 Sects Conference, which one doesn't have powerful saints? Can't you hear that others are mocking you?" the old man said angrily. Then he bowed to Qianqiu and said, "I'm sorry, young man. I'm a good trader in every way, except that I don't have any brains." "Master, why do you say I have no brains? I am a 20-year-old practitioner in the samsara realm." The old man wished he could stuff his disciple's head into his crotch. If this disciple was not the beloved son of the former leader of their Dali sect, he would never accept him as a disciple, let alone bring him to the 100 Sects Conference to embarrass himself. The farce between Qianqiu and Dali Zong came to an end, and a burly young man finally walked into the venue, with 2 black gold apes leading behind him. Qianqiu's eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't the soul beast behind the young man the one he captured from the Void Star realm and sold to the Colosseum? How could it be next to that man? Qianqiu looked at the cultivator who came on stage and the soul beast tied with an iron chain behind him with great shock. He was sure that he was not mistaken, because he saw the wound inflicted by his magic on one of the beasts that day, so these 2 soul beasts must be the 2 he sold to the Colosseum. Seeing Qianqiu's surprised and puzzled look, the 20-year-old samsara realm cultivator sitting next to him said, "That man is a disciple of the Yishuan Pavilion, the 4th-ranked sect in the Eternal Continent. His name is Shi Shaoqing. It is said that he has reached the realm of the Sky Realm at the age of 26 this year. Moreover, the 2 soul beasts behind him are not simple. They are the strongest soul beasts in the Void Star realm except for the Dragon Clan, the Black Gold Ape." Qianqiu didn't care at all about who that person was, what she cared about was his last sentence. "The strongest soul beast, the Black Gold Ape? Are you sure that the soul beast called Ape is the strongest in the Void Star realm?" The man nodded, patted his chest and said, "Can I, Wang Sun, lie to you? Once the adult Black Gold Apes reach the Void realm, they will awaken their beast souls, and their combat power will be comparable to that of the Peak Saint realm strongmen." Wang Sun paused and continued, "You should know that when the top-ranked sects entered the Void Star realm to hunt soul beasts, they did not dare to easily provoke the Black Gold Ape clan. It is rumored that the Black Gold Ape clan leader has reached the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Now in the outside world, Black Gold Apes are rarely seen. I didn't expect that Shaoqing would bring 2 of them on stage at once. It seems that he has a great chance of becoming a top 10 cultivator this time." Qianqiu was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the 2 soul beasts he captured casually that day were actually the strongest existences in the Void Star realm except for the Dragon Clan. "No wonder when I entered the Void Star realm last night, I encountered that Black Gold Ape the size of Mount Tai and he was so furious. He must have known that I had kidnapped his disciple. Wait, if this Black Gold Ape is so powerful, why did the Colosseum only give me 30,000 eternal coins? Damn, I got ripped off." Qianqiu felt a little discouraged and felt like crying but had no tears. No wonder the soul beast buyer who met at the beginning of the day had to go to their supervisor. It turned out that there was no one selling the black gold ape at all, but this idiot didn't take it seriously and sold it. On the stage, Shi Shaoqing led 2 black gold apes. Before he said a word, he had already caused a lot of discussion among the sects. That's Shi Shaoqing, a disciple of Yishuan Pavilion. It is said that he broke through the sky realm a year ago and is now striving for the Saint realm. He actually brought 2 black gold apes with him. Oh my God! Which cultivator doesn't know how difficult it is to capture black gold apes? He actually brought 2 with him. Is Yishuan Pavilion so powerful now? Although they are just 2 young black gold apes, I heard from my master that there was a riot in the Void Star realm some time ago. The Black Gold Ape clan leader was furious and injured many Saint Realm powerhouses who were practicing in the Void Star realm. During this period of time, almost no practitioners dared to enter the Void Star realm. These Black Gold Apes are even rarer. Hearing the people around him praising the Black Gold Ape to the sky, Qianqiu felt even more heartbroken. With a sad face, he asked Qi Xiaoya, sect master, is the black gold ape really as mysterious as they say? That's about right. The reason why the black gold ape is so powerful and hard to catch is that they are social spirit beasts. There are always dozens of them in the Void Star realm. Even if several Saint Realm practitioners go there together, they may not be able to catch one. After Qi Xiaoya finished speaking, Feng Yun on the side added, the black gold ape will be taken by some alchemy practitioners to refine medicine. The refined pills can make the cultivator's immortal shadow evolve. This is why so many people say that Shi Shaoqing is firmly in the top 10 talents of this conference. Because once he refines the 2 black gold apes, his immortal shadow will evolve, and his combat power will increase greatly. No matter how much ordinary practitioners practice, they can never reach the level of evolving their immortal shadow, not even the emperors of the Emperor realm. Now, Qianqiu couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, swindler, and then fell into deep regret. Damn it, I was so lucky to capture 2 such awesome spirit beasts, but they were sold because I didn't know their value, and they weren't worth anything at all. Qianqiu secretly made up his mind that if he had the chance he would return to the Void Star realm and capture another black gold ape, and this time he wanted to capture one of a higher level. He stopped thinking about it and turned his gaze to Shi Shaoqing on the stage. Dear elders in the judging group, I am Shi Shaoqing from Yishuan Pavilion. I am 26 years old this year and a cultivator in the Sky Realm. The 2 black golden apes behind me were captured by me and the elders of the same sect. I hope that the judging elders will give me a ranking of talent. Shi Shaoqing stood on the stage and spoke in a very calm tone. Qianqiu was a little confused at this time. He thought that the selection of 10 talented practitioners at the 100 Sects conference would be a selection method similar to challenging each other. But looking at it now, can the selection be based on who has more luxurious equipment or who has a higher realm? Master, can a talented person be selected just by talking? Then let me do it, I can do it too. Qianqiu couldn't help but complain. Feng Yun rolled his eyes at Qianqiu and said with a hint of mockery, are you really the son of God? You don't even know this. The selection of talents is not just a matter of talking as you said. It's just that Shi Shaoqing is the first one to go up. The elders will rank the cultivators who go up in order. Once there are 10 people, those who want to be selected as the top 10 must challenge the cultivators who are already on the list. If the person who is about to be on the list defeats the one who is already on the list, he will take his place. So this is just the beginning, and the real fun is yet to come. After Feng Yun's explanation, Qianqiu was relieved. If there is no hard power, no matter how luxurious the equipment is, it is impossible to hold that position. Wang Sen, who was standing by, was also a chatterbox. He continued Feng Yun's words, but once those big sects have disciples on the list, sects like ours that rank lower will not challenge them even if they have disciples stronger than theirs. Why? Wang Sun looked at Qianqiu strangely and said, "Are you stupid? A disciple from a sect ranked in the top 10 was defeated by a disciple from a sect ranked in the tens. Isn't it the same as their face being trampled on the ground? Once the 100 sects conference is over, just wait for revenge." Qianqiu was stunned. He didn't expect that in the world of cultivating immortals, there were also the same unspoken rules as in the workplace in his original world. Huh, is that so? No one has broken this unspoken rule in these years? Qianqiu asked with a sneer. Wang Sun shook his head. After Shi Shaoqing was included in the list, new disciples continued to be included in the list. Surprisingly, after one round, the top 10 talents were all disciples from famous sects. An hour had passed, and not a single sect disciple ranked after 10th had stepped forward to challenge for inclusion on the list. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference hall seemed very strange. Wang Sun sighed, "Alas, it's the same every year. The top 10 talents are all from the top 10 sects in the Eternal Continent. They have a tacit understanding that each sect will only send one person, just to take up all the positions of talents. No one dares to compete with them for fear of retaliation." Qi Xiaoya's face did not look good either. She had thought that this year would be different. Some other small sect would be the first to initiate the challenge and enter the list. Then they could also send Feng Yun to challenge. After all, the law does not punish the masses. Once a pioneer steps forward to challenge, other sects will follow suit. These big sects cannot retaliate against all other sects. Unexpectedly, no one dared to challenge it this year. Just when everyone in the venue thought that the top 10 talents of this year had been decided, a young man wearing a black mask appeared on the stage. "I want to challenge the second place." The young man in the black mask spoke slowly, ignoring the strange looks from others on the field. Qianqiu looked at the young man in the black mask, and for a moment he had an extremely familiar feeling, but because of the mask, he could not see his face and had no way of knowing his identity. Qianqiu didn't know that the reason he had this familiar feeling was because the young man wearing a black mask on the stage was the clone who slipped away from him that day without his knowledge. At this time, the emperor-level skeleton hiding in the corner of the venue was wearing black clothes. He recognized Qianqiu's clone on the field at a glance. How dare he appear before my original body so boldly? But it has only been a few days, and he has already surpassed his original body's strength by so much. It seems that my aura has brought him many benefits. Interesting, really interesting. The second talent that the black-masked boy wants to challenge is a disciple from the second-ranked demon sect. His name is Xiao Shun, and he has just reached the Zhangqiong realm. The reason why he was ranked second is not only because of the powerful demon sect behind him, but also because he has refined his body into an immortal body, a magic puppet demon body. In the world of cultivating immortals, body constitutions are divided into 4 types: mortal body, immortal body, holy body, and soul and bone body. As a cultivator who absorbs a body from the sky realm, he can only refine his body into an ordinary immortal body. Various types of body refining are also divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade and top grade. This magic puppet demon body is a high-grade immortal body. The reason why the demon sect is ranked second among the sects in the Eternal Continent is because it can always refine various powerful body-refining techniques, allowing every disciple in the sect to possess a body-refining physique of at least a mid-grade immortal body. You should know that most of the practitioners in the Saint Realm have only mid-grade immortal bodies in their physical training. 80% of the practitioners in the Sky Realm below them do not have immortal bodies, and all of them have mortal bodies. One can imagine how powerful the demon sect is, as it allows every disciple in the sect to possess an immortal body. Wang Sun was instantly excited when he saw a cultivator from outside the top 10 sects come up to challenge. "I didn't expect that this year someone would dare to challenge a disciple from a sect ranked in the top 10. I wonder which sect he is from." Although his courage is commendable, his sect will be in trouble after the conference, not to mention that it's a super sect like the demon sect. The demon sect disciple Xiao Shun obviously didn't expect that he would be challenged. After being stunned, he laughed contemptuously. He didn't think that the young man wearing a black mask could beat him. Xiao Shun walked up to the challenge arena from his seat, looked at the black-masked boy and said, according to the rules, those who challenge the top 10 talents to enter the list must report their identities. Which sect are you from? You have the courage to challenge my demon sect. The black-masked boy said in a cold tone, without changing his expression, I don't have a name. I don't come from any sect either. I am a free practitioner. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Shun frowned and said, You are not from any sect? Then how did you get into the venue? You are not qualified to know now. After you finish fighting with me, someone will tell you. Xiao Shun's face froze, and the conversation between the two was heard by the elders. The leader, Yishan Fenghua, said to an elder beside him, Elder Ouyang, send someone to find out which sect this young man is from. Xiao Shun narrowed his eyes at the black-masked boy and said angrily, Aren't you a little too arrogant? If you have the strength, you will naturally be arrogant. Stop talking nonsense and act quickly. If I had the skills, I would have taken you down long ago. The arena here is the same as the one in the arena. What people say on the arena can be heard by all the practitioners present. The words of the young man with the black mask are too arrogant. Moreover, the person he is fighting against, Xiao Shun, is a disciple of the demon sect. This is tantamount to humiliating the demon sect. In the demon sect seat, the left protector squinted his eyes and stared at the black-masked boy on the field, saying, Which sect is he from? After the conference is over, this protector will go to their sect to see what kind of mentor would teach such an arrogant person. Oh, right, tell Xiao Shun to show no mercy. He died on the ring, and this guardian is responsible for it. He actually dared to demonstrate against the demon sect at the 100 Sects conference. He doesn't know what's good for him. Qianqiu heard the conversation between the black-masked boy and Xiao Shun, and couldn't help but said with a smile, TSK, this man wearing a black mask is really outspoken, I like it. However, Xiao Shun didn't just rely on the demon sect behind him to sit on the second place of the talented scholar. He has a high-grade immortal body, and his strength should not be underestimated. Qi Xiaoya, who was standing by, was also shocked by the words of the black-masked boy, I don't know which sect he is from. After this conference, their sect may be finished. The demon sect has always been a vengeful sect. The elders announced the start of the match. Xiao Shun and the black-masked boy stood face to face, and neither of them made the first move. You strike first. I'll give you 3 moves. If you fail to defeat me, you can step down on your own. I can spare your life. The black-masked boy stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Give me 3 moves. Xiao Shun couldn't believe his ears. He had never heard such a ridiculous request. Not only Xiao Shun, but people from various sects were also excited. Who is this masked man? He kept provoking people as soon as he got on stage. His words were too arrogant. Xiao Shun is the strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the demon sect. He must not know Xiao Shun, so he acted like this, right? This young man is doomed. Given the temperament of the demon sect, they may have already ordered Xiao Shun to kill this young man. Xiao Shun's anger had been completely remembered, and he had just received the order from the left protector through a special method of information transmission between the demon sects. Kill the black-masked boy in front of you. Xiao Shun immediately gathered his energy and burst out with a blue fairy shadow, which was the symbol of the sky realm. Xiao Shun wanted him to pay the price of his life for his arrogance, so he had no intention of holding back from the beginning and directly released his divine magic. 100 demons roar. However, the black-masked boy simply slightly turned his body to the side and completely dodged Xiao Shun's attack. Then he smiled and said, "One move, you still have 2 moves." Xiao Shun was stunned, and so were all the people in the seats. No one had expected that Xiao Shun's magic could be easily avoided by the black-masked boy. Xiao Shun became furious, and this time he directly activated the magic puppet's demon body and used even more powerful magic, but the black-masked boy still dodged it easily without being stained by even a trace of dust. Is this Xiao Shun just rubbish, or am I seeing things? Feng Yun also lost his usual composure and cursed. Qianqiu was also dumbfounded. Even though he was not so pretentious on weekdays, this boy with a black mask was too pretentious, wasn't he? The young man in the black mask smiled and said, 2 moves. The demon sect's left protector, who was sitting in the seat, was anxious and said angrily, "What on earth is Xiao Shun doing? He didn't even touch the collar of his clothes. Quickly kill him." Xiao Shun roared wildly, no longer holding back any strength, and used his most powerful magic, transform the demon into a saint. In an instant, Xiao Shun's body began to grow larger, his clothes were torn, his originally handsome face became distorted and extremely ugly, and his body turned into a monster-like appearance. Qi Xiaoya frowned and said, "This is the secret technique of the demon sect. It allows the caster to temporarily transform into a demon. The caster's strength will increase 3 or 4 times, but the soul power will not be restored for 7 days. This is considered an immortal technique that overdraws soul power. It seems that this young man really has extraordinary strength, which can make the proud disciple of the demon sect use this magic that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts himself by 800 in the 3rd move." On the stage, Xiao Shun transformed into a demon, and the huge fairy shadow behind him also became extremely strange. This time, the black-masked boy no longer stood with his hands behind his back, but took a defensive stance. Xiao Shun used his magic again and rushed towards the young man in the black mask. A huge shock wave was generated on the stage. Everyone thought that the boy with the black mask was going to be knocked down, but when the dust settled, the boy in black was still standing on the stage safe and sound. Only a corner of his mask was shattered and fell to the ground. 3 moves, it's my turn. After the black-masked boy finished speaking, he took a step back and then chanted, "Gather Qi." A red fairy figure appeared behind him. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment. A red fairy shadow? He is only at the Void Realm? Qi Xiaoya's face turned pale, and she shook her head gently. "No, the fairy shadows of the Void Realm and the Holy Realm are both red, but the color of the fairy shadow of the Holy Realm is darker. His is the color of the fairy shadow of the Holy Realm." "What? Holy Land?" Without giving the numerous practitioners a chance to react, the young man in the black mask recited a divine text, and no one heard what he said. In an instant, the young man's red fairy shadow clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Then a dozen hands appeared behind the fairy shadow, and then a slap was slapped towards Xiao Shun. "Is this the 1,000-armed Buddha?" Qianqiu was completely shocked. This was the first time he was so shocked since he came to this world. The immortal shadow of the Holy Land was dozens of meters tall, and a palm was much bigger than Xiao Shun, who had transformed into a giant demon. Xiao Shun raised his hands to block the palm, and a huge pit had been stepped out on the stage under his feet. "Ah!" Xiao Shun screamed, his thighs already beginning to tremble. It was obvious that he could no longer hold on. The young man in the black mask silently recited another divine text, and the immortal shadow behind him increased his strength. In the end, Xiao Shun couldn't resist and was slapped to the ground on the ring. The young man with the black mask put away his immortal shadow and stood calmly on the stage. The entire venue was in complete silence, and no one had yet reacted. Xiao Shun was killed instantly in 1 move. No one present had expected that Xiao Shun, the proud disciple of the demon sect, who was at the Tsankong realm and had an immortal body with the body of a demon puppet, would be killed instantly by the black-masked boy after he dodged 3 moves. Even the boy in the black mask barely put in any effort. Qianxiu took a breath of cold air, looked at the scene in shock, and murmured, "Is this the strength of a Saint Realm expert?" "Huh, elders from the elders group, are you not going to announce the result of the competition yet?" The young man stood on the stage and spoke in an extremely calm tone, as if he had just crushed an ant. The Elders clan leader Yishan Fenghua was the first to react and immediately stood up and said, "The second talent, Shao Shun loses." As Yishan Fenghua finished speaking, the practitioners in the seats of various sects came to their senses and burst into thunderous exclamations. The left protector of the demon sect was furious. He stared at Shao Shun's body, which had lost all vital signs, and his expression became extremely gloomy. In order not to lose his composure in front of everyone, the left protector lowered his voice and said to an elder of the demon sect beside him, "Go and carry that loser Shao Shun away. He has brought shame to the demon sect." The head of the Yishan royal family sitting on the throne has not been paying attention to the battle on the field. To him, such an insignificant battle would not be of any concern to him at all. But at the moment when the young man wearing a black mask burst out with the holy fairy shadow, he glanced at it inadvertently and was immediately surprised. He had a divine pupil called the Eye of Ashura, but at a glance he was unable to see through the boy's soul power level and immortal body. The head of the Yishan family hesitated, but finally withdrew his gaze and did not take him seriously. However, the Ice Queen and the leader of the Tianshan sect who were sitting next to him had already attracted his attention. The leader of the Tianshan sect said, "This is the first time I have seen this immortal technique. I wonder what your majesty the queen thinks of it. I have never seen him before, but his talent surprises me." The leader of the Tianshan sect observed the expression of the Ice Queen and found that she did not seem to show any other emotions. At this time, the person sent by Elder Ouyang, whom Yishan Fenghua had previously instructed to investigate the identity of the young man wearing the black mask, had returned and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Elder Ouyang's expression to change drastically. "Senior Fenghua, this guy's identity has been investigated clearly." Yishan Fenghua nodded, and then motioned for him to continue. Elder Ouyang lowered his voice and said, "As the young man said, he does not belong to any sect, and we have not found any information about him. He was able to enter the venue because he slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect yesterday and took away the badge that belonged to the Three Thunder sect to participate in the conference." Three Thunder sect? Is it the Three Thunder sect that ranks 31st in the Eternal Continent? Yes. Yishan Fenghua suddenly turned his gaze towards the young man standing on the stage. Although they were clearly far apart, the young man seemed to feel Yishan Fenghua's gaze and turned towards him. Yishan Fenghua's tone was very shocked, and he said, "If it's just as I expected, this guy is at most 20 years old, and he has already reached the Saint Realm. I remember that the Three Thunder sect has 7 Saint Realm practitioners and more than a dozen Sky Realm practitioners. He slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect by himself?" Elder Ouyang looked extremely unhappy. He nodded to Yishan Fenghua and said, "It was indeed him. According to the descriptions of several Three Thunder sect disciples who escaped, he rushed into the Three Thunder sect without saying a word and killed 3 Saint Realm elders instantly. The Three Thunder sect leader couldn't even last 5 moves in his hands." Several other elders in the elder group also heard about this and said solemnly, "Senior Fenghua, this time he is not from the Three Thunder sect, but he came to the 100 Sects conference with the Three Thunder Sects badge. Should we report this to all the major sects and have him arrested? The conference has never stipulated that we cannot massacre other sects or take away other sects' badges to participate in the conference. However, this matter is serious and must be announced to the public. Although this boy has already taken away the second place in the list of talents, I'm afraid he will be hunted down by many people when he leaves the gate of the conference venue. Destroying a sect is an act that is condemned by both humans and gods. Yishan Fenghua first announced that the black-masked boy would replace Xiao Shan as the second talented scholar, and then he solemnly announced what Elder Ouyang had investigated without reservation at the meeting place. When everyone learned that the young man had destroyed the entire Three Thunder sect by himself, the practitioners who had originally admired his strength immediately changed their expressions to ones of hatred. There were at least hundreds of people in a sect, and he actually wiped out an entire sect without any grudges against them. Amid the curses from many sects, the young man with a black mask looked at them one by one with his hands behind his back, and then said in an extremely cold voice, "I am a person who holds grudges. Those who spit on me today, I will visit them one by one in the future." One of the Saint Realm experts stood up and cursed, "What kind of Saint Realm practitioner are you? You kill innocent people indiscriminately and look down on everyone. I, the Iron-Blooded Saint, am saying this: if you leave the venue of this 100 Sects conference one day, you will be attacked by everyone in less than half a day." "Oh, really? I want to see, when we leave this venue, will it be me who is killed by the group attack, or will it be you, the Iron-Blooded Saint, who is killed by me?" The arrogant words of the young man in the black mask aroused another wave of public indignation. Many elders of the clan supported this iron-blooded saint from the iron-blooded sect and stated that they would definitely lend a helping hand after leaving the conference. The scene in the venue was in chaos for a while, and it was finally calmed down by the deterrent power from the emperor level emitted by the head of the Yishan family. Qi Xiaoya stared at the extremely arrogant young man on the stage and said to Qian Qiu, "Son of God, the aura of the young man on the stage gives me a familiar feeling. When I sent them out to investigate the massacre of the village that day, the elders who escaped back also had a similar aura to him." "That's impossible, Sect Master. The young man on the stage is a Saint Realm expert. The elders you sent out from our sect are not even at the Sky Realm. If they meet him, how could they possibly escape alive?" Qianqiu questioned. Qi Xiaoya frowned. She could not see anything on the black-masked boy with her Sicilian eyes, and she always felt that the boy was looking at her out of the corner of his eye from time to time. "That's right, the people who slaughtered the village should only be at the Void Realm. It's only been a few days, they can't be promoted to the Saint Realm continuously, right?" Qi Xiaoya murmured, but suddenly remembered Qianqiu who was promoted to 5 realms in one day, and suddenly felt that this was not impossible. With the precedent of the young man wearing the black mask, some sects with lower rankings also ignited their courage and dared to stand up and challenge the top 10 talents. After the second person appeared, the third person, the fourth person soon followed. More than 20 challengers from various small sects came up to challenge. The faces of the 10 major sects turned black. They didn't expect that the disruption caused by a young boy would break the unspoken rules of the 100 Sects Conference for many years. People from the small sects behind them actually dared to challenge them. The leader of Taishan sect could not help but curse, "Are these people crazy? They dare to challenge the 10 major sections. Aren't they afraid that we won't look for them after we leave this venue?" "Master, almost half of the sects have sent people to participate in the conference. Even if our 10 major sects are domineering, we can't go out and destroy all the sects, right?" The great elder of Taishan sect gave a bitter smile. But what's interesting is that throughout the day, dozens of people challenged the top 10 talents. Even Shi Shaoqing, who was ranked first, was challenged. Although he failed to win the competition, at least someone dared to challenge him. However, no one dared to fight against the black-masked boy who took away the position of the second most talented scholar. Who doesn't know that this big Buddha is a Saint Realm expert? With his own strength, he slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect. There were 7 Saint Realm experts in the Three Thunder sect, but they were still killed? What does this mean? This young man is no longer just in the Saint Realm, he has at least entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. At this time, Qi Xiaoya saw that the time was almost ripe, and said to Feng Yun beside her, "Hunzi, go challenge the 9th rank talent. If you can stay in the 9th position, it is said that the final reward issued by the elders is a soul tripod. Isn't it that you lack a soul tripod? Got it, master. I'll give it a try. In the position of the top 10 talented people on the list, the young man with a black mask had been looking at the direction where Qianqiu and Qi Xiaoya were sitting with an extremely obscure look. You are so weak. You have a talent that is different from ordinary people, but you can't develop it at all. Heh, why am I your shadow? Feng Yun went on stage to prepare for the challenge. Qianqiu said to Feng Yun, "Little brat, be careful when you go up there. If you can't win, don't force yourself. You're the only one who talks too much. I've never lost a battle." Qianqiu smiled and did not respond to Feng Yun's words. In fact, he had already seen that the 9th talented scholar was a disciple from the 10th-ranked Qingyun Pavilion. In fact, he was also the weakest among the 10 talented scholars. He is only at the Void Realm and has a mid-quality immortal body. Apart from that, he has no other outstanding strengths. It sounds very ordinary. Wang Sun, who was standing nearby, was getting anxious. Hey, that little brat isn't really going to challenge the 9th talent, is he? He is Fan Chen from Qingyun Pavilion. Although his cultivation level is only at the Void Realm, which is much inferior to the other talents, his soul power level is said to have reached the middle stage of the Fiery Soul Realm, and he also possesses a mid-grade immortal body. So what? I've already told you that the brat is 13 years old. What is he doing barking like a dog when he's in the middle stage of Lihan? Qianqiu scratched his ears and said disapprovingly. Wang Sun wanted to say something, but Qianqiu asked first, "Hey, our sect leader doesn't worry about it, why should you, an outsider, worry about it? Tell me what the rewards are for the top 10 talents." In fact, Qianqiu wanted to ask Qi Xiaoya, but her attitude towards him was always cold. After thinking about it, he decided it would be easier to ask Wang Sun. These rewards are kept secret, but there are rumors in the outside world. Just as your sect leader said, the reward for the 9th place is a soul tripod, the 10th place is a sword of excellent quality, and the 8th place is a divine text technique, which records a lot of divine text immortal arts, but because it is too difficult, most practitioners in the Holy Realm cannot penetrate it, so it is placed in the 8th place reward. As for the 7th and 6th places, I don't know what the rewards are, but I heard that the 5th place reward is a high-quality immortal body. Hearing about the immortal body, Qianqiu instantly became interested. He had not yet refined his body. If he could obtain this high-quality immortal body, wouldn't he immediately have an immortal body? When he returned, he could absorb another immortal body prepared by the 3 masters. Wouldn't that be adding to his body? Thinking of this, he immediately asked, who is the 5th talent, and what level of cultivation is he at? Wang Sun looked at Qianqiu with strange eyes and said sarcastically, "You don't want to challenge him, do you? If not?" This time, before Qianqiu could speak, Qi Xiaoya said, "Son of God, the 5th-ranked talent is a disciple of the 7th-ranked Taishan sect. It is impossible for you to defeat him with your current cultivation level." Taishan sect? Qianqiu vaguely remembered that the cultivator who was defeated by a higher-level cultivator in the arena last night was from Taishan sect. What does his name seem to be, Yao Fei? Qianqiu asked tentatively, "Master, is the 5th talent called Yao Fei?" "How do you know?" Qi Xiaoya was stunned. Qianqiu smiled. He became more confident at this moment. He patted his butt and stood up. He said to Qi Xiaoya, "Sect Master, the reward for 5th place is too tempting. My strength does not allow me to be low-key. I will be back soon." "Son of God, wait a minute." Qi Xiaoya shouted, but Qianqiu left without even looking back. Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu's back and wanted to step forward to stop him, but she inexplicably felt that he might really be able to defeat the disciples of Taishan sect. After all, from the first moment Qianqiu appeared in her sight, she had created too many impossibilities in front of her. Wang Sun stared at Qianqiu in disbelief and asked Qi Xiaoya, "Master, are all the disciples in your sect so fierce?" Qi Xiaoya glanced at Wang Sun coldly and said, "Who are you talking about as a tiger?" As she spoke, a fairy figure symbolizing the Holy Realm instantly appeared behind her. Wang Sun was so scared that he hid behind his master immediately. The old man smiled apologetically at Qi Xiaoya, and she then put away her fairy shadow. Qianqiu walked towards the stage, secretly delighted in his heart. He had thought that the fifth talent would be a tough nut to crack, but he did not expect that he would be defeated. After coming on stage, Qianqiu reported his sect information in cultivation realm to the elders. Yes, Han Fenghua stroked his beard and smiled, 19 years old, a cultivator in the void realm. Not bad, not bad. Although Yongheng sect has declined in recent years, it is still a sect that owns the artifact Chongqing Bell. It still has a good foundation. This time Qianqiu challenged Yao Fei with his true identity, and did not wear a white mask like he did in the arena last night. Next to the throne, there was a young girl next to the head of the Yishan family. Her name was Yishan Chihiro, and she was the only daughter of the head of the Yishan family. If Qianqiu saw her at this moment, he would probably be shocked, because this was the girl he had rescued under the palace wall before. When the head of the Yishan family saw his favorite daughter coming, his serious expression instantly changed into a smile, and he looked at Yishan Qianqiu lovingly. "Xiaoxuan, why are you willing to come to the 100 Sects conference this year? Didn't your father remember that you hate this conference the most?" Yagami Chihiro pouted, "Who told my father not to let me go out to play? I'm bored, so why don't I come and have a look? Okay, let's see who dares to say no. Come on, I'll give your position as father to you, just sit and watch." The head of the Yishan family gave his seat to Yishan Chihiro. Chihiro Yagami did not bother to be polite with her father. After sitting down, she quickly looked around the seat for the young man who had carried her in a princess hug before. Finally, she found the boy on one of the rings. Yagami Chihiro grinned, bit her lip, and then said to her father, "Father, what is the name of that person on the stage?" The head of the Yishan family looked at the stage his daughter was pointing at. The person on the stage was none other than the fifth talented scholar Yao Fei. He was a little surprised. Could it be that his precious daughter fell in love with this disciple of Taishan sect? His name seems to be Yao Fei, and he is from the Taishan sect of the Eternal Continent. What, are you interested in him? It's not impossible. The Taishan sect is also one of the top 10 sects, and he is the fifth most talented person this year, so his strength is not bad. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Who would be interested in those rough guys from Taishan sect? I'm asking you, what's the name of the cultivator who is going to challenge that talented person? The head of the Yishan family was stunned for a moment, and looked at Qianqiu on the stage in confusion. He didn't know which sect this challenger was from. "Xiaosun, I don't know what that boy's name is, but before they start fighting, they will announce their information." "Hey, Xiaosun, why are you interested in an unknown kid?" Of course, Chihiro Yagami would not tell her father about what she had just experienced. Otherwise, with his temper, if he knew that his precious daughter was held by a strange man, he would definitely cut him into pieces on the spot. On the stage, Qianqiu bowed to Yao Fei and said, "My name is Qianqiu, I come from Yongheng sect, and I am a cultivator in the Void Realm." Qianqiu is Yao Fei's third challenger today. Yao Fei defeated the first two challengers with almost no effort. Yao Fei waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and make your move quickly. The tournament is almost over and you should be my last challenger." Although Qianqiu showed no expression on his face, he was already very happy in his heart. "Yao Fei, you really only remember to eat and not to be beaten. I just beat you up last night, and now you look down on Void Realm practitioners. I can only beat you up again." Qianqiu thought to himself, but he also remained awake. This battle was still very challenging for him, because he had already used Black Roar and his usual magical skills, Earth-Shattering Star and Heavenly Attraction of all things, in the arena yesterday. After coming out of the arena, he was followed by many people from the sections. If he used those magic arts and black howls again today, his identity would be exposed immediately. So Qianqiu knew very well that none of the tricks he used yesterday could be used today. Chihiro Yagami, who was standing in the highest seat, pinched her chin and murmured with a smile, "So your name is Qianqiu. Hehe, we are really destined to be together. Our names are only one character apart." Qianqiu was not careless on the stage. He gathered his energy and burst out his own immortal shadow, staring at Yao Fei with his eyes. Yao Fei could never have imagined that the young man in front of him was the captive bird that tortured him in the arena last night. "Your realm is low, so you should make the first move," Yao Fei said lightly. Qianqiu took a deep breath and immediately used the magic he had learned when he watched the fight between Xiaoshan and the black-masked boy. Immortal Art Copy. Hundreds of demons roar. Qianqiu's immortal figure opened its mouth and emitted a huge roaring shock wave. Yao Fei never expected that Qianqiu would actually use such a powerful divine text and immortal technique directly. Moreover, Yao Fei knew very well that this was clearly the magical technique commonly used by the demon sect. Why would the cultivator in front of him use it? Yao Fei was knocked back a long distance and looked at Qianqiu in disbelief. Suddenly, he remembered what happened in the arena last night. There was also a cultivator in the Void Realm who used all kinds of strange magic to defeat him directly. This familiar feeling made Yao Fei dare not be careless anymore. After all, he lost in the arena yesterday, but this is the 100 Sects Conference. He is representing not only himself but also Taishan sect. Oh. You have some strength. I can't underestimate you. But you used the magic spell of the demon sect. Your sect will be held accountable after this battle. Qianqiu shrugged disapprovingly, who stipulated that immortal arts can only be used by a specific sect. What a big mouth. After Yao Fei finished speaking, his eyes focused and he immediately gathered his energy to release the magical technique, Shocking. After the battle with Yao Fei last night, Qianqiu had already figured out how to use his magic. He expected that he would start with this move, so he retreated out of the attack range of Stone Breaking. Yao Fei was stunned to see that his skill was dodged. After a little surprise, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he directly used the soul-extinguishing fire cloud this time. Qianqiu grinned. This was exactly the move he had been waiting for. Because when performing this magic, Yao Fei must first hang in the air to accumulate strength. If it is the first time you see Yao Fei performing this magic, you can only watch him leap up to accumulate strength. But this was not Qianqiu's first time fighting Yao Fei. After dodging Shi Potionjing, he rushed towards Yao Fei without hesitation and predicted his position. He used some ordinary magic to catch Yao Fei off guard. However, Yao Fei was a cultivator in the Sky Realm after all, and his reaction was very quick. When he saw Qianqiu coming towards him, he immediately saw through his intentions. "Huh, you can actually predict my magic? But your realm is too low, so your speed is a bit slow." After Yao Fei finished speaking, he stopped his leaping movement, took a step back, put his hands together, and released the soul-extinguishing fire cloud again. Not good. Qianqiu's face changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but inertia prevented him from stopping immediately. The ring was covered with fire clouds and a fireball dropped from the sky, rushing towards Qianqiu at an extremely fast speed. Yagami Chihiro's eyes widened. Oh no, he's going to lose. The head of the Yishan family had also been paying attention to the battle between Yao Fei and Qianqiu. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. As expected, practitioners from small sects are a bit weaker, not to mention that he is only a Void Realm practitioner. Yagami Chihiro was unwilling to believe that Chinchou, who was faster than her personal bodyguard Kobe, would actually lose to a Sky Realm cultivator. You have to know that Kobe is a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Sky Realm. Chinchou, who couldn't stop moving, felt his heart sink to the bottom at this moment. He couldn't react for a moment and knew what to do. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his mind, "Don't just stand there, say, Ice Age, in Chinese." Chinchou was stunned. He didn't care where the voice came from. He immediately said in divine language, "Ice Age." As Chinchou finished his words, the temperature around him dropped rapidly. The moisture in the air condensed into ice. A thick layer of ice formed on the entire ring, and Chinchou's limbs also turned into ice. The fireball hit Chinchou, but Chinchou blocked the attack with just a light push of his hand. Yao Fei was shocked. He was about to use his next magic immediately, but as soon as he raised his hand, he found that his limbs had become extremely stiff. He looked down and discovered that a large amount of ice debris had appeared on his body starting from his legs. Chinchou waved his icy arm, and all the condensed ice debris in the air gathered into an ice cone, flying towards Yao Fei at an extremely fast speed. Yao Fei was hit hard on the chest by the ice cone, and the ice chips on his body shattered. He felt that his bones were about to break. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The feeling of humiliation surged into his mind. He still didn't understand why he was repeatedly defeated by Void Realm practitioners. He saw the shadow of the cultivator called Prison Bird in the arena last night in Chinchou. However, the magic arts performed by Chinchou and Chunyao were completely different, and they didn't seem like they were from the same person at all. At this moment, the people who were watching this battle were stunned. Everyone thought that Chinchou would not be able to defeat Yao Fei, just like the two practitioners who had challenged him before. Moreover, Chinchou had clearly revealed a fatal flaw just now, and Yao Fei could easily defeat him, but what was going on now? Yao Fei lost? Chinchou walked to Yao Fei's side, looked at him with a smile, and whispered in his ear, "This doesn't feel good, does it?" Yao Fei's pupils instantly dilated, and he looked at Chinchou in disbelief. For a moment, he felt that Chinchou was the prisoner bird. Otherwise, how could he be said to be defeated? But on second thought, he had indeed lost to Chinchou, so it seemed reasonable for Chinchou to say that he was defeated. Yao Fei smiled bitterly, and climbed up from the ground with difficulty, saying, "I didn't expect that I would lose to someone in the Void Realm. This time, Master and Sect Master will definitely not let me off the hook." Yao Fei stepped down from the stage, and Yishan Fenghua announced Chinchou's victory over Yao Fei, and successfully won the position of the fifth talent. At this moment, Wang Sun, who was sitting in his seat, was dumbfounded. His mouth was so big that it could eat a watermelon. He had been watching Chinchou since he came on stage and witnessed the entire process of Chinchou defeating Yao Fei. This must be fake. What on earth was that magical spell he released at the end? He actually defeated Yao Fei from Taishan sect? Wang Sen's master also looked at Chinchou on the stage in shock, and then seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at Qi Xiaoya who was still sitting in the seat, and said, "Excuse me, young lady, are you from the Yongheng sect that owns the longevity bell?" "Yes." "How many times did the guy on the stage make the eternal life bell ring?" Qi Xiaoya recalled Chinchou's appearance on the first day he came to Yongheng sect, and replied calmly, "Jiusheng, he is the son of God of our sect." Hiss. The old man took a deep breath. Everyone knew what the 9 rings of the longevity bell meant. He had already anticipated how crazy they would be to ask Chinchou to join their sect if the 10 major sects knew the news. At the Sword Sect seat, the old man named Uncle Mo frowned and said to the Sword Sect leader, "Master, do you feel that the young man who defeated the Taishan sect disciple on the stage is familiar to you?" "Oh? Did you feel it too? He does look a lot like the cultivator in the arena last night." Uncle Mo nodded, and lowered his voice and said, "Not only that, for a moment, I smelled the breath of the black-masked boy who slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect." The Sword Sect leader tapped his fingers rhythmically on the chair, and after a long while he said, "Last night you said that guy opened the Void Gate and entered the Void Star Realm? If Qianqiu from the Eternal Sect and the Prisoner Bird were the same person, the people from the Void Saint Sect would have noticed it long ago. Look, they didn't move, did they?" "That's true. However, there are many talented people these days. First there was the Black Shura in the Colosseum, the Prisoner Bird in the arena, the Saint Realm boy who slaughtered the Three Thunder sect, and now there is another Qianqiu from the Eternal Sect." The Sword Sect leader smiled, pointed to the other side of the ring, and chuckled. "The Yongheng sect has more than one Qianqiu, and there is also a child named Feng Yun, 13 years old, Qihun. He is about to defeat the people of Qingyun Pavilion." As they spoke, the winner was decided. Feng Yun won. Uncle Mo was shocked and looked at the stage in disbelief. He then sighed, "It's a pity that these geniuses are not from our Sword Sect. The natural disaster is about to come, but our Sword Sect no longer has any gifted disciples. How should we face the natural disaster?" The Sword Sect leader's unruly face also showed a look of worry. After Qianqiu came down from the stage, he did not show any joy after winning the game. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Just now when he was in danger, that voice appeared in his mind again. The last time when he was about to use the clone technique in the Colosseum, this voice warned him not to use the clone technique again before reaching the Holy Realm. This time, he showed up again. Qianqiu tried to communicate with him, but she could no longer hear that person's voice in her mind. Qianqiu was about to return to his seat with a heavy heart, and found that Feng Yun had just returned. He smiled and said, "Hunzi, did you win?" Qianqiu nodded, sat down and continued to think about where the voice came from. He didn't notice that Wang Sun, his master, and Qi Xiaoya were looking at him with strange eyes. It was Wang Sun who broke the silence first. He wanted to kneel down to Qianqiu immediately. He said, "Master Qiu, I didn't recognize you. I didn't expect Master Qiu to be so awesome. He beat Taishan Sect's Yao Fei. He's awesome." Keep a low profile, our little brat is pretty good too, didn't he win too?" Qianqiu said with a smile. Wang Sun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and learned that Feng Yun was really the 13-year-old Qihun, and immediately ran to lick Feng Yun. Master Wang Sun's face turned black. He thought, "Have you forgotten how you boasted about yourself in front of others at the beginning? A 20-year-old practitioner in the Samsara realm. You have no shame, but I still have this old face." Qi Xiaoya, who was standing by, was also surprised that Qianqiu had killed Yao Fei with one strike, and she was also extremely shocked by the two magical arts Qianqiu used. Qianqiu's first move was the Roar of 100 Demons, of the Demon Sect. He had clearly never come into contact with the Demon Sect before, so how did he use this magical technique? A very terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Qi Xiaoya's mind. The only time Qianqiu had had contact with the Demon Sect was the battle between Xiaoshan and the black-masked boy just now. Could it be that Qianqiu has the ability to quickly learn immortal arts? He learned Xiaoshuan's divine immortal arts in just one glance. That's impossible. This is a divine text. Even if it's something I don't know, it takes a long time to comprehend it. It's impossible for me to learn it just by seeing and hearing it. Doesn't that mean he understands the original meaning of the divine text? Doesn't that make him a godlike existence? The more Qi Xiaoya thought about it, the more she felt that Qianqiu's identity was unfathomable. Son of God, where did you learn all those divine texts and magic arts? Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu with a complicated expression. It's self-created. Didn't I tell you and the ancestor before? Qianqiu shook his head and was shocked. Chihiro Yagami narrowed her eyes and looked at Chiaki, who was sitting in her seat. She became more interested in this young man. The head of the Yishin family was slightly surprised. Qianqiu was obviously about to lose just now, but he actually succeeded in killing Yao Fei of Taishan sect. This made him, who was at the emperor level, misjudge. The Eternal Sect, is that the sect that holds the ancient artifact, the Longevity Bell? The head of the Yishin family said to himself, but still did not take Qianqiu to heart. At this moment, the emperor-level skeleton hiding in the corner of the venue was also surprised by Qianqiu's previous battle, but he knew very well how Qianqiu won the game. I didn't expect that the clone could actually communicate with the original body. This is something I didn't expect. The white skeleton of the emperor in black clothes disappeared instantly, leaving only a pool of water. The head of the Yishin family, the Iceberg Queen, and the leader of the Tianshan sect, who were sitting on the throne, all looked solemn at the same time and glanced at each other. The leader of the Tianshan sect showed a meaningful expression. It seems that this conference has aroused the interest of our old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the Tianshan sect also disappeared, and he appeared next to the puddle of water left by the bones of the Emperor realm. It is you, Emperor Qi Yu. The selection of the top 10 talents in the 100 Sects Conference has come to an end. The top 10 talents this year are no longer just disciples from the 10 major sections. In addition to Qianqiu, Feng Yun and the young man with the black mask, there are also 2 disciples from small sects, who defeated the 10th and 4th talents respectively. The remaining disciples who came to challenge were all defeated. After all, the strong ones are still in the top 10 sections. After all, their resources are far superior to those of the small sects. Yishin Fenghua and a group of elders announced the list of the top 10 talents. Only then did he discover in surprise that only 2 disciples from the Yongheng sect were on the list. Many sects present were also surprised. In such a list that has been dominated by the top 10 sects over the years, 2 disciples from the small sect Yongheng sect successfully made the list. What is the origin of this Yongheng sect? How could they have 2 disciples on the list? Look at one of the disciples on the list. He is so young. I heard that he is only 13 years old, but he has already entered the early stage of Qihun. This is too terrifying. A 13-year-old Qihun, what kind of talent is this? You are all ignorant. Although Yongheng sect ranks low and lacks the support of many Saint Realm experts, they have an ancient artifact called the Chongsheng Bell. It is the weapon of the Chongsheng Emperor. For a time, Yongheng sect became a hot topic among many sects. Qi Xiaoya was not excited about this, but felt melancholy instead. Originally, she just wanted Feng Yun to be included in the list. By then, other sects would also have disciples on the list, so there would be no possibility of being noticed by the 10 major sects. What she didn't expect was that Qianqiu unexpectedly made it onto the list of talented people, and ranked 5th. Yishin Fenghua brought a group of elders to the stage with the rewards for the top 10, ready to distribute the rewards to each person one by one. Everyone's reward is wrapped in a special magic that only the recipient has the opportunity to open, so no one except the recipient knows what their reward is. The rewards were distributed from the back to the front. After Qianqiu received the reward, he thanked Yishin Fenghua. Thank you, Elder Fenghua. Yishin Fenghua smiled meaningfully and said, Young man, I know this old man from your Yongheng sect very well. I wonder how many times you want the longevity bell to ring? Report to Elder Fenghua, 9 rings. Yishin Fenghua was shocked, and after a brief moment of surprise, he smiled very deeply. Not bad, let the longevity bell ring 9 times. It seems that the Yongheng sect is going to rise. At the same time, in the seats of the 7-star sect, Nayland Songhai looked at Qianqiu on the stage with an extremely gloomy expression. Master, the disciple of the Yongheng sect is the one I told you about last time. I didn't expect his strength to be far beyond my imagination. Not only can this boy open the void gate in the void realm, but he has also become the fifth talent. The leader of the seven-star sect narrowed his eyes and said, "Eternal sect? What a coincidence. After this conference, this guy will be accepted into the seven-star sect. Elder Tsanghai, notify the other elders to return to the sect as soon as possible." Nalan Tsanghai's face changed, and he lowered his voice and asked, "Sect Master, are you ready to take action? Before the natural disaster, we must strengthen our own strength, otherwise we will just become cannon fodder for other sects." When Yishan Fenghua gave the reward to the black-masked boy, his face turned cold. "Junior, if I am not mistaken, you are only 19 years old." The black-masked boy just nodded slightly and said, "Elder Fenghua, please don't say these words. I only came here for this reward. Don't worry. I'm asking you on behalf of our patriarch if you are interested in joining our Night God royal family. You slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect and have been hunted down by many sections. No matter how strong you are still only in the Saint Realm. There are at least 70 or 80 Saint Realm cultivators among the elders of so many sections. If you join the Night God royal family, they will have no reason to attack you again." The black-masked boy was unmoved. He took the reward from Yishan Fenghua and said calmly, "Not interested." Yishan Fenghua was surprised. He had thought that he would refuse because of the boy's arrogant character, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Yishan Fenghua nodded, "Since you are determined to die, I will not try to persuade you to stay." The black-masked boy removed the magic seal on the reward, and after confirming that this was what he wanted, he smiled grimly, then suddenly jumped up and gathered to reveal his immortal figure. Before anyone could react, the young man in the black mask jumped up from the stage and flew into the air, his huge shadow enveloping him. The entire venue was in an uproar, and everyone looked at him, even the leader of the Tianshan sect and the Iceberg Queen who were sitting next to the head of the Yeshen family cast their eyes on him. Qianqiu looked at the young man in the black mask and his heart suddenly twitched. He had a strong premonition that something big was going to happen. Qianqiu did not stand there in a daze like the other talented men. He immediately pulled up Feng Yun who was on the stage with him. "Hurry up, soul, something might happen." Feng Yun was pulled off the stage by Qianqiu with a confused look on his face. At this time, the black mask floating in the air also spoke. "You all know that I slaughtered the entire Three Thunder sect. There were 7 Saint Realm Masters in the Three Thunder sect, and I killed them all. Now, I am announcing the establishment of the Zhu Xian Palace. Who is willing to follow me? For those who join the Zhu Xian Palace, I promise that within 10 days, no matter what realm you are in, I can help you advance to the Saint Realm." The whole audience was in an uproar. Yishan Fenghua, who was standing on the stage, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. The behavior of the young man with the black mask showed that he did not take the Yishan family and the 10 major sects seriously. Yishan Fenghua gathered his energy and used a magic technique to make himself bigger. "Young man, do you know what you are talking about? This is the 100 Sects Conference, not the place for you to recruit soldiers. And the Zhu Xian Hall you want to establish has such an ambiguous name. Are you planning to kill everyone in the entire world of immortal cultivation?" The young man in the black mask didn't even look at Yishan Fenghua. He pointed a finger at the cultivator sitting in the seat. The cultivator's body instantly floated into the air, and his immortal shadow was instantly revealed. The cultivator was horrified and asked, "What's going on? I didn't gather my qi, so why did my immortal shadow appear?" Behind the cultivator appeared a purple immortal shadow from the Samsara realm. As the black-masked boy moved his lips, his immortal shadow instantly changed from purple to red, from red to blue, and the blue quickly turned into deep red. This practitioner actually advanced from the Samsara realm to the Saint realm in the blink of an eye. What kind of evil magic is this? Did he really advance from the Samsara realm to the Saint realm? This. Sir, I want to join the Zhuxian Palace. I want it too, let me follow you. Many practitioners were going crazy. You have to know that the conditions for practicing to the Saint Realm are very harsh. After reaching the Sky Realm, you will encounter a huge bottleneck. If there is no opportunity, you may not make any progress in your realm even if you spend 30 or 40 years practicing. At this moment, they watched helplessly as the practitioner in the Samsara realm was easily helped to ascend to the Saint Realm by the young man with the black mask. Why did they join the sect? Wasn't it for the sect's resources so that they could become high-level practitioners as soon as possible? Countless practitioners on the field cast their magic and rushed towards the young man in the black mask, and the situation was out of control for a while. Yishan Fenghua's eyes narrowed, and he was also directly shocked by the behavior of the black-masked boy. What kind of evil magic is this? What kind of monster is this kid? Yishan Fenghua realized that he could no longer stop it and immediately retreated. Then 3 figures appeared beside him. The 3 people who came were none other than the head of the Yishan family, the Ice Queen, and the head of the Tianshan sect. The head of the Yishan family frowned and said, "This kind of magic is a forbidden magic spell engraved on the divine tablet. The divine tablet is erected in the divine world. The road to the divine world has long been closed. Where did he get this forbidden magic?" The leader of the Tianshan sect said in a deep voice, "No matter where he got it from, he must not leave here alive today." The 3 powerful men gathered their energy in an instant and revealed their immortal shadows. They were terrifying black immortal shadows, 100 meters tall. These were the powerful emperors in the realm of emperors. Everyone panicked and they saw the 3 emperors taking action. Any magic trick of the emperor can destroy all living things within a radius of dozens of kilometers. If they fight here, won't everyone become their burial objects? The cultivators who were preparing to join the black-masked boy in Zhuxian Hall hesitated. They all heard the words of the 3 emperors. They would not allow the black-masked boy to leave alive. The black-masked boy saw 3 emperors who were several times bigger than him. He did not panic, but said calmly, "Are you 3 emperors going to attack a mere saint like me?" The head of the Yishan family scolded coldly, "You used the forbidden divine text technique, do you think we shouldn't kill you?" "I do deserve to be killed, but you can't keep me here today." "Mendi, how long are you going to wait?" When the 3 emperors heard the word Mendi, their faces changed instantly. Then the sky suddenly twisted, and a hole like a black hole appeared. A huge black fairy figure stepped out of it, accompanied by a burst of hee laughter. Hee, Iceberg Emperor, Kagaya Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor, the 3 of you actually embarrassed a Saint Realm cultivator. You've become really shameless after not seeing you for so many years. The Iceberg Emperor is the Iceberg Queen, while the Kagaya Emperor is the head of the Yeshen family, and the Heavenly Emperor is the head of the Tianshan sect. The Emperor who came out of the black hole in the sky, known as the Gate Emperor, stood in front of the black-masked boy and said calmly, "I am not too late, am I? Stop talking nonsense, open the door quickly and take these practitioners away. The things have been obtained. You are no match for these 3 people in a fight. There are other emperor-level practitioners here." The young man in the black mask replied coldly, but Mendi was not angry at his disrespectful words. Instead, he laughed twice. The head of the Yishan family looked at the Gate Emperor and said, "Gate Emperor, you have been hiding in your own world for many years. Why do you want to help such a person who uses the forbidden magic of divine texts? You know that using the forbidden magic of divine texts will accelerate the arrival of natural disasters and attract more evil gods to pay attention to this place." He. This forbidden technique was given to him by me. So what if the evil god noticed this? I am not like you who are content with the status quo. I want to break through to the Emperor realm. After the Gate Emperor finished speaking, he did not give the 3 emperors a chance to speak, and then he said loudly, "Everyone listen, I am the Gate Emperor who has disappeared for many years. I am also a member of the Zhuxian Palace." The cultivators who had been about to back off because of the actions of the three great emperors were once again excited. Who doesn't know Mendi? There are only a handful of sects with emperor-level cultivators. Now, not only can you join a sect with an emperor-level emperor, but you can also directly advance to the saint level in a short period of time. So what if you become enemies with the major sects? Strength is king. Once you reach the saint realm, you only need to think about how to be promoted to the emperor realm. By then, unless an emperor-level expert comes in person, anyone who wants to kill a saint-level expert will have to think twice. The sect emperor opened several doors on the arena for the practitioners who wanted to join the Zhuxian Palace to enter. The Ice Queen hurriedly said, "Don't just stand there, if these people join the evil sect, it will definitely cause chaos in the future." The three emperors used their magic at the same time, but Emperor Men opened 3 doors and sucked all their attacks in. "He, I won't fight with you today." After saying this, Emperor Men opened a door behind him and the young man wearing a black mask escaped into it. The doors on the stage also closed, taking away many practitioners. As all the doors opened by the sect emperors closed, the entire venue became much more empty, and almost every sect had people joining the Zhuxian Hall. What's worse is that more than a dozen sects and even their sect leaders have joined the Zhuxian Palace. The head of the Yishan family had a very gloomy expression on his face. He was burning with anger. He did not expect that such a thing would happen at the 100 Sects conference. No one expected that the black-masked young man who slaughtered the 3 Thunder sects single-handedly had an emperor-level cultivator standing behind him, Mendi. There are also emperor-level practitioners among the 10 major sections. They did not act rashly just now because they could not guarantee whether they would be injured in a fight. After all, this is a fight between powerful emperors. They represent their own sections. Once they are injured, there is no guarantee that other major sects will take advantage of them after the battle. At this time, the Ice Queen said silently, "Everyone, that guy will continue to use the forbidden magic of divine texts in the future, which will only make more evil gods pay attention to this world. The natural disaster will come half the time earlier. This natural disaster will be more terrifying than every previous natural disaster. I am afraid that the world of immortal cultivation will become a prisoner of the evil gods. We must not let this happen. I will find other emperors to discuss countermeasures. This conference will end here." The head of the Yishan family said, and then disappeared on the spot. The Iceberg Queen and the leader of the Tianshan sect looked at each other and then disappeared from the venue. Many cultivators present were still in shock. Apart from seeing so many emperors reveal their immortal shadows during natural disasters, it was impossible to witness what the immortal shadows of the emperors looked like on normal days. The leaders of the 10 major sects also realized that the world of immortal cultivation might be in chaos, and immediately left the venue with the people from their own sects. At this moment, Qianqiu brought Feng Yun and came to Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya frowned and felt complicated. Qianqiu was still frightened. He clearly felt that when Mendi closed the door just now, Mendi and the black-masked boy simultaneously cast their divine thoughts towards him. Son of God, Son of Soul, the world of immortal cultivation is about to be in chaos. Let's quickly return to Yongheng sect and report this to the 3 ancestors. None of the practitioners in the immortal cultivation world noticed that in the vast universe, 4 or 5 gods were looking at their immortal cultivation world. Qianqiu, Qi Xiaoya and Feng Yun rushed to Yongheng sect as fast as they could. On the way, they saw many dilapidated small sects. It was originally a meeting to show off the strength of the sects, but that boy turned it into what it is now. Many practitioners who pursue strength have joined the Zhuxian Palace founded by the sect emperor and that boy. Qi Xiaoya knew very well that this meant that Zhuxian Palace was planning to make enemies with the sects on various continents, and that those who could come to participate in the 100 Sects Conference must be the pride of the major sects. But now more than half of them have been poached by Zhu Xian Palace. The founder of Zhu Xian Palace is not only a very powerful Saint Realm expert, but also has the support of Emperor Realm experts behind him. From an objective point of view, its starting point has reached a terrifying level. If ranked according to strength, Zhu Xian Palace can easily rank among the top 5 sects in the Eternal Continent. Qian Qiu said, "If what the young man promised is true, it won't be long before the Immortal Execution Palace will have another group of Saint Realm experts. By then, they will be on par with the Heavenly God sect." Qianqiu was a little depressed. He had just traveled to this world and didn't expect to encounter such a change. "Son of God, you have to speed up your training when you return to the sect this time, because natural disasters are coming faster," Qi Xiaoya said to Qianqiu very seriously. In fact, everyone is saying that a natural disaster is coming, but Qianqiu has never known what a natural disaster is. He plans to ask his 3 masters when he goes to the sect this time. It took the 3 of them a day to rush back to Yongheng sect, and all the disciples were waiting in the sect square. The news that Yongheng sect had obtained 2 talented candidates' places at the 100 Sects Conference had already spread from Beihan Island to Henggu Continent, and of course the matter of Zhu Xian Palace had also been reported. "Oh my God, I didn't expect that the Son of God could actually defeat Yao Fei from Taishan's sect and take the spot of the 5th talent. Our Yongheng sect is going to rise. Feng Yun is also very powerful, okay? I didn't expect that he has already broken through the Qihun. You know, the 3 ancestors are only in the late stage of Qihun. Feng Yun is only 13 years old this year, but he has already reached the early stage of Qihun. He is too strong." All the Eternal Sect disciples were discussing what happened at the 100 Sects Conference, as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. The only one with a gloomy face in the crowd was Zuanan. He never thought that Qianqiu went to the 100 Sects Conference and actually won the title of the 5th talent in one fell swoop. Damn it, wasn't Yao Fei from Taishan sect said to be very powerful? How could he be defeated by Qianqiu? Zuanan clenched his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire as he looked at Qianqiu, who was surrounded and cheered by his disciples. Mu Yu on the side also said excitedly, "Brother, I didn't expect Qianqiu to defeat the disciples of Taishan sect. It's amazing. Even the 2 of us can't do it. Qianqiu is only in the Void Realm now. I wonder how much his strength will increase when he is promoted to the Sky Realm. He was just lucky." The people of Taishan sect definitely didn't expect that someone from a small sect would challenge him this time. They allowed a person without real ability to go up, allowing Qianqiu to take advantage of the opportunity. Mu Yu stared at Zuanan and opened his mouth, but in the end he just shook his head slightly and said nothing. After dealing with those disciples who complimented him, Qianqiu walked to Mu Yu, bowed his head and smiled at Mu Yu. "Xiaoyu, I have to go find my 3 masters first. I'll come find you later." "Yes, go quickly. I also heard about what happened at the conference. I felt the 3 ancestors awaken in the morning. I think they are also worried about this matter." Qi Xiaoya and Qianqiu returned to the main hall together. The 5 supreme masters were all in the main hall. Among them, the 2 masters who were sent by Qi Xiaoya to find the murderer who killed the 5 elders of the sect had extremely ugly expressions. Venerable Wan and Venerable Tang looked at each other, and Venerable Wan lowered his voice and said, "Venerable Tang, you should report to the sect master." "Master, the last time you sent us to capture the murderer who killed 5 elders, the matter had already been settled when you attended the 100 Sects Conference." Venerable Tang knelt on one knee in front of Qi Xiaoya. "Oh? Has the man been caught? Where is he now?" Venerable Tang had an ugly expression on his face, and spoke after a while, reporting to the sect master, "The person has not been caught, but you and the Son of God have already seen the murderer." Qianqiu was slightly stunned and thought to himself, I clearly went to attend the 100 Sects conference. When did I see this murderer? Qianqiu said, Tang Zunzan, the sect master, and I went to attend the 100 Sects conference. When did we meet this person? He is the Saint Realm expert wearing a black mask that you met at the 100 Sects conference. He is also the palace master of the Immortal Execution Palace that is being talked about so much now. Qi Xiaoya and Qianqiu were both shocked. Qi Xiaoya said, how could he be the murderer? Didn't the elder who escaped back earlier say that the murderer was just a cultivator in the Void Realm? How could it be that powerful Saint Realm boy? Qianqiu was the first to react. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, this is indeed possible. He can make a practitioner in the Samsara realm advance to the Saint Realm in the blink of an eye. Why is it impossible for him to advance himself to the Saint Realm in a few days? Qi Xiaoya still didn't want to believe it. She looked at Venerable Tang, but Venerable Tang's expression told her that it was just as Qianqiu said. Qi Xiaoya's mood instantly sank. If this was true, then the Yongheng sect would not be able to avenge the 5 dead elders. That young man from the Saint Realm slaughtered the entire 3 Thunder sect's 7 Saint Realm elders and countless Sky Realm disciples by himself. Now there's a sect leader from the Emperor Realm standing behind him. How could he possibly seek revenge on him? Qi Xiaoya waved her hand, signaling the 5 venerables to leave first. After the 5 supreme masters left, 3 old ancestors came from the sky and stood in front of the 2 with their hands behind their backs. Patriarch Wuji said, My disciple, you really shocked the 3 of us old guys. We just wanted you to go to the 100 Sects conference to see the world, but you brought us a place. This is because my 3 masters taught me well, so I can defeat my opponent. Qianqiu Rao nodded and said modestly. Patriarch Su Kun narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, but I heard that when you defeated that kid from Taishan sect, you not only didn't use the body refining technique taught to you by your master Bodhi, but you also didn't use the Ascension and Thunder Control technique taught to you by your master Wuji, and you didn't even use Black Howl. Your ranking as the 5th talent has nothing to do with the 3 of us old guys. Qi Xiaoya, who was standing aside, was even more surprised at this time. She thought that the 3 ancestors had taught Qianqiu a lot of things, but she didn't expect that none of Qianqiu's winning magic skills were taught by the 3 ancestors. Qianqiu was extremely embarrassed facing the 3 ancestors. It wasn't because what the 3 ancestors taught him was weak and inapplicable, but he was afraid that the elders of other sects would recognize him as the prisoner bird of the arena on the stage that day, so he deliberately hid He Shao. Seeing Qianqiu at a loss, the 3 ancestors did not embarrass him. The Wuji ancestor said, My disciple, you don't have to panic. Everyone has secrets, especially a cultivator with extraordinary talent like you. We have also heard about what happened at the 100 Sects conference. Now all the major sects are in chaos. As the son of God of the Yongheng sect, your top priority is to quickly improve your strength. Patriarch Bodhi said, Come with us, the body of a cultivator in the Sky Realm has been prepared for you. The 3 of us will help you refine your body to the physique of an immortal. Qianqiu spared his head, unable to bear it, and said, 3 masters, in fact, the reward for the 5th talent of the 100 Sects great martial arts this time is a top-grade immortal body. The 3 ancestors looked at each other in surprise, obviously not expecting that the reward for this 100 Sects conference would be a top-grade immortal body. What they prepared for Qianqiu was nothing more than a high-quality immortal body, which was the most precious immortal body that the 3 of them had treasured for many years. In that case, then use the top-grade immortal body that you, my disciple, won. This is something we 3 old guys didn't expect. Patriarch Su Kun looked embarrassed. The Wuji Patriarch sighed and said, It is a bit unfair for you to come to Yongheng sect. I didn't expect you to have such a high talent. Our resources and the skills we have given you seem to be unable to keep up with your pace. Qianqiu said seriously, 3 masters, Qianqiu, have never thought about it this way. Since I chose to join the Yongheng sect, I have never thought about the bad things about the Yongheng sect. Okay. Patriarch Bodhi said 3 good words in a row, and even his eyes were a little moist. They never thought that the 3 of them had not accepted a disciple for so many years, but now they actually accepted a disciple like Qianqiu who was so affectionate and righteous. The 3 ancestors brought Qianqiu to the eternal forest. They were ready to help Qianqiu integrate this top-grade immortal body, and planned to inject part of their cultivation into Qianqiu's body, so that Qianqiu could more easily improve his cultivation level in the future. Disciple, I don't know what magical technique you used on the day you joined the sect, which allowed your cultivation level to be promoted 5 levels in a short period of time. Although your level has been raised, this magical technique will ultimately make your cultivation unstable. Patriarch Wuji took over Patriarch Bodhi's words and continued, so we decided to inject part of our own spiritual power into this top-grade immortal body to consolidate your cultivation. Qianqiu was startled and said hurriedly, Master, if you inject your spiritual power into this immortal body, won't your lifespan be shortened? Ha ha ha. Disciple, you don't have to worry about us. The 3 of us were once the sons of God of the Yongheng sect, and we have all been blessed by the longevity bell. We have lived for hundreds of years, which is long enough. Anyway, we are all dormant Saint Realm practitioners now, and our strength is not as good as before. It would be better for each of us to share a little of our soul cultivation. I wish you to become a Saint Realm powerhouse soon. Qianqiu wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the 3 ancestors. The Wuji ancestor said, Disciple, you don't have to dissuade us anymore. We have made up our minds. The natural disaster is coming. Before the natural disaster, it always triggers disputes among many sections. If we want to preserve the Yongheng sect, someone must stand up. Master, what exactly is a natural disaster? Why are even the emperors in the imperial realm so worried about it? You should first integrate this supreme immortal body, and we will explain it to you later. Qianqiu nodded, then sat in front of the 3 ancestors and took out the top-grade immortal body from the Qianquan bag. When the 3 ancestors saw the Qianquan bag that Qianqiu took out, they were briefly surprised and then they smiled bitterly at each other. Unexpectedly, their disciple was not only gifted with extraordinary talent, but also had all the magical skills and rare treasures. The 3 old ancestors gathered their energy to reveal immortal figures that symbolized powerful saints, and then used their own spirits to help Qianqiu merge with their immortal bodies. Qianqiu sat cross-legged. With the help of the 3 ancestor spirits, his immortal shadow had been stimulated unknowingly. That top-grade immortal body also slowly floated up and slowly merged with Qianqiu's body. Qianqiu felt that his cultivation and soul power were improving, but his whole body was in pain as if his bones were being ripped out, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Less pain, less pain. Qianqiu silently recited this divine text, and the bone-wrenching pain gradually disappeared. Just when the 3 ancestors were helping Qianqiu merge his immortal body, a black figure also appeared in the eternal forest. He looked at the 4 people from afar, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This kid doesn't seem to have awakened his abilities yet, but his clone has developed the divine writing immortal arts to the extreme, reaching such a terrifying level in a short period of time. After the Emperor-level White Bone left the 100 Sects conference that day, he soon saw the cooperation between the sect emperor and Qianqiu's escaped clone, and he was also surprised. But I don't know how that guy Mendy got together with that clone. If my body hadn't been destroyed, I wouldn't be hiding in the dark now. Since Mendy chose that kid's clone, I will lend him a helping hand. I want to see who is more powerful, Mendy or Emperor Qiyu. At the same time, Wan Zun, the Lord of 10,000, sneaked out of the Yongheng sect and came to a very secret Taoist temple at the foot of Yongheng Mountain. Why are you here, Elder? Are you preparing to take action? Wan Zong half knelt in front of an old man. This old man was none other than the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nayland Songhai. Nayland Songhai stood with his hands behind his back and said, "We didn't plan to act so quickly, but you should have heard about what happened at the 100 Sects conference. The sect master has no choice but to make plans in advance." "I understand, sir. I broke through to the Sky Realm yesterday. When will you help me break through to the Saint Realm? If I don't break through to the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete my plan. After all, our sect has a son of God with terrifying talent. Wan Zong is very afraid of Qian Qiu. The son of God of your sect has attracted the attention of the adults. When implementing the plan, we must ensure his safety, and also ensure the integrity of the Longevity Bell. The reason why I gave you the opportunity to advance to the Saint Realm is because I have taken a fancy to the Longevity Bell of your Yongheng sect. Do you know that?" "I understand. Shall we begin?" Wan Zong was already eager to reach the Holy Realm. He had been waiting for this day for too long. At this time on the Eternal Continent, there were already several conspiracies brewing, all of which were minor quantitative changes caused before the natural disasters. At the same time, in the Eternal Forest, Qianqiu had completely integrated this supreme immortal body. He was emitting bursts of smoke, which was a symbol that the body refining infusion had reached its peak. Qianqiu's eyes were red, and he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The breathing of the three ancestors beside him became weak, until the ancestor Wuji infused the last bit of his soul and fell to the ground exhausted. Sky Realm. "Masters, I have broken through to the Sky Realm." Qianqiu was pleasantly surprised to find that when his body-refining physique reached the immortal body, his cultivation realm was also promoted. The immortal shadow behind him gradually grew larger, from light red to blue representing the Sky Realm. But his eyes suddenly became illusory, and he suddenly saw a door. The person sitting in the door was the sect emperor he had seen at the 100 Sects conference before. The Gate Emperor in the Gate Realm suddenly opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at the black-masked boy in front of him. Qianqiu was incredulous. How could he see Mendi? What Qianqiu didn't know was that the scenes he was seeing now all originated from the Gate Realm created by the Gate Emperor. After Qianqiu was promoted to the Sky Realm, he vaguely felt as if something had awakened in his body, but it was fleeting and he did not grasp the key point. The three old ancestors gave part of their spiritual power to Qianqiu, intending to use it only to build the foundation for Qianqiu's Piamiao cultivation, but they never expected that it would allow him to be promoted directly. Patriarch Bodhi looked extremely pale, but he didn't care at all. He said in an excited tone, "Disciple, I didn't expect that you would break through the realm in one fell swoop. You are one step closer to becoming a saint. Thank you for your help, masters. I was able to advance thanks to your spirits. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to merge my immortal body and advance to a higher level of cultivation so easily." Qianqiu was also very surprised. He didn't expect that when he merged with the immortal body, his cultivation level would be promoted in one fell swoop. But he didn't know that this was all because he had previously recited the divine text, upgrade cultivation, and consolidated himself, so now he can be promoted easily, and is stronger than most practitioners who have reached the Sky Realm for many years. Patriarch Wuji waved his hand and said, "Disciple, your Master Bodhi and I have consumed too much of our spiritual power, so we will go back to sleep first. Let Master Shukuan tell you the rest." Qianqiu nodded heavily. Patriarch Wuji and Patriarch Bodhi showed signs of fatigue, and then disappeared into the Eternal Forest. The Emperor-level skeleton hiding in the dark side and said to himself, "These three old guys don't have much time left, yet they dare to pass on their soul cultivation to this kid." After saying this, the Emperor Realm skeleton disappeared into the Eternal Forest. Patriarch Shukuan was supported by Qianqiu to a tree. He let out a long sigh and looked at Qianqiu, whose physical condition had reached the level of an immortal body. He said with emotion, "Sure enough, the top-grade immortal bodies prepared for the 100 Sects conference are really good. The high-grade immortal bodies that the three of us have treasured for many years are far inferior to them. After a pause, Wuji Patriarch said, "If I am not mistaken about this top-grade immortal body, it should be the Nether Tyrant body. This immortal body is not simple. If you use it well, you will have the opportunity to refine it into a high-grade holy body." What? Such a powerful immortal body, would the elders be so generous as to give it as a reward? Qianqiu was shocked, as if he had found a treasure. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Su Kun laughed bitterly and poured cold water on Qianqiu. If it wants to refine its body to a high-grade holy body, it is almost impossible. It is said that there are 3 netherworld tyrant bodies in the world of immortal cultivation. A few hundred years ago, an emperor at the emperor level also used this immortal body and refined it to a high-grade holy body. Its strength is very terrifying. Master, do you not believe in your disciple's ability? It's not that I don't believe you, but there are extremely harsh conditions for refining the Nether Tyrant body to a high-grade saint body. It comes with an ancient book called The Nether 9 Transformations, which is written entirely by divine texts. As long as you practice it to the 7th transformation, you can reach the physique of a high-grade saint body. But this ancient book has been lost for many years and no one has seen it again. Without the blessing of this ancient book, the Nether Tyrant body is naturally not that precious, so the elders will give it to you as a reward. Qianqiu was greatly disappointed. He didn't expect that he had obtained such an awesome immortal body, but the ancient book that blessed it was lost. Afterwards, Patriarch Shukuan told Qianqiu about the natural disaster. In the vast universe, the world of immortal cultivation where Qianqiu is located is just an extremely small world among the vast number of stars. In ancient times, there were many gods who were superior to gods in the world of immortal cultivation. They all lived in the god realm. It was unknown when the road to the god realm was closed. There are countless gods in the universe, but gods will not care about a small world like the world of immortal cultivation, and there are also many gods in the world of immortal cultivation. After the passage to the divine world was closed, the evil gods set their sights on this place. These evil gods rely on devouring some small worlds to enhance their own strength, and the immortal cultivation world will be targeted by the evil gods every 1,000 years, and then invade the immortal cultivation world. Fortunately, powerful gods would not take a fancy to such a small world, and only some weaker gods would pay attention to it. Although they were considered weaker among the gods, they were already an absolute force in the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, every 1,000 years when the evil gods invade, practitioners call it a natural disaster. All practitioners work together to fight against the natural disaster. During natural disasters, weak sects are often used as cannon fodder. Only sects with emperors at the imperial level don't have to send out disciples to be cannon fodder. This is basically the cause of the natural disaster. Ancestor Su Kun sighed and said, when the last natural disaster came, Yongheng sect still had an Yongheng great emperor, but he died during the disaster. Yongheng sect gradually declined. When I and the other 2 ancestors joined Yongheng sect, there were only a few Saint Realm powerhouses left. 200 years ago, a great war of hundreds of sects took place in the Eternal Continent, and the 3 of us were injured and became dormant Saint Realm practitioners, which is what you see now. Qianqiu was shocked. He never expected that there would be such a horrible disaster in this world of cultivating immortals. No wonder all practitioners are trying their best to improve their cultivation level. It turns out that when a natural disaster strikes, except for the emperors at the imperial level, all practitioners can only be cannon fodder. There is one thing I don't understand. Gods are the ones who bring about natural disasters, but the emperor realm is very different from gods. In the end, it still belongs to the human category. How can a mere mortal kill a god? In fact, there is another realm above the emperor realm, called the domination realm, which is already considered a demigod. Many emperors in the Emperor realm and a demigod in the Domination realm are enough to defeat a not very powerful evil god. But now the world of immortal cultivation has not had a cultivator in the Domination realm for many years, so this natural disaster has made many emperors in the Emperor realm feel panicked. Qianqiu silently chanted, "Domination realm." There is actually a demigod-like realm of cultivation above the Emperor realm. He realized that if he wanted to return to his original world, he could only elevate himself to the strongest existence in this world, only then would he have a chance to find a way home. Patriarch Shukuan coughed, smiled at Qianqiu, and then said, "Disciple, you are now also in the process of refining your immortal body. If you have time, go and see the longevity bell. If you can get the longevity bell to recognize you, you can get the blessing of longevity from the longevity bell just like us." What is the blessing of longevity? It's not something particularly important, it can just add a few hundred years to your lifespan. Lifespan increased by a few hundred years? Only? In the world where Chiaki originally lived, a lifespan of 100 years already exceeded the normal human lifespan. In this world of cultivating immortals, the normal lifespan of all practitioners is over 100 years old. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. However, if one cannot reach the holy realm, the lifespan will be less than 200 years. Even if one reaches the holy realm, one can only survive for 300 years. Now Patriarch Su Kun told Qianqiu that he could extend his life by hundreds of years by receiving the blessing of the longevity bell. Doesn't this mean that he could become a 1,000-year-old monster? After Patriarch Su Kun left, Qianqiu stood there, deep in thought. In the Seven-Star Sect's ancestral hall, the Seven-Star Sect's leader sat on the throne with his eyes closed, and said to the left protector beside him, "Have the elders who were sent out completed their respective rituals?" The left guardian said respectfully, "All the rituals have been completed, and we need you to give the order, Sect Master. Let's launch a general attack tomorrow night. We must launch the attack at the same time, otherwise these small sects will definitely send out requests for help to their allies, and then it will be difficult to deal with them. Our sect cannot be in multiple places at the same time." "I understand, but after tomorrow night, we will become the target of public criticism. The 10 great sects will not sit idly by and watch us grow stronger." The leader of the Seven-Star Sect laughed wildly for a long time before stopping. His eyes were playful. "They lost so many disciples in the 100 Sects conference that they won't have the time to worry about us. Besides, when the plan succeeds, who else in the Eternal Continent can defeat our Seven-Star Sect except the Heavenly God Sect?" At the same time, among the Yishan royal family of Beihan Island, the head of the Yishan family was furious and said to Yishan Fenghua beside him, "What's wrong with you? How can a living person escape from the eyes of you quasi-emperors?" Yishan Fenghua lowered his head and said helplessly, "The eldest lady escaped into the Void Star realm. By the time we noticed it and entered the Void Star realm again, we couldn't find her. Besides, the Black Gold Ape clan leader in the Void Star realm was eyeing us covetously, so we didn't dare to stay there for too long. Send people to look for him. Search the entire Beihan Island to bring Xiaoxuan back," said the head of the Yishan family angrily. "Master, since the young lady was able to escape into the Void Star realm, she definitely has no intention of staying on Beihan Island. After all, everyone here is from our royal family." The head of the Yishan family was about to make another statement, but Yishan Fenghua quickly said, "Actually, the head of the family doesn't have to worry. The young lady has Kobe with her. With his ability, he will surely be able to protect her. The young lady has been under your protection for so many years. Going out for a walk will help her broaden her horizons and improve her own strength." The head of the Yishan family wanted to say something but stopped himself. Finally, he sighed and said, "Forget it, let her go. I have more important things to do. Go and investigate how the sect emperor and the young man who founded the Zhu Xian Palace got together." In the city of Kovo, a void door opened in a hidden alley. Chihiro Yagami stuck her head out of it, and only walked out with peace of mind after finding that there was no one there. Kobe, who was following behind her, smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, I have caused a big disaster this time. I took you away from Beihan Island. The head of the family will definitely punish me severely when I return." Yagami Chihiro snorted lightly, "You are my man, I wonder who dares to punish you?" The two walked out of the alley and saw the busy streets of Kovo City. Yishin Qinshuan stretched lazily with a slight smile on her face. "This is the first time I've left Beihan Island in so many years. It snows all year round there, which is boring. So this is what the Hanggu continent with spring all year round is like. Miss, the Yongheng sect you asked me to find is over here. Shall we go there now?" "No hurry, just take a look around here now, and then come with me to Yongheng sect tomorrow." Qianqiu found Muyu in the Seoul Tower. Muyu was very surprised to see Qianqiu and asked, "Qianqiu, have you been promoted to the Sky Realm?" "Huh? How did you see that at first glance?" Qianqiu was stunned. Muyu smiled faintly and said, "Secret." Qianqiu paused, but did not ask further questions. He smiled and said, "Master Shukuan asked me to go to the Longevity Bell to see if it can grant me the blessing of longevity. Do you want to go with me?" Before Muyu opened her mouth, Zhua Nan, who was standing by, sneered, "Not everyone can obtain the blessing of immortality. Don't you think you can obtain it?" This time, Muyu did not object to Zhua Nan's words. He nodded with a worried look on his face and said, "In the past 100 years, only 3 ancestors have been blessed with longevity. Even our master has not been blessed with longevity." Qianqiu was slightly surprised. If even the current leader of the Yongheng sect did not get the recognition of the Longevity Bell and grant her the blessing of longevity, then wouldn't it be even more impossible for her? But Qianqiu still didn't want to give up, and said to Muyu, "Let's go and have a look first, maybe I'll be lucky and be blessed with immortality." Zhua Nan laughed even more, "Xiaoyu, let's go with him, so that he can know his own worth." But the 3 ancestors were once the sons of God of the Yongheng sect, and they all received the blessing of longevity. If Qianqiu didn't receive it, it means that the master and the 3 ancestors made a mistake, and he is not worthy of being the son of God. The 3 of them came to the cabinet, where the Chongsheng bell was placed inside the cabinet door. At this time, many disciples were practicing their skills outside, or cultivating their soul power in the Soul Tower. The only one in the cabinet was Elder Qi Shan, who was guarding the longevity bell. Seeing Qianqiu and the other 2, Elder Qi Shan smiled continuously. He recalled the day when Qianqiu struck the longevity bell 9 times in one breath, and he could still remember it vividly. "Son of God, why are you here in this cabinet?" "I want to try to see if I can obtain the blessing of immortality." Elder Qishan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Son of God, the prerequisite for obtaining the blessing of immortality is that your own cultivation realm must reach the Sky Realm, and your soul power must reach the Late Moon Soul Realm or above. I'm afraid you..." Qi Shan didn't finish his words, but it was self-evident. What he meant was that you have not yet met the conditions for obtaining the blessing of eternal life. Qianqiu smiled slightly, then gathered his energy to reveal his immortal shadow. A huge blue immortal shadow stood behind Qianqiu, and Elder Qishan was stunned for a moment. "This, Son of God, it's only been a few days and you've advanced from the Void Realm to the Sky Realm?" Elder Qishan felt that his 3 views were refreshed once again by Qianqiu. Qianqiu had been promoted to 5 realms in a row with just 1 divine text, and now, in less than a month, he had actually reached the Sky Realm. Even Qi Xiaoya's 2 extremely talented disciples, Mu Yu and Zhua Nan, have joined the sect for many years, but they are only at the Zhangqiong realm now. After a brief moment of surprise, Elder Qishan was relieved and said to Qianqiu, "Son of God, since you have met the conditions for the blessing of longevity, I will arrange the ceremony now. If you are recognized by the longevity bell, this ceremony will allow you to obtain the blessing of longevity immediately. Elder Qi Shan gathered his energy and performed the magic of setting up an array. Around the longevity bell, Qi Shan used magic to arrange an extremely mysterious formation. He asked Qianqiu to stand in it, and as long as he gathered his energy, he would resonate with the longevity bell. Qianqiu stood in the center of the formation to gather energy, but after several minutes nothing unusual happened. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu and I can activate the formation even when we stand in it, but you can't even activate it. And you still want to receive the blessing of immortality? Zuanan laughed wildly, thinking to himself, I finally caught you in an embarrassing situation. He thought Qianqiu took the initiative to ask Muyu to accompany him just to let Muyu see that he had obtained the blessing of immortality so that he could show off, but he didn't expect that in the end he couldn't even activate the formation. Muyu also looked at Qianqiu in a daze, muttering, how could this be? Qianqiu was also confused and extremely depressed. Am I really unworthy of the blessing of immortality? However, the next second, the formation under Qianqiu's feet was instantly activated, emitting golden light. Suddenly, a golden ring jumped out from the formation and directly covered Qianqiu. Qianqiu's eyes flashed with golden light, and a large amount of energy poured into his brain. He held his head in pain. Ah! Qianqiu cried out in pain. Even if he recited the sacred words, reduce pain, it was of no use. A huge stinging pain came from his head and he felt like his brain was about to burst. Muyu and Qi Shan, who were standing outside the formation, were instantly shocked by this scene. Even if the formation was activated, it wouldn't be like this. The blessing of immortality wouldn't be like this either. Elder Qi Shan, please stop the formation immediately. Qianqiu will die if this continues. Muyu shouted to Qi Shan in panic. Qi Shan was also completely stunned. Over the years, many disciples had tried to obtain the blessing of immortality, but none of them was like today. When Zuanan saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't stop laughing in his heart. He felt that it must be because Qianqiu used improper means to make the Chongqing bell ring 9 times on the day of the assessment, and now he was discovered by the Chongqing bell and was punished in the most extreme way. Once this formation is opened, it cannot be closed. Qi Shan was also anxious. If the Son of God died here, the 3 ancestors and the sect master would be furious. Muyu stamped his feet anxiously, and then said, Elder Qi Shan, senior brother, please think of a solution quickly, I will go call master. Muyu left the cabinet and rushed to the main hall as quickly as possible. At this moment, Qianqiu only felt a large amount of energy pouring into his brain. He was very flustered at first. He suddenly realized that it was this energy that caused his unbearable headache. After calming down, he quickly gathered his energy and dispersed it throughout his body. After doing this, his headache was relieved, and a hollow voice appeared in his mind, which recited only divine texts. The bell of eternal life is this God's divine weapon. I will leave it in the mortal world, waiting for someone with a predestined relationship to collect it. It can only be used when someone reaches the Emperor realm. Qianqiu was confused. What was going on? Whose voice was this? Before Qianqiu could react, the huge longevity bell beside him gradually turned into an illusory golden light and flowed into Qianqiu's body bit by bit. Qi Shan was shocked when he saw this scene. This is the blessing of immortality. Zuanan's face changed drastically. What's going on? Wasn't he in great pain just now? How come he has been blessed with immortality? As the golden light flowed into Qianqiu's body, the headache gradually disappeared. His body suddenly hung in the air, and the Chongqing bell also floated up with Qianqiu and became one with him. At this time, Qi Xiaoya had already received Muyu's notification. She did not wait for Muyu to arrive on his sword. She directly stepped into the air and came to the cabinet and asked hurriedly, Elder Qi Shan, how is the Son of God? Elder Qishan pointed at Qianqiu woodenly and said, Master, it seems that the Son of God has merged with the longevity bell. Qi Xiaoya looked towards Qianqiu who was in the formation. At this time, the Chongqing bell turned into a phantom, and Qianqiu was covered in the body of the Chongqing bell. Then the Chongqing bell gradually became smaller, and finally was imprinted on Qianqiu's back. The clothes on Qianqiu's body exploded instantly, and the golden light transformed by the Chongqing bell gradually faded away, leaving a miniature version of the Chongqing bell tattoo on Qianqiu's body. How is this possible? Qi Xiaoya was shocked. She instantly thought of the description of the ancient god who possessed the bell of eternal life. It was estimated that in the description, this god had a large bell tattooed on his back. When fighting, he only needed a thought to turn the tattoo into a physical entity. At this moment, Qianqiu actually recovered the Chongqing bell on his back. Qianqiu seemed to be reborn from nirvana. The golden light behind him was so bright that it hurt everyone's eyes. Mortal, this god's divine weapon is given to you. Come to the god realm to find my god's ruins. There is something you desire even more. This voice came out from the golden light. Not only Qianqiu, but everyone present heard this voice that came from nowhere. The entire sentence was spoken in divine language. This was the first time that Qianqiu heard a complete sentence in Chinese since he came to this world. His heart trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, if he could become a god, could he return to his original world? Is the person speaking the ancient god who holds the bell of eternal life? Among the people present, Qianqiu was the only one who understood this divine text, while everyone else stood there in shock. Qianqiu walked out from the golden light. His clothes were all torn because of the eternal life bell tattoo on his back, leaving his upper body naked. Because of the fusion of the Chongqing bell and Qianqiu, his originally thin body now has clearly defined abdominal and pectoral muscles, his body is covered with tendon flesh, and his height has increased by nearly 10 centimeters. Qianqiu's temperament changed, and he exuded a menacing aura. His appearance also became more feminine than before, and his feminine and charming eyes were full of aggression, with a faint golden glint, which made everyone feel intimidated for a moment. Godson, are you okay? Elder Qi Shan was the first to break the silence. Qianqiu smiled slightly, I'm fine, I made you worry about me. But this longevity bell seems to have merged with me. Everyone was shocked at the changes that the Chongqing bell brought to Qianqiu. The people present were especially Zuanan. He felt like his whole body was about to break apart. He had wanted to see Qianqiu's joke so many times. This time was the closest time. He was about to make a fool of himself or even lose his life, but at the critical moment he not only obtained the blessing of immortality, but also recovered the immortal bell, which was a divine artifact, into his body. Looking at the entire Hanggu continent, which cultivator can recover all the ancient artifacts? Even the emperors at the imperial level can't do it. After everyone calmed down, Qi Xiaoya stepped forward and scanned Qianqiu with her Sicilian eyes, wanting to see the changes in him. But soon she was shocked to find that she could no longer see through Qianqiu with the eye of Sicily. When she activated the eye technique, she could only see Qianqiu radiating golden light. Is this the person chosen by God? Qi Xiaoya murmured. Qianqiu was shirtless, and his muscles and clearly visible chest muscles made him unable to resist touching them with his hands. The touch felt extremely real, but because Muyu and Qi Xiaoya were in front of him, he hurriedly said awkwardly, Zuanan, can you lend me your coat as well? For some reason, Zuanan wanted to reject Qianqiu directly, but as soon as Qianqiu opened his mouth, there was an inexplicable pressure that made it impossible for him to refuse. Take it. After putting on Zuanan's coat, Qianqiu shook his head awkwardly and said to Qi Shan and Qi Xiaoya, Sect Master, Elder Qi Shan, I don't know why the longevity bell became integrated with me. Now that the longevity bell is gone, how should we open a sect and recruit disciples? Elder Qishan also looked at Qi Xiaoya. Qi Xiaoya was silent for a long time before she said, I have read in an ancient book that the god who possessed the longevity bell had a tattoo of the longevity bell on his back. When fighting, he could summon the longevity bell as his weapon with just a thought. Now it seems that if the longevity bell and the Son of God have merged into one, it means that the Son of God has been recognized by the longevity bell and the god. So let's just forget about the longevity bell. We can make other plans after the assessment. After a pause, Qi Xiaoya looked at Qianqiu again. Son of God, try to summon the longevity bell, maybe you can summon it out? Well, I can't do it now. Just now, when the longevity bell merged with me, a voice told me that I can only use it when I reach the Emperor realm. Qi Xiaoya nodded, and then said, I will report this matter to the three ancestors. After Qi Xiaoya left, Qianqiu looked at the few people who stayed behind and felt a little overwhelmed. He shook his head and smiled awkwardly. Why are you looking at me? Mu Yu said in disbelief, Qianqiu, you'd better go look in the mirror. Not only have you become stronger, but you've also become much more handsome, really. Qianqiu was stunned, thinking that the longevity bell could have such a miraculous effect. Could it make me more handsome? At the foot of Mount Eternity, Venerable One had successfully ascended to the Saint Realm through the secret technique cast on him by Nayland Sanghai. He gathered his energy to reveal his immortal figure. Seeing the tall crimson immortal figure behind him, he was extremely excited. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. Qi Xiaoya, I have also reached the Saint Realm. You, a woman, are not worthy of being the leader of the Yongheng sect. From now on, I, Wanzong, will be the leader. Nayland Sanghai, who was standing aside, looked at Wanzong indifferently and said slowly, You'd better not underestimate this Qi Xiaoya. She was born with a fierce soul. She has never performed immortal arts in front of the public for so many years. Even I don't know what level of soul power she has reached now. Elder Nayland, don't worry. Half of the elders in the sect have already stood on my side, and there are also reinforcements sent by the adults. I don't believe she can resist so many Saint Realm powerhouses alone. Nayland Sanghai stood beside Wanzong and replied, The sect master asked me to assist you in taking down the Yongheng sect. The Chongqing Bell is a very important part of this plan and there must be no mistakes. Mu Yu asked Qi Xiaoya for permission to leave the sect and go down the mountain to handle some personal matters, and Qi Xiaoya approved Mu Yu's application. Mu Yu stood outside Yongheng sect, took a deep look in the direction of the main hall, and said to himself, This matter is of great importance, I must go back and tell my father immediately. Mu Yu's figure disappeared in Yongheng Mountain in a flash. Little did she know that this decision allowed her to escape the disaster that was about to happen that night. At night, Qianqiu just returned to his residence from the Soul Tower. After the trip to the 100 Sects Conference, he clearly felt that his soul power had greatly increased. He went to the Soul Tower to find Sita Ming to test his soul power, and was surprised to find that he had reached the middle stage of the fiery soul, and there was a feeling of a subtle breakthrough. It seems that it won't take long to break through to the final stage of the fiery soul. Alas, but compared to Feng Yun, the speed is still too slow. He is only a practitioner in the Samsara realm, but his soul power level is so amazing. After returning to his residence, Qianqiu quickly fell asleep. At this moment, a barrier was launched from the center of the main hall and quickly covered the entire main hall of the Yongheng sect. Even Qi Xiaoya, who was in the Saint Realm, did not notice it. Two figures walked out of the main hall. They were none other than Venerable Bai and Venerable Tang, two of the 5 Supreme Masters. They smiled at each other and then disappeared on the spot. A moment later, Reverend Bai and Reverend Tang appeared at the gate of Yongheng sect. Wanzong and many powerful saints from the 7-star sect had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Have you two set up the barrier? Wanzong asked. Okay, no one noticed. The secret technique given by the Lord is very useful. The two of us are only in the samsara realm, but even so, Qi Xiaoya was unable to detect it. Reverend Bai spoke respectfully. Wanzong laughed wildly without disguising himself. Of course, my lord has helped me break through to the Saint Realm. Tonight's plan will surely be completed. From now on, the three ancestors of the Yongheng sect will be the three of us. As soon as the words fell, Wanzong gathered his energy and revealed his immortal figure. He said to the group of practitioners behind him, "Get started." In an instant, flashes of light pierced the dark night sky and headed straight for the cabinet. The sound of explosions instantly exploded from the cabinet. The great elder Ling Feng woke up first and said hurriedly, "Enemy attack, enemy attack." There are practitioners from other sects invading. All disciples of Yongheng sect listened to orders. Ling Feng and the other elders rushed to the square of Yongheng sect, and some disciples who had reached the realm of reincarnation followed them. When they saw dozens of invaders gathered in the square, they were shocked. In the square of Yongheng sect, behind the 8 invaders standing in the front stood huge crimson fairy shadows. These were the fairy shadows that symbolized the powerful saints. At a glance, behind these Saint Realm powerhouses there are many cultivators who have reached the Void Realm and Sky Realm. Ling Feng's face condensed. 8 Saint Realm masters, dozens of Void Realm and Sky Realm practitioners, they come with bad intentions, we can't stop them. Wait, isn't that Wanzhuan? Ling Feng was stunned when he saw Wanzong standing at the front of the team. As the supreme leader of the Yongheng sect, he is actually the leader of the invaders from other sects? How could this be possible? The sharp-eyed disciples immediately noticed Venerable Bai and Venerable Tang in the crowd, and angrily cursed, "I didn't expect that 3 of the 5 supreme venerables would defect to the enemy. Most of the Yongheng sect's combat power has been eliminated. How can we fight like this? Isn't Venerable Wan in the Void Realm? I remember he taught us the technique a few days ago. How is it possible that he has reached the Saint Realm in just a few days?" Ling Feng knew that with his and the other elders' strength, they were no match for this group of people, so he quietly asked a disciple to inform Qi Xiaoya. What he had to do now was to delay time and prevent unnecessary casualties. "Master Wan, as the supreme master of the Yongheng sect, why did you lead people from other sects to attack the Yongheng sect? You are betraying your trust." Elder Lingfeng, I advise you not to go against us, just surrender to me. Do you know who is supporting me behind the scenes? It's the 7-star sect, which ranks 8th among all sects. Oh, by the way, after tonight, the 7-star sect will no longer be ranked 8th. At the same time, many small sects in the Eternal Continent, such as the Yongheng sect, were conquered by other practitioners led by other elders of the 7-star sect. Anyone who disobeys the 7-star sect will be killed without mercy. Wanzong knew that Ling Feng was stalling for time, and he said disdainfully, "Listen, all the disciples of Yongheng sect, if you submit to me now, when I become the new leader of Yongheng sect in the future, your positions in Yongheng sect will all be promoted 1 level. Do you really think that everyone is the same as you scum?" The 3rd elder stood up and cursed, immediately gathering his energy to reveal his immortal shadow and rushed forward. Ling Feng was stunned and was about to stop the 3rd elder, but it was too late. Wanzong just moved his mind and a ray of light shot out from his hand, killing the 3rd elder instantly. All the disciples were shocked by this scene. The disciples with lower cultivation levels were already shaken and began to hesitate whether to join the 7-star sect. Wanzong no longer hesitated. As the attack was launched, the practitioners behind him disappeared from their original positions like ghosts and appeared in the night sky in an instant. Countless magic arts descended from the sky, and the disciples of the Eternal Sect had to rise up to resist and fight them with all their strength. Qianqiu suddenly woke up from his sleep, and a sound like thunder came to his ears. What the hell, there are earthquakes in this world too? Because of the fusion of the longevity bell, Qianqiu slept exceptionally deeply. Logically, he should have woken up long ago. Qianqiu rushed out of the door and saw a shocking scene. The Yongheng sect was ablaze with flames all over the sky, and many buildings were already ablaze. The colorful fairy shadows in the night sky were particularly dazzling. Many powerful saints with tall red fairy shadows flashing behind them were casting powerful fairy arts to attack the ground. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. Qianqiu reacted instantly. After gathering his energy and revealing his immortal shadow, he immediately rushed to the battlefield. When he felt it later, he found that the person leading the group was actually Master Wan, and there were several Saint Realm powerhouses and countless Sky Realm practitioners around him. At the same time, the disciple who rushed to the outside of the main hall found that the main hall had been surrounded by a strange barrier and he could not break the barrier no matter what he did. Just when the disciple was anxious and didn't know what to do, 3 ancestors came in and stood outside the barrier. The Wuji ancestor said, "Old Shukuan, please break this barrier quickly. The 3 of us transferred most of our spiritual power to you during the day. Our strength is not as good as those practitioners who have just entered the Holy Realm. Only Qi Girl has the strength to fight." Patriarch Su Kuan immediately used a magic to break the barrier, but the barrier didn't move at all after the blow. This is the barrier's secret technique of the 7-star sect. It may have been created by their sect leader. It will take me some time. It took several minutes for Patriarch Su Kuan to unlock the barrier. Patriarch Wu Ji said, "Bodhi and I will go first. You explain the situation to Qi Girl. If there is a chance, go to the outer sect to ask for help immediately. There are many powerful saints outside. With our current strength, I am afraid we can't hold on for long." The 2 old ancestors stepped into the air and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Their immortal shadows immediately appeared, and they immediately performed immortal arts to make their bodies bigger. After all, they were powerful saints who had been in the Holy Realm for 100 years. They were much stronger than these cultivators who had just entered the Holy Realm. When the 2 ancestors appeared, the disciples of the Eternal Sect who were retreating step by step were immediately overjoyed. "It's Patriarch Wuji and Patriarch Bodhi. We are saved. So what if they have more people? It doesn't matter, the ancestors will take action. Qianqiu has killed several cultivators from the Void Realm and Sky Realm, but because there are too many of them, he is a little overwhelmed." Seeing his 2 masters coming, he felt reassured and immediately used the magic of the divine text, Ice Age. In an instant, numerous ice beads condensed in the air. The movements of the practitioners below the Sky Realm became sluggish, and they felt their legs gradually being frozen. Seeing this, the 2 ancestors couldn't help but praise, "Good disciple." Ancestor Wuji took out his holy sword and immediately performed the Flying to Control Thunder art. A strange phenomenon appeared in the night sky, rolling clouds gathered together, and as the Wuji Patriarch slashed with his sword, thunders fell from the sky. The practitioners of the 7 Stars sect turned pale instantly when they saw this scene. Is this the Ascension Lightning Control art used by a Saint Realm expert? This is not the same magic I used at all. Qianqiu was confused. He had used the divine version of the Ascension Thunder Control art to cause a bolt of lightning to strike from the sky, but Patriarch Wuji just waved his hand casually and so many bolts of lightning struck down. However, at this moment, a muddy voice appeared, "Wuji, old man Bodhi, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so many years." Nayland Songhai rose from the ground to the night sky like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, all the heavenly thunders were collected into his sleeves. Qianqiu was stunned. Isn't this the old man who asked him to join the 7-Star sect that day? At the same time, the practitioners in the city of Kovo all felt the unusual movement on the Eternal Mountain not far from here. They all walked to the street and found that the Eternal Mountain was full of flames and strange phenomena flashed from time to time. Kobe and Yagami Chihiro also stood on the street. Kobe said, miss, that's where the Yongheng sect is. They seem to have encountered an invasion by the outer sect. What a coincidence. Let's go over and see what's going on. It must be fun to see so many people fighting together. After saying this, Chihiro Yagami flew lightly into the air. She could actually walk in the air. In the Yongheng sect, Patriarch Bodhi and Patriarch Wuji were surprised when they saw Nayland Sanghai take action. The three of them were cultivators who entered the Holy Realm at the same time, and Bodhi and Wuji became dormant Holy Realm powerhouses during the 100 Sects War 100 years ago. Nayland Sanghai has always been a powerful saint on the road. After years of practice, he has already reached the level of advancing to the Emperor realm. It can be said that he has reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor. Nayland Sanghai, our Yongheng sect has no grudges against your Qixing sect. Why did you collude with Wanzong and others to attack the Yongheng sect? Patriarch Wuji frowned. Seeing Wanzong wantonly slaughtering the Yongheng sect disciples on the battlefield, he was furious to the extreme. No comment. But your strength hasn't increased at all over the years, and it seems that there is even a trend of regression? Nayland Sanghai had just easily dissolved the magic of Wuji and Bodhi, which he did not expect to be so easy. Ancestor Wuji felt uneasy. He had given Qianqiu too much spiritual power during the day, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short time. And then he happened to be confronted by the attack of the Seven-Star Sect. Qianqiu listened to the conversation between several people, and he still understood everything in his heart, glaring at Wanzong on the field. As the supreme master of Yongheng sect and one of the strongest fighters of Yongheng sect, he is now colluding with invaders from other sects. While the two ancestors were confronting Nayland Sanghai, Qianqiu took the opportunity to fly towards the group of invaders who were attacking the defensive formation jointly built by the disciples of Yongheng sect. He took out He Xiao from his Qianquan bag and used magic to start a battle with them. Qianqiu clearly felt that although he had only advanced one level of cultivation, his physical condition had already become extraordinary and had reached the level of an immortal body, not to mention a top-grade immortal body. Flying Ascension and Lightning Control Technique. Qianqiu used the magic skills granted to him by the Wuji ancestor and strengthened them with divine texts. Even the strong men in the Saint Realm could not withstand his attack and were beaten back step by step. Wanzong noticed the terrifying strength displayed by Qianqiu, and after being slightly surprised, he set his eyes on him. Son of God. He has actually reached the Sky Realm. I didn't expect these three old guys to be quite capable. They helped him advance to a higher level in such a short period of time. Wanzong looked at Nayland Sanghai in the sky and said, Elder Nayland, the barrier should have been broken. Don't delay any longer. You stay here while I go to the cabinet to look for the longevity bell. At this time, Patriarch Su Kun and Qi Xiaoya also came to the battlefield through the air. Qi Xiaoya gathered and revealed his immortal shadow. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, and an immortal magic came towards Wanzong. She looked at Wanzong with extremely cold eyes. Venerable Wan, Yongheng sect has treated you well over the years. Is this how you repay Yongheng sect? What do you know as a woman? You are the one who can sit on the position of the leader of the Yongheng sect. This saint has tolerated you for many years. Once this saint obtains the longevity bell, you will die here tonight. After Wanzong finished speaking, he stepped into the air towards the place where the longevity bell was originally stored in the cabinet. Ancestor Su Kun did not delay and immediately recited the divine text and opened the void gate of the Void Star Realm. A hole suddenly appeared in the night sky, and an enormous creature, purple all over with two sets of wings, flew out from the sky and roared at the practitioners on the ground. That's Patriarch Su Kun Star Realm Dragon. Oh my God, is this the legendary Astral Dragon? As the gate of the void closed, the Star Dragon summoned by Patriarch Su Kun flew towards Wanzong who was walking in the air, and a dragon roar blocked Wanzong's way. Patriarch Su Kun jumped onto the back of the Star Realm dragon, stood there with his hands behind his back and looked at Wanzong. I didn't expect that Yongheng sect would produce a scum like you. If I remember correctly, you were promoted to the Sky Realm yesterday, but now you are staring at the immortal shadow of the Saint Realm. It seems that the Seven Stars sect used a secret technique to help you reach the Saint Realm. Heh, Shukun Dragon Saint, don't you have such strong strength because you rely on a star dragon? But today, I, Wanzong, am not afraid of you. You are just in the dormant Saint Realm and can't stop me. As Wanzong was speaking, several red lines appeared next to his immortal shadow. Upon closer inspection, these lines connected the immortal shadows of many eternal sect disciples on the ground. Qianqiu saw this scene and felt that it looked familiar. Hey, why does this magic look familiar? Without waiting for Qianqiu to think about it, Wanzong Xianying clenched his hands and lifted up the red lines. The disciples connected by the red lines instantly fell to the ground, and their immortal shadows all floated towards Wanzang's immortal shadow. Wanzang's immortal shadow became huge in an instant, and a red spear appeared in his hand. This was all gathered from the immortal shadows of the dead disciples of the eternal sect. The three ancestors' faces changed at the same time, and even Qi Xiaoya's eyes widened. They recognized this terrifying magic. Ancestor Su Kun's eyes were almost red as he said, "You crazy guy, you actually cast a magic curse on so many disciples. The weak are meant to become stepping stones for the strong." Wanzong laughed crazily, and then the fairy shadow behind him raised the red fairy shadow spear and smashed it towards the ancestor Su Kun. The huge spear was like a black flash in the night sky. Qianqiu suddenly felt a throbbing in his body. He looked at the red spear with a tingling sensation on his scalp. The huge spiritual power contained in it made him shudder. "Master Shukun, get out of the way." After Qianqiu shouted, his hands were not idle. He leaped up and chanted the sacred text, soul-destroying fire cloud, in his mouth, summoning a huge fire cloud in the air. Several fireballs rushed towards the red spear that had been thrown. However, the fireball had no effect on the spear. Patriarch Su Kun was horrified and quickly released his defensive magic. The spear hit the defensive barrier, and it broke in just a moment. Patriarch Su Kun was knocked away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining his white beard red. The other two ancestors were shocked and wanted to rush over to help Elder Su Kun, but unexpectedly, Nayland Songhai had already called several other powerful saints to surround the two of them. Seeing the battle situation, Qi Xiaoya immediately said, "All disciples of Yongheng sect, listen to my orders. Those below the Samsara realm must flee Yongheng mountain immediately." She knew very well that this was a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. Wanzong and Nayland Songhai had come fully prepared. With so many powerful saints, Qi Xiaoya and the three ancestors' strength were simply not enough to protect the disciples of the Yongheng sect. When Qianqiu saw the eternal sect disciples being slaughtered, he was filled with anger, but facing multiple powerful Saint Realm masters, even if he used all his divine writings and magic, he could do nothing. His soul power was always limited, and it was impossible for him to release divine writings and magic continuously. After Patriarch Su Kun was defeated, Wanzong walked all the way to the place where the longevity bell was stored. He laughed crazily and kicked open the door of the cabinet, but saw only an empty house. "Where's the longevity bell?" Wanzong was stunned for a moment. The bell of immortality could only be moved with the simultaneous efforts of 7 elders and 5 supreme masters, but he and the other 2 masters had never made a move, so the bell of immortality could not be moved. Where did the longevity bell go? Qi Xiaoya appeared behind Wanzong, holding a shadow blade made of soul power in her hand, and said angrily, "Oh, it turns out that the 7-star sect's target is the longevity bell. You have a good plan, but as early as this afternoon, the Son of God had already merged with the longevity bell." Wanzhong turned his head and looked at Qi Xiaoya in disbelief, while Qianqiu was already killing madly outside at this time. Holding He Shao in his hand, relying on his strength which was stronger than that of practitioners of the same realm, he had killed many Zhangqiong realm practitioners. Qianqiu didn't know why he felt a faint force seeping out of his body, a feeling he had never experienced before. He pierced a cultivator's heart with a sword, and when he saw the blood spurting out, he actually had the urge to lick it. "What's wrong with me? I feel like my body is out of control." Qianqiu was also confused. He was completely unaware that his clothes were beginning to tear again. A faint purple light was emanating from his body, which was a special physique from the netherworld tyrant body. At this time, Nayland Songhai had become impatient with the two ancestors and used his most powerful magic, the moon rising from the sea. Suddenly, the entire night sky became bright, and the ground collapsed suddenly. A large amount of water gushed out, gathering into a water dragon and smashing towards the two ancestors. Several other powerful saints also used their magic at the same time. The two ancestors were eventually defeated by Nayland Songhai and others and fell heavily to the ground from the air. "Master Wuji, Master Bodhi." Qianqiu was shocked. He didn't expect Nayland Songhai to be so powerful. His two masters were defeated at the same time. "Wanzhong, have you got the Bell of Immortality? It's past the planned time." Nayland Songhai said angrily. "Elder Nayland, the longevity bell is missing." This battle also attracted the attention of many people who were secretly observing Qianqiu. The emperor-level skeleton had been hiding in the dark and observing. He was shocked and said to himself, "It seems that this natural disaster has caused a butterfly effect. I didn't expect that it was not the heavenly god sect that was agitated first, but the seven-star sect, a sect that I don't even care about." Not far away, the Gate Emperor in the Gate Realm quietly opened a door and stood inside with the black-masked boy. He, your original body is in danger, are you sure you don't want to go out and help him?" Mendi said with a smile. If he can't even defeat this group of ants, then he should just die. But he is really weak. He could have solved the problem with a magic, but he was beaten back by a group of ants. After observing for a while, the man in black mask asked the Gate Emperor to close the door, and they retreated back into the Gate world. At the same time, Chihiro Yagami and Kobe also felt the Eternal Mountain and used invisibility to hide aside and watch the battle. Yishun Qianqiuan saw Nayland Songhai of the Seven-Star Sect and couldn't help but frowned. "Is that man an elder of the Seven-Star Sect?" "Yes, miss, that is Nayland Songhai from the Seven-Star Sect. It looks like a dispute between sects in the Eternal Continent. As long as Qianqiu is alive, if that Nayland Songhai attacks him, you must stop him immediately." Kobe looked at Yagami Chihiro in surprise, wondering what was wrong with her. They had only met once, why would she think so highly of Chihiro? Nayland Songhai was stunned when he heard Wanzhang's answer, "The longevity bell is gone." Nayland Songhai walked through the air to Wanzhang's side and found that the cabinet was empty. His scalp suddenly went numb. "Damn it! If I can't get the longevity bell back, the sect master will be furious. The plunder of the three artifacts must not go wrong with me." Nayland Songhai suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Xiaoya beside him, and said in an extremely cold voice, "Where is the longevity bell?" "I am the eternal life bell." Qi Xiaoya turned around in surprise and found Qianqiu standing behind him with his upper body naked. His hands were stained with blood, his eyes were extremely fierce, and murderous aura emanated from his whole body. Even Qi Xiaoya was frightened by Qianqiu's behavior. He had never seen Qianqiu like this before. Nayland Songhai saw at a glance that Qianqiu had a huge tattoo of the longevity bell on his entire back. He opened his mouth wide and could hardly believe his eyes. The leader of the Seven Stars sect asked him to come to the Eternal sect to snatch the longevity bell, so naturally he mentioned the god who possessed the longevity bell to Nayland Songhai. Legend has it that the god who holds the longevity bell has the longevity bell tattooed on his body, and the sound of the bell can shock the immortal soul. He only needs a thought, and the longevity bell tattooed on his back will turn into a weapon in his hand. But now the Chongqing bell has merged with Qianqiu. How is this possible? The Chongqing bell is an ancient god. You, a mere sky realm cultivator, can actually control a divine weapon. Even if you are the sect master. Nayland Songhai's expression changed, and he immediately ordered Wanzong, the plan has changed. Since the Chongqing bell has merged with him, then let's take him back. Don't kill him, leave him a breath. However, Qianqiu did not wait for Wanzong to make a move. He appeared behind Wanzong in an instant. The netherworld overlord body that Qianqiu had just merged with during the day had almost taken control of him. There was only endless killing in his eyes. Wanzong was shocked. He didn't expect Qianqiu to be so fast. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how fast he was, it was all in vain. Wanzong gathered his energy again and used his immortal shadow to overwhelm Qianqiu, and Qi Xiaoya wanted to help Qianqiu, but was blocked by several other powerful saints who rushed over. Nayland Songhai also cast his gaze towards Qianqiu. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I was careless last time. I didn't expect that you could open the void gate when you were in the void realm, allowing you to escape into it. But this time, even if you grow wings, you can't escape." Nayland Songhai recited again, but Qianqiu could not hear the sound of him reciting the divine text at all, and had no idea what kind of divine text and magic he was performing. This is the unique magical skill that one possesses after reaching the holy realm, silencing. Damn it, he's trying to copy this old man's magic. What's going on? He can perform the magic without making any sound. Qianqiu cursed inwardly, then took out Black Roar and stabbed towards Nayland Songhai, preparing to interrupt his spell. "Old thief, take my sword." Qianqiu felt that his brain was becoming unclear and he actually said such strange words. However, this attack was blocked by Nayland Songhai with a wave of his hand. Qianqiu did not give up. He used all his soul power and displayed all the divine arts at once. Earth-shattering star. Ice age. Soul-extinguishing fire cloud. Suddenly, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and the terrifying aura enveloped the entire Yongheng sect. Nayland Songhai sneered and used the moon rising from the sea again. Yishan Qianqiuan, who was hiding in the dark, saw Qianqiu preparing to fight Nayland Songhai head-on, and cried out inwardly that it was not good, and immediately said to Kobe beside him, "Go and help him." After Kobe received the order, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. A fairy shadow appeared behind him. The difference was that Kobe's fairy shadow was not in human form, but a dragon shadow with legs and hands. At the same time, all other sects attacked by the Seven Stars sect have been captured, leaving only the battle at the Eternal sect still going on. After the leader of the Seven Stars sect felt it, he paused for a few seconds as if thinking about something, then tore open a crack in the air and walked in. The next second, he appeared above the Eternal sect. This is the terrifying ability of the Emperor Realm, Space Jump. Nayland Songhai, I told you to take the thing so slowly. A powerful voice fell from the sky, and the knees of many Saint Realm warriors present felt slightly weak, and they were about to kneel to the ground. This is the pressure from a powerful person in a higher realm. Qianqiu looked at the surging water dragon, his turbid consciousness suddenly became clear, and realizing that something bad was going to happen, he immediately put away his magic and planned to escape into the Void Star world. "Huh, you want to run again? It's too late." Nayland Songhai saw Qianqiu's intention, and the water dragon went straight to Qianqiu. At the critical moment, a blue lightning enveloped Qianqiu and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Even the Seven Star sect's leader, an emperor-level great being, was unable to react. On a mountain peak 100 miles away from Mount Eternal, a blue lightning struck, and Chiaki, Chihiro Yagami, and Kobe appeared here. Hehe, we meet again. Chiaki. Do we know each other? Qianqiu looked at the man and woman in front of him blankly. His immortal shadow had not yet been retracted. That day, Qianqiu rescued Qianqiu and Yagami under the wall of the palace of the Yagami royal family. He did not observe her too much and did not remember who she was at this time. Chihiro Yagami has a slender figure, with curves extending under her light blue skirt. Under the illumination of her fairy light, her silver hair shines as bright as the Milky Way. The wind from the mountain blows, and her silver hair flutters slightly. For a moment, Qianqiu is actually a little dazed. Seeing that Qianqiu was confused and didn't recognize her at all, Yagami Chihiro was stunned for a moment. She has lived a life of being the center of attention since she was a child. Anyone who has seen her is shocked by her temperament and beauty. This young man who hugged her didn't even remember her. You. Yishin Qianqiuan stamped her feet in anger. Just as she was about to speak, Qianqiu got there first and said, "You brought me here. Thank you very much for saving me, but my sect is now facing the risk of being destroyed. I have to go back immediately. You are now more than 100 miles away from Yongheng sect, and you will die if you go back. The man who just came is the leader of the 7-star sect, the 7-star emperor. You are only at the sky realm now, what can you use to fight him?" Kobe said without emotion. Qianqiu was stunned, but still said, "So what? As the son of God of Yongheng sect, the sect is about to be destroyed. I actually escaped at this critical moment. This is a heinous act. Forget it now. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for my friend who saved you, you would have died at the hands of that old man Nayland Songhai." Yishin Qianqiuan did not intend to reveal her identity in front of Qianqiu. Qianqiu also calmed down at this time. He knew very well what so many powerful saints and an emperor represented. Even if he had endless magical skills, they were not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. He clenched his fists, looked in the direction of Yongheng sect, and murmured, "Qixing sect. When I become emperor, it will be the time for you to destroy your sect. I will definitely avenge my dead fellow disciples." Kobe looked at Qianqiu and said calmly, "The 7 Stars sect will not kill all the disciples of the Eternal sect. They just want to expand their own power. As long as the Eternal sect loses, they will take it back and make it a subsidiary sect of the 7 Stars sect. You don't have to worry about this." Qianqiu sighed. Even if the 7-star sect wanted to massacre the entire Eternal sect now, he could not do anything. In the Yongheng sect, the 7-star emperor narrowed his eyes as he watched Qianqiu disappear at an extremely strange speed. Even our sect couldn't react to such a speed. Who saved him? His gaze shifted back to Qi Xiaoya and the 3 severely injured ancestors, and he said to Nayland Songhai calmly, "The rest of the matter is left to you. Anyone below the sky realm who disobeys our sect will be killed without mercy, those above the sky realm will be locked up first, and our sect will deal with them." "By the way, where is the Eternal Life Bell?" asked the 7-star emperor with concern. Nayland Songhai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Master, please forgive me." The Longevity Bell. The Longevity Bell has merged with the guy who just escaped. In an instant, the 7-star emperor was filled with murderous intent. He dropped from the sky in front of Nayland Songhai and said coldly, "Do you know what you are talking about? That is an ancient artifact. How could it be integrated with a cultivator in the sky realm?" Qi Xiaoya on the side laughed wildly and said, "I didn't expect that the famous 7-star emperor was scheming just to get the Longevity Bell of our Yongheng sect. Unfortunately, you came a step too late. The Longevity Bell has already merged with the Son of God. He is a person recognized by the gods. In time, your 7-star sect will suffer a devastating disaster." The seven-star emperor only gave Qi Xiaoya a look, and she was directly blown away, suffering from severe internal injuries and spitting out blood. It can actually merge with the longevity bell. What kind of physique does this guy have? Nayland Sanghai, listen to my order. Our sect wants you to retrieve the longevity bell at all costs. Without the longevity bell, our sect's plan cannot be completed. The seven-star emperor's thought made Nayland Sanghai feel that he would be torn to pieces in the next second, and he quickly kowtowed to the seven-star emperor. Afterwards, the seven-star emperor turned around, tore open a wormhole, stepped into it and disappeared in the eternal sect. The three ancestors were also very shocked at this time that the Chongqing bell actually merged with their disciple Qianqiu. Patriarch Wuji collapsed to the ground, looking at the mountain 100 miles away, pondered for a moment, and finally sighed. Bodhi, old man Shukuan, it seems that we have accepted a great reincarnation as our disciple. Since ancient times, no mortal has been able to integrate divine weapons. Patriarch Bodhi said, in the future, he will become a prisoner of the Seven Stars sect. If Qianqiu can become an emperor, he may be able to make a comeback and lead the eternal sect back to the world. Have some confidence in our disciple. I think that kid can become the first cultivator to reach the master level in 100 years. At this moment, the white bones of the emperor also disappeared in the eternal mountain in a flash. At the same time, the entire Yongheng sect was swept clean by invaders. All skills and medicinal materials were looted, and some cowardly disciples were also pulled out from the dark. Among them was Zonan, who had been hiding since the beginning of the battle. After Zhuo Nan was found by Wan Zong, he immediately knelt down in front of him and said in a trembling voice, Master Wan, Zhuo Nan, have no intention of confronting you. From now on, I will follow your lead, and our Zhuo family is also willing to submit to the name of the Seven-Star sect. Wan Zong was stunned, and immediately smiled at Qi Xiaoya, who was seriously injured. See, Qi Xiaoya, this is your beloved disciple. You don't even have the courage to fight this saint, what a joke. Qi Xiaoya's face was grim as she looked at Zhuo Nan kneeling on the ground. She wished she could kill this coward right now. At this moment, the three ancestors whose breath had been extinguished suddenly jumped up. They used their original spirits to gather energy once again, and three huge red fairy shadows appeared in the night sky. Wuji Patriarch said to Qi Xiaoya, Qi girl, run away now. The three of us old guys will cover you. The revival of Yongheng sect depends on you and Qianqiu. Qi Xiaoya saw the three ancestors using their primordial spirits as soul power to release magic. Her eyes instantly turned red and she said, don't. However, Qi Xiaoya was caught by the dragon claws of the star dragon of ancestor Su Kun, which then opened the door to the void and escaped into the void star realm. At this time, Wan Zong, Nayland Sanghai and others reacted. Nayland Sanghai said, catch them, don't let that woman run away. That depends on whether the three of us old guys agree. Soul burning, immortal explosion. The three ancestors used up their last bit of strength and performed a suicidal magic technique that only appeared after reaching the saint realm, the immortal explosion. As the three ancestors took a last deep look at the Yongheng sect that they had guarded for 100 years, three tragic red rays of light exploded, and a huge energy shockwave exploded in the sky above the Yongheng sect. Many seven-star sect practitioners of low levels died on the spot. Saint Realm powerhouses like Wan Zong and Nayland Sanghai had to activate defensive magic to resist this terrifying energy wave. But at this moment, the void gate closed and they lost the opportunity to capture Qi Xiaoya and the Star Dragon. The three ancestors of the Yongheng sect, Su Kun Longsheng, Wuji Jiansheng, and Bodhi Fa Sheng, died. Qianqiu, who was on the top of the mountain, also learned from Yagami Chihiro's narration that the girl in front of him was the girl he rescued under the wall of the Yagami Royal Palace when he attended the 100 Sects conference that day. Qianqiu couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that he had saved such a peerless beauty unintentionally. "What's your name?" Qianqiu nodded. Yagami Chihiro thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "My name is Chihiro." "Hee, you didn't expect that our names are only one character different. Is this true? You are not lying to me, are you? Also, how do you know my name?" Qianqiu looked at Yagami Chihiro suspiciously. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask my friend. As for how I know your name, it was my friend who told me. He also attended the 100 Sects conference." As he spoke, Chihiro Yagami winked at Kobe, who smiled helplessly and then nodded at Qianqiu. Qianqiu bowed to Kobe in a very serious manner and said, "Thank you for your help, but it's strange. You said that he was the 7-star emperor of the 7-star sect. You actually managed to take me away from under the nose of an emperor. Could it be that you are also in the emperor realm?" "That's not the case. I'm only at the sky realm, and I'm just good at speed-related magic." In order to convince Qianqiu, Kobe gathered his energy and revealed his blue fairy shadow. Qianqiu looked at Kobe suspiciously. He knew very well that in this world, the higher the realm, the greater the gap in level. How could a person at the sky realm escape from the eyes of the emperor realm? Qianqiu turned his gaze to Yagami Chihiro and said, "Could it be you?" Yishin Qianqiuan was stunned for a moment, and then she also revealed her own fairy shadow. Her fairy shadow was even more exaggerated, just a light red fairy shadow, which showed that she was just a cultivator in the void realm. Qianqiu had to believe what Kobe said, that he was just good at practicing speed-related magic. Chihiro Yagami waved at Kobe, who widened his eyes and cried in his heart, "The lady has abandoned me just like that, this is too heartbreaking." But he still did not disobey her order, and said to Qianqiu, "The 7-star sect launched an attack tonight, and our sect was also implicated. I have to go back." "Shao, Qianqiuan, I am leaving too." Kobe disappeared from the mountain in an instant, leaving only Chihiro Yagami and Chiaki. Qianqiu didn't think much about it. He took out new clothes from his Qiankuan bag and put them on again. Yagami Chihiro couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have such a big clock tattoo on your back?" Qianqiu didn't want to expose the existence of an ancient artifact in his body, so he lied, "As the son of the Chongqing sect, I have to have a tattoo of such a big seed on my back." The two men walked down the mountain. Qianqiu felt that his netherworld tyrant body was extremely unstable. He had to find a quiet place to suppress the bloodthirsty urge that was about to burst out from his body. After going down the mountain, Qianqiu thought he would part ways with Yagami Chihiro, but unexpectedly, Yagami Chihiro kept following him. "Qianqiu, where are you going?" Qianqiu looked at Yagami Chihiro, shook his head and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Where are you going again?" Qianqiu was stunned for a moment when he was asked this question by Chihiro Yagami. He had never thought about this question before. Now Yongheng sect cannot return, and for a moment he does not know where to go. After he came to this world, he went straight to Yongheng sect, became the son of God of Yongheng sect, and also had a training plan formulated by the three ancestors. Seeing Qianqiu's confused state, Yishin Qianqiuan thought he was a little cute, and immediately said, "Aren't you going to become a cultivator at the emperor level? Now that the Yongheng sect is gone, don't you consider joining another sect?" Qianqiu shook his head and said very seriously, "Once a disciple of Yongheng sect, always a disciple of Yongheng sect. Although Yongheng sect is now occupied by Qixing sect, one day I will take it back." Qianqiu secretly made up his mind that returning to the original world was no longer the only thing he wanted to do now. Before finding a way to leave this world, he had to help his three masters and all the disciples of the Yongheng sect to revitalize the Yongheng sect. At this point, Qianqiu had already used up all her soul power because she had exhausted all her physical strength fighting with the 7 Stars sect and others at night. She found a hotel and stayed there, and did not care about Yagami Chihiro who came with her. Qianqiu entered his room and immediately started meditating to restore his soul power. At this time, Kobe appeared beside Yishin Qianqiuan, knelt on one knee and said, "Miss, are you planning to stay with this boy in the future?" Yishin Qianqiuan said thoughtfully, "It's not like I'm staying with him. I have my own things to do this time." However, the tattoo on Qianqiu's back is the longevity bell. Aren't the people of the Seven-Star Sect looking for it? It seems that it's not just my father. Now people in the entire world of immortal cultivation are looking for ancient artifacts, trying to obtain the remaining souls from them. A natural disaster is approaching, so everyone is afraid of perishing in it. Miss, are you here to find an opportunity to advance to the Emperor realm? In the room, Qianqiu was practicing the technique to restore his soul power. He couldn't help but think of the time when his soul power was exhausted in the Colosseum and Muyu gave him the pill that could restore his soul power. I didn't see Xiaoyu during the fight in the sect just now. Could it be that she also? Qianqiu punched the wall, and the anger in his heart once again ignited his determination to destroy the entire Seven-Star Sect. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in from the window. The man was wearing a black coat, which made Qianqiu frightened. Before Qianqiu could gather his energy, the man in black slowly uttered two words, "Rain Realm." In an instant, the whole room was shrouded by a strange force. Qianqiu couldn't gather his energy no matter what. He looked at the man in black in front of him with horror. Qianqiu was very sure that the man in black in front of him was at least a cultivator at the saint level, and there was a high probability that he had reached the quasi-emperor level. "Who are you?" Seeing that the man in black did not attack him, Qianqiu asked tentatively. The man in black took off his hat, revealing his face. Qianqiu was shocked to find that this man was completely transparent and he could clearly see the human bones beneath his transparent flesh. This man in black is none other than the white skeleton of the emperor level who has been secretly observing Qianqiu. "Ha, Qianqiu, how are you? I have been paying attention to you for a long time." All along, this emperor-level skeleton had been observing Qianqiu in secret. He had never shown his face in front of him, and had not even revealed his aura. Qianqiu was naturally confused when he saw him at this time, and said, "May I ask this great emperor, did you recognize the wrong person?" "I can't possibly recognize the wrong person. I noticed you as early as the first time you opened the Void Gate. I have been hiding in the river of the Eternal Mountain. Your performance has shocked me." Because the flesh of this emperor-level skeleton was transparent, Qianqiu could hardly see his expression. He was just very surprised that he was noticed when he opened the Void Gate for the first time in the Eternal Sect. Moreover, he did not realize it at all, which was enough to prove that he was indeed an emperor-level cultivator. In addition, the three ancestors did not discover how terrifying the power of this emperor-level skeleton was. Qianqiu sorted this out, and was even more afraid to offend the emperor-level skeleton in front of him, so he asked cautiously, "Then, what do you want to talk to me about?" I have been secretly observing the battle just now. After you were rescued, Yongheng sect has been occupied by Qixing sect. From now on, it will be a subsidiary sect of Qixing sect." After a pause, he continued, "Your three masters used the immortal explosion to send your sect's leader away. All three of them perished and turned into dust in the world." "What? Master and the others are all dead?" Qianqiu could hardly believe his ears. Although his three masters were dormant Saint Realm warriors, they had been in the Saint Realm for 100 years and had long since stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. However, this emperor realm skeleton told him that all three masters had activated the immortal explosion and died. Xianbao Qianqiu naturally knew that it was a suicide magic technique that burned the soul. The three masters actually sacrificed their own lives in order to send the sect leader away. Qianqiu was silent for a long time, then asked, "What about our sect leader?" "We have escaped to the Void Star realm. There should be no danger for the time being." Qianqiu's heart sank all of a sudden. His 3 masters had all died, and now the sect leader was also missing. It could be said that the core of the Yongheng sect was all gone. Seeing Qianqiu in a low mood, Emperor Realm Whitebone said, "I know you want to seek revenge from the 7-star sect, but with your current intelligence, you won't be able to take revenge even if you practice for another 100 years. Qianqiu sneered. A normal cultivator might not be able to reach the Emperor Realm in his entire life. However, he was proficient in divine writings. It was not difficult for him to reach the Emperor Realm. It was just a matter of time. 100 years? I don't need that long. Qianqiu said confidently. Ha ha ha. As expected, young people are not only capable of great things. I admit that you are gifted and have many unknown secrets, but becoming an emperor is not something that can be achieved through practice. It requires opportunity. Without opportunity, you will never be able to reach the Emperor Realm. And even if you do reach the Emperor Realm, it doesn't matter. It's unrealistic for you to seek revenge on a behemoth like the 7-star sect on your own. The Emperor Realm skeleton stood with his hands behind his back, emitting a powerful aura. Qianqiu suddenly felt a little frustrated. What the Emperor level Bai Gu said was right. He was outnumbered and had no chance of winning against a great emperor and countless saint-level powerhouses. At this time, Emperor Realm Whitebone took the initiative to speak again. I came to you to help you. I once founded a very powerful organization, which is not weaker than the 10 major sections. I can help you take every step carefully and create an organization that can compete with the 7-star sect before you reach the Emperor Realm. Qianqiu stared at the skeleton of an emperor-level cultivator. He never stopped being vigilant against him for even a second. As a cultivator of the emperor-level cultivator, how could he find a cultivator of the sky-level cultivator like him? But Qianqiu had already used his divine sense to explore the surroundings and discovered that this place had long been isolated from the outside world by the Emperor Realm Whitebone using a special method. Seeing Qianqiu's thoughts, Emperor Realm Whitebone laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You must be curious why I, a great emperor, would look for you, a sky realm cultivator, and promise you benefits for no reason." Qianqiu nodded, and then he took off the black robe he was wearing, revealing his transparent body, and said, "I am not helping you for nothing. Now my body has become like this. Although I am a strong man in the Emperor Realm, I can only use a few immortal arts now, and I can't even show my immortal shadow. I will help you get revenge, and when the time is right, you need to help me recover my body." Qianqiu was shocked by the body of the emperor-level skeleton. When he came to his senses, he thought carefully about the words of the emperor-level skeleton. He always felt that there was something strange that he couldn't explain. But he also learned an important piece of information from the Emperor Realm Whitebone, that he can hardly use immortal arts now, and even his immortal shadow cannot be revealed. Isn't this equivalent to telling others that although I am the king, I don't have the skills of a king? Shadow Clone Jutsu, Ice Age. Qianqiu gathered his energy in an instant, revealing his immortal form, and directly used his most powerful divine magic. In the room, dozens of Qianqiu appeared in an instant, and simultaneously released the magical arts of the Ice Age. However, all this seemed to have been expected by Emperor Bai Gu. He just waved his hand, and Qianqiu's clones exploded and disappeared one by one, and the casting of divine texts and immortal arts was all interrupted. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, thinking that if I was using a cheat, then this person was using a cheat within a cheat. Ahem, although I said that I can't perform a few magic arts, I never said that I can't perform magic arts. After all, I am also a dignified Emperor Realm cultivator. There is a huge gap between our strengths. You can't defeat me just by being proficient in divine texts. After saying that, Emperor Realm Whitebone said very seriously, "Let me be frank with you. I have seen all the strange things about you. The longevity bell has merged with you, and you have heard the whispers of the ancient gods. You can use the shadow clone technique, although you have already used it just now. In addition, if my guess is correct, you are not proficient in the divine text, but you can understand the meaning of the divine text at all, unlike other practitioners who just treat it as a spell to perform immortal arts. At this moment, Qianqiu was completely shocked. He even had the idea of fighting a desperate battle with this emperor-level skeleton. The fact that he understood the meaning of the sacred text was actually discovered by this emperor. Who are you? Qianqiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am just a sealed emperor-level cultivator. The reason why I know so much is because I have observed you for a long time. Only you can help me restore my body, because in the entire world of immortal cultivation, only you can understand the original meaning of the divine text. Fearing that Qianqiu would attack again, Emperor Realm Whitebone thought and took out an ancient book from behind. He said, "This is the Netherworld 9 Transformations secret. Old Su Kun mentioned to you the ancient book about the Netherworld tyrant body. I'm giving it to you. This is the sincerity of this emperor." The 9 transformations of the Netherworld fell into Qianqiu's hands. Qianqiu did not expect that the ancient book, which had been lost for 100 years, was actually in the hands of this emperor-level skeleton whose origin was unknown, and now it was given to him. At this time, Qianqiu finally let go of his guard against him and asked, "May I ask this great emperor, what is your name? It's been a long time. I haven't heard anyone call me by my name for a long time. 300 years ago, people called me the Rain Emperor, and my full name is the Great Qiyu Emperor." Rain Emperor, Qiyu Emperor? Qianqiu had never heard of this great emperor, but he said that people called him that 300 years ago, which means that he has not been seen in the world for 300 years. Looking at the 9 transformations of the Netherworld in his hand, Qianqiu was sure that Emperor Qiyu was sincerely looking for him for help, but he couldn't think of how he, a mere Sky Realm cultivator, could help a cultivator at the Emperor Realm. Seeing that Qianqiu had completely let down his guard, Emperor Qiyu laughed and said, "Perhaps you have not heard of my name, because it has been a long time, and most people think that I have fallen. Let's get back to the point. You can practice this 9 transformations of the Netherworld, and I can also assist you. This, the long-lost 9 transformations of the Netherworld, is so easy to get into my hands?" Qianqiu was still staring at the secret book in his hand with some disappointment. Before he could react, Emperor Qiyu had already removed the Rain Realm in the room. "I will not bother you today. When you have successfully completed the first stage of cultivation, I will come to discuss the next matters with you." As he was speaking, Emperor Qiyu had disappeared, leaving only a puddle of water on the ground. Qianqiu hurried to the window. The street was empty. In the dark night, it seemed as if Emperor Qiyu had never appeared. Back in bed, Qianqiu opened the book, 9 Turns of the Netherworld, and found that the book was compiled from divine texts, just as Patriarch Bodhi had told him. To other practitioners, this was like a heavenly book that was impossible to understand. However, to Qianqiu, it was just an ordinary book. There was not even a single unfamiliar word in the book. It's easy to get a divine book like this. I have it in my hands. I am proficient in divine texts, so practicing the 9 revolutions will be a piece of cake for me, right? Qianqiu thought about it and all his sleepiness disappeared. He then opened the book and stayed up all night. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the first turn of the 9 Turns of the Netherworld. However, when he actually started to practice, he found that the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique was more difficult than any technique he had practiced before. Even if he knew the contents of the book, it only described how to practice and cultivate. He found it very difficult to actually sit up. The Nether Tyrant body was difficult to control. According to the method of cultivating according to the book, the soul power consumed every second was hundreds of times that of normal cultivation. It's useless even if I use cheats. How do those people who don't use cheats practice this secret book? Suddenly Qianqiu remembered what Patriarch Shukuan said, There are only 3 Netherworld Overlord bodies in the world, and the only one who had truly trained the Netherworld Overlord bodies to the 7th level was the Emperor who had trained it to the 7th level a few hundred years ago. Qianqiu, who refused to believe in evil, was unable to comprehend the first turn until dawn, even with the help of various divine texts. It seemed that these divine texts and magic arts had long been isolated by the Netherworld tyrant body. Qianqiu didn't find it strange. The entire book of the Netherworld 9 transformations was compiled from divine texts, so it must have been compiled by a god. If he could succeed in body refining so easily, wouldn't he be able to beat all the emperors in the Emperor realm the next day? However, Qianqiu also discovered that he did not feel sleepy even though he had been practicing the Netherworld 9 revolutions art all night long. I didn't expect that this 9 revolutions of the Netherworld could actually eliminate sleepiness. Soon, there was a knock on the door. After Qianqiu opened the door, he found Chihiro Yagami standing in front of the door. "You got up so early?" Qianqiu asked in surprise. Yagami Chihiro stared at Qianqiu with a half-smile, then took out a wanted poster from behind and said, "You are wanted. The one who destroyed the sect, the biggest traitor in the history of Yongheng sect, Qianqiu." "What the hell?" He snatched the wanted poster from Yishan Qianqiuan's hand and found that it was his portrait on it, and the contents said that he destroyed most of the Yongheng sect overnight, and colluded with the enemy to kill 3 ancestors and hundreds of disciples of the Yongheng sect. Qianqiu tore up the wanted poster and said angrily, "What nonsense! It was clearly done by that bastard Wanzong, but he actually framed me." Yishan Qianqiuan didn't care about these. She smiled mischievously, stuck out her tongue and said, "Your wanted order has reached 1 million eternal coins. Now the practitioners of the entire eternal continent are looking for you everywhere. 1 million is enough to invite an entire sect ranked in the top 20 to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy." Qianqiu's face darkened as he said, "How could anyone possibly believe this? There are still so many disciples of the Yongheng sect alive, they can all testify for me." Yishan Qianqiuan stood on tiptoe and touched Qianqiu's head, pretending to be an elder and said, "Why are you so stupid? The entire Yongheng sect has been incorporated into the 7-star sect. Anyone who dares not follow the arrangements of the 7-star sect will be killed without mercy. Who would want to go against their own life?" After a pause, Yishan Qianqiuan continued, "Besides, last night not only your Yongheng sect was attacked, dozens of sects were attacked. It is now rumored that many people from these sects jointly founded an organization in order to plan this riot and seize the ancient artifact, and Yu Qianqiu is one of them. The Qixing sect stood up and announced that it is willing to unconditionally accept these sects that have been attacked and make them its affiliated sections." Qianqiu wanted to say something else, but he knew very well that the truth would never be defeated by the mouths of those who did not know the truth. From the moment this wanted warrant was issued, Qianqiu had become the target of public criticism. All those who are uninformed will despise him and make things worse. The cultivators from the entire eternal continent will still hunt him down. Qianqiu clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "The 7-star sect destroyed my sect, killed my master, and now they are blaming all the disasters on me. Qianqiu, what are you going to do now?" Yagami Qianqiuan stood in front of him with her hands behind her back. "Since someone wants to kill me, I will not do what he wants. By the way, Chihiro, do you know where this heavenly temple is?" Yagami Chihiro was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you going to the temple of the gods? Is there anything fun there?" "There is a 1,000-layer soul tower. I want to attack the evil spirit. It is very difficult to reach the soul-killing level in terms of soul power. The soul power level of many emperors in the realm of emperors is only the middle stage of the soul killing. Only a very small number of emperors have reached the final stage of the soul killing." Chihiro Yagami looked at the young man in front of her with determined eyes, and she became more interested in him. "We are really destined to meet. I also want to go to the Temple of Heaven, so why don't we go together? Chihiro Yagami smiled. Qianqiu asked, are you going to the Temple of Heaven as well? In the vast universe, the god who first noticed the world of immortal cultivation said to an angel under his throne, Su Meyer, go to that world to find believers for me and wait for the day of my descent. A four-winged angel placed one hand on his shoulder, knelt on one knee respectfully in front of him, and said, Great Master, do you want God to descend to that tiny world? That is not a small world. Many universes ago, there were dozens of gods who appeared there, more powerful than me. But there was also Ragnarok there, and the gods have abandoned that place. You, a four-winged archangel, are enough to be called a god in that world. There is only one God, my master. How dare I call myself God in front of you? Master, do you need me to do anything else for you? Zumir spoke respectfully again. No need. Don't expose yourself on the day of my coming. Just look for believers in secret. Zumir nodded, left the temple, and began to fall into the world of cultivation. There are many innocent lives in the world of cultivation, but so what? He doesn't care. Not only this god, but several other gods have sent their angels to fall into the world of immortal cultivation. Among them are not only four-winged archangels, but also six-winged seraphs. At this moment, all the emperor-level powerful people in the world of immortal cultivation sensed something and looked up to the sky with worry. In the Gate world, the Gate Emperor also sensed the breath of God. He. The last time you used the forbidden divine scripture technique, many gods noticed this place, and now they have deployed their spirits here. The black-masked boy sat aside with a calm expression, and said calmly, I didn't use any magical skills, at most I attracted the attention of some outer gods here. It has been a long time since your world has seen a main god. Help me reach the Emperor realm, and you and I will definitely become the main gods of the new world. He, you are so arrogant, but I like it. Chiaki and Chihiro Yagami left the inn. Yishin Qianqiuan told him that the Temple of Heavenly Gods was the main hall of the Heavenly God sect, but it was open to all practitioners. As long as one reached the Sky Realm, one could enter the Temple of Heavenly Gods. The Temple of the Gods is at the northernmost part of the Eternal Continent, but the city of Kovo where Qianqiu and Yagami Qianqiuan are located is at the southernmost part of the Eternal Continent. The two places are exactly at the extreme ends of the Eternal Continent and are far apart. Qianqiu wanted to rush there by flying the sword, but Yagami Qianqiuan said, You are a wanted criminal now. If you fly the sword, you will be noticed by all the practitioners immediately. But I haven't reached the Holy Realm yet, so I can't walk in the air. Even if you have reached the Saint Realm, you cannot use the air walking technique. You will still be noticed. You can only rely on the most primitive method now and walk to the Temple of the Gods. Before that, you must hide your identity. Qianqiu looked at Yagami Qianqiuan suspiciously and asked in a doubtful tone, Who are you? How do you know so many things? Yishin Qianqiuan was startled, but the surprise was fleeting. She straightened the messy silver hair beside her ears and smiled faintly, My cultivation level is not that good, but I am a know-it-all. What's wrong with knowing these? Qianqiu still doubted Yishin Qianqiuan's identity, and secretly scanned Yishin Qianqiuan's body with his divine sense, and found that she was indeed just a cultivator in the Void Realm. After Qianqiu turned around, Yagami Qianqiuan pursed her lips and murmured, Humph, with your current strength, you still want to use your divine sense to scan this young lady? Qianqiu bought a map of the Eternal Continent at a street stall. After seeing the route of the entire Eternal Continent, Qianqiu was shocked. Oh my God, the Eternal Continent is so big. Even if I fly to the Heavenly Palace with a sword, it will take at least half a month. Now I have to walk there. How long will it take? Qianqiu was a little overwhelmed. At the same time, in the medicine sect, which is ranked 5th among the sects in the Eternal Continent, Mu Yu has successfully returned to his own sect. Mu Yu's real identity is the daughter of the medicine sect's leader. She rushed back from Yongheng sect in such a hurry just to inform her father that the longevity bell had merged with Qianqiu. The longevity bell was the purpose of her hiding in Yongheng sect. Now Yao sect had not yet obtained the longevity bell, but Qianqiu got there first and merged with it. Great Protector, where is my father? When the Great Protector saw Mu Yu coming back, he was shocked at first, and then he said quickly, "Miss, you are fine." The sect master was almost worried to death. Mu Yu was a little confused and asked in confusion, "Why is this?" "I'm fine, why is he so anxious?" "Miss, don't you know? Last night, there was a riot in the Yongheng sect. It was said that the newly appointed Son of God of the Yongheng sect killed half of the Yongheng sect's disciples. The 3 old guys in the Yongheng sect all died. How can this be?" Before leaving Kovo City, Qianqiu brought Yagami Chihiro to the Colosseum again. He planned to kill a few more soul beasts this time to increase his soul power level. Before going in, Qianqiu suddenly remembered that he didn't have much money left, and if he wanted to enter the Colosseum, he had to find a way to get some money. Chihiro, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me." Qianqiu came to the toilet in a blink of an eye, and said to himself, "Last time, I went to the Void Star Realm to catch soul beasts in order to make money. I obviously have the ability to make things happen as I say, so why did I spend so much effort? 100,000 eternal coins." As Qianqiu finished his words, nothing appeared. Qianqiu felt confused. He had clearly tried it before. As long as something existed in this world, he could speak it out with the divine script and it would appear in his hands. How is this going? Qianqiu tried it many times and found that this method didn't work at all. Don't try. It's impossible to create eternal coins using divine writings. At this moment, Emperor Qiyu appeared beside him again without anyone noticing. Qianqiu looked at Emperor Qiyu and frowned, "Do you understand this divine text? After all, I am also a cultivator at the emperor level, stronger than 90% of the cultivators in this world. Why shouldn't I understand a mere divine text?" Emperor Qiyu's transparent body floated in the air. He continued, "The eternal coin is made by many emperors using immortal arts, and is encrypted with special immortal arts. If it can be transformed with divine text, what value does this money have?" Qianqiu suddenly felt a little discouraged and said, "I didn't expect that being proficient in divine writing wouldn't be of much use." That's not true. Divine writing symbolizes strength. As long as you are proficient in divine writing, there are many ways to make money. You are short-sighted. If I had your divine writing talent, what would I not get? Afterwards, Emperor Qiyu told Qianqiu about a new way to make money, and Qianqiu felt that his 3 perspectives had been refreshed. After Qianqiu came out of the toilet, he found Yagami Chihiro and said to her, "Let's not go to the Colosseum, let's go to the auction." Huh? Why are you suddenly going to the auction? Weren't you going to the Colosseum to increase your soul power level? Qianqiu touched his nose awkwardly and said with a lack of confidence, "I don't have any money. I'll go to the auction to make some money first." When Yagami Chihiro heard that he had no money, she originally planned to lend it to Qianqiu, but she suddenly remembered that she did not bring anything with her when she went out in order to avoid being arrested by her father, and now she is penniless. Afterwards, Chihiro Yagami followed Chiaki to the auction in Kovo City. The auction venue in Kovo City is not very big. After all, it is just a small town at the foot of the mountain. However, all the auction venues in the Eternal Continent are chained. Qianqiu followed the method told to him by Emperor Qiyu, wrote down the divine texts and magic he usually used on paper, and marked the effects of the magic in the language of this world. According to what Emperor Qiyu said, Qianqiu learned the magical art Soul-Extinguishing Fire Cloud from Yao Fei of Taishan sect. He can write this magical art on paper and sell it as an advanced technique. In the world of cultivating immortals, whether using a divine text or writing a divine text, it takes the same amount of soul power as a price. To annotate a divine text into a book, it takes several times more soul power. However, those who have reached a high level will not hesitate to expend a large amount of soul power to express their advanced magic skills, either to teach them to their disciples or to sell them to other practitioners. Emperor Qiyu said that the immortal art of soul-extinguishing fire cloud was not only circulated in the Taishan sect, but also used by many practitioners in the outside world, and it had already become a disaster. Simply marking it as a high-level immortal art with soul power would not sell for much money. But in the arena, Qianqiu strengthened the soul-extinguishing fire cloud and turned it into a super soul-extinguishing fire cloud. For Qianqiu, this is just a difference of 2 more words, but for many practitioners, this is already a qualitative leap. Many powerful saints are unable to comprehend these 2 extra words. Qianqiu used the method taught to him by Emperor Qiyu to use his soul power to compile the super soul extinguishing fire cloud into a book. If such a high-quality magic technique is put up for auction, it can be sold for at least 100,000 eternal coins. Moreover, this is an immortal technique that has never appeared in the world of immortal cultivation. Qianqiu entered the auction venue holding the super soul extinguishing fire cloud written with soul power. In order not to reveal his identity, he put on a white mask. Yagami Chihiro asked curiously, "Qianqiu, why do you wear a mask on your face?" Didn't you say I was wanted? There are so many people at the auction. If I'm recognized, I'm doomed." "Really? Then come with me to buy a mask, I want to wear one too," said Chihiro Yagami, and pulled Qianqiu to the side to buy a mask with cat ears. After putting it on, Yagami Chihiro asked Qianqiu with a smile, "Hehe, does this look good?" Qianqiu looked at Yagami Chihiro in front of him, and he suddenly thought of his biological sister in the original world. Yagami Chihiro had the same personality as her, lively and cute, and had the same dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. Qianqiu involuntarily reached out and rubbed Yagami Chihiro's head. "It's very cute." After he finished touching her, she realized something was wrong and quickly withdrew her hand with embarrassment on her face. Yagami Chihiro was also surprised by Qianqiu's sudden action. She didn't say anything for a long time, and finally turned her head away with a red face. In secret, Kobe felt that his 3 perspectives were completely shattered when he saw this scene, and tears were about to fall. "Miss, where has your reserve gone for so many years? What's so special about this boy?" The 2 men wore masks and entered the auction venue. Qianqiu gave the super soul fire extinguishing cloud written with his soul power to the person who sent it for auction. He was still a little nervous. He didn't know where such a thing could really be auctioned. The auctioneer took Qianqiu's magic book and said, "Sir, this is the magic book, right? Please wait a moment. The magic in the magic book is divided into different levels. We need to identify it." Qianqiu was stunned, looking at the graceful staff in front of him, surprised and excited. He didn't expect it to be sold. And the staff who sent it for the photo shoot was so beautiful, damn. After waiting for a while, the staff member was called to the office by the appraiser. "Master Furukawa, is there anything you want to ask me?" Situ Guha looked at the super soul extinguishing fire cloud in his hand with a look of disbelief. This kind of magic can be said to be a super high-grade magic, and it has never been seen in the many books that record magic in the Eternal Continent. Who wants to send this book of immortal arts for auction? Could it be a powerful person who is at the quasi-emperor level? Situ Guha asked. The female staff member was stunned for a moment. "I don't know, Master Guhi, I am only a cultivator at the heaven realm, I can't see through the cultivation level of the person outside." Situ Guha didn't waste any words and asked the woman to take him outside. After seeing Qianqiu and Yishan Qianqiuan, he hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this book of immortal arts?" "It's me. This thing can't be consigned. This is my first time selling it. If it doesn't work, just give it back to me and I'll leave now. Qianqiu was embarrassed to the extreme. Sure enough, this kind of thing couldn't be sold. Unexpectedly, Situ Guha said, "Why can't it be sold?" "It can be sold. But I don't understand. This book of immortal arts has reached super high quality. Are you sure you want to sell it? You know, in this small auction house, let alone super high quality items, even high quality books on immortal arts are rarely seen. Looking at all the large-scale auction houses in the entire Hanggu continent, there are only a few that auction super high-quality magic arts. Who would put a super high-quality magic art at an auction? You know, with such a super high-grade magic, you can become an elder by joining any sect." "Sure." Qianqiu nodded. Situ Guha was stunned again, then nodded, handed the immortal art book to the woman behind him, and then said, "This super high-quality immortal art book, the reserve price is set at 30,000 eternal ancient coins." Afterwards, Qianqiu brought Yishan Qianqiuan into the auction venue, which was already filled with practitioners from all walks of life. Several angels successfully descended into the world of immortal cultivation, and they transformed themselves into the appearance of cultivators. Oh! The symbol of strength in this world is something called fairy shadow? Zumir transformed his 4 wings into fairy shadows. The terrifying thing was that 100-meter-tall black fairy shadow stood behind him. The 4-winged angels have merely descended, and they have already reached the realm of emperors. The auction started soon, and Qianqiu took Yagami Qianqiuan to find a seat. As the auction began, the venue gradually became quiet. Qianqiu wanted to see if there was anything useful to him at this auction. The first few auction items were all useless to Qianqiu, such as swords used by some practitioners, or skills that were auxiliary to practitioners at a lower level. These useless things can be auctioned off. This auction house is too low class. Yishan Qianqiuan curled her lips, thinking of the auction house of her own Yishan royal family, which was much more magnificent than this place, and the items auctioned were also very different from here. If the items auctioned in this venue were placed there, it would be a huge joke. Of course, this was Qianqiu's first time attending an auction, and he had never seen a more luxurious auction. It was not until the 8th item was auctioned at the board Qianqiu suddenly perked up. The auctioneer was a young woman. The strong men in the audience brought up a mahogany box, which, when opened, contained 5 blue pills. She picked up one of them with her slender hands and said to the auctioneers, "Everyone, this is the Restoring Soul pill made by the medicine sect. After a battle, a lot of soul power is consumed. After taking it, you can increase the speed of recovering your soul power. And there are no side effects. The herbs used to make it are very precious. They all grow in the night charm forest in the starry night. There are 5 pills in this box, and the auction reserve price is 10,000 eternal coins." Qianqiu noticed this Restoring Soul pill for 2 reasons. First, he was attracted by the function of this pill. Before reaching the Qihun level, the higher the realm, the more soul power is consumed each time the immortal technique is released. If you can take this pill during the battle, you can extend your endurance time. Secondly, he had seen this pill before. Mu Yu had given it to him after he had used up all his soul power in the Colosseum last time. Where did Mu Yu get the soul-restoring pill? Didn't this soul-restoring pill come from the medicine sect? Even if she bought it, she would definitely keep it for herself to take at the critical moment. How could she give one to Qianqiu so casually? This thing is good. I plan to buy it. Qianqiu said, and then raised the price sign, 30,000 eternal coins. Yagami Chihiro was about to stop Qianqiu, but Qianqiu had already raised the sign. She stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, "What are you doing? There's no need to spend money on this kind of thing. Your cultivation level is still low, and you don't know the benefits of this thing. I'll give you one when I auction it off. You'll thank me when the time comes." Qianqiu smiled at Yagami Qianquan, and then someone raised the price to 35,000 eternal coins, and Qianqiu once again surpassed him. Yishan Qianquan was helpless, muttering in his heart, "This kind of soul-restoring pill is only of medium quality. The ones that medicine sect gave to our Yishan family are of top quality. Even a Saint Realm cultivator can immediately restore full soul power after taking it. 78,000 eternal coins once. 78,000 eternal coins twice." When someone raised the price of these 5 soul-restoring pills to this level, Qianqiu gave up the idea of bidding. The soul-restoring pill is certainly good, but it has not yet reached such a high value. The last 5 soul-restoring pills fell into the hands of others, and Qianqiu just sighed softly. Seeing Qianqiu looking a little disappointed, Yishan Qianqiu pouted and smiled at him. "Don't be discouraged, I just wanted to advise you not to bid for this thing. Alas, this thing is still good, what a pity." At this time, Yagami Chihiro took out a pill from her pocket that looked similar to the soul-restoring pill being auctioned on the stage, except that it had an extra dragon pattern on it. It looked much more advanced than the 5 soul-restoring pills being auctioned. "Look at this, is it the same thing as an auction?" Qianqiu was shocked. He picked up the pill from Yishan Qianquan's hand and found that this was also a soul-restoring pill, and it was definitely more advanced than the one on the stage. "Where did you get it?" "This is what my friend gave me before." "You have seen it?" Qianqiu was stunned. Such a top-grade elixir came from the hands of the previous person. Could he be a disciple of the medicine sect? Then Qianqiu asked, "Is your friend from the medicine sect? Isn't this kind of elixir only made by the medicine sect?" Yagami Chihiro replied, "He is not from the medicine sect, but he has a friend of high status in the medicine sect. It should be given to him by his friend. We have a good relationship, so he gave it to me." This time, Qianqiu was sure that Yishan Qianquan's previous friend must have an extraordinary identity, otherwise he would not know the people from Yaozong and give him such a high-level elixir. But Qianqiu still refused Yagami Qianquan. "This is a gift from him. When you have exhausted your soul power, take it and you can immediately restore your soul power. It can be said to be a life-saving thing. You should keep it for yourself. It's okay. You have a high level of cultivation. If there is any danger, you can just protect me. I don't need this thing." Yishan Qianquan blinked and gave Qianqiu a reason that could not be refused. Qianqiu hesitated to speak, but finally accepted the soul-restoring pill. Soon, it was finally Qianqiu's turn to bid for the Book of Immortal Arts, Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud. After the auctioneer took out the Immortal Arts book, he introduced it. "This is today's finale lot, Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud. After being identified by this appraiser, it belongs to the super high-quality divine text Immortal Arts. So far, such divine text Immortal Arts have never appeared in the Eternal Continent or even in the entire immortal cultivation world. The auction reserve price is 30,000 eternal coins." As soon as the auctioneer's words came out, all the practitioners in the auction venue became excited. This is a super high-quality Immortal Arts book. This is the first time it has appeared at an auction in Kovo City. It is rarely seen even in the top auction houses. Listening to the translated name, it seems to be an upgraded version of Taishan Sect's Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud. However, I don't understand the specific meaning of the divine text. After all, it is a divine text fairy technique. Quickly notify my father and ask him to send me 100,000 eternal coins immediately. I must take it down. Qianqiu looked in astonishment at the practitioners around him who were going crazy for it. He had not expected that the magical text and magic he had casually written could cause such a stir. Soon, someone started raising the price. 50,000 eternal coins. Then, the second one appeared, 85,000 eternal coins. I'm offering 130,000, no one can compete with me. The extent of the price increase had completely shocked Chinchou. He wondered if these people were crazy. Did they really have so much money? Just then, a deep voice came from the corner of the auction venue. I'm Yao Fei from the Taishan sect. I'm offering 150,000 eternal ancient coins. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Yao Fei from Taishan sect. All eyes turned to the source of the sound and found a sturdy young man sitting there, with several practitioners with strong auras standing beside him. It's Yao Fei from Taishan sect. He has already used Taishan sect to put pressure on us. Who dares to raise the price? Yes, yes. Raising the price now is equivalent to going against the Taishan sect. Who would dare to raise the price? By the way, someone just said that this super high-quality immortal art book is an enhanced version of Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud. Isn't Yao Fei's unique skill Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud? If he gets this immortal art book, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Many people present were discussing it, and Chinchou also looked at Yao Fei who was sitting there, and couldn't help but be surprised. Why is he here too? Chinchou felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he had originally learned the Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud from Yao Fei, but relying on his mastery of divine texts, he had upgraded this magic technique in the arena. This was originally just a high-quality divine text and magic, but it suddenly transformed into a super high-quality divine text and magic. The most embarrassing thing is that it was actually auctioned off by the original practitioner of this magic. Sold for 150,000. This super high-quality immortal arts book belongs to Yao Fei of Taishan sect. The auctioneer announced the final result. Excluding the handling fee, Chinchou could obtain more than 140,000 eternal coins, which was already a considerable fortune for him. Because Chinchou was wearing this white mask the last time he was in the arena, he was afraid of being recognized by Yao Fei, so after collecting his own money from the auction venue backstage, he hurriedly left the auction venue wearing Yagami Chihiro. At the auction, Yao Fei got the Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud as he wished. Brother, I didn't expect to find a super high-quality magic at an auction in this small town. Moreover, it happens to be the Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud, which you are most proficient in. Once you learn this magic, your strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Yes, senior brother Yao Fei, if you bring this super high-quality magic back to the sect, Master will definitely praise you. Yao Fei's two fellow apprentices boasted about him, while Yao Fei excitedly opened the Book of Immortal Arts. Because the Immortal Arts book is meant to be understandable to practitioners, the annotations in it are all written in the language of this world. When Yao Fei saw the effects of the magic described in the booklet, his face instantly turned dark. Isn't this the magic technique that he used to defeat the Void Realm player named Prisoner Bird in the arena last time? I thought exactly the same thing. The power is indeed strong, worthy of being a super high-grade immortal technique. Even my master couldn't make the soul-destroying fire cloud reach this level. But this book of magic arts turned out to be a super high-quality book of magic arts and was obtained by himself. Could it be that the sender of this book of magic arts was the Prisoner Bird? Yao Fei immediately found the auction house's appraiser and asked, "Who is the person who sent this immortal arts book? Where is he now?" Situ Guha stared at Yao Fei. He was only a cultivator in the Samsara realm. Moreover, he was facing Yao Fei, a disciple from one of the 10 major sections. Naturally, he could not afford to offend him. But the auction house also has its own rules. Situ Guha said, "I'm sorry, sir, we have a rule that we cannot disclose the information of our guests." "Are you sure? Do you know who I am? I'll give you another chance to think about it." The two junior brothers behind Yao Fei stood up. They did not attack Situ Guha directly, but slowly revealed their own shadows. Situ Guha's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately said, "This customer also came to the auction house for the first time. He was wearing a white mask, and there was a lady wearing a cat ear mask beside him. As for where he is now, I really don't know. After the auction was over, he took the commission and left. Hearing the words, "White Mask," Yao Fei was sure that this person was the prisoner bird he met in the arena last time. "It's you again. You'd better not let me run into you again, or I will tear you into pieces." Qianqiu took Chihiro Yagami away from the auction house. He had no intention of going to the Colosseum again. Just now at the auction, he not only saw Yao Fei from Taishan sect, but also sensed the presence of many powerful saints. It was obvious that these people came here for his wanted warrant. Otherwise, how could so many powerful saints appear in such a small city like Kovo in such a short period of time? "Qianxuan, we have to leave Kao City as soon as possible. This place is too close to the Eternal Mountain. Many Saint Realm experts have come here. If they target me and I'm alone, I can find a way to escape, but it will be troublesome to take you with me." Qianqiu said solemnly to Yagami Chihiro that he had always regarded Yagami Chihiro as a cultivator of a low level. Chihiro Yagami didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and then followed Qianqiu to the outside of Kovo City. After leaving the city of Kovo, Qianqiu saw on the map that they were heading in this direction and the next city was called Jinhan City. This city is the location of the Sanlei sect, whose entire sect was massacred by the Black Masked Man. Qianqiu is still frightened. The young man at the 100 Sects conference was so powerful that he was not afraid of even the three great emperors. He was clearly just a Saint Realm cultivator, but he had the support of an Emperor Realm emperor behind him. Qianqiu glanced at Yishan Qianxuan beside him and asked, "Do you know who the Gate Emperor is?" Yishan Qianxuan tilted her head and played with her silver hair with her hands. After thinking for a while, she spoke, "You mean the sect emperor who supported Zhu Xian Hall at the 100 Sects conference?" Qianqiu nodded. 300 years ago, this Gate Emperor was one of the most powerful emperors in the Emperor Realm. Having reached the Emperor Realm, he has reached the upper limit of his cultivation. If we want to compare their strengths, we can only compare their physical and soul levels. Gate Emperor has reached the end of the Saint Body stage. His physical body has a very special name, called the Body of Space. The ability that the Body of Space gives him is that he can open a door in any place he has seen. If he has seen your heart, he can even open a door directly in your body. In addition, he has developed this ability to the extreme and created an independent space, which people call the Gate Realm. Gate Emperor rarely appears on the mainland. He spends most of his time in the Gate Realm. After listening to Chihiro Yagami's explanation, Qianqiu was very surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a magical body refining method. Qianqiu only then understood why the young man in the black mask showed no fear when facing the three emperors. It was because behind him stood the Door Emperor who could open the door anywhere. Qianqiu narrowed his eyes. If he had the chance to fight with this sect leader in the future, wouldn't he be able to copy his special ability as long as he heard which sentence he used to perform the magic? Qianqiu and Yagami Chihiro took 2 days to reach Jinhan City, which was more prosperous than Kovo City. Jinhan City is the headquarters of the Sanlei sect. Half of the people in the city have some intricate connection with the Sanlei sect. The originally vibrant Jinhan City has changed after the arrival of the black-masked boy. With his own strength, he slaughtered all the powerful saints in the Three Thunder sect. Wherever he passed, there was no survivor. After many days, Jinhan City is still lifeless, and traces of fighting can occasionally be seen on the streets. The leader of the Zhuxian Palace has the ability to allow many practitioners to directly advance to the Saint Realm. Given time, when they appear again, they will probably become the #1 sect in the entire world of cultivation. Qianqiu looked at the tragic scene around him and couldn't help but speak. How can this be played? He is obviously the one who cheats. Why is there someone in this world who is even more cheating than him? Chihiro Yagami looked at the miserable and dilapidated scene around her and frowned slightly. She had never seen such a scene since she was a child. That was just a gimmick he used to recruit practitioners. He can't use that forbidden divine text technique an unlimited number of times. Why? Not many people know about the forbidden divine spell. I also saw it in an ancient book. The forbidden divine spell was a magic used by the ancient gods, but it was banned by the gods because it was too brutal. And once the forbidden divine spell appears, it will attract the attention of the gods and accelerate the arrival of natural disasters. Yishin Qianquan patiently explained to Qianqiu, and then continued, the more times the gods watch over him, the more gods will descend during natural disasters. Once the resistance of the great emperors in the world of immortal cultivation exceeds the level, the entire world of immortal cultivation will become the nourishment of the gods. If he wants to increase his own strength, he will never abuse the forbidden divine texts, because that will also accelerate his death. After learning the story behind all this, Qianqiu suddenly realized something horrible. However, he didn't think much about it until the matter was confirmed. Ever since the Sanlei sect was massacred, all the major sects have sent practitioners here. One purpose is to help the people in the city rebuild their homes. Another purpose is to collect the rare treasures left behind by the Sanlei sect. Qianqiu thought, fortunately, everyone here is busy rebuilding their houses, so no one noticed me. On the way, Yagami Chihiro suddenly said to Qianqiu, find a place to stay first. I remembered that I have a friend in Jinhan City. I will go visit him. We'd better leave here. Although there are not more powerful saints here than in Kovo City, it is still very risky to stay here. Qianqiu frowned, not very willing to stay here. Unexpectedly, Yagami Chihiro pouted, pulled Qianqiu's arm and started to act coquettishly. Oh, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I finally passed by here, so I went to see him. Qianqiu couldn't stand Chihiro Yagami's coquettishness and surrendered immediately. At the same time, a handsome man in a white coat came to Jinhan City quietly. He exuded an elegant aura from head to toe. In addition to an ordinary sword on his back, he also had 2 swords hanging around his waist, which was different from most swordsmen. Is this the place where that person massacred the entire sect? I didn't expect that he could do this by himself. It's really terrifying. The elegant man happened to see Qianqiu parting with a young girl. He recognized Qianqiu's back at a glance and was very surprised. I can actually meet the son of God of the Yongheng sect here, but I heard that he became a wanted criminal last night. Interesting. Just when the elegant man was about to feel murderous intent, he immediately felt the dangerous aura around him. Although the owner of this aura was not stronger than him, he was by no means a weak being. The elegant man put away his killing intent, and the aura disappeared. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. What happened these days? Why is there a powerful person behind every gifted cultivator? Qianqiu found an abandoned courtyard. After walking around for a while, he said to the heir, Emperor Qiyu, please come out for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qiyu appeared quietly in the courtyard. Kid, the way I gave you to make money is pretty good, right? Emperor Qiyu said with a smile. It's not bad, but writing the Immortal Arts book almost consumes all my soul power. It takes me a long time to recover all my soul power. It's not worth it. Emperor Qiyu chuckled and said, this is because you are only in the middle stage of Liehun. When you reach the level of Qihun, your soul power will be much greater than your current level. Then you don't have to worry about not having enough soul power. Qianqiu nodded, and then said, I have tried to practice the book, 9 Turns of the Netherworld, you gave me. This method is really strange. I used to practice a method in just a few minutes, or at most dozens of minutes, but I practiced the first turn of the 9 turns for an entire night and still couldn't succeed. Of course. If anyone could succeed in cultivation easily, wouldn't there be many cultivators in this world who have reached the saint body? Emperor Qiyu suddenly changed the subject and said, however, I have nothing to do in these years of hibernation. I also have my own understanding of this book, 9 Transformations of the Netherworld. I can help you. Qianqiu showed an imperceptible smile, just waiting for you to say this. Afterwards, Emperor Qiyu once again used his rain realm, but this time Qianqiu was surprised to find that although he saw Emperor Qiyu's lips moving, he could not hear any sound from him casting magic. Thinking back to when he was fighting with Nailan Songhai in Yongheng sect, he also couldn't hear the sound of him casting magic. Qianqiu couldn't help but ask, why can't I hear the sound of you casting magic? Emperor Qiyu glanced at Qianqiu, then took out many herbs from under his black clothes and let them float in the air. Qianqiu was very surprised when he saw these rare and precious herbs. At this time, Emperor Qiyu also explained, after reaching the Holy Realm, the cultivator will have an ability that those at a lower realm do not have, called silence. As the name suggests, no sound will be made when performing immortal arts. Qianqiu's eyes twitched, and he thought, isn't this an ability developed specifically for him? Is this an anti-cheating system? Seeing Qianqiu stunned, Emperor Qiyu smiled and said, in fact, the ability to silence is not very useful for people of the same realm. After all, there are not many people in the world of immortal cultivation who are as proficient in divine texts as you are. You can repeat and perform them just by listening to them once. Only after reaching the Emperor realm, this ability shows its importance. Qianqiu was greatly disappointed when he learned that one would have the ability to silence after reaching the Holy Realm. Because in this case, his attempt to copy his opponent's magic would be ineffective, and he would have to rely on himself to find more skills, or use his imagination to create other more powerful magic. Qianqiu put the matter aside for the moment, and then looked at the herbs floating next to Emperor Qiyu. What are these? Emperor Qiyu waved his hand, and all the herbs floated to Qianqiu's side. He then explained, these are all spiritual herbs. I collected them before I became this ghost. They will greatly improve your practice of the Netherworld 9 transformations. However, if you want to practice faster, you will reach a bottleneck sooner or later if you rely on these herbs, unless. Seeing that Emperor Qiyu was keeping things a secret, Qianqiu quickly asked, unless what? Last time in Yongheng sect, you also felt that your body was a little out of control, right? Few people use the Nether Tyrant body, so most people don't know that the Nether Tyrant body needs to rely on more exotic body training to provide energy. If you can absorb one or even several bodies of practitioners who have reached the Sky Realm and have an immortal body or above every time you practice the Nether 9 transformations, your practice progress will be greatly accelerated. Emperor Qiyu's statement was hard for Qianqiu to accept. Doesn't this mean that in order to successfully practice the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique, a lot of special body training is required? The cultivation level of practitioners in the Sky Realm is already quite high, not to mention that they must also reach the level of at least an immortal body, which is even more difficult. Although this method is extremely cruel, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, Qianqiu no longer has the docile character he had in his original world. Of course he knew that when Doomsday came, he had to kill the Virgin Mary first, and he had to kill decisively. Qianqiu sat cross-legged. With Emperor Qiyu's Rain Realm isolating him from the outside world, he was not afraid of being discovered by others. He immediately began to practice the Netherworld 9 Revolutions again. With the blessing of these herbs from Emperor Qiyu, Qianqiu clearly felt that his luck was much smoother than last night, and it was getting better. He only felt that his chest was full of heat, and as his luck increased, the fairy shadow was automatically stimulated and floated behind him. Suddenly, Qianqiu's clothes spontaneously caught fire, but Qianqiu did not feel any burning sensation. Instead, he felt a warm current running through his entire body from the top of his head. Qianqiu's body once again emitted a faint purple light, and in conflict with the purple light, the tattoo of the longevity bell on Qianqiu's back emitted a golden light. The purple and gold colors blended together, which surprised Emperor Qiyu, who was standing by. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is he really the reincarnation of an ancient god? Otherwise, how could he have such a terrifying talent?" Soon, the purple and gold lights all dissipated. Qianqiu suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were obviously much clearer than before. This is the first turn of the Netherworld 9 turns art. Although I haven't practiced it to the extreme, I feel that my body has been strengthened a lot. Qianqiu looked at his own body and couldn't help but sigh. His desire for power had reached its peak. "Emperor Qiyu, thank you for the herbs." Qianqiu thanked sincerely. "It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. How do you think about what I told you last time?" Qianqiu recalled several things Emperor Qiyu had done to help him in the past 2 days, and that he had shown no ill will towards him, so he thought that perhaps Emperor Qiyu sincerely wanted to cooperate with him. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Help me create a force that can compete with the 7-star sect, and after I become an emperor, I will help you restore your body." Emperor Qiyu nodded, then took out a token from his body, on which were clearly written the 3 words, "Hero's Token." If you encounter an organization called Rain Pavilion in the future, you can take out this token and directly take the position of Pavilion Master. This can be regarded as a small gift from me to you. Your power will gradually grow stronger. Emperor Qiyu left the deserted courtyard, and with his departure, the Rain World also disappeared. Qianqiu looked at the Order of Heroes in his hand thoughtfully. He took out another piece of clothing from his Qianquan bag and put it on. Suddenly, Qianqiu remembered something very important. How should he and Chihiro Yagami connect? Before the two of them parted, they did not agree on a specific place to meet up, and Chihiro Yagami just asked him to find a place to stay first. After realizing this, Qianqiu was a little confused, but soon felt relieved. If there is a destiny, he will definitely meet Yagami Chihiro again. If not, then it's just a chance meeting. Qianqiu saved her under the wall of the Yishan royal family's palace, and she saved Qianqiu once again, so the two of them were even. However, according to the agreement, Qianqiu still found an inn to stay temporarily. He was too bored in the room, so he planned to go to the Colosseum in Jinhan City. He hadn't had time to spend the money he earned last time. Besides, he had already reached the Sky Realm and was only 1 step away from the Saint Realm. Qianqiu knew very well that he had to improve his soul power level immediately. At the same time, coincidentally, the elegant man who had brought 3 knives also checked into this inn, and happened to meet Qianqiu, who was about to go out. Qianqiu was surprised by the elegance of this young man at a glance. The elegant man turned around and smiled gently at Qianqiu. Qianqiu didn't think too much and quickly rushed to the Colosseum. Compared to the Colosseum in Kovo City, the Colosseum in Jinhan City is much larger. However, due to the massacre of the entire Sanlei sect, there are not many practitioners here who come to hunt soul beasts. Qianqiu put on his white mask and transformed himself into a white Shura once again. This time he bought a ticket to hunt the soul beasts of the Sky Realm. The Colosseum, which originally had few people, suddenly became lively when the host announced that someone was going to hunt down a soul beast from the Sky Realm. Even Saint Realm experts would be afraid of the Sky Realm soul beasts. There are only a few Sky Realm soul beasts in a Colosseum. I'm afraid he is a Saint Realm expert who has reached the early stage of Kihun and wants to reach the middle stage of Kihun. Everyone is looking forward to this battle, but the name of White Shura that Qianqiu left in the Colosseum of Kovo City last time has not yet spread to the Colosseum of Jinhan City. A Sky Realm soul beast? This is a good opportunity to see what level of strength he has reached. The elegant man who had been following Qianqiu also quietly sat down in the seat of the Colosseum. After going on stage, Qianqiu directly took out Black Roar. Facing the soul beast of the Sky Realm, it was still a bit stressful for him. Master Wuji, you only taught me one technique, and then you passed away. Thinking of the Wuji ancestors, Qianqiu felt bitter in his heart. Although he had not spent much time with the three ancestors, the three old men had taken good care of him. Now they had passed away like this. Thinking of this, a surge of anger surged in Qianqiu's heart, and he looked angrily at the Sky Realm Soul Beast in front of him. This Soul Beast is called Fengyuan Beast. It is one of the few flying soul beasts besides the Dragon Clan. The body of the Phoenix Beast is blue and white, with a wingspan of 10 meters. Its tail has 9 tentacles, each of which has something like an eye, making it look very strange. Qianqiu was not at all nervous. This was his first battle after mastering the first turn of the Netherworld 9 turns art, and it was a good opportunity to test the strength of this turn. The Fengyuan Beast took the lead in attacking, spitting out a huge fireball from its mouth. Qianqiu did not even activate any defensive magic, but stood with his hands behind his back and took the blow head-on. The fireball hit Qianqiu and instantly exploded into a huge flame. The audience on the stage were all shocked. They had never seen a cultivator who came to hunt a soul beast and could take its attack head-on, not to mention that the challenger and the soul beast he was hunting were at the same realm. I'm afraid this kid is not here to hunt soul beasts, but to commit suicide. The fireball from the Phoenix Beast will surely burn him to ashes. This is the fire of karma. However, when the flames dissipated, Qianqiu was already standing intact on the stage, emitting bursts of purple light. Sure enough, after practicing the first turn, the defense has reached an astonishing level. This is only the first turn. If all 9 turns can be successfully practiced, what kind of terrifying realm will the body reach? After learning about his physical strength, Qianqiu grinned at the Fengyuan Beast and disappeared from the spot the next second. The Phoenix Beast let out a cry, then spread its wings and flew into the air. Its tail and tentacles suddenly emitted a light, which quickly locked onto Qianqiu's position. The Fengyuan Beast spit out several fireballs in succession, but these posed no threat to Qianqiu, who was too lazy to dodge. After Qianqiu moved several times, he finally reached the range where he could perform magic. Qianqiu gathered his energy and revealed his immortal shadow. A huge blue immortal shadow appeared behind him. At this moment, Qianqiu uncontrollably uttered the words, 9 styles of the Netherworld, Styx Karate, in divine writing. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianqiu Xianying's arms turned purple, and he struck out through the air, and a huge palm print flew towards the Fengyuan Beast at a rapid speed. The Phoenix Beast quickly used its wings to block its body, and at the same time fired many fireballs from the tentacles on its tail, trying to block the attack. However, with this palm strike, the Fengyuan Beast's defense was no match for Qianqiu's attack. It let out a scream, and then died, turning into a ray of light and transforming into soul power that flowed into Qianqiu's body. I haven't seen clearly yet, how did the Phoenix Beast die? I remember my cousin who lives in Kovo City mentioned to me that there was a cultivator wearing a white mask in their Colosseum. When he was in the Void Realm, he killed 2 Void Realm soul beasts. They called him White Shura. Could this be him? Even the elegant man sitting on the stage was surprised by Qianqiu's performance. 9 nether styles, it sounds familiar. Qianqiu on the stage was looking at his own hands in shock. This magical technique that was released without his control actually killed the Phoenix Beast in front of him instantly. However, he quickly realized that this seemed to be closely related to the 9 transformations of the Netherworld. He would definitely take a closer look at the 9 transformations of the Netherworld after returning. Because he killed a soul beast of the same level as himself, Qianqiu got back the fee he paid. The rule in the Colosseum is that if you successfully hunt a soul beast of the same level as yourself, you can be exempted from the fee. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Qianqiu left the Colosseum. He was as careful as ever and only took off his mask after making sure that he was not being followed. Qianqiu brushed the dust off his clothes and walked back to the street. Suddenly, he saw a ragged boy on the side of the road. He looked only about 15 years old. The boy, with blood on his head, squatted on the street begging for alms, but people were indifferent on the busy street. No one gave him a gold coin when he passed by. Qianqiu frowned, walked up to the young man, and took out 200 gold coins from his pocket and gave them to him. The young man suddenly raised his head, looked at Qianqiu with a very passionate gaze, and said in an extremely sincere voice, "Thank you, big brother, you left me an address, and I will definitely pay you back the money. It's just 200 gold coins, not worth mentioning. You still have a wound on your head, I will heal it for you," Qianqiu said, putting his hand on the boy's forehead and using medical magic to heal the wound on his head. The young man was grateful again. Qianqiu smiled and then left. The young man looked at Qianqiu's back intently, and he remembered Qianqiu's appearance. Qianqiu never expected that he had saved a cultivator with extraordinary talent with just an unintentional action, and that this young man also saved his life when Qianqiu was in desperate situation in the future. Zumir spent a day learning all the behaviors in the world of immortal cultivation, and he entered the city from the mountains. He learned that there were many sects in this world, and each sect had their own unique beliefs and cultivation faith. Looking for a large number of believers for the master here, it seems that establishing a sect is the fastest option. Humor named the sect he founded after his master, the Orion Divine Sect. With his divine power, he founded a clan temple in the Hanzang Desert of the Eternal Continent. In the blink of an eye, a huge temple rose up in the Hanzang Desert, and Zumir began to look for the first believer for his master. Mortals, the hunter god is about to descend. Become his believers. After the Lord God descends, only his believers will be spared from death. Standing in front of Zumir were several cultivators who worked as merchants in the Hanzang Desert. They looked at Zumir as if he were an idiot. The leading merchant was a practitioner in the Samsara realm. He could not help but curse, "What kind of idiot are you? Get out of here. Don't block my way. You can't afford to pay me for delaying me for even a second." Humor's expression turned cold instantly, and he said, "Mortal, do you know who you are talking to?" Seeing that Zumir was not moved, the businessman immediately gathered his energy and revealed his immortal image in the realm of reincarnation, ready to release his immortal magic. However, with just a flash of Zumir's eyes, the merchant in the reincarnation realm instantly turned into a pile of ashes. The wind blew him into the air and turned him into sand in the desert. His companions were all shocked. When Zumir's eyes moved slightly, they all saw the black fairy shadow faintly moving behind Zumir. The black immortal shadow is a cultivator at the emperor level. The one standing in front of them is a true emperor. So, do you want to be the Lord's believers? If you don't obey, your fate will be the same as that man just now. Zumir looked at the businessmen again. The remaining few dared not disobey, and immediately knelt in front of Humor. Humor used his magic to transform the image of the hunter god and said, "This is the appearance of the Lord. You will be his believers in the future." After Qianqiu left the Colosseum, the elegant man also walked out. He looked in the direction where Qianqiu left, with a meaningful smile on his face. Sure enough, Uncle Mo suspected that he was the prisoner bird in the arena at the 100 Sects conference. I didn't expect that this guy actually had such an identity. He didn't use Black Howl at the 100 Sects conference that day. I'm afraid he was afraid that we would recognize him. The elegant man tore a wormhole in the sky and used space jump to reach the ruins of the Three Thunder Sect. There are quite a few practitioners here cleaning up the ruins and relics, and they come from various major sects. The elegant man scanned the Three Thunder Sect with his divine sense and found that there was nothing there that he was looking for. Sure enough, that young man not only took away the Three Thunder Sect's badge, but also took away the Three Thunder Sect's treasure. It must have been instigated by the sect emperor. Sect Emperor, you really want the world to be in chaos. Qianqiu returned to the inn alone, quickly took out the Netherworld 9 Transformations art, and began to read it carefully. Soon, Qianqiu found what he was looking for after flipping through a few pages. Hey, I didn't pay attention to these notes when I was looking through them before. It turns out that every time you complete a level of training, not only can you be physically strengthened, but you can also obtain a new divine text and immortal technique. Is there such a good thing? Qianqiu sat cross-legged, then took a deep breath and said to himself, I didn't expect that this 9 styles of the Netherworld, Styx Karate, is so powerful. It killed the Sky Realm Soul Beast in one move. It's incredible. At this time, Qianqiu also attached great importance to the 9 transformations of the Netherworld. Although this Netherworld Overlord body is a top-grade immortal body, apart from its higher quality, it does not have any powerful effects. It is even easy for the body to get out of control during battle. But with the blessing of the Netherworld 9 transformations, the Netherworld Tyrant body has almost become a perverted existence. Not only can it strengthen the body, but every time you practice it you can gain a new magical skill, and the power is incredibly strong. As it was getting dark, Qianqiu began to worry whether he could wait for Chihiro Yagami to come back. The two of them had no agreed place to meet again, so how could they meet again in such a big city? Of course, Qianqiu didn't know the true identity of Chihiro Yagami, and always thought her name was Chihiro, not Chihiro Yagami. Qianqiu had nothing to do, so he sat cross-legged and continued to practice the 9 transformations of the Netherworld. Because this time without the blessing of Emperor Qiyu's herbs, the practice of the technique became very slow again. At the same time, he also began to think about how to obtain the special body training of the Sky Realm and above, or the rare and precious herbs similar to those given to him by Emperor Qiyu. Thinking of this, Qianqiu called out the name of Emperor Qiyu again. Emperor Qiyu still appeared in front of Qianqiu very quickly. Qianqiu couldn't help but ask, why are you so fast every time? I seriously doubt whether you are always monitoring me. Emperor Qiyu laughed loudly and said, little boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How can this be called surveillance? I am protecting you in secret. If it weren't for me, you would have been assassinated countless times. Humph, don't be ungrateful, kid. Being secretly protected by an emperor-level cultivator, who else in the entire Henghu continent can enjoy such treatment? Forget it now. Those who want to get the bounty are just a group of Saint Realm practitioners. Although they are one realm higher than me, my perception is enough to sense them before they attack me. Emperor Qiyu smiled meaningfully. I didn't say that they were those who came for the bounty. Qianqiu was a little confused, but he didn't take it to heart, and then asked, didn't you say that in order to speed up the Netherworld 9 revolutions, we must have a large number of special body-refining bodies in the Sky Realm? In addition to killing practitioners in the Sky Realm, is there any other way to get them? You've asked the right person. Go to the Hanzang Desert, where there is the largest underground black market in the Eternal Continent. As long as you have money, you can buy anything on the black market. Not to mention a body from the Sky Realm, even the body of a Saint Realm expert can be bought. Hanzang Desert? I remember that was the territory of the Demon Sect and Qingyun Pavilion. At the 100 Sects Conference, I used the Demon Sect's magic, and my fellow disciples defeated the people from Qingyun Pavilion. If I go to Hanzang Desert now and get discovered by the people from these two sects, won't I be dead? Qianqiu couldn't help but shudder. Facing the 2nd and 10th sects among the top 10 sects, he still had some concerns. After all, he is not an emperor at the imperial level now. Emperor Qiyu shrugged and replied, the danger and opportunity are proportional. Since you want to cultivate the Netherworld 9 transformations technique as soon as possible, you have to bear the corresponding risks. Ahem, let's discuss this later. Besides that, do you still have the herbs you gave me? If not, where can I pick them? Qianqiu looked embarrassed. If he really went to the Hanzang Desert, he would be surrounded by enemies on all sides. The herbs I gave you were all picked in Starry Night. The entrance to Starry Night is in an extremely cold place. With your current speed of walking, it is impossible to reach it in a short time. So, if you want herbs, you still have to go to the underground black market in Hanzang Desert. Qianqiu smiled bitterly. So I have to go to this Hanzhou Desert? If not? Qianqiu sighed, nodded to Emperor Qiyu, and then took out the map of the Eternal Continent. The Hanzang Desert is not far from Jinhan City. If you don't stop on the way, you can reach it in about 4 days. Just after Qianqiu made the decision, Emperor Qiyu had not left yet, and Qianqiu looked at him in confusion. Why, do you have anything else to say? Emperor Qiyu nodded, and then said in a low voice, the Hanzang Desert has been uneasy recently. There are too many gods watching over it. You'd better be careful when you go there. In the sect world, the sect emperor slaughtered most of the cultivators who joined the Zhuxian Palace in order to improve the cultivation level of the black-masked boy. As the black-masked boy roared, his immortal shadow gradually changed from crimson to black. He. It seems like you will be able to break through to the Emperor realm soon. Have you thought of your Emperor name? The sect Emperor smiled with satisfaction. The black young man said calmly, as a shadow, you must have the awareness of being a shadow, so the Emperor's name should be the Shadow Emperor. Qianqiu stayed up all night again, practicing the 9 transformations of the netherworld all night long. Early the next morning, he decided not to wait for Chihiro Yagami anymore and prepared to head to the Hanzhou Desert. Before leaving, Qianqiu finally planned to go back to the place where he and Chihiro Yagami said goodbye to take one more look. Maybe she was waiting there. When they arrived at the place, there were only a few vendors setting up stalls and passers-by, but Chihiro Yagami was nowhere to be seen. Forget it. Taking her with me to the Hanzhou Desert would only cause more concerns. Maybe she doesn't want to travel with me anymore, so she made up this excuse on purpose. Qianqiu said this to himself, then prepared to leave Jinhan City with Heixiao on his back. At this moment, Qianqiu's eyes were suddenly covered by someone, and a body fragrance that only belonged to a young girl came with it. Guess who I am? This childish but cute behavior made Qianqiu, who was already a little disappointed, tremble suddenly, and then deliberately asked, "Is it Xiaoyu?" Sure enough, the smile on Yishan Qianqiu's face, who was standing behind her, froze instantly, and her voice suddenly became cold. Who is Xiaoyu? Yagami Chihiro's hand dropped from Qianqiu's face. Qianqiu turned around and saw Yagami Chihiro with a cold face. He knew that his plan had succeeded, but he still pretended to be surprised. "Oh, Chihiro, it's you, I thought it was." "What did you think it was?" Chihiro Yagami crossed her arms across her chest and looked at him with half-closed eyes. Qianqiu suddenly felt that he seemed to have gone too far in joking. I quickly explained, "Okay, I was just kidding you, don't mind. Where have you been all day? You didn't agree on a place with me. Fortunately, I was smart enough to wait for you at the place where we separated." Unexpectedly, Yagami Chihiro insisted, "Don't change the subject." "Who is Xiaoyu?" "No one, I just said it casually, just to tease you, I swear." Seeing Qianqiu's sincere look, Yagami Qianqiuan finally withdrew her suspicious gaze, then brushed her silver hair back and said, "Humph, you didn't even think of agreeing to meet me at a place, and you're blaming me? You didn't say anything, so why is it all my fault?" "I don't care. Girls should be reserved. I won't say anything unless you ask me." Qianqiu had no idea what to do with this willful and cute girl. He smiled helplessly and then said, "I'm going to the Hanzhou Desert next. Are you sure you want to come with me? Why not together? The Hanzhong Desert is quite dangerous. I offended the Demon Sect and Qingyun Pavilion during the 100 Sects conference. Both sects are there. I'm afraid that when they attack me, you will be implicated as well. Yagami Chihiro looked at Chinchou with a smile. After a long while, she shook her head and said, "It's okay. Let's go together. I'm not as weak as you think." Chinchou wanted to say something, but several powerful saints came flying in the sky not far away. Chinchou was afraid that they would recognize him, so he quickly pulled Yishin Qinchuan and hid himself and rushed out of Jinhan City. To get to the Hanzang Desert from Jinhan City, one needs to cross 2 mountains and a forest. Chinchou originally thought that there were not many people here and planned to fly on his sword, but Yishin Qinchuan told him that there would be many experienced practitioners in such mountains, so it would be best not to be too conspicuous. In the end, Chinchou had no choice but to compromise with Chihiro Yagami's proposal to walk. The scenery of these 2 mountains was very beautiful, which aroused Chihiro Yagami's playful heart. The 2 of them hurried on their way while sightseeing in the mountains and rivers, so that the journey that was originally only 2 or 3 days took nearly a week to complete. "Chihiro, we've been walking in this mountain for almost a week. Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Chinchou couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Chihiro Yagami, who was still squatting by the river watching the little fish in the river. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's so hard to get here." During these 6 days, they traveled for half the day and rested in nearby caves at night. In order to prevent experienced practitioners from passing by, Chinchou had been sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, practicing the 9 transformations of the netherworld. This not only made up for the fatigue from not sleeping, but also ensured the safety of Yishin Qinchuan. Chinchou didn't know that every time he practiced with his back to Yagami Chihiro, the girl behind him was secretly laughing. Finally, the 2 of them climbed over the 2 mountains. After 6 days of training, Chinchou's first turn of the 9 netherworld transformations was about to reach its peak. "I am only a little bit away from completely mastering the first turn, and I can practice the second turn soon." After coming out of the forest, a golden desert came into view. This was the largest and most mysterious desert in the Eternal Continent, the Hanzang Desert. Why do I feel that there is an indescribable power contained in this Hanzang Desert? Is it my illusion? After seeing the Hanzang Desert, Chinchou always felt that there was some mysterious power in it that attracted him. Hearing Chinchou's mumbling, Yishin Qinchuan explained, "This is certain. As long as the cultivators have reached the Samsara realm or above, they can feel the breath from the gods in this desert. The Hanzang Desert is the place where the last god in the world of cultivation appeared. His spirit is scattered everywhere here." After the 2 entered the Hanzhou Desert, Chinchou discovered that although it was a desert, there were obviously more people here than in the previous 2 cities. Why are there more people in the desert than in the city? Chinchou was a little confused. He found that there were many buildings in the desert, and there were also many merchants setting up stalls on the roadside. The trade in the Hanzang Desert is very developed. It has the largest underground black market in the Eternal Continent, and there are also many rare resources, so many people like to gather here. Otherwise, why do you think the Demon Sect and Qingyun Pavilion chose this place as their permanent residence? Yagami Chihiro rolled his eyes at Chinchou and said speechlessly, "How come you don't know anything? It's as if you are not from this world." Chinchou raised his eyebrows, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, and he said hurriedly, "Ahem, I rarely know these things. Now that I'm out, I'm learning. TSK. By the way, you haven't told me why you came to the Hanzhou Desert." "I need to go to the underground black market to buy some things. I need to make some money first. The money I have now is not enough." Chinchou planned to repeat his old trick and use all his soul power to write a book of immortal arts. There must be an auction house in this huge Hanzang Desert. He also planned to enter the Void Star Realm to capture a few soul beasts and sell them. He estimated that a special body of the Sky Realm would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 eternal ancient coins. Just then, an old man walked up to Chinchou and Yagami Chihiro. The old man smiled at the 2 of them and said, "Little friend, do you want to join our Orion divine sect? The Lord will descend soon. Becoming his believers will save you from death and follow him into the new world. Hunter God sect? What the hell? Qianqiu was a little confused. What kind of sect was this? Yishun Qianqiuan was also confused. She looked at the old man in front of her and said, "Grandpa, are you kidding? There hasn't been a god in the world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years. How could there be a god descending again?" God appears is used to describe the birth of a god, while God descends is used to describe the arrival of a god in a certain place. The old man smiled and continued, "The Lord does not belong to this world, but he will descend here." At this time, Qianqiu and Yagami Qianqiuan also reacted. The old man was not talking about the real god of this world at all, but a god from outside the world of immortal cultivation. The outer gods descended upon the world of immortal cultivation. Isn't this a natural disaster? I'm sorry, we already have our own sect. We're sorry that we can't join your Orion sect. Without waiting for Qianqiu to speak, Yishun Qianqiuan rejected the old man's invitation on behalf of the two of them. The old man just nodded indifferently, then disappeared from their sight. Qianqiu looked at Yagami Qianqiuan in confusion and couldn't help asking, how could anyone believe in the evil god during a natural disaster? I have no idea. Chihiro Yagami also looked at the old man who was leaving with some confusion. She had never heard of the Orion sect, but she felt a strange energy from the old man just now. After entering the Hanzhou desert, there were many vendors selling things on the road, as well as many local delicacies. Chihiro Yagami pestered Qianqiu to buy some for her, and Qianqiu had no choice but to agree to Chihiro Yagami's request. Who asked her to give him a top-grade soul-restoring pill? This amount of money is not even 1/10 of the value of the soul-restoring pill. After finding a place to rest, Qianqiu calmed down and used his soul power to write 100 Demons Roar into a book of immortal arts. Although this magical spell belonged to the demon sect, and probably no cultivator outside the demon sect would dare to use it without authorization, Qianqiu was also aware that there probably wasn't such a spell book on the market. Even if someone wanted to use it, they wouldn't be able to. It would be better for him to write it down and sell it on the underground black market. Anyway, identities are strictly confidential in the underground black market, and no one can find out his real identity. Then, Qianqiu said to Yagami Qianqiuan who was eating nearby, "You can play around by yourself for a while, and wait for me here in 3 hours. Oh, where are you going then? Void Star Realm, capture a few soul beasts and bring them back. I want to sell them." Hearing the words, Void Star Realm, Yishun Qianqiuan pretended to be surprised and then said, "Wow, you can open the Void Gate when you are only in the Sky Realm?" Qianqiu coughed lightly and said modestly, "Keep a low profile, actually I was able to open the Void Gate when I was in the Void Realm. Please take me into play too. I have never been to the Void Star Realm." Yishun Qianqiuan's eager look made Qianqiu a little embarrassed. He had captured several black gold apes before, offended the Black Gold Ape clan leader, and nearly died when he entered the Void Star Realm last time. If he met the Black Gold Ape clan leader again this time, I'm afraid Yishun Qianqiuan would also be buried with him. Qianqiu rejected her sternly, but couldn't resist Chihiro Yagami's coquettishness and finally compromised again. But Qianqiu warned, "After you go in, you are not allowed to run around. You must follow me closely and listen to my instructions. Otherwise, if something happens, I may not be able to protect you. Receive." Seeing that Yagami Chihiro wanted to make a promise herself, Qianqiu took her to a sparsely populated place, and then recited the sacred text to open the door to the void. A moment later, the gate of the void was opened in the sky, and Qianqiu pulled up Yagami Qianqiuan and entered the Void Star world. Kobe, who was hiding in the dark, was just about to set off to enter the Void Star realm with the two of them, but he saw his eldest lady frowning at him. Kobe had no choice but to not follow in and just waited for the two to come out. After entering the Void Star Realm, Chinchou directly gathered and revealed his immortal shadow, and always looked around vigilantly to prevent the Black Gold Ape Chief from suddenly appearing. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, there was no unusual movement. Chinchou and Yagami Chinchuan floated in the fog of war, and soon they encountered 5 three-headed wolves. 2 of them were in the Sky Realm, and the remaining 3 were only in the Void Realm. Chinchou did not feel too much pressure facing these 5 soul beasts. But Chinchou is now facing a very tricky problem. His most powerful magic skill at present is the 9 styles of the Netherworld, Styx Karate, which is enough to kill a soul beast of the Sky Realm in seconds with one strike. But his purpose was to capture, not to hunt, so he could only consider using other magic. However, other magic might not be able to subdue the 5 three-headed wolves at the same time, so this was a very embarrassing problem. Chihiro, how strong are you? Chinchou asked tentatively. Yagami Chihiro blinked and said with a smile, "Why, you can't beat them?" "Ahem, that's not the case. I'm afraid I won't be able to sell them if I kill them all at once. I think since you are in the Void Realm, your strength should be pretty good. Use your magic to assist me." Yagami Chihiro smiled meaningfully and blinked at Chinchou. "What good will it bring me if I help you?" Chinchou was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "I'll give you half of the money after I sell it." "I don't want money, just promise me one thing." "What's the matter?" Yishin Chinchuan gathered his energy and revealed his celestial figure, then turned to Chinchou and said, "I haven't thought about it yet, so I'll owe it to you for now. I'll tell you when I think of it later." Seeing that Yagami Chihiro had already flown towards the 5 three-headed wolves, Chinchou did not dare to delay any longer and followed closely behind Yagami Chihiro. The 5 three-headed wolves noticed the 2 people approaching, and they quickly gathered together, showing their sharp fangs and looking at Chinchou viciously. However, when they sensed the presence of Chihiro Yagami beside them, their ferocious aura suddenly weakened, fear appeared in their eyes, and they even had the urge to turn around and run away. Curse! Yagami Chinchuan was the first to launch the magic. A golden circular formation appeared under the bodies of the 5 three-headed wolves, instantly imprisoning them. Chinchou seized the opportunity to recite the sacred text. 100 demons roar. A huge roar was heard, and 3 three-headed wolves from the Void Realm fainted directly. However, the remaining 2 three-headed wolves from the Sky Realm were not affected at all, and their bodies gradually became transparent, as they prepared to escape from here. Chinchou's eyes narrowed, thinking something was wrong. When he was about to release his magic again, the 2 three-headed wolves suddenly crawled on the ground and didn't move. This made Chinchou confused instantly. He hadn't used any skills yet, so were they scared? Chinchou didn't see that the shadow of Yagami Chinchuan behind him had changed. The 3 wolves only took one look and immediately lay dormant. Hey, it was so easy to catch 2 high-level spirit beasts. Isn't this a bit too easy to make money? After Chinchou put the 5 three-headed wolves into the Chinchuan bag, he still felt a little incredible. The 2 three-headed wolves in the Firmament Realm were clearly about to run away just now. Their speed was surprisingly fast, and even if Chinchou noticed it first, he might not be able to catch them. But they suddenly fainted, which puzzled him. Chihiro Yagami smiled and said, "Hee, this is not because of my contribution. It's really all thanks to you this time. I didn't expect that your magic is quite powerful. It's obviously only in the Void Realm, but it can actually trap the soul beast in the Sky Realm. Even I don't have too strong controlling magic." This is not Chinchou's deliberate praise of Yagami Chihiro, this is his heartfelt admiration. And he also decided to apply the magic learned by Yagami Chihiro and display it at his level, and the effect would be even more significant. After successfully hunting 3 wolves, Chinchou quickly left the place with Yagami Chinchuan. He was afraid that if he stayed here too long, the Black Gold Ape chief would smell his scent and rush over. In fact, as early as when Qianqiu just arrived in the Void Star Realm, the Black Gold Ape chieftain had already smelled Qianqiu's breath. But he also smelled the scent of Yagami Chihiro, which frightened him so much that he dared not come over, and could only observe in secret with resentment. He was waiting for Yagami Chihiro to leave Qianqiu, and then he would attack Qianqiu immediately. Let's go. It's quite dangerous in the Void Star Realm. I'm a little worried about taking you with me, Qianqiu said to Yagami Chihiro beside him. Yagami Chihiro pouted in dissatisfaction and complained, "Didn't you see it just now? I am still quite strong. Do I have to be in such a hurry to get out?" Qianqiu was stunned for a moment, but finally took her to stay in the Void Star Realm for another half an hour. This time, while traveling with Yagami Chihiro in the Void Star World, Qianqiu also saw more kinds of soul beasts. Most of these soul beasts were very large, and there were countless soul beasts that had reached the Saint Realm. However, as long as the cultivators did not actively attack them, these soul beasts would not rashly attack the cultivators. In addition, it was also the first time that Qianqiu saw other cultivators in the Void Star Realm. Most of them were led by several Saint Realm powerhouses and Sky Realm cultivators. Occasionally, you would see several teams of cultivators capturing soul beasts. Those who capture soul beasts are usually from various sects and the Colosseum. The capture team must have at least 3 Saint Realm experts, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with any accidents that occur during the capture process. After listening to Chihiro Yagami's explanation, Qianqiu realized how bold she was. When he was still in the Void Realm, he actually dared to enter the Void Star Realm alone and launched an attack on the Black Gold Ape clan. In the eyes of other practitioners, this was an act of seeking death. Qianqiu looked embarrassed. He said, "I am only at the Sky Realm, but you dared to come in with me. You are quite courageous." "Hehe, although you are only at the Sky Realm, I never thought that your strength could only reach the Sky Realm. I can see that you have studied the divine texts very deeply. Why don't you tell me how you can recognize so many divine texts?" Chihiro Yagami blinked her big watery eyes, looking harmless, and Qianqiu was unable to refuse for a moment. He actually wanted to teach Chihiro Yagami the skills to recognize the divine text, but the most important point is that he has mastered it without any skills, purely relying on his love for Chinese. Well, this thing depends on talent, there is really no need for any skills. You stingy guy, if you don't want to teach me, then don't teach me. Why are you making so many excuses? Yagami Chihiro said this, but she had already made up her mind in her heart that as long as she spent more time with Qianqiu, he would definitely let down his guard, and then it would be easy to learn from him the secret of how to master the divine text. Just as Qianqiu was about to leave the Void Star Realm with Yagami Qianqiuan, he heard a dragon's roar. Looking up, he found a huge blue dragon flying in the sky. That dragon was twice as big as the star dragon of Patriarch Su Kun, but Qianqiu could faintly see the color of the Holy Realm Fairy's shadow on it. In the Void Star World, is the star dragon the most powerful existence? Qianqiu asked Yagami Chihiro. Basically, yes. Moreover, the Star Realm Dragon has been in the Sky Realm since its birth. There are many Star Realm Dragons that have reached the Quasi-Emperor Realm in the Void Star Realm. You are not trying to attract their attention, are you? I have made such an attempt, but with my current strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to capture it. My master once had a Star Dragon, but unfortunately he has passed away. At this point, Qianqiu suddenly remembered that Emperor Qiyu told him that the 3 ancestors used all their strength to send sect leader Qi Xiaoya into the Void Star Realm before the explosion. So is she still in the Void Star Realm? Qianqiu made up her mind that after she mastered the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns art, she would enter the Void Star Realm to look for Qi Xiaoya. With her strength as the sect leader, she would not encounter any danger in the Void Star Realm for the time being. Taitsong Mountain, where the Holy Land of Medicine sect is located. Mu Yu reported to his father, the leader of Medicine sect, the news that Chongqing Bell and Qianqiu had merged into one, and the leader was shocked. Who on earth is this young man named Qianqiu? He can actually merge with the ancient divine weapon. No wonder the Seven-Star Sect has issued a warrant to hunt him down. He is indeed the one who took the Eternal Life Bell and wanted to destroy the sect. Mu Yu explained, Father, Qianqiu had already merged with the Chongqing Bell before the Yongheng sect's incident. I think there is something fishy about the Yongheng sect. Qianqiu has no reason to kill the three ancestors. The leader of Medicine sect is a reasonable person. After thinking for a moment, he said, you should have a good relationship with Qianqiu, right? Try to find him. Since he can merge with the Longevity Bell, he must be able to use it. This just solves my problem of not being able to find a way to use the Longevity Bell. Bring him to Medicine sect. He can make any conditions he wants. As long as he can use the power of the Longevity Bell to help me, I will only be one step away from entering the domination realm. I understand, Father. Mu Yu left Yaozong. She didn't know where Qianqiu was now, so she could only rely on her intuition to find him. At the same time, the young man with a black mask also came out of the gate. He was looking for an opportunity before he became an emperor. It turns out that wearing a mask for a long time is very uncomfortable. It's really hard to live as a shadow. He took off the mask on his face, and was not at all surprised by Qianqiu's appearance. Then he blended into the mixed crowd and slowly headed towards the desert, thinking of Hanzhou. He had a hunch that he could find his chance to become an emperor there. Just at this moment, Mu Yu was flying her sword towards the Hanzhong desert. She saw a familiar figure among a group of merchants below, and she immediately went down to the ground. Mu Yu saw his back clearly and confirmed that it was Qianqiu. She was very surprised and said, Qianqiu, it really is you. The black-masked boy turned around in surprise. When he saw that it was Mu Yu, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He then put away his slightly gloomy expression and pretended to be surprised. Xiaoyu? Mu Yu had not yet discovered that the Qianqiu in front of her was different from the previous one. In addition to the surprise in her heart, she was also curious about the Yongheng sect's incident. It was already evening when Qianqiu and Yagami Chihiro came out of the Void Star realm. They then went to one of the Colosseums in the Hanzhou desert. When Qianqiu released the 5 three-headed wolves from the Qianquan bag, the staff who were collecting the soul beasts in the Colosseum were a little surprised. The 3-headed wolf that has reached the sky realm is extremely fast, and few practitioners outside the 10 major sects can catch it. This person asked Qianqiu, may I ask if you are a hunter? Hunter? What's that? I'm not one. Qianqiu didn't quite understand what this person said. Yagami Chihiro, who was standing by, lowered her voice and said, hunters are cultivators who turn around and hunt soul beasts. They usually act alone. The Colosseum likes to deal with hunters and is willing to offer a higher price to buy back the soul beasts in their hands. When Qianqiu heard this, he quickly changed his words. Oh, hunter, I don't know I was called that. When the man heard this, he was overjoyed and said, since you are a hunter, the price of these 5 three-headed wolves will be based on the hunter's expert price. The total is 230,000 eternal coins. Wait a moment and I will get them for you. Soon, 2 people came back with a big box full of golden eternal coins. Qianqiu put them in his pocket and tried to leave but was stopped again. Sir, since you are a hunter, are you interested in joining the hunter group of our Colosseum? As long as you come to our Colosseum in the future, hunting soul beasts is all free. However, you need to provide the Colosseum with more than 2 soul beasts every month. Any level is fine. If you reach the Void Realm or above, we will pay the corresponding compensation. Chiaki looked at Chihiro Yagami, trying to ask her if this was possible. Chihiro Yagami nodded to him, and Chinchou immediately agreed. Then the people in the Colosseum gave him a nameplate, which symbolized that Chinchou would belong to the Colosseum Hunter Group in the future. After the two left, Chinchou couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that after becoming a hunter in the Colosseum, I would get such a bargain. It's really great. Although the treatment is good, you also need to provide the Colosseum with more than 2 soul beasts every month. If you stop supplying, you will be blacklisted by the Colosseum. And if you meet other hunters from the same hunter group in the Void Star Realm, you will be hunted down. Yagami Chihiro added lightly. Chinchou shrugged. They were just 2 soul beasts. There was no requirement for their cultivation level. They could be caught easily. Chinchou counted the eternal coins on him. He had previously earned 130,000 eternal coins from the sale of the Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud Fairy Art Book. Adding the 230,000 he had just earned from selling the Soul Beast, he now had a total of 360,000 eternal coins. With so much money, it shouldn't be a problem to buy 2 bodies, right? Once I sell the copy of The Roar of 100 Demons on the black market, I might be able to earn enough to buy another body. Chinchou felt very happy when he thought about it. He was one step closer to mastering the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns. At the same time, Mu Yu and Chinchou, whom she met, arrived at the Hanzang Desert. The two stood at the border of the Hanzang Desert and felt a strange breath at the same time. Chinchou, since the incident with Yongheng sect was not done by you, there are people everywhere who want to capture you and claim the bounty. Why don't you come with me to join Yao sect? I know people there. Mu Yu chose to hide his identity from Chinchou. Ingzi Chinchou smiled and said calmly, "It's not the right time yet. I need to look for something in the Hanzang Desert. I will consider this matter after I find it." "Okay, then I'll look for it with you." Emperor Qiyu felt his own aura on Ingzi Chinchou. He used his divine sense to track the locations of Ingzi Chinchou and Mu Yu, and was then shocked by Chinchou's current level of cultivation. I didn't expect that his shadow has already entered the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Now he only needs an opportunity to be promoted to Emperor. What a terrifying talent. But why is this little girl by his side? Did he recognize the wrong person? This is going to be interesting. Emperor Qiyu did not choose to tell him about the escape of Chinchou's clone. He always felt that this was a very interesting thing. At this moment, the elegant man carrying 3 swords also arrived at the Hanzang Desert. He stood with his hands behind his back, and then went to the underground black market in the Hanzang Desert. Before they knew it, several people who were connected appeared in the Hanzang Desert. The leader of the demon sect sensed several familiar auras. He squinted his eyes and said to the left protector, "Several distinguished guests have come to the Hanzang Desert, including the kid wanted by the 7-star sect." The left protector said, "Master, I seem to still sense the aura of the person that the sect emperor protected at the last 100 sects conference. This king has also felt it. Don't act rashly. Recently, send more people to monitor the underground black market. It is not common for several emperors to come to the Hanzang Desert at the same time." The left protector nodded, then disappeared into the demon sect. Chinchou and Chihiro Yagami stayed in a hotel in the Hanzhou Desert for one night, and then they rushed to the underground black market. "When we get to the underground black market, you must follow me closely. There must be a lot of high-level practitioners in there, maybe even an emperor at the king level." Chinchou once again instructed Yishin Chinchuan beside him, fearing that she might encounter some danger in there. Yagami Chihiro nodded impatiently, I know, you act like a father, please stop treating me like a child, okay?" "Ahem, alright." Chinchou's true feelings were exposed at once. He had indeed always taken care of Chihiro Yagami as if she were his own sister in the original world. They were very similar, but Chihiro Yagami was more sentimental. Soon, the two came to the entrance of the underground black market. The practitioners at the door gave them orc helmets. Here, no one's identity could be revealed. Once your identity is exposed in the underground black market, it is a very dangerous thing. As Qianqiu and Yagami Chihiro entered, Mu Yu and Ingzi Qianqiu happened to arrive at the door, and Ingzi Qianqiu immediately sensed Qianqiu's presence. Oh. He's in here too. This is getting interesting. Although this place is called the underground black market, the decoration here is very luxurious and the space is surprisingly large. Qianqiu was very surprised by the magnificent appearance. It was like the palace of the Yishan royal family, except that the things here were not made of gold. This place is too luxurious. It's a bit inappropriate to call such a luxurious place an underground black market. I thought the underground black market was a very simple place. It really refreshed my three views. It's called the underground black market because the things sold here are not from legitimate channels, or the sellers don't want to reveal their identities, so it's called the black market. Chihiro, Yagami and Chiaki were walking in the hall. There were quite a few people there. In addition to those selling things, there was also a large arena where practitioners could try out the items they had just bought. Qianqiu found a place to consign things. Here, you just need to fill in the information of the things you want to sell and write down the price you want to sell the items, and then it will be uploaded to the information database of the underground black market. As long as the items are sold, they can get 98% of the amount, and the rest will be used as agency fees for the underground black market. After uploading the Book of Immortal Arts, The Roar of 100 Demons, Qianqiu planned to sell it for 80,000 eternal coins. After all, The Roar of 100 Demons was not an immortal art he created, and it would not be a good thing if the price was too high and attracted the attention of the demon sect. Left Guardian, someone has consigned a copy of the Immortal Technique book, The Roar of 100 Demons, for sale backstage. Isn't this the exclusive immortal technique of your sect? In the background, the staff discovered that such an item had been uploaded to the database and reported it directly to the left protector of the demon sect who happened to be there. The left protector narrowed his eyes and said, "Someone actually dared to sell the immortal art book, The Roar of 100 Demons. This shows that he doesn't take our demon sect seriously. Keep an eye on this person. I want to see who he is." After consigning the magic book, 100 Demons Roar, for sale, Qianqiu brought Yagami Chihiro to the place where bodies were sold. There are many bodies of Tsankong realm practitioners in the black market. The cheapest one is an ordinary Tsankong realm body without any blessing, which is useless to Qianqiu. What he needed was a body that had reached the sky realm of an immortal body with a physical fitness level of 1 million. The worst was a low-grade sky realm body of an immortal body, which cost 200,000 eternal coins. So expensive. A low-grade immortal body in the sky realm costs 200,000 eternal coins. Wouldn't a higher grade one cost 500,000 or 600,000 eternal coins? Qianqiu was stunned by the price of the body. He originally thought that he could buy 3 or 4 bodies with the money he had, but in the end, the money he had was only enough to buy 1 body at most. This really is an underground black market, it's too dark. Qianqiu was a little desperate. He spent so much time and effort to earn more than 300,000 eternal coins, but now he has to spend it all just to buy a body in the sky realm. Chihiro Yagami glanced at Qianqiu and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to buy a body in the sky realm?" "I need to use one of the exercises I practice. I didn't expect a body to be so expensive. I made a mistake. Sigh, if I have a chance, it's better to find it myself. How can I buy so many bodies with so much money?" Qianqiu cried sadly, and finally spent 320,000 ancient coins to buy a mid-grade immortal body in the firmament realm. The higher the level of the immortal body, the more significant the blessing will be after being absorbed. After obtaining the immortal body, Qianqiu walked around the area where medicinal herbs were sold. In one of the stalls, he saw one of the medicinal herbs that Emperor Siqiu had given him previously. Boss, how much does this herb cost? Qianqiu picked up one of the herbs and asked the price. The herb seller raised his head lazily and said casually, 150,000 ancient coins. Qianqiu was shocked once again. Such a medicinal herb actually cost 150,000 eternal coins. Before, Emperor Qiyu gave him more than a dozen herbs at once without even blinking an eye. Those herbs added up to at least more than 2 million eternal coins. He didn't expect that these herbs were so valuable. This is not surprising. After all, they only grow in this special alien world, Starry Night, and the entrance to Starry Night is in an extremely cold place. Picking and transporting them from there to the Eternal Continent is an extremely physically and mentally exhausting and time-consuming task. Qianqiu suddenly wanted to go to the extremely cold place. If he could stay in this strange world of Xingye for some time, the medicinal herbs here would be inexhaustible. If one practices the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique in such an environment, he would probably be able to practice it to several revolutions very quickly. At this time, Qianqiu had noticed that he would find a way to enter the Starry Night after leaving the Hanzang Desert. As for the Temple of the Gods, there was no need to rush there. It was particularly important to practice the last few turns of the 9 turns of the Netherworld. Besides, there is no wanted order for him in the extremely cold land, so he doesn't have to worry about being arrested if he goes there. Thinking of this, Qianqiu immediately said to Yagami Qianxuan beside him, Qianxuan, how can we get to the extremely cold land? You're going to a very cold place? Yes, isn't the entrance to Starry Night over there? I want to go inside Starry Night. Yishan Qianxuan looked at Qianqiu with a complicated expression and said, your cultivation level is not very useful in the extremely cold land. The practitioners in the extremely cold land focus on cultivating their soul power level. If your soul power level is too low, I advise you not to go to that place. Qianqiu nodded. He did not think that his soul power level was low. He had reached the middle stage of the fiery soul, which was considered to be a medium level of soul power. Afterwards, Qianqiu planned to leave the underground black market with Yagami Chihiro. Although there were many good things here, he no longer had enough eternal coins to buy them. The most urgent task is to go back and absorb this low-grade immortal body, and then start practicing the second turn of the 9 turns of the Netherworld. At this moment, 3 disciples of the demon sect appeared beside Qianqiu and blocked the way of Qianqiu and Yishan Qianxuan. You are the one who consigned the magical book, 100 Demons Roar, right? The leader asked Qianqiu. Qianqiu frowned. The 3 people in front of him were all wearing helmets that concealed their identities just like him. How had his identity as the consigner of the Book of 100 Demons Roaring Immortal Arts been discovered? Suddenly, Qianqiu realized that something was wrong. The 3 people in front of him were most likely from the demon sect. It's not me, you got the wrong person. Qianqiu said calmly. The 3 disciples of the demon sect were stunned for a moment. This was the information given to them by the left protector. How could it be wrong? Could it be that the left protector made a mistake? Just as the 3 demon sect disciples were stunned, Qianqiu grabbed Yishan Qianxuan's shoulders and disappeared on the spot in an instant. The 3 demon sect disciples reacted immediately, and after cursing inwardly, the leader said, hurry up and chase them. If we let them get away, the left protector will kill us. Qianqiu and Yagami Qianxuan have now appeared outside the underground black market. He realized that he had been targeted by the demon sect and had to leave the Hanzhou Desert immediately. Oh no, they're chasing us. Before Qianqiu could run far, 3 disciples of the demon sect had already caught up with him, and then they revealed blue fairy shadows. All 3 of them were cultivators of the Zhangqiong realm. You are such a bold traitor. You secretly learned the magic arts of our sect and even published them in a book to sell on the underground black market. On behalf of our great demon sect, I will get rid of you." The leader of the demon sect disciples who caught up with them spoke to Qinqiu. Qinqiu took off the helmet that concealed his identity and squinted his eyes and said, "You are indeed from the demon sect. If you don't let me sell it, then I won't sell it. Why do you have to hunt me down?" The leading demon sect disciple said angrily, "How can you sell it whenever you want and take it back whenever you want? If you offend the demon sect, you will die." "Really? You three can't do anything to me." Qinqiu's eyes narrowed. Since he had admitted defeat and these three people still refused to give up, it would be impossible to reconcile with them. In this case, then let's fight. Anyway, the reputation of the demon sect has never been very good in the Eternal Continent. There are many rumors that the demon sect uses human blood as its essence, and in order for every disciple of their sect to possess a special immortal body, they have to kill many practitioners in the sky realm every year. This is used to refine the immortal bodies for the new practitioners who join the demon sect. Such cruel means and methods had long caused dissatisfaction among many practitioners and sects in the Eternal Continent. However, because the demon sect was the second-ranked sect, they dared not speak out. What a big tone. The three of us are all sky realm cultivators, and all of us possess mid-grade immortal bodies. Even a Saint Realm expert would have to think twice before dealing with the three of us. As soon as the leading disciple of the demon sect finished speaking, he rushed towards Qinqiu in the sky. "Chihiro, you retreat to a safe place first, and leave these three people to me." Qinqiu protected Chihiro Yagami behind him. Chihiro Yagami nodded obediently, not intending to interfere with Chiaki's battle. Qinqiu also revealed his celestial figure, and then laughed wildly, "You came just in time. I can't afford a celestial body of the sky realm, and you three came to me on your own accord, so I won't be polite." The three disciples of the demon sect formed a triangular formation and trapped Qinqiu in the middle. They stood at the three corners and launched magic at the same time. 100 demons roar. The three launched their attacks simultaneously, and Qinqiu immediately used a defensive magic technique, followed by chanting a divine text. All things are attracted by the sky. In an instant, a crack appeared in the sky, and originally only dozens of meteorites fell from it. But now Qinqiu has reached the sky realm, and his immortal arts have been greatly improved along with his realm, and hundreds of large and small meteorites fell from the sky. Seeing such a huge group of meteorites, the three were shocked, and then used magic to destroy these meteorites. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinqiu rushed out of the encirclement of three people, and then took out He Shao. There was also a black sword in his immortal shadow hand, and then he said, "Flying Thunder Control Art." A sword shadow slashed down and hit one of the demon sect disciples, but their special immortal bodies did not suffer serious injuries due to this move. Qinqiu was surprised and said to himself, "I didn't expect that a mid-level immortal body would have such amazing defensive power. It seems that I underestimated these people." The three of them had already smashed all the meteorites in the meteorite group, and then the leading disciple released the magic again, 100 demons slash. His immortal shadow turned into an extremely ugly appearance, his hands turned into a magic sword, and the huge immortal shadow slashed straight towards Qinqiu. Ice Age. Many ice beads appeared around Qinqiu, trying to freeze the man's shadow, but it only slowed down his attack speed and could not freeze his entire shadow. At this moment Qinqiu's eyes focused, he no longer looked down upon the three disciples of the demon sect in front of him. He took a few steps back and the speed of performing his magic increased a bit. Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud. Several red fire clouds appeared in the sky, and 3 fireballs flew out from the fire clouds and hit the 3 people respectively. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinqiu released another magic, 9 Styles of the Netherworld, Styx Karate. As Qinqiu finished his words, his immortal arms turned purple, and a huge purple palm print flew towards the three people from the demon sect. In order to defeat them completely with this move, Qianqiu released the control skills he had just learned from Chihiro Yagami. Curse! A huge array of light appeared under the feet of the three people. Their bodies became stiff. They wanted to cast defensive magic to avoid Qianqiu's two attacks, but their bodies were soon unable to move. They could only watch as the magic hit them. Ah! The three of them screamed as the huge palm prints hit them hard. The three of them flew out instantly, and the extra muscles on their bodies exploded into a blood mist, and many blood vessels were ruptured. Qianqiu flew in the air, looking at the three people who were seriously injured on the ground, and sneered, "I will take the bodies of the three of you." He held the black roar in his hand, ready to go down and deal a fatal blow to the three people, but unexpectedly, the bodies of the three people began to mutate at the same time, growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their bodies gradually became twisted and ugly, and after a few seconds, the three of them turned into three huge and ugly monsters. Qianqiu was startled and stepped back quickly. He remembered that Xiao Shun of the demon sect had used this magic at the 100 Sects conference. It seemed to be called transforming the demon into a saint. It would make the caster's ability become extremely powerful in a short period of time. However, Qianqiu was still a step too slow. One of the demonized disciples grabbed one of his legs with his demonic hand and then threw him heavily to the ground. Qianqiu got up from the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice, "You have some strength, you pissed me off." Qianqiu inserted Heixiao into the ground, then jumped into the air and released the Netherworld 9 styles, Styx Karate once again. The difference is that Qianqiu used more than half of his soul power this time, and concentrated half of his soul power in this palm. This palm strike landed on the three demonized disciples of the demon sect. They were unable to withstand the palm strike and instantly fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Qianqiu also jumped down from the air, looking at the three people who were unable to fight anymore and gasping for breath. "I didn't expect that the three of them could be this strong. It's really a bit difficult to fight against 3 Sky Realm cultivators at the same time." However, Qianqiu did not notice that one of them quietly gathered his energy and performed a magic technique. His hand turned into a magic sword, and he was ready to stab Qianqiu's back with all his strength. Even Yagami Chihiro, who was watching the fight from the side, failed to react. Her expression changed drastically. "Qianqiu, watch out behind you." Before Qianqiu could turn around, the demon sect disciple was only 1 step away from him, and the demon sword was about to pierce Qianqiu's waist. At this critical moment, Qianqiu knew that he could not avoid this attack and his waist would definitely be stabbed. However, the next second, a flash of knife light appeared, and the arm of the demon sect disciple that turned into a demon sword was instantly chopped off and fell from the air. By the time he reacted, a bloody mist had already appeared on his hand, and his broken arm was still spurting blood. Ah! He let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground from the air. Qianqiu was also surprised by this sudden change. He looked back and found a man in a white coat standing behind him. This elegant man held a sword in his hand, with 2 swords hanging on his waist, and a faint smile on his face. Qianqiu realized that it was this man who was probably a swordsman who saved him, and he immediately clasped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you for your help, young man." "Huh, it's just a piece of cake. I just can't stand this kind of villain attacking from behind. I only made a slight move, it's nothing to worry about." The elegant man smiled slightly. Qianqiu didn't have time to say a few more words to the elegant man, and quickly took out the black howl and stabbed the 3 demon sect disciples lying on the ground. As the immortal shadows behind them gradually dissipated, it also symbolized that the 3 people's souls were completely dead. Qianqiu took out the Qianquan bag and put the bodies of the 3 people into it. Hee, I just bought a body and spent more than 300,000 eternal coins. Now I have 3 more bodies. It seems that it is better to kill them in the future. Buying one is too expensive. Qianqiu was smug, and then he said to the elegant man standing there, "This is a disciple of the demon sect. Why don't you leave here quickly, otherwise the people from the demon sect will come over later and let me implicate you as well." "So what about the demon sect?" the elegant man said in a calm tone. This surprised Qianqiu again. He didn't expect that there was someone who was not afraid of the demon sect. This made him feel very interested in the swordsman in front of him. "Young man, my name is Qianqiu. May I ask your real name?" Qianqiu asked tentatively. This man must be very powerful, otherwise he would not have saved him in such a situation just now. The elegant man smiled, then put the sword back behind his back and said, "I am Huobujan." "Huobujan, what a nice name. You look like a swordsman, and your sword is very fast." Qianqiu praised. Huobujan just smiled gently, then looked at Yagami Chihiro behind Qianqiu and frowned slightly. He always felt that this girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Yishun Qianqiuan was also flustered. She recognized Huobujan's true identity at a glance. She was afraid that her true identity would be exposed, so she subconsciously took a step back. But she soon noticed that he looked a little puzzled, and Yishun Qianqiuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh, it seems like he didn't remember who I am. I was scared to death." Qianqiu flew down from the sky, and Yagami Qianqiuan hurriedly said, "I was scared to death just now, that person almost stabbed you." "Indeed, I didn't have time to dodge at that time, all thanks to Huobujan." Qianqiu looked at Huobujan behind him and smiled again. At this moment, the 3 badges in the hands of the left protector in the underground black market shattered instantly, and then turned into a stream of energy and disappeared in his hands. The left guardian's face changed, all 3 of them are dead. This guy killed them all by himself. "Humph, wait for me to take action personally, and see where you want to escape." A divine thought was cast towards the location where Qianqiu and the others were. Qianqiu instantly sensed the dangerous aura and hurriedly said to Yishun Qianqiuan and Huobujan, "Not good, it's a Saint Realm expert from the demon sect, retreat quickly." Qianqiu knew that he could not outrun the powerful Saint Realm warrior, so he immediately opened the gate of the void and pulled Yishun Qianqiuan into it. "Brother Hua, come in quickly." Huobujan stretched out his legs and entered the void star realm, and then Qianqiu immediately closed the void gate. The next second, the left protector walked into the air and appeared at the place where the void gate was closed. He stood here and looked down, feeling the souls of the 3 demon sect disciples gradually dissipating. "Humph, you're selling demon sect's exclusive magic and killing my disciples. If I catch you, I'll definitely skin you alive." The left protector also opened the door to the void and then escaped into it. In the void star realm, Qianqiu looked at Huobujan who had followed him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Hua, I dragged you into this in order to save me." "It's okay. I'm a wandering swordsman and I have a lot of enemies. So what's the harm in having one more demon sect?" Huobujan smiled indifferently, as if he didn't care at all about being targeted by the demon sect. "Ahem, I just asked what level of cultivation Brother Hua is at." "Holy Land." Qianqiu was slightly surprised. No wonder Huobujan was not afraid of the demon sect. It turned out that he was a Saint Realm expert. However, as the second-ranked sect in the Eternal Continent, the demon sect probably had nearly 100 Saint Realm experts. Its strength should not be underestimated. At the same time, what surprised Qianqiu even more was that Huobujan was only about 25 years old at most, but he had actually reached the astonishing Saint Realm. You should know that many elders in the sect who had reached the Saint Realm were almost 100 years old. It seems that Huobujan is also a gifted person. "Have we met this girl before?" Taking advantage of this gap, Huobujan spoke to the silent Yagami Chihiro beside him. Yagami Chihiro was startled and deliberately showed a surprised look. Have we met before? Probably not, you recognized the wrong person. May I ask what your name is, young lady? Chihiro. After Huobujan heard the name told to him by Yishin Qinshuan, he repeated it silently several times. He still felt familiar with it, but in the end he could not remember who she was. After a moment of confusion, Huobujan smiled with relief and said, Qinshuan, you are brother and sister, right? Qinshuo looked at Yishin Qinshuan awkwardly. It seemed that their names could easily be mistaken for siblings. He explained to Huobujan, we are not siblings, just ordinary friends. We just happen to have the same last name. Huobujan smiled apologetically. After waiting for a while in the fog of war, the three of them opened the Gate of Void and left the Void Star Realm. When Qinshuo returned to the Hanzang Desert, he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Now he has been targeted by the demon sect. If he stays in the Hanzang Desert for a while longer, he will probably be hunted down by many masters from the demon sect. At this moment, several powerful saints came from the air not far away. Qinshuo recognized them as members of the demon sect at a glance, and cold sweat broke out on his back. There are so many powerful saints, and almost every cultivator of the demon sect has a very powerful immortal body. Qinshuo knows very well that with his current strength, if he fights with these powerful saints, it would probably be like an egg hitting a rock. So many people have come. Why don't you two hide with me first? I have a hiding place nearby. Huobujan suggested. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Brother Hua. My friend's cultivation level is not high. If we get into a fight, it will not be a pleasant thing. Huobujan nodded, then quickly disappeared from the spot. Qinshuo grabbed Yishin Qinshuan's hand and immediately followed Huobujan. When several powerful saints of the demon sect landed here, the left protector also walked out from the Void Star realm. There are 3 of them now, and their realms should not be very high. Killing my demon sect's disciples is a provocation to the demon sect. We must not let him walk out of this desert alive. The left protector said angrily to several saint realm powerhouses who came from the demon sect. One of them said, Left Guardian, the leader seems to be Qinshuo, who is wanted by the 7-star sect. It is said that he is on the run with the ancient artifact Chongqing Bell. Oh. It's that kid from Yongheng sect. No wonder his aura feels familiar to this guardian. If that's the case, after arresting him, we can also seize the longevity bell in one fell swoop, and the sect master will be happy about it. The left protector licked his lips, and then personally joined the team to hunt down Qinshuo. Shadow Qinshuo witnessed the entire battle between Qinshuo and the 3 disciples of the demon sect, and was slightly surprised when he saw Huobujan save him. I didn't expect that he has so many powerful people helping him. He really has a lot of opportunities. Ingzi Qinshuo murmured to himself, then glanced at Mu Yu who was following him, and chuckled again. Qinshuo brought Yagami Qinshuan and Huobujan to a not-too-small city in the Hanzang Desert. According to Huobujan, this was a shelter built by the sword sect for the many swordsmen in the Hanzang Desert. This place is called Sword City. Most of the people in Jian City are practitioners from the Jian sect, and the rest are swordsmen who specialize in sword-related magic. Many of them are famous swordsmen in the Eternal Continent. I didn't expect there would be such a city in the desert. It's really eye-catching. Qinshuo looked around the entire Sword City curiously. The Black Howl sword he owned was also a famous sword. From an objective point of view, Qinshuo was also a swordsman, but the only sword-related magic he had learned was the Ascension Thunder Control art. Huobujan brought Qinshuo and Yishin Qinshuan to a house. He pushed open the old door and said, "This is the house I lived in a few years ago. No one will come here. We can hide here for a while." Are you originally from Jiancheng? Qianqiu looked at Huobujan, somewhat puzzled. I lived here in the early years, before I became a wandering swordsman. In recent years, I have been wandering around the Eternal Continent, and this place has become vacant. Qianqiu looked at the 3 swords on Huobujan's body. He knew that the better the sword wielder's sword-wielding skills were, the more swords he could control. The fact that Huobujan carried 3 swords on his body showed that his sword-wielding skills were extremely powerful and he could use 3 swords at the same time. This was truly the 3-sword style. Qianqiuan, let's rest here for a few days. I need to consolidate my skills. Now there are people from the demon sect outside, and it's not easy for us to leave the Hanzang desert. Yishan Qianqiuan nodded and said, if Brother Hua doesn't mind, we can stay here for a while. Of course I don't mind. You can buy anything you want in Jiancheng. People from the demon sect usually don't come here. Huobujan smiled slightly. He was curious about what kind of skills Qianqiu was going to practice. He knew very well that the gifted scholar reward Qianqiu received at the 100 Sects conference was the Nether Tyrant body. Although it was a top-grade immortal body, it was not an easy immortal body to control. But he had seen Qianqiu use the unique magic technique of 9 netherworld styles in his previous battle with the disciples of the demon sect. Yishan Qianqiuan and Huobujan left the space in the backyard to Qianqiu alone. Qianqiu quickly took out one of the immortal bodies in the sky realm, and then began to practice the second turn according to the method recorded in 9 Turns of the Netherworld. After starting to practice the skills, this immortal body slowly floated up from the ground, and the soul power in its body began to fully merge into Qianqiu's body. Qianqiu quickly felt the mystery of the second turn of the Netherworld 9 Turns art. With the addition of his immortal body, it was smoother than when he absorbed the herbs before, and his cultivation speed was greatly improved. Hey, I feel like the longevity bell behind me is also providing weak energy. Could it be that the longevity bell can also assist in cultivation? Qianqiu could vaguely feel that the longevity bell on his back was also leaking energy bit by bit. He tried to activate the longevity bell behind him, maybe he could use it slowly, instead of what he heard when he merged with the longevity bell that day, that he had to reach the Emperor realm to use it. Qianqiu placed all his soul powers behind him, and found that the longevity bell was indeed touched. Some power began to flow out of it, and then slowly spread throughout his body. He felt that his bones had been tempered. Great! I can really use the power of the longevity bell. Qianqiu was overjoyed, and then he chanted the divine text, practice harder. A golden light emanated from behind Qianqiu, and a translucent longevity bell began to cover his body, while his flesh occasionally emitted a purple light. At this moment, in this house, Yishan Qianqiuan used his divine consciousness to observe Qianqiu, and Huobujan also separated a trace of his soul from his body to observe Qianqiu practicing the 9 transformations of the netherworld. Both of them were shocked by the strange phenomenon displayed by Qianqiu. Who could have thought that the ancient artifact was not only integrated by Qianqiu, but he could actually use it? He can actually use ancient artifacts. What kind of monster did the 3 old guys from the Yongheng sect accept as their disciple? Huobujan murmured. Yagami Chihiro also said so, with a beautiful smile on her face. Not bad, he is more talented than me. Maybe he is the one who can help me become an emperor. When Qianqiu was practicing the 9 transformations of the netherworld, time passed rapidly, and that immortal body in the sky realm quickly became shriveled, and it was obvious that all the energy contained in it had been absorbed by Qianqiu. He quickly took out the other 2 immortal bodies from the Qianqiuan bag. This time, in order to speed up, he immediately used the shadow clone technique. In an instant, there was another Qianqiu in the yard. The 2 Qianqiu sat back to back and began to practice the netherworld 9 revolutions at the same time. The 2 people who were hiding in the dark and observing Qianqiu were shocked by the clone technique that Qianqiu suddenly released, and they looked at the 2 Qianqiu in amazement. How is it possible that he can use such a magical skill? I can't even figure out how to use this magical skill. Chihiro Yagami was completely stunned by Chiaki's ability. Huobujan also took a breath of cold air. I learned the immortal arts after reaching the Emperor realm, but he actually learned it in the Sky realm. What kind of terrifying level of attainment has he reached in the divine text? As Qianqiu used the clone technique, he also used another clone to practice the second turn of the 9 turns of the Netherworld, and his understanding was very fast. A whole day passed, and his body was already soaked with sweat, but his second turn was gradually getting better, and he had successfully cultivated 40%. During this period, Huobujan and Yishun Qianqiuan did not disturb Qianqiu's practice. 2 days later, Qianqiu had absorbed all 3 of the Zhangqiong realm immortal bodies he possessed, and he had also mastered most of the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns art. It seems that I need 2 more bodies to fully practice the second turn. I didn't expect that just the second turn would require 5 Sky Realm immortal bodies to complete. I wonder how many more bodies will be needed for the next few turns. It was already late at night, but Qianqiu felt exceptionally energetic. After he mastered the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns, he clearly felt that his body had been strengthened a lot. Moreover, this time even his soul power has been greatly improved. He has a hunch that he may soon be able to break through to the middle stage of the Fiery Soul and reach the late stage of the Fiery Soul. When I walked out of the yard, I found that Chihiro Yagami had fallen asleep on the bed. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night is huge. Even if the sun is shining brightly during the day, the temperature will drop to an unbearable level at night. Qianqiu took off his coat and put it on Yagami Chihiro. The very sensitive Chihiro Yagami felt the warmth of the clothes that Qianqiu draped over her. She did not open her eyes, but a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Have you finished practicing your skills? Huobujan appeared silently behind Qianqiu and asked lightly. No, this technique requires a long time to be successfully practiced, but the auxiliary materials I need have been used up. If I practice without the auxiliary materials, the progress will be too slow, and there is not much point in continuing to practice. Qianqiu had no scruples when facing Huobujan. Huobujan nodded silently. At this moment, he was very sure that Qianqiu really got the ancient book, 9 Transformations of the Netherworld, which had been lost long ago. I didn't expect that he has such an outstanding talent and abundant cultivation resources. What kind of master is standing behind him? At this moment, Qianqiu saw practitioners flying on swords in the night sky. They kept looking down at the ground, obviously looking for something. The people from the demon sect have found Jiancheng. It seems that we should not stay here for long. Qianqiu looked at the disciples of the demon sect flying in the sky and said worriedly. Brother Hua, are you going to continue staying in the Hanzang desert? Qianqiu looked at Huobujan beside him. Not necessarily. I can no longer find anything in the Hanzhou desert that can help me improve. I have been a wandering swordsman for many years and only recently returned here. Qianqiu was delighted and said, why don't you come with me to the extremely cold land? After entering there, we can go to the Starry Night. There are many medicinal herbs for people to practice, and there are also a large number of soul beasts that can improve the level of soul power. That's a good suggestion. I can consider it. Qianqiu has selfish motives. Ever since Emperor Qiyu told him that he needs to create a huge force himself in order to fight against the 7-star sect. Qianqiu also understood this truth. No matter how powerful he was alone after all. If he wanted to fight against the 7-star sect, a powerful sect that had an emperor and countless saints, he must have a force of his own. Of course, this strength does not necessarily require a large number of people. Even if there are a lot of people, if their strength does not meet the standard, they are just a group of people filling in the numbers. Qianqiu only wants to find powerful practitioners to join him. At the moment, Qianqiu has the intention to pull Huobujan into his own forces. A powerful swordsman like him is indeed a rare talent. Reporting to the left protector, we still haven't found Qianqiu's whereabouts, but someone said that he was seen at the gate of Jiancheng a few days ago. The left guardian snorted coldly, "What a bunch of good-for-nothings. He is just a Sky Realm cultivator. How could you, a bunch of Saint Realm experts, take so long to find him? I deserve to die, but he is indeed very powerful. He was able to kill 3 Sky Realm demon sect disciples alone." Nonsense, the talent reward he received at the 100 Sects conference was a top-grade immortal body. His physical fitness has surpassed those 3 demon sect disciples, so it is not incredible that he can kill them. The Saint Realm cultivator from the demon sect added, "Left Guardian, we later went to the scene to look for the bodies of the 3 disciples, but found nothing. Logically, they all have mid-grade immortal bodies, and unless they are destroyed with special power, it is absolutely impossible to destroy their bodies. This means that Qianqiu took their bodies away." Oh. There is such a thing. I remember that the top-grade immortal body he got was the Netherworld Tyrant body. Could it be that he has a way to cultivate the Netherworld Tyrant body, so he needs a body of the Sky Realm, and he must reach the immortal body? The left protector fell into deep thought. He naturally knew the hidden secret of the Netherworld Overlord body. But he still didn't believe that Qianqiu could obtain the Netherworld 9 Transformations art, which was an ancient book that had been lost for a long time. Otherwise, the elders of the 100 Sects conference would not have given the Netherworld Tyrant body, an immortal body that could be cultivated into a holy body, as a reward for talent. What the left protector could not have imagined was that Qianqiu had not only obtained the Netherworld 9 Revolutions art at this time, but he had also cultivated to the 2nd revolution. This was an astonishing speed that he would not be able to achieve even if he were to cultivate. In order to capture Qianqiu as soon as possible, the left protector directed his spiritual thoughts towards the direction of Jiancheng. After some searching, he indeed felt Qianqiu's breath. "Boy, you really are hiding here." The left protector led a group of demon sect practitioners to Jiancheng, and at this time, the enemy was at the gate of the city. Time quickly came to early morning, and Qianqiu quickly felt the energy that had surrounded Jiancheng. He looked out through the window and found that Jiancheng was surrounded by people from the demon sect. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Brother Hua, Qianqiuan, wake up quickly. The demon sect has found this place, and they are all coming for me. I will attract their attention, and you guys find a way to retreat first." Yagami Chihiro woke up, rubbed her eyes, and looked sleepy. What demon sect? So what if they are all members of the demon sect? Huobujan also silently drew out the sword behind him and said, "So what if they are the demon sect? I cannot abandon my companions. I will fight them out with you." Qianqiu looked at the 2 people who had no intention of retreating, and felt warm in his heart, but he still worriedly said, "You 2 go first, I will definitely not fight them head-on. There are at least 10 Saint Realm experts outside, and we definitely have no chance of winning if we fight. After you leave, I will definitely find a way to escape. Then I will go with you. My speed is not slower than yours. As long as you can escape, I can certainly do it too." Huobujan said lightly. "No, Brother Hua, you take Qianqiuan and go first. Her cultivation level is not high, and if she runs alone, something unexpected might happen." Huobujan wanted to say something, but seeing Qianqiu's determined face, he finally did not insist. He looked outside and saw the left protector. In fact, he had no intention of going out to fight, because once he went out, the left protector would recognize his true identity. By then, it would not just be a simple demon sect coming to capture Qianqiu, it would be a conflict between 2 sects. Chihiro Yagami was not worried about her identity being recognized because she had rarely appeared in public over the years. Except for the people of the Yagami royal family, almost no one knew what the daughter of the head of the Yagami family looked like. She originally wanted to stay and fight with Chinchou. With her strength, she could definitely protect Chinchou from any accidents when he was defeated by the demon sect. However, Huobujan actually compromised. "Let's go, Chihiro. Since Chinchou doesn't need us to stay here, you should leave here with me first. If we stay here, he will not dare to let go." Yishun Qinshuan looked at Huobujan and frowned. "If you want to leave, go by yourself. You are obviously a cultivator in the Saint Realm, but you actually let Chinchou, a cultivator in the Sky Realm, fight against so many Saint Realm masters from the demon sect. I don't want to either, but Chiaki doesn't like us staying here, and I respect his wishes." Yagami Chihiro was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she couldn't attack Huobujan because that would expose her identity. Helplessly, she could only leave the house quietly with Huobujan. At this time, Chinchou had already walked out of the gate. When the many demon sect practitioners gathered outside saw Chinchou coming out, they all revealed their immortal shadows at the same time. "Huh, you've come to Jiancheng so early in the morning. You people from the demon sect are really hard-working." Chinchou was not to be outdone and revealed his blue fairy shadow of the Sky Realm. The leader was one of the elders of the demon sect, named Jiangming. "Originally, I was curious about who dared to kill my sect's disciples, but I didn't expect it was just a young boy. Jiangming is already 100 years old and is considered an elder in the demon sect." Chinchou narrowed his eyes and looked up at Jiangming from the ground, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Haha, a young boy has already reached the Sky Realm. I think you, an old man, are at least 100 years old this year, right? You have only reached the Saint Realm. If I were still only at the Saint Realm at your age, would be so angry that I would hit my head against my head and kill myself. What a sharp-tongued fellow. Today, I, Jiangming, want to see how arrogant you are." After saying that, Jiangming immediately used his magic and prepared to rush towards Chinchou. "Elder Jiang, please don't be in a hurry to take action. Allow me to exchange a few moves with him first. He is just a cultivator in the Sky Realm. He is not strong enough for you, Elder Jiang, to take action yourself." A cultivator in the Saint Realm volunteered. This person is an older man who looks older, but his strength does not seem to be as strong as Jiangming Qiang. Chinchou took out Black Howl and flew into the sky, mocking, "Is there no one left in your demon sect? Why are there only a bunch of old men? Bold!" The old man used his magic and the color of his shadow changed unpredictably. Chinchou quickly took a step back, feeling extremely surprised. What kind of magic is this that can change the color of the fairy shadow like this? "Humph, you're just a brat. I scared you into retreating with just a simple magic. I thought you were so powerful." Seeing Chinchou retreating step by step, the old man was overjoyed. The left protector sent 13 Saint Realm masters to capture Chinchou. He thought he was a very powerful opponent, but he didn't expect it to be just an eloquent Sky Realm cultivator. This time he must show himself in front of the left protector, maybe he can get the position of elder. He recited the sacred text and also used his ability to silence his voice. "Oh. This is my first time fighting against a Saint Realm expert. I just completed the second stage of the Netherworld 9 transformations technique. Let me give it a try." Chinchou didn't dare to be careless, because he was fighting against a powerful Saint Realm expert and the gap in strength was still there. But the opponent will definitely be careless at the beginning because Chinchou is at the Cangkong Realm. Chinchou can take advantage of this mentality and catch him off guard. 9 Nether Styles, Nether Karate. Chinchou directly performed the first move of the 9 Netherworld styles, and a huge purple palm print flew towards the old man. The old man was shocked by this powerful ability and quickly activated the defensive magic. However, the defense formation he launched was shaken, and he had to consolidate it immediately. Oh, what a powerful force! A Sky Realm cultivator who can perform such a magic is indeed arrogant. But in front of the Saint Realm, the Sky Realm cultivator will never be able to defeat the Saint Realm cultivator. The Heavenly Demon Technique. The old man used the divine magic in silence. During the Qianqiu period, the old man in front of him moved his lips slightly, and then strange changes occurred in his immortal shadow. The huge human-shaped fairy shadow gradually changed into a very ugly monster, and then a purple light shot towards Qianqiu. Not good. Qianqiu did not choose to use defensive magic to take this attack. He knew very well that any magic from a strong saint could seriously injure him, so he dodged the attack with a flash. Then he recited the sacred text again, Ice Age. Qianqiu didn't intend to use this magic to freeze his opponent. He just wanted to use it to slow down his opponent's movement speed, and then take the opportunity to use the magic again. At this time, Qianqiu also noticed from the corner of his eye that Huobujan had already fled Jianqing with Yishan Qianquan. He immediately gave up the plan to fight and prepared to find a chance to leave. A mere trifle, you think you can trap me with just this level of skill? The old man chuckled. The freezing force unleashed by Qianqiu barely delayed him. Curse! Qianqiu did not delay and once again used the control magic he learned from Yagami Chihiro. This time, the magic worked and really delayed the activation of the old man's magic. The old man frowned slightly, and Qianqiu also used magic again at this time. Flying Ascension and Lightning Control Technique. Qianqiu performed the divine version of the Ascension and Thunder control art that he had not used for a long time. He slashed with his sword, and the fairy shadow behind him also slashed with his sword at a fast speed. Because the speed of the sword was so fast, Qianqiu's arm had an afterimage. He slashed 3 more times in a row. 5 hits in 1 second. This magic consumed most of Qianqiu's soul power, and the old man was beaten back step by step, which made Jiangming impatient. Humph, you were beaten back step by a Sky Realm cultivator. You really bring shame to the demon sect. Jiangming took action personally and directly used the magic. Qianqiu felt the powerful energy of the magic. He thought it was not good. If Elder Jiang took action, it would be difficult for Qianqiu to escape. He used his peripheral vision to find a way to escape, and then used the magic technique that came with the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns that he had just mastered. 9 styles of the Netherworld, Styx waves. After Qianqiu recited the sacred text, the sky and the earth suddenly became gray, and dark gray water appeared behind him. The immortal shadow also underwent a strange change. Qianqiu's immortal shadow stepped on the dark gray river water, and then raised a huge wave and went towards the group of demon sects who were practicing. Quick, activate the defensive magic. This magic is extremely powerful. Jiangming's expression was filled with horror. Although he couldn't believe that Qianqiu, who was only at the Sky Realm, could use such a powerful magic, he couldn't take the attack just for the sake of his face. The practitioners of the demon sect activated their defensive magic at the same time. However, the magic released by Qianqiu was so powerful that their ordinary defensive magic could not resist it at all. Several practitioners in the Saint Realm were directly knocked away. I won't play with you guys anymore. I'm leaving first. Qianqiu seized the opportunity and immediately opened the Void Gate, wanting to escape into the Void Star Realm again. But at this moment, the left protector who had been in the dark suddenly appeared. He directly cast the magic of barrier. After Qianqiu recited the divine text, the gate of void did not appear. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment and saw the left protector in the sky retreating repeatedly. You still want to escape into the Void Star Realm. You must have used this trick to fool many Saint Realm practitioners, right? But this trick of yours won't work in front of me. The left protector stood in the air. He was just floating in the air, but Qianqiu felt a powerful deterrent force. Qianqiu knew very well that the left protector in front of him should be a very powerful person in the demon sect, at least he had reached the level of quasi-emperor. Humph, you sold my sect's magic and killed my demon sect's disciples. You were doomed to die, but I heard that you stole the Eternal Life Bell and escaped from Yongheng sect. If you hand over the Eternal Life Bell, I can leave you with an intact body. The left protector looked at Qianqiu indifferently. In his eyes, Qianqiu was now in a situation where he couldn't escape even if he had wings. In the magic barrier he cast, Qianqiu's cultivation level was not enough to destroy it. Qianqiu, who was standing on the ground at this time, also thought to himself that it was not good. He did not expect that the demon sect would actually send such a powerful cultivator to capture him. This is bad. I have used up all my soul power. If I fight them again, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Qianqiu clenched his fists. His idea of escaping into the Void Star realm had been discovered. He could only find another way out. Qianqiu took out the top-grade soul-restoring pill that Yishan Qianxuan had given him earlier and swallowed it without hesitation. The soul power that had been exhausted in his body was recovering rapidly, but after all, it was only a pill to assist in restoring soul power and could not restore it to its peak all at once. Qianqiu had no choice but to delay time. Only when his soul power was restored could he have the strength to fight. Of course, he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape from the hands of the many powerful saints of the demon sect on his own today. The magic of your demon sect? Who stipulated that a magic technique can only be used by your demon sect? You are really overbearing. Qianqiu said. The left protector sneered, you can think whatever you want, but I advise you to give up the idea of relying on that pill to restore your soul power and fight with me again. I have been in the realm of Quasi-Emperor for nearly 100 years. Even if you use all your strength, you can't defeat me. You are only in the realm of the sky. Hiss. Qianqiu was surprised and thought to himself, this left protector in front of me is really an old fox. He has seen through all my thoughts. It seems that I can only ask Emperor Qiyu for help now, otherwise I may really die here today. The reason why Qianqiu was relieved to let Huobuzhan leave was not because he had great confidence in himself, but mainly because he knew very well that even if he could not defeat the demon sect, there was Emperor Qiyu, a true emperor-level cultivator, in secret. How could Emperor Qiyu just watch him die? Old man Qiyu, how long are you going to see? Qianqiu shouted. He was a little worried that he would be trapped in the barrier and that Emperor Qiyu would not be able to hear his call. However, after the words fell, there was no movement around. At this time, the left protector laughed and said, why, is there someone hiding in the dark to help you? This protector will find you a chance. No matter who comes today, they can't save you. As he said this, the left protector did not worry at all about Qianqiu escaping and lifted the barrier he had cast. Qianqiu then shouted again, but Emperor Qiyu still did not make a move. Could this old man just ignore me? Qianqiu was a little confused. Emperor Qiyu didn't make any movement at all. Ha ha ha, is it possible that your real companion ran away in fear after seeing this Dharma protector? Stop wasting time. Bring out the longevity bell, and this Dharma protector will leave you with an intact corpse today. Oh, forget it. Qianqiu's soul power has been mostly recovered. Since Emperor Qiyu is unwilling to help him, he can only rely on himself. 9 Styles of the Netherworld, Styx Waves. However, when Qianqiu once again used the magic of the divine text, he clearly felt a very strange energy suddenly burst out in his body, which obviously did not belong to him. At the same time, the voice of Emperor Qiyu came to my mind. Kid, I can't show up in public yet. I'll lend you some energy. You can use this energy to leave here first. The one opposite is the left protector of the demon sect. You can't defeat him with your current strength. With the power lent to him by Emperor Qiyu, the power of the magic he performed this time was even greater, and the left protector quickly noticed this. "Oh. I feel that your strength has suddenly increased dramatically. It seems that there is indeed a powerful person standing behind you. However, he dare not sacrifice himself because he is afraid of this protector. You should have obtained the 9 Transformations of the Netherworld martial arts book, right? This protector will give you another chance. Hand over the longevity bell and this martial arts book, and this protector may consider sparing your life." Qianqiu ignored the left protector's words. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to escape under such circumstances. "Use the magic you learned from that girl. With my imperial power, the effect will be greatly improved." The voice of Emperor Qiyu once again came to Qianqiu's mind. Qianqiu believed the words of Emperor Qiyu very much and immediately recited the divine text, Heavenly Punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, strange black runes appeared on the bodies of the demon sect practitioners. They stood still and could not move. Even the left protector had these strange black runes. "What? How did you do that?" The left protector's face changed drastically, and Qianqiu was also surprised by the effect. He hurriedly recited the magic method to open the door of the void again. He entered it without hesitation and then closed the door of the void. At this time, the left protector also broke free from his restraints. He was so angry that he cursed, "Who is behind him?" A mere Sky Realm cultivator was able to use magic to trap this protector. "Left Guardian, should we enter the Void Star Realm to hunt down?" Jiang Ming asked timidly from the side. The left Guardian was furious. "You are a bunch of rubbish. How could you let a Sky Realm cultivator escape right under your noses? After entering the Void Star Realm, the location you appear in is random. We won't be able to find him even if we chase him in now." After Qianqiu entered the Void Star Realm, Emperor Qiyu also appeared at this time. "If you had acted later, I would have died at the hands of the demon sect. You are so ruthless that you really didn't intend to take action until the last moment." Qianqiu looked at Emperor Qiyu in front of him and couldn't help but start complaining. Emperor Qiyu smiled bitterly and replied, "I don't want this to happen, but you happen to provoke the demon sect. The reason why my body has become like this is closely related to the leader of the demon sect. If he knew that I am not only alive but also appeared in the Hanzang Desert, he would definitely hunt me down at all costs." Is it the demon sect that caused your body to become like this?" Qianqiu asked in surprise. "It's not just the demon sect that's responsible, there are other forces as well. It's all because I was too arrogant and ostentatious back then that things have turned out like this." After learning that Emperor Qiyu had a feud with the demon sect, Qianqiu knew very well that this time he had completely made enemies with the demon sect. Now he is only at the Sky Realm, and has no helpers around him, but he has already offended the 7-star sect and the second-ranked demon sect. The existence of 2 behemoths means that Qianqiu has few places to stay on the Henggu continent. If he is discovered by the people from these 2 sects, he will probably be hunted down all the way. Speaking of which, why is it that after I got the imperial power you gave me just now, the power of the 9 nether styles did not become surprisingly strong, but instead I was able to control the Saint Realm strongman by using Qianqiu's control magic? Qianqiu asked Emperor Qiyu about the doubts in his heart. Chihiro Yagami's magic, which was not very advanced, actually saved his life at the critical moment. Emperor Qiyu smiled meaningfully. "The magic you learned from that girl is not a low-level magic, but a very high-level magic. I once saw a certain emperor use it when I was fighting him. When you used it in the Sky Realm, it didn't work as hard as it should. But after you possessed my imperial power, this magic skill showed its true power. So, in the future, when your cultivation level reaches a higher level, this magic skill will become even more powerful." Qianqiu was shocked. He didn't expect that the magic skill he casually learned from Yishan Qianxuan was actually a magic skill used by an emperor. But where did Chihiro learn this magic? Qianxiu scratched his head. Emperor Qiyu laughed and said, maybe this girl has a very powerful master, or maybe she has extraordinary talent. In any case, to be able to learn this magic, this girl must be extraordinary. You have offended the demon sect now. Their headquarters is in the Hanzang Desert. I can't help you every time. That would expose my existence, so you better leave here as soon as possible. I see. Next I plan to go to the extreme cold land. The entrance to the Starry Night is there. Aren't all your herbs found in the Starry Night? I want to enter there to practice the last few turns of the Netherworld 9 turns technique. Emperor Qi Yu was silent for a moment, and said, I advise you to go there when you reach the Saint Realm. The extremely cold land is not like the Eternal Continent. There are strong people everywhere, and the political structure is more complicated. Wars may break out at any time. If you don't have hard power, it's best not to go there. They are very hostile to practitioners from the Eternal Continent. After listening to Emperor Qi Yu's advice, Qianxiu temporarily gave up the idea of entering the Starry Night. Alas, it seems that I will have to rely on finding an immortal body in the Sky Realm to practice in the future. This Netherworld 9 transformations art is too physically demanding. Qianxiu felt helpless. So it is most important for you to build an organization now. Once you have subordinates who are strong enough, you can order them to help you raise funds for whatever you need. Then you will be able to get a lot of bodies without spending any effort. But I am only at the Sky Realm now. Even if I can find subordinates, they are only practitioners of lower realms. I am afraid that the highest I can find is only practitioners at the Samsara realm to follow me. However, Emperor Qi Yu smiled meaningfully and said mysteriously, that's not true. Who said you can't find subordinates of higher realms in the Sky Realm? Your mastery of divine texts is better than that of cultivators who have entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Not only can you read all divine texts, but you can also write many super high-quality immortal arts books. With this advantage, you can find many followers. Of course, the premise is that you don't reveal your true realm of cultivation. At this moment, a cultivator passed by not far away, and Emperor Qi Yu disappeared from the spot in an instant. Qianxiu knew that he was unwilling to expose his existence, and he did not care about Emperor Qi Yu's sudden disappearance. But Emperor Qi Yu's words were like an epiphany for Qianxiu. Yes, I don't have to have a high level of cultivation. I can pretend that I have a high level of cultivation. Even if we are about to be exposed, we can push Emperor Qi Yu to the front and show off our own strength. We can find many powerful followers here. Thinking of this, Qianxiu excitedly left the Void Star realm. At the same time, in a place in the Void Star world, a masked woman was hunting soul beasts wantonly, and her soul power level was increasing at a terrifying rate. The numerous soul beasts below the Saint Realm around ran away when they saw this female devil, fearing that they would become nourishment for her to increase her soul power. After coming out of the Void Star realm, Qianxiu followed the direction where Yishan Qianxuan and Huobuzhan had disappeared before, and soon sensed the breath of the two. They stopped in a deserted oasis, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qianxiu returning unharmed. Just now I saw the left protector of the demon sect coming. I didn't expect they would make such a big fuss. Huobuzhan said to Qianxiu. In fact, he was very worried that Qianxiu would be captured by the demon sect. Indeed, I almost didn't escape. After Qianxiu finished speaking, he immediately said to Huobuzhan, Brother Hua, I am planning to create an organization. Do you have any intention of joining? Organization? I have always pursued freedom and don't like to be bound by any force. Forget it. Don't worry, I founded this organization and I won't restrict you in any way. Qianxiu had thought it over and knew that Huobuzhan was a very powerful cultivator, so it would be a good choice to get him to join. No matter what, he had to let him join. Let's call the organization I founded Chiu Men. It's different from those sects and doesn't have complicated rules. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Huobujan finally decided to join the Chiu Men founded by Qianqiu, which might be of unexpected use to him in the future. Okay, then I will join this Chiu Men. Hearing that Chiaki was going to establish the Baki clan, Chihiro Yagami, who was standing by, was also eager to try. I also want to join the Baki clan, and please give me a position. Yagami Chihiro walked to Chiaki and shook his arm with his hand. You are only at the Void Realm, so why not just forget it? I originally planned to only recruit practitioners above the Void Realm. Qianqiu was a little embarrassed. His plan was to recruit a group of practitioners with good strength to join, otherwise their cultivation level was too low. Qianqiu would not be of much use, and would become the tail end of the organization. It's not that Qianqiu discriminates against the weak, but in the future this organization will have to fight against the Seven-Star Sect and even the Demon Sect. In this way, those with too low a level of cultivation are likely to become victims. You look down on me because I'm only in the Void Realm. Yagami Chihiro pouted. Besides, the Void Realm is no longer considered a low realm. It is also a very strong existence among many sections. You have too high a vision. Chen Yi suddenly realized that what Yishan Qianqiuan said was correct. The Void Realm was not a low-level cultivator. It's just that his starting point was the Void Realm, and he had never experienced the promotion from the Still Water Realm, so he subconsciously felt that the Void Realm was not a very powerful existence. In fact, practitioners in the Void Realm have already surpassed 90% of practitioners in the world of immortal cultivation. Qianqiu recalled what Emperor Qiyu had told him just now in the Void Star Realm. The heavenly punishment magical technique used by Chihiro Yagami is a very powerful existence. Behind her there is either a powerful practitioner or a very powerful master, so she has a very strong background. But relying on this reason alone, Qianqiu is enough to let her join Qiumen. By then, Yagami Chihiro will also be a trump card of Qiumen. Okay, I'll make an exception and let you join Qiumen. Then give me some official position. Qianqiu felt helpless. He always felt that she joined Qiumen just to satisfy her own playfulness and had no sense of responsibility as a participant in an organization. Qianqiu sighed, then said, "Since there are not many people in the organization at the moment, I will give you the position of deputy leader." Great! Yagami Chihiro jumped up happily, and then Qianqiu said, "Let's not stay in the Hanzang Desert any longer. The Demon Sect now knows that the longevity bell is in my hands, and they are searching for me everywhere. Brother Qian, have you decided where to go next?" Huobujan asked. Qianqiu hesitated and originally planned to go straight to the extremely cold land, but with the warning from Emperor Qiyu, he decided to make plans after he was promoted to the Holy Realm. Now I suddenly have no destination and feel a little confused. Well, let's leave the Hanzang Desert first and then make plans. The people from the Demon Sect are always watching me, and I don't dare to continue practicing. The three of them immediately prepared to leave the Hanzhou Desert, and in order to avoid being noticed by the Demon Sect, Qianqiu decided that the three of them should act separately, but they didn't need to be separated by a large distance, just a certain distance. Afterwards, Qianqiu, Yagami Chihiro and Huobujan made a simple cover-up and set out on the journey to leave the Hanzhou Desert. If you want to leave the Hanzang Desert, you must pass through a place called Sand City, which is the largest city in the Hanzang Desert, and is home to many Qingyun Pavilion and Demon Sect practitioners. At this time, Qi Hua, the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, just happened to come here. Elder Nalan sent me to the Hanzang Desert to find that kid. This is the Demon Sect's territory. I heard that the kid used the Demon Sect's magic at the 100 Sects conference. How could he dare to come to this place? However, at this moment, Chi Hua saw a man in a black cloak walking on the street not far away. He lowered his head, obviously intending to hide his identity. Chi Hua approached the person, and he guessed correctly that the person was Qian Qiu in disguise. Unexpectedly, Chi Hua met him by accident. "I didn't expect to run into this guy in this place. It's really easy to get what you want. If you take him back, the leader will probably have to give me a promotion." Chi Hua was delighted, and then quietly revealed his immortal shadow. He was ready to attack Qianqiu from behind, thus preventing Qianqiu from having to fight back. But Chi Hua only showed a slight hint of murderous intent, and Qianqiu soon noticed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he directly released a defensive magic technique and dodged Chi Hua's attack with a flash of his body. Qianqiu looked back and saw an old man he didn't recognize. "Why are you attacking me?" Qianqiu asked with a frown. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Chi Hua no longer tried to cover up and said immediately, "You are a wanted criminal by my 7-star sect. It is an honor for you to let this elder meet you here. Hand over the longevity bell and follow me back to the 7-star sect." Qianqiu's eyes narrowed, thinking that he had just escaped the pursuit of the demon sect, and now he was caught up by the people of the 7-star sect. He was really unlucky today. Qianqiu was very worried. There were many practitioners of the demon sect in the Sand City. If he fought with the powerful Saint Realm expert from the 7-star sect, it might quickly attract the attention of the practitioners of the demon sect. He was afraid that the left protector would find this place soon. "Humph, you, the 7-star sect, killed so many elders and disciples of my eternal sect, and even put the blame on me. How despicable." Chi Hua's face was grim. Many people here had already noticed him. If the secret of the 7-star sect were to be heard by them, they would soon become the target of public criticism in the Eternal Continent. "You talk too much nonsense, you're looking for death," Chi Hua said angrily, and then used his magic. Qianqiu had just fought with many practitioners from the demon sect, and his soul power had been almost exhausted. He had only recovered a little after taking the soul-restoring pill. Now he had to rely on his limited soul power to continue fighting, and he would definitely not be able to hold out for long. What's more, the opponent is a powerful saint. We can only delay time. Hua Bujan will be here soon. He is also a Saint Realm expert and can fight this man. Qianqiu made up his mind and immediately prepared to delay time, waiting for Hua Bujan to arrive and join him in dealing with the elder of the 7-star sect. Qianqiu dodged Chi Hua's attacks while running towards a place with fewer people, occasionally counterattacking with magic. Such behavior finally angered Chi Hua, who directly used the magic of barrier to trap Qianqiu in his barrier. "Boy, let's see where you can run now," Chi Hua said coldly. Qianqiu knew that he couldn't run away anymore, and he just happened to see Hua Bujan, who was late, and he was overjoyed. "Brother Hua, here." Chi Hua looked back and found an elegant man in a white coat running towards him. This man had a sword on his back and 2 swords on his waist. Chi Hua was very familiar with this kind of dress. But he still couldn't believe that the person in front of him would appear here. After he saw Hua Bujan's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. "You are Jian Gu." However, before Chi Hua could finish his words, Hua Bujan slid past him at an extremely strange speed. He raised his hand and swung his sword. 3 sword lights flashed in an instant, and Chi Hua's voice stopped abruptly. The huge red fairy shadow standing behind Chi Hua gradually dimmed in color until it finally went out. Chi Hua fell to his knees, blood suddenly spurted out of his body, and his head slowly slipped off his neck. Qianqiu stared at Hua Bujan with wide eyes, took a deep breath, and watched the scene in disbelief. Chi Hua was a Saint Realm expert from the 7-star sect. Although he was not as powerful as Nayland Songhai, he was already a terrifying existence. Hua Bujan didn't even reveal his celestial shadow, and killed Qi Hua instantly with just 3 ordinary sword strikes? Not only did the immortal shadow not show, but even the immortal technique was not used. Qianqiu knew that Huobujan was very powerful, and that his strength with the sword might have reached a terrifying level, but he never expected that he could kill a Saint Realm expert with a single blow. What's more, it was an instant kill without the use of soul power or fairy shadow. Qi Hua didn't even have time to react. This, Brother Hua, your strength is so strong that it scares me. Huobujan smiled calmly, and then said, it's just that he was careless and didn't expect me to attack directly. If he had reacted, I might not have been able to kill him easily. Huobujan turned around and glanced coldly at Qi Hua, whose head and body were already separated. If Qi Hua had not recognized his identity, Huobujan would not have easily revealed his strength like this. But it was not yet time for him to reveal his identity, so he had to kill Qi Hua. At this time, Yishan Qianquan also arrived late, and was shocked to see Qi Hua's head and body separated. Oh my god, this is Elder Qi Hua from the 7-Star Sect, and you two actually teamed up to kill him. Qianqiu smiled bitterly and pointed at Huobujan, it was Brother Hua who killed him. I am not strong enough to kill a Saint Realm expert by jumping levels, and Brother Hua didn't even use his immortal arts, he just killed him with an ordinary sword strike. Qianqiu had an illusion that Huobujan's use of the sword was probably better than that of the Wuji Patriarch. Even the Wuji Patriarch did not easily kill any Saint Realm strongman in one blow when the 7 Stars sect invaded the Yongheng sect that night. Let's go quickly. Each elder in the 7 Star sect has a special way of sensing each other. Qi Hua has fallen, and the other elders in the 7 Star sect will be able to sense it soon. Huobujan looked at Qi Hua's body and said calmly. Wait, I want his body. Qianqiu walked to Qi Hua's side and put his body into the Qianquan bag. Compared to the immortal bodies of the Sky Realm, Qi Hua has reached the Saint Realm. The grade of his immortal body is at least high grade, which is at least equivalent to 3 bodies of the Sky Realm. Hehe, this is an unexpected gain. Even if you buy the body of a Saint Realm expert, it will cost nearly 1 million eternal ancient coins, right? After collecting Qi Hua's body, Qianqiu, Huobujan and Yishan Qianquan did not dare to delay and left the Sand City immediately. The left protector who was not far away sensed Qianqiu's breath and came from the air, leaving only a pool of blood. Oh! It seems that a Saint Realm cultivator has fallen. Was it that boy who did it? Just as the left guardian was puzzled, the right guardian also came faintly in the air and said to the left guardian, the sect master asked you to return to the sect. Haven't you caught the kid from Yongheng sect yet? You brought so many Saint Realm practitioners out, and he actually got away? Humph, there's a master standing behind that kid. If it weren't for him, I would have caught that kid long ago. The right guardian sneered and said sarcastically, if you can't even do this, the sect leader will definitely hold you accountable. He has now handed this task over to me. You are a guy who is always causing trouble but not helping others. Just wait and see how I can bring him back. You. The left protector pointed at the right protector, and finally just sneered, then led his men into the air towards the demon sect. The right protector looked in the direction Qianqiu left and fell into deep thought. The left protector quickly returned to the demon sect, went to the main hall to report, and met the demon sect's leader who was sitting in his seat. Her graceful and charming figure exudes a very charming aura, making people dare not look at her at all. The leader of the demon sect, the demon Saint Emperor, is actually a woman. Metropolitan. Left Guardian, I heard that you brought a lot of Saint Realm practitioners to capture the person who took the longevity bell. If you can't even do this, what use are you? The demon Saint Emperor's voice was charming, but in the ears of the left protector, he felt an incomparable chill. The left protector knelt before the demon Saint Emperor, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and said hurriedly, I deserve to die, sect master, please forgive me. Heh, our sect doesn't have time to punish you right now. Just now, our sect received news that the Black Gold Ape leader in the Void Star Realm has broken through to the Emperor Realm. The Left Protector was shocked. Emperor Realm? The Black Gold Ape chieftain has actually reached the Emperor Realm? That should be the only Emperor Realm soul beast in the Void Star Realm, right? The Demon Saint Emperor nodded, then stretched out his slender finger and hooked it at the Left Protector. The Left Protector knelt and leaned forward for a distance. The Demon Saint Emperor said softly, "No matter what method you use, find a way to get me a drop of the chimpanzee's blood." Now the 10 major sects are ready to make a move, and our sect must also start preparing for the natural disaster. The Left Guardian was in a dilemma. "Master, when the Black Gold Ape was in the Saint Realm, it was already difficult for us to approach it. Now that it has reached the Emperor Realm, if we want to obtain its blood essence, I'm afraid." "Is it hard?" The Left Protector suddenly felt a chilling aura, and was so frightened that he kowtowed to the Demon Saint Emperor repeatedly. "I understand, even if I have to risk my life, I will get the blood of the Black Gold Ape for you." In the Void Star world, standing in front of the huge bronze door that Qianqiu had originally encountered was the leader of the Black Gold Ape clan. At this time, it has transformed into a human form. He said to the bronze door, "Help me become an emperor. After I go outside to find my son, I will come back to help you out." A laugh came from inside the bronze door, and the man slowly said, "Don't worry about my affairs for now. After you reached the Emperor Realm, many humans in the outside world have been eyeing you. Your essence and blood are rare, so you'd better be careful." The Black Gold Ape leader snorted coldly. "When I was in the Saint Realm, almost no human below the Emperor Realm could do anything to me. Now that I have reached the Emperor Realm, even Emperor Realm practitioners find it difficult to get close to me. In any case, you'd better be careful. When you get to the outside world, you must remember that there are 2 things in this world that you should never look directly at. One is the sun in the sky, and the other is the human heart." Soon, Qianqiu and the other 2 passed through the Sand City and arrived at the border of the Hanzang Desert. They only needed to walk for another half a day to leave the Hanzang Desert. "I always feel that there is a strange power in this Hanzhou Desert. It doesn't come from the pressure of the strong. Instead, it makes me feel that it is a power that does not belong to this world." Qianqiu looked back at Hanzhou Desert and said to himself. Huobujan said calmly, "The Hanzang Desert is the last place where a god appeared in the world of immortal cultivation. There are too many secrets here. Besides, a natural disaster is coming soon, so it is not surprising that a mysterious power appears here." Huobujan had already figured out what was going on in the Hanzang Desert, but he had no intention of caring about it at the moment. The sun in the Hanzhou Desert was extremely scorching, and in order to conceal their whereabouts from others, Qianqiu and the others had to leave on foot for the last stretch of time. Chihiro Yagami felt quite uncomfortable under the sun, so she kept asking Chiaki to perform magic that could cool down the surrounding area. "Chihiro, you are too delicate. I have used most of my soul power to cool you down and block the sunlight. If I encounter an enemy later, my fighting power will be greatly reduced from the beginning." Qianqiu complained. "Humph, isn't Huobujan here? He's so powerful, it doesn't matter if you're there or not, so just cool me down. I have delicate skin and tender flesh, I feel bad when I get burned by the sun, don't you, a grown man, know how to be gentle with women?" Qianqiu sighed helplessly, thinking that he had brought a girl along with him. "After looking at the map, I realized that after leaving the Hanzhou Desert, I need to cross a high mountain to reach the next city." Qianqiu has realized that he has reached the Sky Realm, and the divine texts and magic arts he uses consume a huge amount of soul power, especially the 2 divine texts and magic arts brought by the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld, which consume nearly 2 or 3 times the soul power of ordinary magic arts. Therefore, his soul power level is only at the middle stage of the fiery soul realm. His soul power is obviously not enough during the battle, and he must improve his soul power level as soon as possible. After we get out of the Hanzang Desert, I will absorb Qi Hua's body first. Then I should be able to completely master the second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns technique. In addition, Qianqiu has already begun to plan how to recruit powerful people of high realm to join the Qiu Men he founded. As the leader of Qiu Men, he will be able to issue tasks quickly and establish positions such as elders to gradually expand his influence as more people join. In the evening, the sun gradually set, the horizon turned into a golden line, and Qianqiu and the other two finally left the Hanzang Desert. The mysterious power suddenly disappeared, and Qianqiu suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The three of them headed towards the mountains. Qianqiu said to Yishan Qianquan and Huobujan, "Let's find a cave to rest first. It will take at least 2 days to cross this mountain, so there is no need to rush." The two did not say much about Qianqiu's request. Huobujan was a dull person by nature, and Yishan Qianquan didn't care at all. She listened to Qianqiu's words very much. At night, the three of them found a cave with a good geographical location, and Huobujan suggested going to the nearby stream to fish for food in the evening. Chihiro Yagami also expressed her desire to take a walk around the mountain, and in the end, Chiaki was the only one left in the cave. What Qianqiu didn't know was that the two people who were traveling with him had hidden their true identities, and they didn't do what they said after they left. However, after the two left, Emperor Qiyu also appeared quietly beside Qianqiu. "Little ghost, it is really an unexpected gain for you to obtain the body of a Saint Realm cultivator. This is much more powerful than the bodies of the Sky Realm immortals you had before." Emperor Qiyu was in a good mood, because the faster Qianqiu's strength improved, the closer the day would be when he could recover his body. "I didn't expect Huobujan to be so powerful that he killed the elder of the Seven-Star Sect in seconds without even using any magic." Emperor Qiyu smiled and said, "That man's strength is not simple. There are only a handful of swordsmen in the world who can use the three-sword style, and he is probably the most terrifying one among the three-sword style swordsmen. Even your master, the Wuji Sword Saint, is not as good as him. Okay, I won't disturb you from practicing. After you absorb this Saint Realm body tonight, I'm afraid you will be able to comprehend the third turn of the Netherworld 9 transformations. Your practice speed is really terrifying. If I had the Netherworld Tyrant body and practiced the Netherworld 9 transformations, I'm afraid it would take me a year to enter the third turn of practice." After Emperor Qiyu left, Qianqiu immediately entered a state of cultivation. He released Qi Hua's holy body from the Qianquan bag, and after scanning it with his divine sense, he was very surprised to find that Qi Hua actually had the physique of a top-grade immortal body. Qi Hua probably never thought that with his strength, he would be killed instantly. Qianqiu sneered and then began to practice. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in the body of a powerful Saint Realm expert was extremely powerful. He once again activated the energy of the longevity bell to speed up the absorption. Not long after, Huobujan came back with a few fish stabbed on his sword. Seeing Qianqiu was still practicing, he did not interrupt him, but quietly lit a fire and started roasting the fish. After several training sessions, Qianqiu had already mastered the Netherworld 9 transformations technique to perfection, and the qi in his body was flowing smoothly. And with the operation of the longevity bell at the same time, the speed of training was even higher, achieving a terrifying effect. Qianqiu didn't notice at all that his immortal shadow had been activated. He was originally in the Sky Realm, so his immortal shadow should be blue. However, because he practiced the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique, the blue humanoid fairy shadow gradually changed. A faint appearance of armor appeared on the fairy shadow, and purple gold light was emitted around it. Huobujan, who was standing by, was also attracted and was surprised to see the changes in Qianqiu Xianying. Is this the blessing of the ancient artifact? Without the blessing of any soul beast's essence and blood, relying on the practice of exercises can actually cause the fairy shadow to undergo abnormal changes. This is really unheard of. It seems that before the natural disaster, he might have the potential to become the youngest emperor-level cultivator in the Eternal Continent. At the same time, Yingzi Qianqiu, who was staying in the Hanzang Desert with Mu Yu, also sensed a strange change, and purple-gold light began to emanate from his body. Shadow Qianqiu uttered a word of doubt, then began to use his spiritual sense to feel the changes in Qianqiu's body, with a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect that he could actually cultivate his body to such a level. It really opened my eyes. After thinking for a while, Yingzi Qianqiu looked at Mu Yu with a smile. Xiaoyu, let's go. After spending these days together, Yingzi Qianqiu has developed a different feeling for Mu Yu. I will take you into the Void Star Realm and capture the Star Realm Dragon. With the Star Realm Dragon, your strength will be greatly improved, and it will be only a matter of time before you break through the Saint Realm. Yingzi Qianqiu looked at Mu Yu lovingly. During the training, Qianqiu never stopped except to eat the grilled fish cooked by Huobuzhan. It took Qianqiu 2 days and 2 nights to absorb the ultimate immortal body in the Holy Realm. However, he absorbed it more delicately this time, and even his soul power was improved. It's just a little bit closer. I should only need one more battle before my soul power level can reach the final stage of the Fierce Soul. Qianqiu thought secretly, but he absorbed all the energy in Qihua's body completely, without any residue. At this time, Qianqiu's second turn of the Netherworld 9 turns art had been completely practiced, and he could start practicing the third turn next time. Brother Hua, Qianqiuan, sorry to have kept you two waiting. Qianqiu stood up from the ground. He hadn't moved for 2 days and his muscles and bones were feeling a little sore. Huobuzhan saw the changes in Qianqiu at a glance and realized that his body training had reached a higher level and his physical skills had reached a terrifying level. Chihiro Yagami also saw this easily and was full of admiration in her heart. In her opinion, the stronger Qianqiu became, the more she would have the capital to tell her father in the future that he had fallen in love with a man of extraordinary strength. It's okay. It seems that you are about to break through to the final stage of Fiery Soul? Huobuzhan looked at Qianqiu and said lightly. Qianqiu was not surprised that Huobuzhan could see his soul power level at a glance. After all, he could kill a powerful saint with a top-grade immortal body in seconds without using any magic. This ability was not worth mentioning to him. Qianqiu nodded and said modestly, I am almost there, but compared to Brother Hua, I am still far behind. You are improving very quickly. Although I am stronger than you now, I think it won't be long before you catch up with me or even surpass me. It's just a matter of time. This was not Huobuzhan's compliment to Qianqiu, but a sigh from the heart. Qianqiu possessed the Longevity Bell, which was an ancient artifact. Once he reached the Emperor realm, Qianqiu's strength would immediately undergo a qualitative leap. Even now, there are dozens of cultivators at the Emperor level, but no Emperor can use the ancient artifacts. At most, they can only rely on the power of the artifacts. Qianqiu is only at the Sky Realm now, so he can make use of the energy of the Longevity Bell when practicing. With time, using the Longevity Bell will be no problem at all. Yagami Chihiro pouted and said, every time you get a body, you have to stop and wait for you for several days. Can you find an interesting place next time? At least I can go out and play while you practice. I am wanted. If I practice in a crowded place, I will be easily noticed by the people from the 7-Star Sect and the Demon Sect. Humph, they're all excuses. Qianqiu scratched his head, then said to the two of them, let's go. I've just looked at the map. The next city is Changcheng. The arena there is huge. I just need a battle to help me break through to the final stage of the Fiery Soul. Afterwards, the three of them set out on the journey to Changcheng. At the same time, the Void Gate opened in the Hanzhou Desert, and a figure jumped out from it in an instant. He was sturdy and dark-skinned, and looked like a strong man in his 30s. Huh. Is this the mortal world? Damn human, you captured my 2 sons. If they have been killed, I will tear you into pieces. This sturdy man is the leader of the Black Gold Ape tribe, Yuan Hao, who transformed into a human form after reaching the Emperor realm. He closed his eyes, took a deep look at his surroundings, and quickly fixed his gaze on a location in Hanzhou Desert. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect this guy to be so close to me. At this time, Yingzi Qianqiu, who was 10 kilometers away from Yuan Hao, quickly sensed that he was being targeted by a powerful person, and he felt a chill. Oh. I'm surprised that a certain emperor has been following my whereabouts. Could it be that the boy is to blame? Is the emperor targeting the wrong person? Yingzi Qianqiu muttered to himself. At this time, he had not yet reached the emperor realm, and he was still unable to fight against a true emperor realm expert. Moreover, with Mu Yu by his side, he was even more unable to display his fists and feet. Xiaoyu, enter the Void Star realm now. Someone is targeting me. Yingzi Qianqiu said lightly, and then opened the void gate leading to the Void Star realm. However, just after Qianqiu and Mu Yu stepped into the Void Star realm, the gaze on them still existed. It was obvious that this gaze was locked on them after entering the Void Star realm and could not disappear. Yingzi Qianqiu felt confused for a moment and reacted decisively. Mendi. Yingzi Qianqiu did not care about exposing his relationship with the sect emperor in front of Mu Yu. At this moment, he was in the quasi-emperor realm, only 1 step away from the emperor realm. No mistakes could be made now. The next second, a door appeared in front of Yingzi Qianqiu. Mu Yu was surprised and asked, "Is this the gate to the Gate realm?" "Qianqiu, when did you join Zhuxian Palace?" Mu Yu covered her mouth and looked at Qianqiu in disbelief. What Zhuxian Palace did at the 100 Sects conference had already spread. Mu Yu naturally knew about Zhuxian Palace and the sect emperor. Now that he saw Qianqiu could contact the sect emperor directly, he was completely stunned. "I'll explain it to you later. Now I'm being targeted by a great emperor. Now the only way to avoid his pursuit is to enter the Gate realm." Yingzi Qianqiu didn't waste any words and pulled Mu Yu, who had not yet reacted, into the Gate realm. The moment the gate closed, Yuan Hao had already torn through the impulse and used space jump to reach here. At this time, Yingzi Qianqiu had disappeared. Huh? This kid can run so fast. Yuan Hao's face darkened. Qianqiu, Yishan Qianqiuan and Huobujan have already arrived at Cangcheng, and posted at the gate of Cangcheng is a wanted poster issued by the 7 Stars sect, with Qianqiu's portrait on it. In order to facilitate the process, Qianqiu immediately recited the divine text, "Change your appearance." Soon, Qianqiu changed his face and successfully entered Cangcheng with Yishan Qianqiuan and Huobujan. "Qianqiu, I just took a look at the wanted poster. Your bounty has reached 2 million eternal coins, which has doubled," Yagami Qianqiuan said with a smile. Qianqiu's face looked a little ugly at this time. This must be because Huobu had previously killed Elder Qi Hua of the 7 Stars sect, which caused the 7 Stars sect to be angry and increase the bounty again. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. Alas, I'm afraid I have to be more cautious in the future. 2 million eternal ancient coins are enough to attract many Saint Realm experts to join the hunt. After entering Cangcheng, Qianqiu and the other 2 first rented 3 rooms in an inn. They planned to stay in Cangcheng for a few days. "I'm going to the arena. Which of you wants to come with me?" Qianqiu asked Yishan Qianqiuan and Huobujan after packing up his things. "No, I want to have a good sleep. I have been in the mountains for the past few days and it is not comfortable to sleep at all." Chihiro Yagami yawned and waved at Qianqiu. "I have to go to the auction house and see, maybe there's something I need." If there's enough time later, I'll go to the arena to find you. Huo Buzhan said. Seeing that neither of them wanted to go to the arena with him, Qianqiu didn't say anything else and went to the arena alone. The arena of Tsangcheng is also very famous in the Hanggu continent. Although there are no very famous sects in Tsangcheng, there is a very large family here, the Shao family. Before going to the arena, Chiaki walked around the streets, and Emperor Qiyu appeared next to Chiaki wearing a black cloak. "Hey, old man Qiyu, you actually dare to appear on the street now? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" Emperor Qiyu chuckled twice under his cloak and said, "When I can appear beside you so openly, I must have made sure that there is no one nearby who can expose my identity." "Oh? If you put it that way, Chihiro and Huo Buzhan might have recognized your identity, so you never showed up when they were around me?" Emperor Qiyu was still smiling, and said in a meaningful tone, "One is a girl who can use the divine magic of the Emperor realm, and the other is a three-sword swordsman who can kill a strong man in the Saint realm in seconds without using magic. How can their identities be simple?" Qianqiu fell silent. He had always believed that the identities of Yagami Chihiro and Huo Buzhan were not simple. However, when he heard from Emperor Qiyu himself that the identities of the two were not simple, he was still surprised. After a long while, Qianqiu asked, "What are their true identities? Since they didn't choose to tell you, it would be meaningless if I said anything more. But now it seems that at least the two of them have no intention of harming you by hiding their true identities. If someone hiding their identity around you threatens your life one day, I will naturally rescue you and tell you their true identity." Seeing Emperor Qiyu say this, Qianqiu did not ask any further questions. Emperor Qiyu also fell silent, as if his appearance did not intend to tell Qianqiu anything. When he was about to leave, Qianqiu suddenly spoke again. "Can you tell me how long it will take for the natural disaster to come?" Emperor Qiyu was surprised. He did not expect Qianqiu to ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If nothing unexpected happens, a natural disaster will come within 5 years. If the guy who cooperated with the sect emperor uses the forbidden divine text technique again like he did at the 100 Sects conference, the natural disaster will come faster, and it may even come as soon as tomorrow." Qianqiu nodded, and at this time he walked out of the arena gate, and Emperor Qiyu disappeared beside him. Natural disasters. Only by advancing to the Emperor realm can you increase your chances of surviving a natural disaster and find a way to return to your original world. Wearing a white mask, Qianqiu entered the arena. Because all information in the arena of the entire Xiuxian world is interconnected, Qianqiu's identity in the arena is called Prisoner Bird. Because of the success in the last cross-level battle, his current record is 2 wins and no losses. Soon, Qianqiu found his opponent. This time, his opponent was at the same level as him, both were cultivators at the Sky Realm. Qianqiu stepped onto the stage and heard the host begin to introduce the information of both players. The red player is a registered competitor at the Beihan Island Arena, named Prisoner Bird. He successfully challenged a higher-level opponent in his first fight, and his current record is 2 wins and no losses. The blue player is a registered competitor in the Tsangcheng Arena. His name is Shao Zhan. He is the second young master of the Shao family in Tsangcheng and the record holder for 15 consecutive wins in this arena. His total record is 54 wins and 10 losses. Qianqiu was surprised after hearing the other party's message. It is very difficult to maintain such a high winning rate in the arena. Moreover, the opponent is the second young master of the Shao family, the most powerful family in Tsangcheng, so his power must not be underestimated. Registered on Beihan Island? Humph, my third brother died there. You came at the right time. Just consider it revenge for my third brother. Shao Zhan said angrily. Beihan Island? Third brother? Qianqiu was startled and suddenly remembered that at the 100 Sects conference, the second talented person challenged by the black-masked boy was a cultivator from the demon sect named Xiao Shun. Could it be that this Xiao Shun is from the Xiao family in Changcheng? And he happens to be the third young master of the Xiao family? Qianqiu was speechless, thinking that he didn't kill Xiao Shun, but just because he was a registered competitor from Beihan Island, should this be blamed on him? Big brother, your third brother's death on Beihan Island has nothing to do with me. We are just competing fairly. There is no need to have the mentality of killing each other. Qianqiu persuaded him that he just wanted a battle to improve his soul power level, not a fight to the death. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, take it." Xiao Zhan was filled with murderous intent, and his immortal shadow was directly revealed. However, he was a cultivator in the sky realm, and his blue immortal shadow revealed a faint black and gold color. The immortal shadow, which was supposed to be in human form, actually looked a bit like a black and gold ape. Huh? Is this some special ability? Xianying actually has this. Qianqiu looked at Xiao Zhan's immortal figure and was immediately confused. At this time, the sound of people discussing could be heard from the audience. Why is Xiao Zhan's fairy shadow so strange? This Xiao Zhan ate the elixir made from the essence and blood of the black gold ape, and his immortal shadow evolved, so his immortal shadow is different from normal practitioners. I heard that after the fairy shadow evolves, it can derive new abilities. TSK. As expected of the first family in Changcheng, they can actually catch the black gold ape. How courageous. Qianqiu learned the reason for Xiao Zhan's strange appearance from the people in the audience. It turned out that he had eaten the elixir made from the essence and blood of the black gold ape. We can't be careless this time. If he has the physical fitness of an immortal body, I'm afraid his strength is higher than mine. Qianqiu looked at Xiao Zhan very cautiously, realizing that this might be a very difficult battle. 5 Thunder Sky Thorns. Xiao Zhan was the first to launch the magic. Suddenly, the sky was covered with thunderclouds. Xiao Zhan stood in place with one hand facing the sky. As he swung his arm down, 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds. Qianqiu did not delay and took out the black howl from his back, and directly performed the only immortal technique taught to him by the Wuji Patriarch, Flying Ascension and Controlling Thunder Technique. Because Qianqiu had already reached the sky realm at this time, even if he did not use the divine version of the Ascension Thunder Control Art, the power had already reached a terrifying level. Qianqiu Heixiao waved his sword, and thunders fell from the sky, cancelling out the thunders cast by Xiao Zhan. You have some strength, but this is just an appetizer. Now comes the real thing. Xiao Zhan raised his hand again, and his fairy shadow also raised his arms towards the sky. Lightning threads appeared around his fairy shadow and surrounded it. Xiao Zhan swung his immortal arm and countless thunderbolts fell from the sky. Qianqiu dodged immediately but was still hit by a few thunderbolts. He felt numb all over his body. This magic is like using a cheat. With so many thunderbolts, isn't he afraid of exhausting his soul power? It was the first time that Qianqiu encountered such an opponent. He started to use his ultimate skill right from the start, as if he didn't care about the consumption of his soul power at all. 9 Styles of the Netherworld, Styx Karate. Fighting with Xiao Zhan, Qianqiu felt extremely difficult. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent in the arena. Xiao Zhan was only a cultivator in the sky realm, but Qianqiu felt that the oppression he brought to him was comparable to that of a saint realm cultivator, especially his life-threatening speed in performing his magic, which no one could withstand. As soon as Qianqiu's magic was released, Xiao Zhan's attack became even more crazy. Qianqiu didn't even have time to guide the attack. The release of the magic technique was very unstable and it went astray. Humph, the soul power my immortal shadow brings me is several times that of a normal cultivator, almost comparable to the soul power of Qihun. In the realm of Zhangqiong realm, most cultivators have a soul power level of only Lai Hun, so I am almost invincible. There was a look of madness on Xiao Zhan's face, and not only Qianqiu, but even the audience in the audience were stunned. What? The immortal shadow that evolved with the black gold ape's blood essence can actually increase soul power? Isn't this equivalent to directly raising the soul power level by 1 level? How can we fight like this? This prisoner bird is doomed to fail. Xiao Zhan's magic alone has beaten him to the point where he has no power to fight back. Qianqiu continued to dodge Xiao Zhan's thunder attacks, but was still hit from time to time. Qianqiu realized that if this continued, he would be defeated in this bombardment in a few minutes. Damn it, it's just a lightning strike. His magic technique has allowed me to develop a new magic technique. Qianqiu's mind flashed, and after dodging the last lightning strike, he flew into the air and chanted the divine scripture, 10 million volts. However, nothing happened after Qianqiu recited the divine text and immortal arts. Xiao Zhan on the opposite side could not help but be stunned, and then laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. I thought you could use some immortal arts, but it turns out you are just shouting nonsense. If you don't understand the divine text and immortal arts, go home and practice it. Let me take you away from this arena. Xiao Zhan's immortal figure raised his arms again, and several huge thunders fell from the sky, striking directly towards Qianqiu. However, Qianqiu did not dodge this time and allowed the lightning to strike him. Many audience members in the audience covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch Qianqiu's miserable condition. However, in the next second, several bolts of lightning struck Qianqiu, but Qianqiu was not hurt at all. However, lightning threads gradually appeared around his fairy shadow, just like Xiao Zhan's fairy shadow. How can this be? Xiao Zhan was stunned. He had just used a charged lightning strike. If a cultivator below the void realm was hit by this lightning strike, he would die on the spot. And if a cultivator at the sky realm was hit, he would at least faint on the spot due to heart paralysis. But Qianqiu in front of him was unharmed. Xiao Zhan didn't believe it, and several lightning strikes hit Qianqiu. Qianqiu just stood there calmly, looking at Xiao Zhan calmly. Now it's my turn. Qianqiu jumped up, his immortal shadow was already filled with lightning threads. Qianqiu moved his mind, and his immortal shadow gathered all the energy of these lightning threads on his palm. Qianqiu once again activated the divine magic. 9 styles of the netherworld, Styx Karate. The difference is that this time, the purple palm print used by Styx Karate was surrounded by lightning, and it rushed toward Xiao Zhan at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Zhan had no time to dodge. He stared with wide eyes at the huge palm print coming towards him and was directly knocked away. Qianqiu pursued the victory and chanted the divine text, all things are led by the sky. However, before the dust on the ring had dissipated, a huge figure rose from the ring and easily blocked Qianqiu.